Eastern Profound Domain. Taiching Sect. Here clouds and mist swirl, spiritual energy is abundant, resplendent, and magnificent spirit bridges rise in all directions, and flocks of immortal cranes appear, overwhelming the sight. Moreover, there are mountain peaks emitting strange lights. The beautiful peaks hide in the clouds, appearing and disappearing. In the ancient and elegant villa on the 9th peak. You are the harsh senior brother of the 9th peak of Taiching Sect, and also the villainous supporting male character of this world. 3 months later, you will face the challenge of the chosen son Yi Xian due to your exploitation and oppression of Yi Xian's dream lover Lu Ruyan over the years. The result, of course, is that you will be beaten to death across minor realms, you fool. Did I transmigrate? What about those yellow-haired guys? Wait, this is... Su Chang'e gradually came to his senses, stared at the line of text that suddenly appeared before his eyes, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Damn it, I just transmigrated, and you show me this. Am I going to be killed again? No seat. He was a transmigrator who had just endured the tormenting college entrance exam. He planned to fully relax in university when he saw some yellow-haired guys bullying a pure school beauty. His sense of justice surged, and he stepped forward to teach them a lesson. Later, the school beauty would give her heart to him, and he would win the white, rich, and beautiful girl and reach the peak of life. But the reality was his bangs were too long, and when he pushed them aside, he saw 7 or 8 people. Coward. Am I that kind of coward? The result went without saying. He almost got his bladder beaten to a pulp. This experience taught him a profound lesson. First, never keep your hair too long. Second, never try to show off without strength. Soon a large amount of memories from this life gradually merged into his mind. The expression on Su Chang'e's face shifted between joy and dismay, extremely colorful. Good news, you are a genius possessing the peak strength of the spiritual transformation realm at a young age, but Yi Xian can just barely beat you across minor realms. Good news, you have a background. You are the youngest son of the Su family, an ancient wasteland clan in the spirit world. The Su family is an emperor-level clan, but unfortunately you committed a grave mistake and were punished to the lower realm to experience life and death. Haha, you can't use it for now. Good news, you still have 3 junior sisters, each very beautiful, each possessing top-tier talent. But because you have long exploited, oppressed, and bullied them, they already hate you to the core. Su Chang'e's face darkened slightly. If he hadn't been educated, he would have started cursing the system's entire family. What kind of good news is this? Thinking this, Su Chang'e's peripheral vision caught a glimpse of himself in the bronze mirror inside the room. Although it was far away, the distance was still clear enough. He was a refined young man wearing a cyan robe of extraordinary quality. On the robe, embroidered with mysterious brushwork, was a pattern of blue clouds lifting a blazing sun, flowing and changing as if imbued with spiritual essence. His features were picturesque, his outline as if carved by celestial craftsmanship, exceptionally handsome beyond compare. But what truly made one's heart tremble and even feel inferior was not the beauty of the skin, but an indescribable and ineffable aura that flowed around him. Wow, I'm so handsome, I'm dazzling myself. Finally, some good news, at least it's comparable to my previous life. Su Chang'e looked at himself in the mirror and nodded with a certain gaze. But soon a trace of melancholy appeared on his face. What use is handsomeness? In 3 months I'll be beaten to death again, damn it. Unlike his previous life, this time, he became the villain, not the one who upheld justice. Sai, what's the point of this transmigration? Wait. Right, I'm a transmigrator. The one who just spoke to me wasn't that the system. Having realized this, Su Chang'e quickly asked, System, where are my rewards, my beginner's gift pack, and your functions? What era is it now? I know all about systems. They are standard equipment. Coming, host, I'm coming. Su Chang'e's eyes lit up, and he felt much more at ease. He smiled and said, System, let me guess first, are you the heaven-defying villain system? Let me start showing off, beating down the chosen one, getting rewards all the way, and eventually becoming invincible, right? After reading so many novels over the years, he had this basic understanding. Villain, huh? It's not a bad role. Although it's a bit cliché, he has plenty of experience, so he'll definitely make progress quickly. No. Then what is it? Su Chang'e asked out of curiosity. Ding, warm-hearted senior brother system is activating. Binding. What the hell? Warm-hearted senior brother. Su Chang'e raised an eyebrow, his expression somewhat strange. He had heard of the heaven-defying senior brother, but what was warm-hearted? System, explain to me what warm-hearted means. How warm? Ding, binding complete. This system is dedicated to providing the host with the most perfect assistance to set foot on the path of invincibility, to sweep across the heavens, and to be eternal thereafter. Sounds awesome, but what does it do? How does it warm my heart? Su Chang'e's brow slightly relaxed as he asked. The system's function has already been stated to help the host open the path of invincibility. Su Chang'e held back his curses and said, Can you be more specific? How do I get rewards? Warm-hearted senior brother, of course, means to be warm. Whenever the host does a warm-hearted deed, you will receive a reward in return. Isn't that just being a simp? Warm-hearted senior brother, you might as well call it simp senior brother. Su Chang'e couldn't help but complain. He hated simping the most. After all the trouble of transmigrating, I have to be a simp in a fantasy world. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. First, host must understand what simp means. So-called simping refers to when the other party has no feelings for you yet you repeatedly, and without dignity or bottom line, fawn over them, and any effort goes unrewarded. That is simping. But they are your junior sisters. You have exploited them for so long, yet they haven't left you. That proves they still have feelings for you. If you treat them well, you get system rewards and their loyalty. Host, does that still count as simping? After hearing the system's explanation, Su Chang'e felt it made sense and fell silent for a moment. But something still seemed off. You damn system, are you gaslighting me? Su Chang'e looked suspicious, pondering, then he seemed to hear something, and his expression paused. He turned his gaze into the room. There a stunningly beautiful young girl was squatting on the ground, expressionless. She had rolled up her sleeves and was using her blood energy to clean the already spotless floor. That was his second junior sister, Lu Rian. She had joined the 9th Peak 3 years after he became its chief. She was taken in by their elusive master Tian Lingzi during his travels. Her talent was mediocre, and she was only at the early blood-burning stage now. Why did she enter the 9th Peak with such strength? The reason his master left her was simple: she was beautiful, good for the eyes. If not for his own talent, Su Chang'e would have thought he was also chosen for his looks to please his master. As for why Lu Rian was cleaning, that was because Su Chang'e had once again attempted the 7th floor of the Divine Tower and failed, and again. He was in a bad mood, so he took it out on her, ordering her to clean thoroughly. If there was the slightest flaw, Lu Rian wouldn't be able to cultivate for days. Although they were both disciples of the 9th Peak, Su Chang'e was the chief, and since the Peak Master was often away, he had absolute authority. Still smiling, Su Chang'e caught the girl's mouth occasionally lifting into a smile, and he fell silent. Intuition told him that this girl was probably cursing him secretly. System, are you sure they still have feelings for me? Of course, black fans are also fans. Su Chang'e's fists were getting tight. Rest assured, host, this system is the strongest senior brother system, very flexible. It's tailor-made for you. If you feel uncomfortable after trying, you can switch anytime. 7-day no questions asked return policy. That flexible. Su Chang'e's eyes lit up. Since that was the case, he had no more objections. Now the most important thing was to quickly improve his strength. The main thing was to avoid being killed by the chosen son in 3 months. But what should he do now? Warming the bed he could manage, but warming the heart, chest to chest. He had never been a warm-hearted person in his life. Should he deliver a chamber pot to them in the middle of the night, or thoughtfully prepare dual-purpose immortal towels when they were on their period? What kind of rewards would that give? A celestial chamber pot. An eternal sanitary pad. Whoa. Stop. Stop. The vibe is starting to get a bit pervy. Su Chang'e immediately stopped thinking. He could imagine these things, but he would never do them. Warm-hearted senior brother is not a meme senior brother. Ding. First mission released. Second junior sister Lu Rian was supposed to attend a elder's lecture today, but because of the host's order, she can only clean here, feeling resentful. Her past life memories as a female emperor will awaken today, and she will be extremely angry at the host's oppression and exploitation over the years. Please make the first warm-hearted move: warm her for a whole day with just 1 sentence. Reward: reverse heaven comprehension. I'll warm your. Su Chang'e's curse was about to come out, but when he saw the reward was reverse heaven comprehension, he swallowed it back. Haha, great. Reverse heaven comprehension is great. A sentence to warm her for a whole day? Let me think. Su Chang'e began to ponder seriously, looking extremely focused. His gaze locked onto the girl's back. Female emperor memories awakening. It seems this girl is not simple. Right, the chosen son's dream lover, likely a chosen daughter. At this moment, inside the room, the girl who was cleaning the floor vigorously sometimes looked expressionless, sometimes secretly pursed her lips, and smiled, completely unaware of the gaze behind her. He can't pass the Divine Tower himself due to lack of strength, so he takes it out on us. We cleaned yesterday, and now again. What? Do you have fleas? If you don't clean for a day, do you start to itch? Haha, that's right. Su the Black-Hearted deserves fleas. Just as Lu Rian was wiping the sweat from her face with a smile, her pupils suddenly contracted slightly, and a look of confusion appeared. Memories of her past life surged like a tide. The next second, what is this emperor doing? Cleaning. Lu Rian came back to her senses, gradually integrating the memories of the past few years on the 9th Peak, and she was stunned. This is simply outrageous. I'm done with this job. I'm going to expose everything. Though those words were true, beyond the fury burning in her eyes, Lu Rian's posture, while scrubbing the floor, remained unchanged. Deep within, she was continuously merging the memories of her past life with those of this one. Between her brows, a new air of imperial contempt appeared, and the previous innocence faded. At this very moment, the memories of her past life awakened within her. In her previous life, she possessed monstrous talent. Within 300 years, she reached the Zhan Ming Dao realm, and became the empress of the Great Xia Divine Dynasty, one of the 5 great divine courts of the spirit realm. She was renowned throughout the entire spirit realm. Yet she never expected that after her father's passing, her seemingly gentle and refined elder brother harbored a vicious and poisonous heart. He had learned in advance that she was grievously wounded after forcibly entering the great emperor's secret realm. He laid out an inescapable net and used the truth of her father's death to lure Lu Rian to her doom. Fierce and unyielding by nature, Lu Rian walked into the trap, even knowing it was dangerous. In part this was because she had always carried an invincible conviction throughout her cultivation journey. Countless powerful cultivators swarmed her, and though she was already wounded, she slaughtered many supreme experts in a single battle. But in the end she fell, her physical body shattered, leaving only a wisp of a remnant soul. Yet she never expected that at the most critical moment of life and death, the reincarnation fruit of immortality she had obtained in the great emperor's secret realm would merge with her, allowing her remnant soul to successfully reincarnate. However, reincarnation was too mysterious and profound, and her memories sank into the depths of her consciousness in slumber. In this life, Lu Rian was no prodigy, just an ordinary girl. In a moment of peril, she was saved by a mysterious old man who brought her back to the 9th peak, making her his second disciple. She only began cultivating at the age of 16. Now she had just reached the peak of the blood-moving realm with roughly 30,000 gene of force in a single arm. Realm classification: blood-moving, cave, heaven, spirit transformation, inscription, pattern formation, array, venerable, divine, fire, saint, void, Dao, Zhan, Wadun, great emperor, true, immortal, immortal king, immortal emperor. 30,000 gene. In my youth, I bathed in dragon blood. At the mid-blood-moving stage, I already possessed 50,000 gene of force, and at my peak, 80,000. The foundation of this life is truly too weak. Lu Rian mused inwardly, her brow arching slightly. But the fact that I am still stuck at the blood-moving realm is all thanks to my good senior brother. For 3 years since entering the sect, aside from the dregs he discarded to us, she had never seen a single resource that should have been hers. After all, as a disciple of the 9th peak, she was entitled to a fixed monthly allocation of resources. Where did they go? Did she even need to ask? They all went into Su Haizi's hands, of course. That person not only monopolized her cultivation resources, but though nominally her senior brother, she was little more than his servant girl. A servant without any human rights at all. What was even more outrageous was that he called her a fool every single day, saying that after years, she still couldn't break through her realm, that she embarrassed him, and that she brought disgrace to the 9th peak. At this thought, Lu Rian's teeth clenched with rage. That dog senior brother is truly no good. How dare he bully this empress like this? It seems fate has ordained this for me. Brothers are never any good. Just you wait. When this empress recovers, I will settle the score with you. Though her personality was fierce and unyielding, she was not foolish. After understanding her own strength in this life, she knew that revealing her hand now would not be a wise move. If I leave the 9th peak now, I will immediately face the deadly 100,000 mountains outside the Taiching sect. Even though my memories have recovered, I cannot wield many of my techniques with my current strength. Heaven has given me, Lu Rian, a second life. Everything I have lost I will take back. But I must not capsize in this gutter. Lu Rian sank into contemplation, her expression hardening with resolve. First find a way to break through my realm. Once this empress has some self-preservation strength, I will leave. By then the sky will be the limit and the birds free to fly. Until then, this empress will endure you a little longer. During her contemplation, the floor cleaning work had also neared its end. After carefully wiping the last section of floor, Lu Rian rose and walked toward the door. In the villa, the sunlight was bright and beautiful. When she reached the figure leisurely reclining on the wooden chair bathing in the sunlight, she resumed her usual demeanor and said softly, "Master, everything has been cleaned. If there is nothing else, Rian will take her leave." The reason she did not call him senior brother was that when he first joined the sect, Su Chang'e had told her that he did not recognize her as his junior sister and only permitted her to address him as master. This empress doesn't care. But when her gaze sharpened and clearly saw Su Chang'e's appearance, she felt a slight surprise in her heart. That Su Haizi, he really is quite handsome, Su Chang'e lowered his eyes and glanced toward the room, giving a soft, seemingly emotionless reply. Yet his mind was spinning rapidly. How does one say a single sentence that warms someone's entire day? This question is way too freaking difficult. I really don't know how. Now this girl's temperament has changed. Her past life memories have awakened, right? Trying to warm her up now will be even harder. As expected, the moment he thought this, a golden character panel popped up. Name: Lu Rian. Age 18. Personality: unwavering, Dao, heart fierce, clear about gratitude and grievance scheming. Realm: peak of blood-moving realm. Destiny: reincarnation of the Empress, gold. Awakened world-shocking beauty, gold. Emperor's talent, gold. Fate: daughter of heavens, will, gold. Positioned for immortality, gold. Cultivation technique: none. Cultivation divine ability: none. Special physique, divine phoenix, sacred body, not awakened. Life script over 100 years relying on various fortuitous encounters, she repeatedly created miracles, ultimately returning to the spirit realm to slay her great saint brother and succeed in revenge, then charged forward all the way to prove her Tao and become an immortal independent in the 9 heavens, where even gods could not block her path, becoming one of the most powerful female cultivators throughout history. Oh, she truly is a daughter of heaven's will. Su Changa's expression shifted slightly, his heart exclaiming, "No wonder that son of heavens will keep biting at me. Without Yi Xian's intervention, this villain senior brother, would have ultimately fallen by this girl's hands too, wouldn't I?" However, Su Changa, who had already anticipated this, did not remain surprised for long. He continued to ponder how to warm her heart. That is heaven-defying comprehension. After all, I must obtain it. One sentence. One sentence. What should it be? Could it be? And facing Su Changa's casual acknowledgement, Lu Rian only coldly sneered in her heart, "Heh. This empress will let you act arrogant for a few more days." Immediately after, Lu Rian prepared to turn and leave. Junior sister. Upon hearing this address of junior sister, Lu Rian's body briefly froze, and she turned back with a hesitant and puzzled gaze. In the 2 years since she joined the 9th peak, though nominally the second disciple of the 9th peak master, and Su Changa's junior sister, Su Changa had never truly treated her as a junior sister. Naturally, he had never called her that before. He always referred to her as you, or simply did not address her at all. So suddenly hearing Su Changa call her that, Lu Rian was still not used to it. Lu Rian looked at the hesitant Su Changa and frowned. "What's wrong?" Su Changa paused for a moment, then said seriously, "I will warm you for a whole day?" Upon hearing this, Lu Rian was stunned for a moment. Huh? Warm what? What warm? Has Su Haizi's brain short-circuited today? System. Not host, you're forcing it. The most feared thing is the silence that fills the air. Cough, cough. Su Changa gave a soft cough, feeling so embarrassed he could not stand it, then casually said, "It's nothing. Today. You worked hard." Yet he never expected that these casual words would cause Lu Rian to be lost in thought for a few seconds, a warm current flowing through her heart. Perhaps in the depths of Lu Rian's heart, before her memories had awakened, she had always longed for Su Changa's recognition. After all, in her eyes at that time, Su Changa was like an immortal in the heavens, high and unattainable. Though she often secretly resented him in her heart, she always felt that if she could openly call him senior brother and receive his acknowledgement, she would surely feel very proud. Damn it. What kind of psychology is this empress having? He always bullies me like this, yet, because of Su Haizi's words, my heart felt so comfortable. Is this the so-called masochistic psychology? Lu Rian bit her silver teeth, forcibly controlling her somewhat stiff, or rather excited, body as she turned and left. Ding! Congratulations to the host for warming the junior sister's heart all day with a single sentence. Reward heaven-defying comprehension. Reward has been distributed. Merging. Huh. Su Changa was stunned. That's simple. I didn't say anything. As for how exactly he had warmed her heart, Su Changa had no time to ponder, as he was immediately struck by a mysterious and profound aura that entered his crown chakra, leaving him dazed. After who knows how long, Su Changa gradually came back to his senses. It seems there's no change after all. Su Changa muttered, stroking his chin, then asked, "System, what's the use of this heaven-defying comprehension?" Of course, it's just heaven-defying comprehension. Even a fart has a smell, but you're completely tasteless. Get lost. Su Changa cursed, curling his lips. Host, the so-called heaven-defying comprehension is not an improvement in your realm or strength, but comprehension itself, you understand. It means you learn, quickly grasp everything instantly. Hearing this explanation from the system, Su Changa suddenly thought of something. He took out an ancient classic from his spatial ring, the primordial azure dragon visualization diagram. This was something he had brought from his clan when he was banished to the lower realm. It was originally one of the spirit bodies he had begun cultivating at the spirit transformation realm. However, after descending to the lower realm, the power of heaven and earth was much weaker, and his comprehension of the spirit body naturally weakened. Furthermore, the primordial 9 dragons visualization diagram was of extremely high rank, one of the most supreme spirit bodies. Even in the spirit realm, very few could comprehend such a level. Thus, after all these years in the lower realm, he still hadn't managed to learn it. He had only found a passable top-tier spirit body in the lower realm to cultivate. Perfect. Let's see just how heaven-defying this comprehension really is. Thinking this, Su Changa opened the primordial 9 dragons visualization diagram. In an instant, the once obscure and difficult scriptures seemed to come alive. His consciousness appeared to merge into a vast, silent, starry sky, where he saw 9 ancient dragons more vast than the galaxy itself, coiled in the universe like primordial chaos gods. Watching the primordial 9 dragons visualization diagram. 1. Watching. 2. Watching. 3. Comprehended. One of the primordial 9 dragons, the primordial azure dragon spirit body, merged into the cave heaven. I've already comprehended it. Suchanga came back to his senses in a daze, looked at the sky, still blazing with the sun, and couldn't help but pause in surprise. Immediately he closed his eyes and sank his consciousness into his sea of consciousness. He saw 10 massive cave heavens standing, and in one of them coiled a colossal creature. It was a dragon, its eyes coldly gazing upon everything as if looking down upon all beings. And Suchanga seemed to have a spiritual connection with it. With a single thought, he could transform it into a spirit body to fight for him. He had already reached the peak of the spirit transformation realm, having refined his physical body into a spirit and completed the reshaping of his true self. Thus only the final stage of nurturing the spirit in the cave heaven remained. Once the spirit body reaches great completion, he can break through to the rune inscription realm. During this process, the stronger the spirit body nurtured, the greater the foundation, and the stronger one becomes upon entering the rune inscription realm. However, powerful spirit bodies are often not so easy to imitate and nurture. These spirit bodies are either the most powerful divine demons or ferocious beasts in heaven and earth or godlike beings. Even just depicting their forms is beyond the ability of ordinary people. But now, in just a dozen breaths, Suchanga had completed one of them. Doesn't that mean that fully comprehending the entire primordial 9 dragons visualization diagram would take less than half an hour? Tisk, so this is heaven-defying comprehension. Suchanga clicked his tongue in amazement, his expression turning excited. It was known that the son of heaven Yi Xian wasn't higher in realm than him. He had defeated him by crossing minor realms. That meant that at most his strength wouldn't exceed spirit transformation, even if the son of heaven was a bit more impressive and could defeat a rune inscription cultivator by crossing levels. But in 3 months, relying solely on this heaven-defying comprehension, Suchanga was confident he could become absolutely invincible within the spirit transformation realm, let alone having the system. Thinking this, Suchanga continued to watch the primordial 9 dragons visualization diagram. Watching the primordial 9 dragons visualization diagram, 15 comprehended. One of the primordial 9 dragons, the primordial Yuan dragon spirit body, merged into the cave heaven. Watching, 30 comprehended. The primordial fire dragon spirit body. Time passed second by second. After just over 10 minutes of watching, Suchanga had completely depicted all 9 primordial dragon spirit bodies, nurturing them in his cave heaven. This comprehension was unmatched in the past and future. However, this was not the end. Suchanga closed his eyes tightly, and a mysterious aura emerged around him, as if he had entered a state of enlightenment. After another half hour, roar! An ancient dragon's roar echoed in Suchanga's mind. He instantly opened his eyes, which emitted blazing divine light, and behind him the 10 cave heavens evolved and began to merge into one. Without any discomfort, they quickly merged into a single enormous cave heaven. Within that cave heaven, the 9 dragons were gone, replaced by an indescribable ancient dragon shadow. Its face was hidden by chaotic divine light, and only from the echoes deep in the universe could one hear the worship of countless beings. The primordial ancestral dragon. At that moment, Suchanga's spiritual power suddenly surged, and the single cave heaven began to gradually merge with his body. The next second, boom, his realm broke through. At this moment, he successfully stepped into the rune inscription realm. Throughout history, 10 cave heavens were the limit, and the unification of 10 cave heavens existed only in legends. But now, in less than an hour, Suchanga had achieved this, and even completed the fusion with his own body. Suchanga let out a heavy breath of turbid air. He was astonished at his own explosive growth and strength in such a short time, and that he had achieved the unification of the cave heavens. Especially the indescribably powerful blood energy within his body, which had far exceeded his understanding of the early rune inscription stage. If I were to challenge the divine tower with my current strength, I would surely reach the top, Suchanga muttered to himself, but now he no longer needed to go. Previously, he had challenged the divine tower solely for the precious medicine reward inside that could help him break through to the rune inscription realm. But now that he had achieved it, he naturally had no need. With such comprehension, why should I challenge anything? For now, I should first max out the techniques and divine abilities I already have. Then Suchanga glanced at his own panel. Name: Suchanga, age 23, realm early rune inscription, divine rune array, not yet inscribed, cultivation method, Tai Ching mystery art, earth grade. Minor accomplishment, eternal feather, immortal scripture, imperial grade. Not yet started, divine ability, Tai Ching sword art, earth grade. Great accomplishment, sky splitting draw sword technique, saint grade. Not yet started, special ability, cave heaven, primordial ancestral dragon spirit body, blessing blood, contains a trace of ancestral dragon's might, special physique, none treasure, moon shattering sword, earth grade, top lunar spirit, divine tower, saint grade, low other, heaven defying comprehension. Suchanga sat upright on the wooden chair, gazing at the information on the panel. His slender index finger tapped his thigh as he contemplated deeply in his mind, paying particular attention to the Hengyu immortal scripture and the heaven-slaying sword art. one emperor-grade technique and one saint-level divine ability. Setting aside the former, the heaven-slaying sword art alone was an exceedingly rare existence even in the Eastern profound domain. Even the entire Yuanyang realm could barely muster a few saint-level techniques, let alone the heaven-slaying sword art, which had reached the pinnacle of the saint level. Techniques, divine abilities, and divine weapons are uniformly classified into 8 major ranks: yellow, profound, earth, heaven, saint, emperor, immortal, and supreme, forbidden divine ability, each with 4 minor grades: upper, middle, lower, and peak. With his heaven-defying comprehension, prioritizing the cultivation of the heaven-slaying sword art was likely the best choice. As for the Hengyu immortal scripture, he would set it aside for now. It wasn't that he feared his heaven-defying comprehension couldn't grasp it. Rather, he simply couldn't comprehend it at all at the moment. The Hengyu immortal scripture was the Su clan's strongest technique, created by the clan's invincible ancestor, the Hengyu ancestor, in ancient times. Upon cultivation, it contained the fundamental laws of heaven and earth, allowing one to reach the supreme realm, greatly enhancing the physical body, and even offering the possibility of attaining immortality. Even within the Su clan, only those who had received the ancestor's permission or possessed exceptionally monstrous talent could cultivate it. At Su Chang'e's birth, the ancestor had used supreme divine power to imprint the entire scripture deep within his soul, which could not be accessed until he reached the divine flame realm. Although the current Taiching mystic art was not of high rank, it could at least be cultivated to the divine flame realm, which was sufficient for now. The heaven-slaying sword art was a different matter. This was a sword path killing divine ability, extremely powerful, and also placed within his soul, without any restrictions. For Su Chang'e, the fastest way to enhance his combat power at present was this very art. In truth, he had been contemplating it constantly over the years, but the path of the sword was inherently difficult, let alone trying to comprehend such a high-level divine ability from the start. But now it was different. With this thought, Su Chang'e moved his mind and began to gaze into the depths of his soul. There, an ancient divine sword composed of milky white archaic symbols stood towering, exuding an aura capable of severing all extremes in the world. The mere presence of this sword struck fear into Su Chang'e's heart, reminding him of his embarrassing state when he first attempted to comprehend it. Techniques and divine abilities above a certain level all possessed sentience. Across the myriad realms, there were tales of such arts seeking out their destined masters. Only later did he realize that the sword had been deliberately frightening him. But this time, when Su Chang'e looked upon the sword, he no longer felt as if he were reading a heavenly script. Instead, he became immersed in it, as if entering a mysterious state. What surprised him was that this time, when he faced the runed divine sword, it did not resist, but instead showed a hint of excitement. Comprehending Heaven-Slaying Sword Art 1. Comprehending Heaven-Slaying Sword Art 3. Comprehending Heaven-Slaying Sword Art 5. Comprehending Heaven-Slaying Sword Art 10. Understood the meaning of Heaven-Slaying Sword, glimpsed the scenery of the sword path. Mastered the basics of Heaven-Slaying Sword. Time passed in a flash. Su Chang'e gradually came back from his contemplation, and when he looked up, the bright moon was already hanging high in the sky. It seems that even with heaven-defying comprehension, one cannot master this to the peak in a single day. Actually, that makes sense. Without heaven-defying comprehension, even a sword genius would need to undergo life and death trials and arduous cultivation repeatedly to achieve it. And he merely sat here for a few hours. He was already very satisfied. Su Chang'e slowly rose, murmuring in his heart, while condensing a heaven-slaying sword intent in his right hand and gently slashing the void before him. Dang, a space crack invisible to the eye was thus cut open. Hiss! Su Chang'e couldn't help but inhale sharply. Even before mastering the basics, it can cut through space. It seems the clan records about that elder who cultivated this sword art to its peak and could annihilate a realm with a single strike are not far off. In fact, even he did not notice that after mastering the basics of the heaven-slaying sword art, a faint, indescribable sword intent lingered around him, as if ready to soar into the sky and cleave the heavens. Su Chang'e strolled leisurely into the room. The interior was elegantly arranged, clean and tidy, and extremely spacious, with 2 levels within, a bedchamber and a cultivation chamber, every brick and tile of extraordinary quality. Especially after being frequently cleansed by Lu Rian's blood, qi, it gleamed even brighter. Su Chang'e glanced and chuckled lightly. It's been cleaned meticulously. Then he entered the bedchamber he rarely visited, which was somewhat ethereal, like a landscape painting with wisps of spiritual mist floating faintly. Even standing here could refresh one's spirit, calm the mind, and even temper the physique. Su Chang'e sat unhurriedly on the soft bed, sighing. It's truly comfortable. However, at his cultivation level, sleeping or not made no difference. The technique would continuously circulate and cultivate. So he merely lay down for a while before resuming his cultivation. He first planned to comprehend the Taiching mystic art and the Taiching sword art, the 2 core techniques and divine abilities of the Taiching sect, to perfection, and then continue with the heaven-slaying sword art. There are still 3 months before I meet the chosen one. This time is more than enough. At this moment on the half-slope of the ninth peak inside a few wooden huts that seemed temporarily built, the nth meeting on how to deal with the worst senior brother Su Haizi had commenced. Lu Rian's brows were tightly knitted, clearly still troubled by the fact that Su Chang's casual remark of junior sister during the day had made her heart feel warm, or rather extremely humiliating. How could this emperor be unsettled by a single word from that Su Haizi? Ridiculous. It seems I must cultivate quickly and leave this damned place. Of course, before I leave I will definitely teach that Su Haizi a good lesson. He's nothing but an ant from the lower realm. With this emperor's talent and comprehension, I will surpass him in no time. Just wait, Su Haizi. Where are those two girls? Lu Rian suddenly paused, and seeing that only she was left at the table, she swept her gaze and spotted a figure quietly closing the wooden door. She was an extremely stunning girl, and it was hard to judge who was prettier between her and Lu Rian in terms of appearance, but she differed from Lu Rian in that the girl's expression carried a hint of timidity, and in her darting beautiful eyes one could see a trace of shock and fear. Ning Fuyao? Oh no. Caught again. Lu Rian. What are you doing? Isn't this a meeting? Lu Rian asked with a frown. She actually didn't want to attend this boring meeting at all, but remembering that it was organized before her memories had awakened, she had no choice. She couldn't let others see her changes too much. Besides, she had a very close bond with the other two junior sisters, and they had supported each other on the ninth peak, so she also intended to take the opportunity tonight to guide their cultivation. But unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, the people were gone again. A second senior sister, you know me. I usually don't dare to say anything in meetings. I'm afraid senior brother will hear. Ning Fuyao said timidly. Lu Rian's mouth twitched slightly, but since she knew the other's timid nature, she suppressed her anger and asked, "Where is Tu Yu?" Ning Fuyao answered very sincerely, "She went to sleep." Asleep? So early? Lu Rian was stunned and looked at the sky. It was only the hour of Su, about 7 or 8 in the evening, and she slept. With that Tu Yu's usual flighty temperament, would she be so obedient and go to sleep? And at her age, with such a low cultivation realm, could she even sleep? Well, actually, second senior sister, I'm also quite sleepy. As long as I fall asleep, I'm invincible in my dreams. I can eat whatever I want, beat up whoever I want, Ning Fuyao said with a faint smile, almost as if she couldn't wait. Lu Rian was silent for a moment, then waved her hand. She couldn't bear to listen any longer. Second senior sister, I'm off, then good night. Ning Fuyao greeted her, closed the door, and hurried back to sleep. Sigh, this is really... Lu Rian sighed softly. She wanted to say a mud wall can't be plastered, but felt it was inappropriate. After all, they were all her junior sisters. Forget it. This family still had to rely on her to hold things together. Usually it was she who took care of Ning Fuyao and Tu Yu. Her temperament before her memory awakened was also similar to how she was now. Diligent and hard-working in cultivation, with a more resolute and mature personality. At the same time, she also noticed that the necklace Ning Fuyao wore was definitely a treasure. Moreover, her junior sister's cultivation level was actually higher than hers. She must have already entered the cavern realm. It seems this junior sister of mine is no ordinary person either. No, how can a senior sister be weaker than a junior sister? Lu Rian raised an eyebrow and began to cultivate as well. My realm is too low. I can't cultivate many of my past life's techniques and divine abilities. I need to find a way to acquire some resources to solidify my foundation first. Tomorrow the Divine Tower seems to be open to all disciples. If I pass the first floor, I can get a dragon blood pill as a reward. I'll go tomorrow. This night was too ordinary for the Taiching sect, but it was very different for the ninth peak. For example, Su Chang'e had stepped into the rune realm and had also mastered a saint-level peak sword technique. Lu Rian had awakened the memories of her past life, gaining the capital to rise. Of course, that included Ning Fuyao, who was usually shrewd but timid. Deep in her dreams, she saw a small town. The town was filled with celestial beings, all praising how impressive she was. Because she could fly. Especially when Ning Fuyao flew over thousands of mountains and rivers, taking in all the world's delicacies, a voice echoed in her ears. Master, master. I'm about to wake up, wait for me, master. Who? Ning Fuyao looked around alertly, a sense of unease stirring in her heart. Because she actually knew she was dreaming, and it felt incredibly real. Then a loud rooster's crow sounded again. What demon dares to appear? Take my sword, sword immortal. Ning Fuyao suddenly sat up, forming a sword finger and making a slashing motion. But when she looked closely, she realized it was already dawn. It was time to make breakfast for the senior brother. Ning Fuyao simply washed up and then changed into a clean Taiching sect uniform. Even though it was plain, it couldn't hide the visual impact of her flawless features. After learning that second senior sister had gone to the Divine Tower early in the morning, she started cooking on her own. Crow, crow, crow. When the day comes that senior brother craves chicken, I'll stew you for sure. Ning Fuyao glared fiercely at the few roosters in the pen as she passed by the fence in front of her wooden house. These roosters had already developed intelligence. They raised their heads, arrogantly glanced disdainfully at Ning Fuyao, and clucked. I'm being looked down on again. Ning Fuyao pouted as if she had grown accustomed to it. Sigh, I miss the taste of Uncle Ling's 8 treasures braised chicken. I wonder how Uncle Ling is doing this year. It's not that Fuyao doesn't want to go home, it's just that I really can't. I absolutely will not marry him. Thinking of this, Ning Fuyao showed a rare stubborn expression, but it vanished quickly. Soon she placed the cooked food into an ornate lunchbox, picked it up, and headed towards the top of the 9th peak, humming a little tune she had picked up somewhere along the way. This scene was all observed by Su Chang'e, who stood atop the mountain peak overlooking the 9th peak. In one night, Su Chang'e had comprehended both techniques to their peak, and the heaven-slashing sword draw had also reached the limit of the entry level. It had to be said that having heaven-defying comprehension was truly outrageous. This little girl has a pretty good mindset. Su Chang'e smiled faintly. Her demeanor showed no sign of resentment from his long-term oppression. Memories of Ning Fuyao also surfaced. Among the 3 junior sisters, if anyone was most afraid of him, it was undoubtedly Ning Fuyao. He wondered where the master had found her. Don't ask. Ask, and the answer is because she was pretty. That's what Su Chang'e thought. But the next second, Su Chang'e was stunned as another golden character panel popped up. Name Ning Fuyao. Age 16. Personality timid and cautious, mild social anxiety, naive, kind, pure heart. Realm cavern, realm middle stage, 5 caverns opened. Destiny heavenly sword, immortal gold, peerless beauty gold, sword emperor potential gold. Fate child of destiny gold path to immortality gold. Cultivation technique, cloud feather celestial art heavenly grade, entry. Divine abilities none. Special physique, undying sword body, not awakened. Heaven sent blessing, immortal sword spirit about to awaken. Life script, born into the Ning family, the overlords of the northern domain. After her parents died, dissatisfied with her uncle's forced marriage, she fled the northern domain. On the way, she was targeted by a demon and was rescued by the 9th Peak's master Wu Yazi, who took her in as a disciple. Later, Su Chang'e suddenly felt something was off. If one was a coincidence, what about 2? Was his master just that lucky? Could he just pick one up every time he went out? Or was his master perhaps not ordinary either? Damn it. Offending one child of destiny would get him killed. Offending 2, would they scatter his ashes? Was his master trying to kill him? Just as Su Chang'e was silently complaining, Ning Fuyao arrived at the peak and saw Su Chang'e staring at her. Say se. She stammered several times. Senior, it's Fuyao's fault. Breakfast was 15 breaths late. Ning Fuyao looked at Su Chang'e, fearfully, grievances churning in her heart. Sigh, she was going to be scolded and punished again. Please don't make me dig spirit, or again. I can't even get enough to eat there. Say se. What se? From now on, call me senior brother. Su Chang'e said with a warm smile, then naturally sat down on a wooden chair in the courtyard and opened the lunchbox. The fragrant dishes were brought out and placed on the table. Today's breakfast: glutinous rice porridge, steamed Crucian carp, and seasonal greens. Although one wouldn't feel hungry after reaching a certain cultivation level, the food Su Chang'e ate was not ordinary. It was spiritual rice and demon fish infused with blood essence, which only brought benefits. Moreover, the habit of eating was the same, even in the Su family, the overlords of the spirit realm. It was not for any other reason but to retain a little bit of the mortal world's warmth on the long path of cultivation. At that moment, Ning Fuyao was stunned. She blinked. Did I hear that wrong? Su Blackie told me to call him senior brother. Trap. It must be a trap. That smile of his is definitely not normal. It's a demon's smile. It's fake. It's all fake. But the next second, a warm voice sounded in her ear. Sit down and eat with me. By the way, go call your second senior sister and little junior sister. Eat together. Ning Fuyao's eyes instantly lit up. Ning Fuyao said awkwardly, Second senior sister left early this morning. Junior sister isn't here either. She probably went with her. Strange. What's with Su Haizi's behavior today? Doesn't he despise us the most? Why is he inviting me to have breakfast with him and asking me to call him senior brother? Could it be that he's on his deathbed? Uncle Ling once said, when a man is near death, his words are kind. Hiss. Su Haizi has a terminal illness. Yay. But why can't I feel happy about knowing he's near death? Ning Fuyao frowned, glancing cautiously at Su Chang'e from the corner of her eye. He still looked handsome. There was no sign of someone near death. Su Chang'e, of course, had no idea how wild this girl's inner monologue was. Upon hearing that Lu Rian had left early in the morning, he simply nodded and said, Then let's eat first. No need to guess. After Lu Rian awakened the Empress's memories, she certainly wouldn't stay idle. She would undoubtedly have her own plans to grow stronger. As a reincarnator, that was only natural. Can I really? Ning Fuyao whispered in disbelief, her gaze occasionally drifting to the fish on the table, which was releasing an intoxicating aroma. Can I eat? Am I really allowed to? You mean I should sit and eat with you? SS Senior. After several more stuttered characters, Ning Fuyao finally managed to call out somewhat awkwardly, senior brother. Su Chang'e picked up his chopsticks, took a piece of fish, and placed it in his mouth. He nodded, gently surprised inwardly. My, this girl's cooking skills are impressive. No wonder he had her prepare the meals. It's quite delicious. Yet even with his nod, Ning Fuyao's expression remained somewhat unnatural. She was fidgeting between sitting and standing, clearly still unable to believe whether Su Chang'e's words were genuine or just teasing her. Such things hadn't happened before. Seeing her like this, Su Chang'e could only switch to a stern tone and say, "Sit down." Plop. Ning Fuyao quickly sat down, keeping her posture perfectly straight. At this close distance, Su Chang'e could clearly see her delicate porcelain-like skin. Honestly, she was indeed very fair and pretty. With such beauty, those celebrities wouldn't stand a chance. Maybe even AI couldn't generate something this perfect, Su Chang'e thought. He was slightly puzzled by his original self's lack of appreciation for such loveliness. But it wasn't entirely strange, given that the original host was arrogant, came from an immensely powerful background, and had encountered countless beauties. Moreover, his overwhelming obsession was to grow stronger and surpass that elder brother, so he naturally cared little for other matters. Seeing Ning Fuyao unmoved, her large eyes blinking at him, Su Chang'e had to harshly say again, "Eat." This girl needed every word to move. Was she some kind of turtle? Upon receiving the order, Ning Fuyao hurriedly picked up her chopsticks and began eating. The tender white fish melted in her mouth, and she couldn't help but let out a soft moan. This is so delicious. At this moment, the system's voice rang in Su Chang'e's ears again. Ding, the host, had breakfast with third junior sister. Ning Fuyao felt a trace of warmth from the ninth peak for the first time in her heart. Reward 1 month of cultivation experience. Cultivation experience has been merged for the host. No warm-hearted tasks available at present. Reason, third junior sister. My. Reward cultivation directly. That's actually quite convenient. Su Chang'e thought to himself. He hadn't expected his unintentional act to bring rewards. To be honest, inviting Ning Fuyao to eat together was purely instinctual. The next second, as Su Chang'e swallowed a mouthful of fish, a tremendous change stirred within his body. Having just reached the early stage of the inscribed scripture realm yesterday, under the integration of 1 month's cultivation experience, his bones had visibly grown 3 times stronger, already showing signs of breaking through. As for why he hadn't yet broken through to the middle stage, Su Chang'e understood clearly. The cultivation of the inscribed scripture realm differed from spirit transformation. This realm required cultivators to carve runes into their bodies. Typically, cultivators would engrave the runes they were most familiar with, starting with the 4 limbs, as they also needed to consider whether their bones could withstand the power of the runes. Furthermore, a profound understanding of the runes was necessary. Without comprehension, carving them was impossible. Once inscribed, the areas marked with runes would be greatly strengthened and possess a trace of the rune's power. Therefore, this was a process of refining one's bone strength and engraving runes. The stronger the runes, the stronger oneself would become. In Su Chang'e's childhood memories, the Su family had adopted the practice of carving ancient evil formation patterns or divine beast symbols of auspicious beasts, such as Qilin Xuanwu, true dragon, and white tiger, into their offspring. This was what allowed these prodigies to far surpass ordinary cultivators in strength and truly possess the ability to kill enemies across cultivation realms. With my heaven-defying comprehension, there's no need to follow the old path. I can entirely pursue the legendary route of creating divine runes myself. Su Chang'e pondered in his heart while eating. With such extraordinary comprehension, naturally one should pursue the most extraordinary path. Last night he had considered that with his current comprehension, he could simultaneously contemplate many things, and it would naturally not affect the progress of the heaven-severing sword art. So to break through the realm, he needed to carve divine runes. However, even with heaven-defying comprehension, he would need reference materials to comprehend. Of course, he also needed to find a way to increase his bone strength, otherwise he wouldn't be able to bear it. This matter was rather troublesome. After finishing the meal, I'll go check out the myriad phenomena Heavenly Palace first. Su Chang'e decided in his heart. Some people had their heads full of matters while some had their heads full of food. By this time, Ning Fuyao had already eaten 3 bowls of rice, her small belly round and full, and her internal qi and blood had been greatly replenished. Yet she clearly couldn't eat any more, but she continued to push food into her mouth as if this were her last meal. I wonder what's wrong with Su Haizi today. I need to eat more. Otherwise, I might not get to eat such good food in the future. Su Chang'e had eaten his fill and glanced at Ning Fuyao, unable to resist, saying, "If you can't eat anymore, don't force it. There's more tonight. Starting today, we'll have all 3 meals together. In the evening, you tell second senior sister and junior sister." Upon hearing these words, Ning Fuyao was momentarily stunned, her cheeks bulging, her beautiful eyes fixed straight on Su Chang'e, as if asking, "Are you really saying this?" However, Su Chang'e had already risen and was preparing to descend the mountain, having not seen such a cute sight. Ding, the host, has withheld third junior sister Ning Fuyao's allowance for many years, causing her to not yet have her own sword to this day. By convention, she should have long possessed one. Unfortunately, the host temporarily deducted her allowance, and she who dreamed of becoming a sword immortal since childhood has always yearned for one. Please bestow upon third junior sister a sword she desires. Reward Supreme Bone at max level. Hey. Su Changa's body paused slightly, but after a moment of silence he turned around and looked at Ning Fuyao with a smile. Are you done eating? If so, come with senior brother down the mountain. Taiching sect is one of the most powerful forces in the Eastern Dark Domain, ruling over millions of miles of the Taiching realm. Within the sect, the hierarchy of disciples is extremely strict. They are divided into outer disciples. Those who join the 9 peaks are called inner disciples. The outstanding ones among the 9 peaks are promoted to core disciples. The highest are the personal disciples under the 9 peak masters, and the strongest in a peak is the chief disciple. Of course, above them is the position of Holy Sun, the highest status, the pinnacle of Taiching sect, second only to the sect leader. However, it has been vacant for nearly 100 years, and only this generation has some opportunity. The reason is simple: there are only 2 rules. Those who reach the top of the Divine Tower before the age of 25 can be established as the Holy Sun, or one must defeat the combined efforts of the other 8 peak chiefs alone. Hey, have you heard? Yesterday that guy from the 9th peak went to challenge the Divine Tower again, and he died on the 7th floor again. That's normal. Among the current peak chiefs, only 2 can reach the 8th floor. I guess if you're weak, you just need to practice more. I know, I'm just saying. I wonder if we'll ever get to see the birth of the Holy Sun. If there's a chance, it depends on whether senior brother Yao from the 1st peak can pass the 9th floor this year. Otherwise, he'll be over 25. Speaking of which, senior brother Yao and senior brother Su have never gotten along. If he becomes the Holy Sun, TSK. Isn't there another rule to establish the Holy Sun? That's much harder than the first one. Pure suicide. Among the palace buildings, ordinary disciples came and went chatting animatedly. Suddenly the young disciple who had spoken first turned pale and immediately bowed respectfully, saying, "Greetings, senior brother Su." The ordinary disciples on both sides quickly understood, also feeling a bit uneasy, and hurriedly bowed. "Greetings, senior brother Su." They all thought to themselves, oh no. Damn it. Why did he come down the mountain? Ordinary disciples knew that unless he was to challenge the Divine Tower, Su Chang'e almost never came down. Most importantly, who in Taiching sect didn't know that the 9th peak chief, Su Chang'e, was aloof, cold, and had an extremely eccentric temper. They were gossiping behind his back about his failure in the tower. Wasn't that asking for death? At the same time, under the clear sunlight, 2 figures walked one after another. Su Chang'e, dressed in a green robe, walked with his hands behind his back, his expression calm, his eyes like a starry river, showing no sign of anger. As he approached, the crowd lowered their heads, even more as if prepared to be punished. Among them, some female disciples couldn't help but look up instantly, showing adoring expressions. So handsome. Is he senior brother Su Chang'e? He's really this handsome? Of course, there's some debate about which peak is strongest, but there's no doubt which peak has the highest looks. The 9th peak. Senior brother Su is already invincible. Oh no, I want to be punished. Senior brother Su, please ravage me to your heart's content. Don't be polite. Oh, you're new here, aren't you? Quite good at flirting. Come to the Chang'e Society tomorrow to queue up. But what everyone didn't expect was that Su Chang'e just walked straight through them. After he left, the sweaty male disciples felt as if they had escaped death, only daring to start gossiping again after a while. Close call. Not punished. Have you noticed? Senior brother Su seems a bit different today. Indeed, he's not as scary as they say. He even seems a bit approachable, or maybe it's just my imagination. Who was that behind senior brother Su? Such a beautiful woman. You don't know her? She's the 3rd disciple of the 9th peak master Ning Fuyao. We should call her senior sister. Didn't we hear that senior brother Su doesn't get along with his junior sisters? How did they end up together? So far, no disciples had joined the 9th peak. It was only in the past 2 years that the 9th peak master had taken on 3 female disciples who were originally thought to be geniuses. But in reality, their cultivation levels were not high. Only Ning Fuyao's cultivation was somewhat respectable. Just as these disciples were puzzled, a figure ran over quickly, shouting, "Come quick, there's big gossip." The 2nd disciple of the 9th peak, Lu Rian, and a senior brother from the 7th peak, are fighting on the 1st floor of the Divine Tower. Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked, and then like locusts they rushed in the same direction. At this time, Su Chang'e, who had already walked far away, didn't hear a word, and didn't care at all about those disciples' remarks. After all, he was overjoyed inside. Supreme Bone. And max level. Even in the spirit realm, only one appeared tens of thousands of years ago. What kind of rune can I engrave? Needless to say, even without rune amplification, I am already invincible among my peers. That's the charm of the Supreme Bone. At this moment, Ning Fuyao, who was following behind Su Chang'e, was full of confusion. Although she was extremely reluctant inside, she didn't dare to disobey Su Chang'e's orders. She was afraid. What does Su Haizi want to take me down the mountain for today? It's so strange. And he wants me to eat. Could it be? Ning Fuyao's expression tensed, and her face turned pale. Could it be that he wants to sell me? letting me eat well so that I look better and fetch a good price. With this thought, Ning Fuyao panicked and immediately came up with a clever plan. Big senior brother. I need to go to the bathroom. Hold it in. Big senior brother, I suddenly remembered that I haven't fed the chickens yet. How about I go back first? If they starve to death, we can just slaughter them for food. Su Chang'e frowned slightly and looked back at Ning Fuyao. This girl, why is she acting so strange? What is she afraid of? So foolish. If I really wanted to do something to you, would I have waited until today? At this moment, Ning Fuyao was hanging her head, looking resigned. It was not until Su Chang'e stopped in front of her that she slowly raised her head. This is the myriad phenomena heavenly palace. Ning Fuyao looked at the enormous palace building in surprise. Though called a palace, it was more accurately described as a giant tower. The tower was made of some unknown material, neither stone nor jade, with a warm luster flowing over its entire surface. At the top of the tower hung an ancient plaque inscribed with the 3 characters, Myriad Phenomena Heaven, in a vigorous and flowing script. What did he bring me here for? Ning Fuyao looked at Su Chang'e's back with some confusion. The Myriad Phenomena Heavenly Palace was an important site of Tai Ching sect, storing 1,000 years of accumulated divine abilities, precious techniques, spirit pills, and divine weapons. In short, it contained everything, hence the name, Myriad Phenomena. The rules here were not many. It was open to all disciples, elders, and peak masters. As long as one had enough sect contribution points, even an ordinary disciple could take the most precious techniques. Haven't you always wanted a sword? Go in and pick one. When you've chosen, come find me on the 8th floor. Su Chang'e said softly, his eyes thoughtful. He finally decided to go to the 8th floor scripture library first. Off. Ning Fuyao was stunned, her big eyes staring at Su Chang'e's back in shock. What did he mean? Was he going to give it to me? What? Did I hear that right? It's a gift. Don't overthink it. Go pick one quickly. Su Chang'e added after thinking. Even though he hadn't known her long, he understood that this girl was a bit slow, truly having a pure heart. Really? Th then. Thank you, senior brother. You're so kind. At this moment, Ning Fuyao was so excited that she didn't stutter anymore and even almost forgot how this senior brother had oppressed her before today. A sword. Can I finally have my own sword? Ever since she was a child, when she saw Uncle Ling perform swordsmanship, she was deeply fascinated and resolved to cultivate the sword path. Although many in the Ning family didn't think highly of her, saying she had no talent for swordsmanship. But so what? I, Ning Fuyao, cultivate the sword not for fighting. It just has to look good. After watching Ning Fuyao walk into the Myriad Phenomena Heavenly Palace excitedly, Su Chang'e headed straight for the 8th floor. Ding, third junior sister Ning Fuyao, called you senior brother sincerely for the first time. Reward 1 month of cultivation. Reward has been fused. Myriad Phenomena Heavenly Palace. The 8th floor. The air was filled with a faint scent of ancient books mixed with spirit ink. The towering bookshelves reaching out of sight were like pillars connecting heaven and earth, densely packed with countless jade slips, ancient scriptures, beast skin scrolls, and even some floating golden runes. Compared to the lower floors, this place was rarely visited. Not only because ordinary disciples couldn't afford the items here, but also because they were too profound. Most who came here were 9 peak elders, or peak masters. Su Chang'e's goal was very clear: to find divine runes, the more powerful the better. He needed extensive comprehension to create his own unique divine runes with his extraordinary talent. Ding successfully comprehended Tai Ching rune Heaven and Earth Clarity. Ding successfully comprehended Swanee rune Mad Thunder Charge. Ding successfully comprehended Golden Pung rune Skyrending Claw. Ding successfully comprehended 9 Life Azure Dragon rune 1000 Mechanisms Reversal. Ding successfully comprehended the rune left by Venerable Nanming Nanming Li Fire. At this moment, Su Chang'e was immersed in an ocean of knowledge. Not far away, a thin old man who was intently reading on the true theory of becoming a rune grandmaster cast a sidelong glance with a hint of disdain, then looked back, muttering a comment. Reading so many books at once, he doesn't understand the principle of biting off more than one can chew. Typical arrogant type. The 9th peak is already finished. Before the elder could even turn the page, an ineffably mysterious aura drew his attention. A moment of enlightenment. The elder raised his gaze slightly, his thick white brows furrowing as a hint of astonishment flickered in his weathered eyes. This young man truly possesses exceptional comprehension. Simultaneously, the elder detected the faint spiritual aura emanating from Su Chang'e. Also, he's already entered the inscription realm. After failing the tower yesterday, he must have gained some insight and broken through. But something seems off. His inscription realm doesn't feel like he just achieved. His aura is as solid as a boulder. Just as the elder was growing puzzled, Su Chang'e's unexpected action left him momentarily stunned. And then, Su Chang'e shifted his body, stepping out of his enlightenment state. Setting aside the rune technique he had just been studying, he reached for an entirely new scroll to examine. Has this kid gone mad? Enlightenment is a rarity beyond compare. Most cultivators might experience it once in their entire lives if fortune smiles upon them. Had I been granted another moment of enlightenment, I wouldn't have spent decades barely mastering the fundamentals of rune cultivation. Yet he chooses to abandon his state of comprehension and move on to another text. The elder's face twisted with a mixture of frustration and disappointment as he let out a sharp exhale. What a waste of divine providence. Such greed, awaiting nothing but regret. Yet as these thoughts swirled in his mind, the elder was far from heartless. Rising to his feet, he resolved to counsel Su Chengyi. The thought of remaining indifferent was simply unbearable. The very next instant, that ineffably mysterious aura radiated forth once more. The elder had barely taken a few steps before freezing in absolute astonishment. Another enlightenment. Su Chengyi repeated his previous action, and then another enlightenment. As the elder's face contorted with shock, a figure in violet robes nearby sensed the disturbance and approached respectfully. Peak Lord, do you have any orders? Clear the 8th floor. For now, let no one enter. Their contribution points spent on ascending to the 8th floor will be returned twofold. The elder swiftly composed himself, gesturing as he issued the command while his gaze remained fixed on Su Chengyi in the distance, utterly shaken to his core. Damn it, you wretched heavens. What is happening here? How can anyone achieve enlightenment like this? What kind of comprehension does he possess? He harbored a notion so preposterous that even he dismissed it, the idea that his opponent had mastered every technique simply by glancing at it. Yes, Peak Lord. The violet-robed individual acknowledged with a nod, casting an uncertain glance at Su Chengyi before departing. His cultivation was insufficient to perceive that enigmatic aura of enlightenment. In no time the 8th floor stood empty save for the elder clutching on the authentic theory of becoming a grandmaster of Rune Dao. Truthfully, there hadn't been many visitors today, and with the second Peak Lord's direct order, who would dare disobey? At this very moment, Su Chengyi found himself utterly absorbed in deciphering the rune techniques. Even those housed on the 8th floor were merely low to mid-tier Earth grade, though some superior Earth grade texts did appear. For someone with such extraordinary comprehension, mastering these took merely minutes to achieve perfection. Truth be told, having heaven-defying comprehension feels incredible. Su Chengyi felt as though he'd obtained these techniques without expending any effort. Otherwise, the contribution points he'd accumulated would have been nowhere near sufficient to exchange for these rune techniques. The sect never anticipated anyone could comprehend runes this swiftly. In truth, this was an opportunity deliberately created by the former sect master for disciples lacking sufficient contribution points to access higher-grade techniques and rune cultivation methods. If one could master them during the one day the Myriad Realm Heavenly Palace opens each week, they'd be deemed extraordinary, and the sect's treatment of such prodigies would naturally differ significantly. After all, in principle, the Myriad Realm Heavenly Palace was established to nurture formidable cultivators. Time trickled by. Half an hour later. Ding. You have comprehended a cumulative total of 100 beast runes and divine patterns from heaven and earth, thereby grasping the fundamental principles of the cosmos and condensing a strand of divine pattern unique to yourself. The last one. Su Chengyi's gaze fell upon a tattered beast skin scroll, one that would demand an astronomical sum of contribution points to exchange for. Regular disciples and elders could view it, yet after failing to decipher its contents, they'd abandon the attempt. Over time, dust had gathered upon its surface. Today's harvest for Su Chengyi was remarkably abundant. He had essentially integrated the entire legacy of the Qingyun sect within this brief span. Of course, this was due to the relatively modest grade of these techniques. Otherwise, even heaven-defying comprehension would require additional time when mismatched with cultivation level, though that additional time would still be considered utterly extraordinary by ordinary standards. As Su Chengyi lifted the tattered beast skin scroll, his brow furrowed slightly. Where is everyone? His eyes swept across the vacant pavilion, though he did not immediately unroll the scroll. It was at this moment. Cough, cough, cough. Su Chengyi turned at the sound, discovering an elderly man in dark gray robes standing directly behind him, gazing intently. The old man clutched an ancient tome tightly in his hands. Greetings, Senior Uncle Yao. Su Chengyi offered his respects composedly, now understanding why the others had vanished. Though the 9 peak lords of the Qingyun sect were not fellow disciples, they addressed each other as martial brothers, which explained why Su Chengyi called him Senior Uncle. His acquaintance with Yao Xingye was hardly unusual. With annual exchanges among the 9 peaks and Su Chen's master perpetually absent, Yao had invariably served as his substitute. Whether he approved or not was irrelevant. This was mandatory. From Su Chengyi's recollections, Yao Xingye, lord of the 2nd peak, had always been an austere and stern old man. It was said he'd been obsessed with the Rune Dao for years, though his talent in this domain was unfortunately lacking. Yet he was stubborn. The less he could learn, the more determined he became. He'd invested so much time pursuing the Rune Dao that he'd remained trapped at the peak of the revered One Realm. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly become the second divine flame grandmaster of the Qinyan sect. He'd overheard these accounts during gatherings when other peak lords had been drinking excessively. Their authenticity remained uncertain. When did this old man start watching me? I've been careless. I'll need to be more cautious next time, Su Chengyi reflected privately. Yao Xingye offered a slightly sheepish smile and nodded. No need for formality, I was merely wandering about. Go on. Continue. Afterward, he pretended to wander aimlessly with his hands clasped behind his back, feigning nonchalance, though internally he was nearly frantic. Quickly open that beast skin scroll. I must see whether you can achieve enlightenment once more. Su Qingye's brow creased slightly. Glancing at the tattered beast skin in his grasp, he hesitated only briefly before unfurling it. Forget it. Revealing some of my talent will serve me well anyway. Comprehension isn't my only hidden advantage. Immediately after, an ancient aura washed over him. Several archaic characters inscribed with divine power radiated the essence of life's primordial dawn. Tao of Rune's primordial truth. Rune Dao A. Su Chengyi was somewhat taken aback. In this world, 10,000 Daos resonated in harmony, yet converged to a single path. All sought to carve out one's own great Dao. Among these countless Daos, the Rune Dao was but one branch. Those capable of inscribing runes to channel the forces of heaven and earth were known as rune cultivators. This path was extraordinarily difficult, perhaps even more demanding than the Sword Dao. The evidence was clear from the scarcity of rune cultivators. Not a single one existed throughout the entire Qinyan sect. Oh, that's right. There was one. A rune cultivator supposedly renowned even across the eastern profound domain. With this in mind, Su Chengyi cast a sidelong glance toward Yao Xingye, who appeared solemn in the distance, pretending to study. Though not a rune technique, this primordial truth sounds impressive. Let me try comprehending it first. After withdrawing his gaze, Su Chengyi commenced his meditation. The next instant, ding, based on the host's innate Rune Dao talent, which is unique across the ages and destined for Rune Dao sainted comprehension, is being doubled. Commencing comprehension of the ancient Rune Dao primordial truth. A Rune Dao prodigy. Me. Su Chang'e was taken aback, pondering carefully that he seemed never to have encountered it before. Could it be that even the Su family knew nothing? Or had he taken the wrong path from the very beginning? However, he had no time to dwell on it, and continued to contemplate the primordial true interpretation. Talisman Path initiated. Talisman Path minor accomplishment. Talisman Path perfection. Ding. With your heaven-defying comprehension, you reversely deduced the remaining primordial true interpretation of Talisman Path from fragments, and learned that every path has its own primordial true interpretation. These are divine patterns born from heaven and earth, not created by living beings, thus directly pointing to the great Tao. Ding. Through the Talisman Path's primordial true interpretation combined with your previous insights, you have finally created a brand new divine pattern, taking myriad talisman patterns as the source, a unique pattern perfectly suited to you. Henceforth you no longer imitate the sages, but walk your own path. Slap. Su Chang'e slammed the animal hide scroll shut. From the moment he began contemplating to his mastery of the Talisman Path, the entire process might have taken only a dozen breaths. Holy crap. It's already perfected. Su Chang'e was himself stunned. So fast. How can anyone even react? Was this the terror of his own talent combined with heaven-defying comprehension? What did it mean to perfect one path? It meant that he could already wield the power of the Talisman Path at this realm. Although due to his personal cultivation level, he might not be able to fully unleash the strength of a perfected Talisman Path. Even so, he had surpassed his peers by countless layers. At his realm and age, even among the prodigies of the spirit world throughout history, he had only heard of a few achieving minor accomplishment in one path. Now he had reached an unprecedented level in this direction. This had become his greatest trump card. No one within the rune inscription realm would be his match. As for whether the power of his talismans could slay an array formation realm cultivator, he would need to test it. Well, don't be discouraged. The Talisman Path is inherently extremely difficult, and this primordial true interpretation points directly to the origin of the Talisman Path. It's normal that you can't understand it. Even I spent several years before grasping the mysteries on it. At this moment, Yao Xingye, who was beside him, walked over and spoke softly, his expression seemingly calm, but inwardly he was secretly relieved. For some reason he felt immense pressure from a junior. If he had comprehended with just a glance, then in comparison his own pride in the Talisman Path would be utterly laughable. But thankfully, he didn't understand. Otherwise he wouldn't have given up so quickly. Su Chang'e came back to his senses and looked at Yao Xingye, saying, "Thank you for the reminder, Senior Uncle Yao. Chang'e understands." With that he placed the animal hide scroll back in its original position. Yao Xingye nodded slightly and smiled with an air of profundity. "But today I have truly broadened my horizons. Your comprehension of rune arts is so monstrous that ordinary people find it difficult to achieve enlightenment even once. Although he said this, he did not pry further, as the cultivation world most abhors inquiring into others' secrets, even among close friends. Of course, he also had another purpose in saying this. Chang'e, your master, is often away. Would you consider coming to my second peak? If you are willing, I would be happy to personally teach you the talisman path. With your comprehension, you might even enter the path faster than me. Yao Xingye said with a smile revealing his intention. Su Chang'e smiled, and politely refused. Peak master Yao, you jest. Although my master is often away, he has the grace of recognizing my talent. In this life, I cannot possibly switch to another sect. No way. That was a man who could spot 2 heaven's chosen girls with a single glance. You say he's just a peak master of the Taiching sect. I for one don't believe it. I see. That's a pity. Yao Xingye showed a hint of disappointment, then thought for a moment, and earnestly advised. You have just entered the rune inscription realm. When inscribing runes, you must think twice before acting. This is crucial to how far you can go. Although he could sense that the other's aura was not that of a beginner in the rune inscription realm, it was too pure not like after inscribing runes. He deduced that perhaps Su Chang'e had a deep foundation. Su Chang'e nodded calmly, then said, if senior uncle has no other matters, this disciple will take his leave. Seeing that adopting the disciple was hopeless, Yao Xingye could only nod, suppressing his curiosity about how many runes Su Chang'e had actually comprehended. Su Chang'e turned away indifferently, but heard Yao Xingye speak again from behind. Wait. Take this notebook. It contains my years of understanding of the talisman path. If you want to learn, take a look. As the words fell, a thick handbook fell into Su Chang'e's hands. This? Su Chang'e looked at the handbook in his hand, somewhat surprised. About to decline, he was drawn to the rune on the cover of the handbook and saw its flaw at a glance. At that moment, a terrifying divine light radiated from Su Chang'e's eyes. His temperament seemed to change. His eyes were no longer as sharp as before, but deep, as if they could see into people's hearts. He couldn't help but extend his index finger and casually tapped a few times. Lines of ancient divine patterns were traced in the air, exactly the rune on the handbook's cover, but this one was more profound and emitted a chaotic aura. As it condensed, a hazy scene emerged, a vision of the world's first opening pointing directly to the source of the great Tao. Realizing what had happened, Su Chang'e immediately stopped the movement of his index finger. He hadn't expected such a change from a casual tap, and this was also because he had never inscribed runes before. Meanwhile, Yao Xingye, standing nearby, was petrified on the spot. Rune manifesting the Tao source. The state of perfection. Perfection. A 20-year-old with perfected talisman path. Thinking of this, Yao Xingye forgot all about composure. He jumped up excitedly, his eyes red, as he blurted out, holy shit. Uncle Yao, why must you do this? Su Chang'e took a tactical step back. Just now, Yao Xingye's gaze at him was too eerie. It gave him a sense of crisis. It was a look that wanted to possess him, tinged with a hint of madness. Fortunately, he quickly calmed down, or Su Chang'e would have been ready to flee. But the moment the other party addressed him as master, he knew something was amiss. Yao Xingye tilted his head back and took a deep breath, as if trying to suppress all the shock within him. Then he took a step forward and continued, in the cultivation world, age does not matter. The one who achieves mastery is the elder. Please, Master Su, teach me. At this moment, Yao Xingye no longer had the demeanor of an elder. Instead, he was like a scholar seeking to become a disciple under a great Confucian master, respectfully bowing with his hands clasped. In his aged eyes there was shock, envy, but most of all, excitement. It was as if he had finally met the legendary master he had been dreaming of. 20 years old, and already achieved grand completion in the talisman Tao. This could no longer be described as monstrous. He heavily suspected that Su Chang'e was the reincarnation of some great figure. He himself had been stuck at the minor completion stage of the talisman Tao for many years, and he knew that with his talent, without guidance from a master, he would never be able to step into the grand completion stage in this lifetime. But throughout the entire Dongxian domain, cultivators on the path of the talisman Tao were already rare, let alone someone who could guide him. Now that he had encountered Su Chang'e, how could he let him go? Alas, you're putting me in a difficult position. Su Chang'e sighed helplessly. If it weren't for Yao Xingye's willingness to offer his notes earlier, and the fact that he hadn't treated Su Chang'e badly over the years, he wouldn't have hesitated at all. He already had 3 junior sisters to look after. Adding another one, where would he find the leisure to teach Yao Xingye? Even if he had free time, wouldn't it be better to spend it fishing or listening to music? Yao Xingye showed an extremely serious expression and said, Master, I understand. I, Yao Xingye, am not one to gossip. He thought that Su Chang'e must have achieved grand completion in the talisman Tao long ago, but had been hiding his strength. Although he was also puzzled as to why he had revealed it today, for no reason, it didn't matter. But none of that mattered. Seeing Su Chang'e silent, Yao Xingye pressed on again. Master, are you perhaps disdainful of my old age? Don't be fooled by my white hair. I am still in my prime, at the peak of my fighting spirit. This actually has nothing to do with age, but... Su Chang'e pondered for a moment. To be honest, how could this be taught? I rely on talent. This kind of thing is innate, impossible to teach. Yao Xingye once again performed a grand disciple's salute and bowed. If I hear the way in the morning, I can die content in the evening. Please, master, teach me. If master is willing, this old man will be at your disposal from now on. The corner of Su Chang's mouth twitched slightly. He knew from Yao Xingye's demeanor that if he didn't agree, he would never find peace. Seeing his sincerity, Su Chang'e made a decision. Let's get this straight first. First, I don't guarantee that you will learn. Yao Xingye's eyes lit up with joy, then he nodded solemnly. The master leads you to the door. Cultivation depends on the individual. That's the second point I want to make. We are not master and disciple, understand? Su Chang'e glanced at him. He didn't want to take on a disciple. I understand. Yao Xingye nodded again. Having lived for so many years, how could he not understand Su Chang'e's meaning? If they were not master and disciple, then his teaching would be purely based on his mood with no obligation. But that was enough. To be honest, having him formally become Su Chang'e's disciple would indeed be inappropriate. Not to mention anything else, how would the seniority within the sect be calculated? Finally, my time is very limited. I will inform you when I have leisure. How about that? Su Chang'e added. He was indeed very busy lately. In 3 months, he would meet the child of destiny. To prevent any accidents, he needed to become strong enough during this time to eliminate all possibilities. Of course, I certainly will not let my matters delay master's progress in the talisman Dao. Yao Xingye nodded firmly with a smile. After obtaining Su Chang'e's consent, his mood brightened immediately. This has nothing to do with the talisman Dao. Su Chang'e replied casually while handing the notes back to Yao Xingye. Take this back, and don't call me master anymore. It makes me sound old. I'm just over 20 in the prime of my youth. Being called old like that, others would think he was an old man who had altered his appearance. Yao Xingye accepted his notes with a sheepish expression. If he had known that Su Chang'e's talisman Dao far surpassed his own, he would never have been so bold as to offer them. Master, this point won't do. Rules must be observed. If master is worried about exposure, I will address you thus in private. Moreover, since master has achieved grand completion in the talisman Dao, he should focus more on this. Yao Xingye tucked the notes into his bosom as he spoke. After saying this, he felt a bit embarrassed, realizing that he had unconsciously started lecturing again. Su Chang'e rolled his eyes, too lazy to argue further, and said offhandedly, "If you have time, practice your calligraphy." What a mess those notes were. Oh. Yao Xingye's eyes lit up, and he immediately associated something, asking excitedly, "Does master mean that practicing calligraphy is related to the talisman Dao?" That's it. Practicing calligraphy can calm the mind, the breath, and the spirit. The same goes for cultivating talismans. This old man has indeed been too impatient and unable to settle his heart in recent years. Am I right, master? Yao Xingye looked at Su Chang'e with a sincere and confident gaze, as if waiting for praise. None of that. It's simply that your handwriting is too ugly. Su Chang'e said, truthfully afraid that the other party would think of something else again. Yao Xingye's old face flushed red, and he gave an awkward smile. Immediately after, Su Chang'e decided not to linger and walked toward the entrance to go downstairs. It was time to see if Ning Fuyao had chosen a sword. Why are you following me? Go do your own thing. Actually, I should also return to the second peak. Today the sect has guests. By my calculation, they should have arrived. Yao Xingye said, a bit embarrassed. Who? Su Chang'e asked curiously as he descended the stairs. People from the Tianxian dynasty, Yao Xingye replied. The Tianxian dynasty. Su Chang'e was a bit surprised. Isn't that a fence-sitter? Among the 6 superpowers of the Dongxian domain, the one mentioned 3 sects and 2 dynasties. The Tianxian dynasty ranked 3rd in strength, just below the Taiqing sect. Its power was formidable, guarded by 3 divine fire realm experts, and its territories were several times more extensive than those of the Taiqing sect. Of course, this was also due to the fundamental difference in nature between the Taiqing sect and a dynasty. Among the 6 superpowers, although they seemed harmonious on the surface, covert struggles had never ceased. This was the norm of the world, whether in the world of cultivation or not. Which powerful force wouldn't want to annex the weak and become even stronger? Thus, the most powerful abyssal divine sect naturally had its ideas. 100 years ago, it proposed unifying the Dongxian domain under the banner of maintaining peace, calling for the establishment of a Dongxian alliance. Who would believe that? The Taiqing sect naturally refused. As a result, conflict inevitably broke out. At that time, on the side of the abyssal divine sect was the Wonkalang mansion, while on the side of the Taiqing sect was the 100 Artifacts sect. Overall, it was about even. Back then, both dynasties remained neutral. Hence, the pattern of 2 rival powers in the Dongxian domain was formed, and it lasted for 100 years. In recent years, the younger generation had been fighting fiercely. Even Su Chang'e had formed a deadly enmity with a personal disciple of the abyssal divine sect during a secret realm expedition. The Tianxian dynasty also began to grow restless, openly befriending the abyssal divine sect, while secretly expressing its stance to the Taiqing sect. A typical fence-sitter leaning toward whichever side is stronger. I heard that this visit is because the Tianxian dynasty's millennium celebration is approaching. They intend to invite our Taiqing sect to observe the ceremony and also allow the younger generation to spar with each other. Of course, the Abyssal Divine sect will definitely be there. Yao Xingye, seeing Su Chang's curiosity, explained. Su Chang'e grinned wryly and said, "TSK, such a crude method. This couldn't even be called a scheme. It was simply setting up a stage and saying outright, let's see which side is stronger. Whoever is stronger, I'll follow." Yao Xingye also laughed. It is indeed a bit crude, but it's also the simplest method. If we don't go, it's equivalent to showing fear of the Abyssal Divine sect. Now that old fellow from the Abyssal Divine sect is getting a bit restless, I suspect he's also behind this. If the Tianxian dynasty also joins the fray, it will be somewhat troublesome. Oh. Su Chang'e replied casually, already knowing the Taiqing sect's decision. Go. They still had to befriend the fence-sitter Tianquan, at least to prevent them from directly choosing the Abyssal Divine sect. If Master wants to join the fun, the chief disciple to lead the group hasn't been decided yet from which peak. Yao Xingye smiled meaningfully. Su Chang'e directly refused. No, I don't have time. This kind of showing-off path is more suited for the chosen protagonist. How could it suit him? Yao Xingye sighed lightly. That's a pity. He truly wished Su Chang'e would go. Looking at the younger generation of the Eastern Xian region who could defeat him. Talismanic Dao achieved great success. He could teach you a lesson in seconds. As they chatted, they had already arrived at the entrance of the third floor of Wanbao Tower. Su Chang'e calmly walked in. Yao Xingye was about to bow and take his leave when his ears twitched, catching the murmurs from Wanbao Tower. He frowned slightly and thought to himself, it shouldn't be. I heard he and his junior sister don't get along. It's hard to say. After close contact today, he doesn't seem like such a cold person. While after all, the people of Tianxian dynasty are not in the right. Thinking this, he quietly followed again. Wanbao Tower. Looking around, there were various divine weapons and treasures along with crafted puppets and talismans emitting clusters of divine light, dazzling the eyes. Su Chang'e. Moi. Su Chang'e frowned slightly, instantly sensing that something was off about the other person. At this moment, Ning Fuyao stood before a treasure shelf, shyly holding a purple sword, hanging her head and muttering to herself. Oomph. Just a princess, what's so great? You can have it all, I don't care. Ning Fuyao pouted, clearly speaking insincerely. Su Chang'e walked up behind her and said, what are you muttering about? Aunt. Ning Fuyao was startled. Senior brother. I'm choosing a sword. Ning Fuyao shook the purple sword in her hand, which emitted a trace of coldness. Su Chang'e raised an eyebrow. Made your choice. Yes, this one. Ning Fuyao nodded with feigned delight. Su Chang'e glanced at the sword, then sensed that Ning Fuyao's aura was unstable, clearly bearing a slight injury. A trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. A surge of inexplicable anger rose in his heart. Su Chang'e said, still not planning to tell the truth. What? What truth? Ning Fuyao was startled and stammered. Su Chang'e's expression turned somber. I'll talk. Senior brother, don't be angry. I'm scared. Ning Fuyao wilted, then proceeded to recount everything that had happened. In short, Ning Fuyao had come joyfully to choose a sword, and had indeed found a bargain. A broken sword that was not too expensive, but seemed to possess many mysteries. She had spoken with the elder in charge of exchanges, signed a receipt, and was waiting for Su Chang'e to pay. But unexpectedly, a change occurred during the process. A woman she had never seen before demanded the sword she had chosen, and naturally a dispute ensued. This plot. An antagonist who jumps in front of her face. I almost forgot she's the chosen heroine with a brain-dumbing aura wherever she goes. Su Chang'e muttered to himself. Then Su Chang'e continued asking, did she make a move? Where are you hurt? No, she didn't. I tried to grab the sword, but was knocked back by the aura of someone behind her. Then I left. Ning Fuyao said timidly, a hint of confusion in her heart. Strange. Why is he so concerned about me today? Could he want to avenge me? No way. He never used to care about me at all. You just left. Why didn't you fight back? Su Chang'e was stunned. This was not logical. What about the expected scene of the chosen heroine showing off and slapping faces? Was something missing? Ning Fuyao answered honestly, I can't beat them. I thought I'd let it go for now. A gentleman can wait 10 years for revenge. Hearing this, Su Chang'e fell silent. Typical you. Ning Fuyao. You're a cowardly path protagonist, aren't you? You can endure this. Looks like I need to teach you a lesson. I am the senior brother after all. Su Chang'e said, a gentleman waiting 10 years for revenge is fine, but there's a time for it. From what you said, she's not from our Taiqing sect. She dared to openly hurt you in the sect. When you're bullied, why don't you call for help? Call for help. Ning Fuyao's eyes grew a bit resentful. She had thought about it, but didn't know who to call. The only one she was close to, senior sister too, was weaker than her and no match for the opponent. As for Su Chang'e, she had never even considered that he would stand up for her. In the past, you were the one who bullied me the most. Seeing her expression, Su Chang'e understood and felt a bit awkward. He walked forward and said, don't just stand there, let's go. But the payment counter is that way. Ning Fuyao was stunned confused. But Su Chang'e was already moving so fast he was almost out of sight, so she could only struggle to keep up. Deep within Wanbao Tower, there they saw a woman in a sapphire blue dress with intricate phoenix patterns embroidered in gold thread on the cuffs, strolled with her hands behind her back looking arrogant. She swept her gaze contemptuously over the items on the shelf and sneered. Is this all that the prestigious Wanxiang Heavenly Palace of the Taiqing sect has to show? It's far inferior to the Yuanshu Hall of the Yuanshan sect. Your Highness speaks truly, it is indeed lacking. A handsome young man in dark clothes chuckled in agreement, casually picking up a jade cup to examine it, completely unconcerned about the hostile glances behind him. Their conversation was not loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. In a relatively deserted corner, only a few Taiqing sect disciples stood there gnashing their teeth, cursing each other via voice transmission. Damn that bitch, who does she think she is? I don't understand why they let people from Tianxian dynasty into Wanxiang Heavenly Palace, and they're so arrogant. Just because she's a princess. I heard it's a privilege granted by the first peak master as a gesture of hospitality for her to pick something from Wanbao Tower. Hospitality? She's practically shitting on our heads. Look how she bullied junior sister Fuyao just now. If I weren't no match for her, I would have fought back. What can we do? The guards behind Huang Yu are all at the peak of the spirit transformation stage. The one talking to Huang Yu is the strongest prodigy of Tianxian dynasty Lin Tianlong, who has combat power at the early rune pattern stage. Except for senior brother Yao, who can match him. We can't ask senior brother Yao to stop his seclusion for this. True, and after all, this is a matter among the younger generation. The elders can't easily intervene. It's infuriating. Just then a guard stepped forward and whispered something behind the woman. He, the personal disciple of the ninth peak, is only at the cave heaven realm. So what if I snatched it? Let her come and snatch it back if she can. Could this matter escalate just because of a little bitch? Shh. Huang Yu sneered disdainfully. The guard had just informed her of the identity of the woman she had robbed. The burly guard just frowned, but refrained from speaking due to Huang Yu's status. Huang Yu suddenly asked with curiosity, Lin Tianlong, what do you think of the ninth peak's chief disciple? Lin Tianlang put down the jade cup unhurriedly and said calmly, defeating him in one move would be too harsh, 2 moves. Then he chuckled, hee princess, rest assured. Among the younger generation of Taiqing sect, except for Yao Yu, no one is worthy of my full effort. And my purpose here is precisely for him. Huang Yu was in high spirits and laughed. Haha, truly domineering enough, worthy of being the top figure of the younger generation of Tianxian. When I return, I will surely have my father reward you. The fierce guard behind Huang Yu merely glanced at Lin Tianlong, appearing unfazed with a hint of admiration and reverence in his eyes. Lin Tianlang was already an invincible existence among the younger generation of Tianxian dynasty, having defeated everyone. Especially after he entered the inscription realm, his combat power reached an absurd level because he had inscribed the legendary rune art of the divine beast Xuanwu. Beneath his seemingly gentle exterior lay a fiercely unruly wildness. Thank you, princess. Lin Tianlang just smiled and casually thanked her, then added, Princess, feel free to enjoy yourself, I will handle everything. He had come this time because he was itching to challenge Yao Yu, but unfortunately the latter never showed up, which left him somewhat displeased. Therefore he rather wished that Huang Yu would make a bigger commotion. He just wanted to see how long Yao Yu could endure. As for the others, he indeed didn't take them seriously. After saying that, Lin Tianlang unhurriedly fiddled with the divine weapon before him, wearing an indifferent expression. The Taiqing disciples nearby, upon hearing such arrogant words, turned even more grim. At that moment, a figure in blue robes with hands clasped behind his back leisurely stepped into everyone's field of view, with Ning Fuyao following closely behind him. Oh no! Why is he coming here? Could it be that the senior brother is going to stand up for me? This? No. It can't be. But that person is really strong. I heard from other senior brothers that he is the top figure of the younger generation of Tianxian dynasty. How can the senior brother beat him? I'm so screwed. Ning Fuyao's heart was in turmoil. He wasn't sure what Su Chang'e intended to do and feared that if it was as she thought, she would end up getting beaten for no reason. Although Su Chang'e had always been unkind to her, she still couldn't bear to see him get hurt. The appearance of the two immediately drew the attention of everyone nearby. The Taiqing sect disciples who had been sulking in the corner perked up and looked over. It's senior brother Su. Why is he here? Isn't he usually indifferent to such matters? Hiss. And he brought junior sister Fuyao. Could it be? But that shouldn't be. Haven't we heard that senior brother Su isn't even good to his other direct disciples? Would he stand up for her? Hey, you just don't get it. It's fine if it's among family, but when outsiders come to ride roughshod, that's not okay. That's true, but the key is that even if senior brother Su comes, he might not be able to win. With senior brother Su's personality of never submitting to anyone, a fight is inevitable. Su Chang'e's strength was no secret. After all, the records of the divine pagoda were there. He was not weak among the 9 peak masters, but facing Lin Tianlong, he was a bit outmatched. Although Su Chang'e often wore a stern face and had been rumored to bully fellow disciples in this situation, everyone was on his side and couldn't help but worry. As these murmurs spread, Huang Yu and her group also noticed Su Chang'e's arrival. Huang Yu raised an eyebrow, her arrogance intensifying, and a hint of surprise flashed in her disdainful gaze. The blue-robed man had a slender figure exuding an ethereal and leisurely Tao aura. His eyes were like stars and his features seemed favored by the heavens, exceptionally handsome. Truly worthy of the title of a celestial banished immortal. So he is Su Chang'e. He is so handsome. Although she was arrogant, she knew the chief disciples of the 9 peaks of Taiching sect. They were, after all, the top figures of the younger generation in the Eastern Profound Domain. Most rumors about Su Chang'e described him as cold, unsociable, vengeful, and extremely cruel in dealing with enemies. In short, none were good except for the many who praised his appearance. Now that she saw him, the rumors were indeed not false. However, Huang Yu quickly regained her cold expression. Her disdainful gaze shifted to Ning Fuyao behind Su Chang'e, and she sneered. Heck, can't you be smarter when calling for help? Instead of asking for Yao Yu, what's the use of calling Su Chang'e? You're so stupid. As soon as she saw Ning Fuyao, an inexplicable rage welled up inside her. In truth, she hadn't seen anything special about that ancient sword. The reason she snatched it was simple. It was simply jealousy. This princess absolutely would not allow a woman more beautiful than herself to appear before her eyes. Ning Fuyao was too beautiful. Even though the other seemed a few years younger, she was already so beautiful that it made her feel inferior. How could her pride endure that? If it weren't for the Taiching sect, she would have found a way to disfigure the other's face. Meanwhile, Lin Tianlang beside her never even lifted his eyes to look at Su Chang'e, maintaining a calm and indifferent expression throughout. After Huang Yu's words, Ning Fuyao's face turned pale with anger. She tugged at Su Chang'e's sleeve. Senior brother. She wanted to tell Su Chang'e to leave. However, Su Chang'e didn't even turn around and casually said, "Wait here. I'll go reason with them." Reason? Ning Fuyao felt a bit embarrassed. Would they listen? But the next scene made Ning Fuyao's head spin. So this is how he reasons. Then Su Chang'e walked toward Huang Yu with a calm expression. What do you want? Huang Yu frowned, her tone condescending. There was no answer, but Su Chang'e was getting closer to her. Is this how the chief disciple of Taiching sect behaves? Huang Yu frowned and said sternly. At that moment, the fierce guard behind Huang Yu sensed something wrong, stepped forward and frowned. Sir, please stop. Su Chang'e seemed not to hear and continued walking forward. The next moment, 4 burly figures blocked in front of Huang Yu, emitting terrifying spiritual transformation aura. The leading fierce guard said solemnly, "If you come any closer, you'll bear the consequences." At this moment, the atmosphere was tense. The Taiching sect disciples nearby were all on edge, and some even rolled up their sleeves ready to help. If a fight broke out, how could they watch their own people being ganged up on? Meanwhile, Lin Tianlang, who was leaning against the wall, stopped flipping through his book, looked up, and chuckled lightly. It's just a broken sword. Why hurt the harmony between Tianxian dynasty and Taiching sect over such a trifle? Since the princess likes it, just let her have it. By the way, I'm only saying this to remind you. Don't be stubborn. His words trailed off. Su Chang'e merely glanced at the 4 guards blocking him. In his deep eyes, it seemed as if a dragon that could suppress the universe opened its eyes. At the same time, a unique aperture condensed behind him, radiating terrifying divine light. Roar! Without any sound, the 4 guards' expressions drastically changed. Blood instantly flowed from their 7 orifices, their souls shaken, and their bodies were sent flying by an invisible force like kites, with broken strings crashing heavily into the treasure pavilion, producing a deafening roar that even activated the protective divine light of the pavilion. The 4 lay motionless on the ground, clearly unconscious. In that moment, they had heard the most ancient dragon roar from the primordial era. While they were flying backward, Lin Tianlang, who was not far away, had already moved. He was the first to react. I never expected that the Taiching sect truly hides dragons and crouching tigers. The rune inscription of Cave Heaven Unity is truly terrifying. You are the strongest one, aren't you? A hint of excitement in Lin Tianlang's voice, his spiritual energy surged, and the full power of his early rune inscription realm burst forth without reservation. The terrifying pressure made the faces of those who had not yet reacted turn pale. In the blink of an eye, Lin Tianlang was already in front of Su Chang'e. His fist moved like thunder, and the lightning Tao rune curled within the bones of his left arm emitted a terrifying purple lightning radiance, as if it could destroy everything. He struck with a killing move. Facing a peer of the same realm who had achieved Cave Heaven Unity, Lin Tianlang held nothing back. This punch, accompanied by the sharp screech of tearing air and the crackling sound of thunder, blasted straight towards Su Chang'e's face. However, facing this lightning-fast strike, Su Chang'e did not move at all. Just as the fist arrived, Su Chang'e finally, with a dismissive gesture, traced a line with his index finger. A peaked Taiching sword chi was slashed out, causing heaven and earth to become clear in an instant. The sword Qi executed after he had reached the threshold of the heaven-splitting sword draw involuntarily carried a trace of heaven-splitting intent. The aura was terrifying. The sword Qi instantly extinguished the light of Lin Tianlang's lightning rune technique, and his fist was cleaved in two. Lin Tianlang was greatly shocked, and unprecedented terror rising within him. The strength of the sword intent made even him tremble with fear. He knew deeply that this person's attainment in this sword Dao technique had reached the pinnacle, and he was afraid that he was almost comprehending the sword Dao itself. However, he had no time to care about the sharp pain from his fist, because another clear sword intent was slashing toward him, its aura even stronger. Lin Tianlang's scalp tingled, and he directly used his trump card. Under the skin of his chest, an ancient and profound rune suddenly lit up, emitting a vast and thick aura. This was a rune he had obtained by chance, a primal rune from the ancient divine beast Xuanwu. He had spent much effort to inscribe it on his sternum, and this was his strongest move. Behold, as the ancient divine light flickered, a shield armor, as if solid and covered with tortoise-shell patterns, materialized in front of his chest. On the shield armor, the faint silhouette of Xuanwu coiled, making the surrounding space become heavy. Rune technique, Xuanwu true armor fortify. Lin Tianlang shouted in his heart. Bang! That sword Qi carrying the intent of clarity descended once more. Within the sword intent was a pressure that Lin Tianlang could not imagine, as if it could cleave heaven and destroy earth. Crack! The sound of a tortoise shell cracking resounded. At the same time, Lin Tianlang's body flew backward as a black light crashing into a distant corner. On his chest, the Xuanwu armor bore a deep sword scar, and looking deeper, one could see the flesh. So strong. If it weren't for the Xuanwu rune's mastery of defense, I might have died. Lin Tianlang murmured, spitting blood, completely incapacitated. When he looked at Su Chang'e again, his eyes were dazed and stupefied. He seemed still bewildered by everything that had just happened. In the same realm he had been defeated so miserably. This was the second time. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, faster than anyone could react. Huang Yu's expression still held an arrogant look. Until a breath later, you. Huang Yu's expression changed drastically, her eyes filled with astonishment, horror, and intense disbelief. In her sight, the guards merely went to block Su Chang'e, and with a glare from him, they flew away. Then Lin Tianlang for some reason rushed over, and with a flick of his hand, he also flew away. Yet they were all severely injured. Even if she couldn't see clearly, she knew that Su Chang'e had made his move. What kind of strength was this? Was Su Chang'e the one before her eyes so powerful? The strongest prodigy of the Tianxian dynasty had been defeated so easily in front of him. At this moment, the entire scene fell into dead silence. The shock and bewilderment of the distant Taiqing sect disciples were no less than Huang Yu's. Good heavens! Did I see that right? Did Senior Brother Su make a move or not? He did. That sword intent just now was the Taiqing sword art, the clear sword intent. That's only achieved at the peak of the Taiqing sword art. Has Senior Brother Su reached the peak of the Taiqing sword art? That's not the key point. Didn't you see? Senior Brother Su has already reached rune inscription, and he only has one cave heaven. What does that mean? He merged. Can one cultivate like that? Ridiculous. Lin Tianlang couldn't even withstand a single sword strike. Senior Brother Su is too strong. While everyone was exclaiming in an inconspicuous corner, Yao Xingye withdrew his stunned gaze. After being shocked by Su Chang'e's strength, he then said with some distress, Ancient Dragon, might cave heaven unity, peak Taiqing sword art. Oh master, this. It shouldn't be. Putting this energy into the rune Dao would be so much better. With Master's terrifying talent, he could definitely achieve perfection in the rune Dao before the age of 30. It shouldn't be. Putting this energy into the rune Dao would be so much better. With Master's terrifying talent, he could definitely achieve perfection in the rune Dao before the age of 30. Although he said that Yao Xingye couldn't help but marvel at how Su Chang'e had cultivated. After all, he knew that Su Chang'e's strongest was the rune Dao, and he hadn't even taken it out yet. The next second, it's not over yet. Yao Xingye saw that Su Chang'e's steps did not stop, and he frowned, hesitating whether to advise him. At this moment, Su Chang'e had already walked to within half a meter of Huang Yu. Huang Yu's face no longer held any arrogance, only a hint of pallor and fear. Su Chang'e's strength had clearly frightened her. You. What do you want? I am the princess of the Tianxian dynasty, a guest to your Taiqing sect. Huang Yu couldn't help but step back a few steps, her voice trembling. Su Chang'e still did not say a word. He simply reached out and opened his palm, looking at Huang Yu quietly. Seeing this, Huang Yu gritted her teeth. She knew exactly what Su Chang'e wanted. After hesitating for a moment, she reluctantly took out the ancient sword and placed it in Su Chang'e's hand. Humph! After putting it down, she gave a cold snort, as if regaining her previous arrogance. A mere broken sword, I don't care for it. Today's humiliation I will remember. The next second, smack! A loud slap sounded. Huang Yu flew backward with a look of disbelief. The intense pain made her let out a pig-like scream, and vaguely a few teeth could be seen flying in the air. Opt. The pig slaughter-like scream echoed through Wanbao Lu, sounding exceptionally piercing. Huang Yu climbed up from the ground, several zhang away, the flesh on her right cheek swelling visibly at a visible rate, instantly turning her into half a pig's head. This scene stunned everyone. The Taiching sect disciples were overjoyed. Good, well struck. What a man. That's our senior brother Su, ruthless and taciturn. I love it. You don't know that. Are you new here? Senior brother Su has always been this way. Although everyone usually has some opinions about his excessive coldness look. Who in the sect doesn't respect him? That guy, the way he treats outsiders, that's real ruthlessness. But then again, after that slap, how will senior brother Su explain himself? Yao Xingye, hiding in the shadows, had already isolated the commotion here with quick eyes and swift hands. Seeing Huang Yu's pig-like face, his eyelids twitched, and he comforted himself. I did nothing wrong. I did nothing wrong. The friendship of Tianxian dynasty is not as important as master. Amitba. At this moment, Huang Yu's hairpin was scattered, her luxurious blue robe covered in dust, face dazed. When she came to her senses, she stared at Su Chang'e with a mixture of disbelief and venom. You dare hit me? How dare you hit me? Huang Yu's voice was choked with tears and hysteria. She was the most beloved little princess of the Tianxian dynasty. Since childhood, who had ever dared to touch a single finger of hers? Let alone being slapped flying in full view of the public like this. The reason she had earlier conceded and handed over that ancient sword was that she felt Lin Tianlang had lost too quickly, causing her to lose face. She also understood that it would be unwise to involve the elders, as it would only bring her more shame. But now it's different. In an instant, various emotions of grievance and humiliation surged in her heart. Huang Yu's face gradually twisted, and she glared at Su Chang'e through gritted teeth, roaring, Do you know who my father is? Do you know who I am? However, hearing such classic villainous lines, Su Chang'e, who had been holding back his retorts for a long time, couldn't help but laugh. What's the matter? Didn't your mother tell you clearly who your father is? Hit you. I'm beating the hell out of you. Damn it, my max level supreme bone was almost gone, you know that. Can you afford to compensate? To be honest, do all villains in the world have the same lines? No originality at all. You dare insult my father. Huang Yu's face instantly turned even more vicious, and her right cheek swelled even more. Still shouting, Su Chang'e held the ancient sword in his left hand behind his back, stretched out his right hand, flexed his fingers, and walked toward Huang Yu. Seeing this, Huang Yu trembled all over, and a surge of intense fear rose in her heart. She glanced around in panic. Not far away, Lin Tianlang lay dying on the ground, staring blankly at the ceiling, murmuring to himself, Such a powerful sword. Such a powerful sword. This shouldn't be. Integration of the cave heaven. How could it be? Clearly the after effect of being instantly killed by one move was too great. He hadn't even come to his senses. What a waste. Didn't you say you would defeat him in just 1 or 2 moves? Huang Yu gnashed her teeth in exasperation, then swept a glance at the other guards who had all fainted. But then she suddenly thought of something and roared, Is this the hospitality of your Taiching sect? Are you Taiching sect trying to completely sever ties with my Tianxian dynasty? Uncle, if you don't come soon, your heir will be humiliated again. She deliberately shouted like this, not believing that there were no Taiching sect elders in Wanxiang Tiangong. Would they let Su Chang'e beat her like this? Sure enough, as soon as she shouted, Yao Xingye, who had been hiding in the corner, couldn't stay still. With a troubled expression, he slowly walked out. No choice. Said he didn't hear. Who would believe that? This was Wanxiang Tiangong, where there were several elders at the Array Formation realm, and moreover a peak master at the Supreme Venerable realm, like himself. If he didn't show his face at all, that would be too far-fetched. He must act now. When Yao Xingye appeared, everyone noticed immediately. The Taiching sect disciples' expressions changed instantly, and they solemnly bowed. Greetings, Peak Master Xingye. Oh no, Peak Master Xingye is here. What do we do? He's the strictest. Huang Yue, on the other hand, glanced at Yao Xingye appearing in the distance, gritted her teeth, and seemed to have a deep resentment in her eyes. Even as stupid as she was, she understood that the other party must have done it on purpose. With the strength of a Peak Master, how could it take him so long to arrive? Then she turned her head and glared viciously at Su Chang'e walking toward her, saying, I want to see how you explain yourself. But the next second, Greetings, Peak Master Xingye. The Taiching sect disciples' salute sounded again, and everyone was filled with confusion. What's going on? Wasn't Master Xingye just there before? Seems like it. How come when we turn around he looks like he just arrived? Huang Yu was slightly startled. She turned her head and saw Yao Xingye walking with his hands behind his back from the same place he had just appeared. An illusion, Maybe I'm too nervous. Then she looked at Su Chang'e, who was almost in front of her, and said coldly, If you don't give me the princess an explanation, this matter is not over. The next second, Greetings, Peak Master Xingye. The Taiching sect disciple salute sounded once again. However, this time the Taiching sect disciples were suppressing laughter. Some looked up at the sky with unnatural expressions, their faces flushed red. Huang Yu turned back and saw Yao Xingye walking from the same place again and again. From his appearance point to where Huang Yu stood, even an ordinary person would take only 100 steps, let alone Yao Xingye. Yet every time he came, and when he looked as if he had just arrived. Wasn't this clearly playing with her? Su Chang'e glanced behind him from the corner of his eye, a strange expression on his face as he thought to himself, first time seeing someone lag. The next second, he had already arrived in front of Huang Yu. At this moment Huang Yu trembled violently, looking up at Su Chang'e, who wore a faint cold smile. The invisible killing intent emanating from him sent a bone-chilling coldness from the soles of her feet straight to the crown of her head. She had no doubt that if she said another wrong word she would die. The pain of that slap still fresh in her mind, she was instantly terrified. At this moment, she forgot her proud identity. Her mentality collapsed at this moment. Huang Yue, who had been pampered since childhood, had never been so intimidated. Tears streamed down uncontrollably, and she lowered her head sobbing. I was wrong. I was wrong. Please don't hit me anymore. It's my fault. I shouldn't have snatched your junior sister's ancient sword. I shouldn't have been jealous of her beauty. I was wrong. I really was wrong. Su Chang'e looked down at her calmly. Sensing someone approaching behind him, he handed the ancient sword with his left hand. Take it. Ning Fureo instinctively took the ancient sword as the archaic aura surged into her body. A faint sword hum audible only to her made everything feel surreal. She lifted her gaze to Su Chang'e's retreating silhouette, then at the sobbing Huang Yu prostrate before her, and the severely wounded guards in the distance. A tumultuous storm of emotions churned within her heart. She was both astonished by the terrifying power of her senior brother far beyond her imagination, and felt an indescribable warmth flowing through her heart. A sensation she had never experienced from Su Chang'e since joining the sect. In a daze she felt a long-lost sense of security. After taking the sword, Ning Fureo timidly tugged at Su Chang'e's robe, a bold move she had never dared to make before. As senior brother, let it go. She knows she was wrong. Ning Fureo whispered softly, her earlobes flushed crimson, her eyes more filled with concern. She knew Huang Yu's identity was no ordinary matter, and she truly feared that Su Chang'e might face punishment from the sect because of her. Besides, she never imagined Su Chang'e's version of reasoning could be so fierce. It had thoroughly relieved the anger in her heart. Good. Su Chang'e couldn't help but exclaim at the system's reward. But Ning Fureo thought he had agreed, so she let out a sigh of relief. Recovering his composure, Su Chang'e didn't bother to explain further. He glanced once more at Huang Yu before turning and saying, let's go. But he knew full well she wasn't repentant. She was merely afraid. Yet he had never truly intended to kill Huang Yu. He wasn't a bloodthirsty man, and since they weren't mortal enemies with the reward secured, it was time to slip away. Ning Fureo quickly caught up with Su Chang'e, clutching the ancient sword tightly, her large eyes blinking as she studied his back, lost in thought. When Su Chang'e reached Yao Xingye, who was still lagging, he couldn't help but remark, too fake, and more like a provocation. Cough. Ahem. Yao Xingye cleared his throat lightly, then stepped forward. Once Su Chang'e had vanished, he bellowed sternly, who dares to make a move in the Wanxiang Celestial Palace? Huh. Princess Huang Yue, what happened to you? Oh my, what are you all standing there for? Why aren't you taking her to get treated? It's all my fault, old man. I've been cultivating a technique lately quite marvelous related to the Tao of time and space. I was trapped just now. My apologies, my deepest apologies. The disciples of Taiching's sect watched in stunned amazement, as if seeing Yao Xingye for the first time. Good heavens, that's too far-fetched. Can you really spin it like that? You don't get it, do you? Belief doesn't matter. Just tell me, did Peak Lord Yao show up or not? And indeed, soon after the news reached the Taiching sect's main hall, the middle-aged man in python robes from the Tianxian dynasty sank into a grim silence. On the way back to the 9th peak, Su Chang'e caught wind of some news from the Spirit Communion Tower. Lu Rian had clashed with a disciple of the 7th peak. The 7th peak disciple had spoken insolently, insulting the 9th peak, which led to a full-blown fight. The outcome left every disciple in disbelief. Lu Rian at the Blood Mover Realm's peak had defeated a 7th peak disciple at the Void Realm's 2nd layer. When the matter escalated, it even alarmed Elder Ling, who guarded the Spirit Communion Tower. He banned both parties from entering the tower for the month. Yet puzzlingly, Elder Ling kept Lu Ruyan behind, while the other 9th peak disciple was immediately expelled. The Heaven's Chosen Maiden is starting to make her move. Su Chang'e murmured as he strolled, then couldn't help but glance at Ning Fureo, who had now slung the ancient sword across her back. At this moment, Ning Fureo, with the sword on her back, truly exuded an ethereal aura like a sword immortal, paired with her seemingly perfect aloof features. Even more so. Yet, even Su Chang'e hadn't expected that beneath that exterior Ning Fureo harbored a timid heart. However, this had its advantages. At least it meant fewer villains provoking him, leaving him less to deal with. With that thought, Su Chang'e spoke up, "Don't copy your second senior sister. It's fine to keep that cautious nature of yours. As senior brother, will you punish second senior sister?" Ning Fureo whispered, seemingly having held back for a long time. When she heard about her second senior sister's incident at the Spirit Communion Tower, she was initially worried but then learned that she had actually won. Though surprised, she grew anxious. She feared Su Chang'e would punish her second senior sister, as in the past such incidents would inevitably lead to reprimands, possibly even being sent to Mind Spirit. Or, why would I punish her? She did the right thing, Su Chang'e replied calmly. Ning Fureo looked at him in surprise, never expecting such an answer, and kept staring at him. What? Is there something on my face? Su Chang'e glanced at Ning Fureo. She rubbed her chin with a shrewd expression and said seriously, "Senior brother, you seem like a different person." She had sensed something off since this morning, but she didn't dare to speak up. Or perhaps Su Chang'e's gradual transformation had emboldened her a little. Su Chang'e paused, then smiled. "You don't seem to stutter anymore." Ning Fureo was startled. As they spoke, they reached the summit of the 9th peak. Su Chang'e told Ning Fureo to rest while he returned to his quarters, eager to fuse the supreme bone and inscribe his own runes upon it. Not long after he left, at the foot of the mountain, two dusty figures gradually emerged, their voices carrying in conversation. "No joke, second senior sister, I didn't chicken out. When you struck, I was already on that Wong guy's face," a righteous voice declared. "Who said you chickened out? I'm saying you're too reckless. I gave you the signal to hold back, and you shot up like an arrow," the other voice retorted. "Oh, I thought you meant for me to strike. Sigh. But it's done no matter. The 7th peak won't let this slide. Second senior sister, you were too fierce. You crippled him. The 7th peak's chief will surely come to complain soon, and then things will be even worse. Su Blackface won't stand up for us. Then, we'll have a tough time in Taiching sect. Didn't you hear that Wong woman? Her brother, a core disciple of the 7th peak at the Void Realm's 8th layer. I'm not scared, but our realms are too low to really fight. And I just thought of something serious, second senior sister. What if Su Blackface, knowing he can't beat the 7th peak's chief, chickens out and punishes us instead?" Lu Ri, in her face pale, showed a grim expression and said coldly, "If it comes to that, we'll leave. This 9th peak isn't worth staying in. I think it's about to eat people. Time changes don't bully a poor girl. I, the Emperor, still don't believe it. Can't I rise without this Taiching sect? If Su Chang'e still stands with outsiders in such matters and continues to bully me, I, the Emperor, will definitely leave." That said, a trace of solemnity could be seen in Lu Rian's eyes. Especially after being forced to use a certain forbidden divine ability today, it would be even more difficult for her to break through to the cave heaven realm in a short time. The girl opposite Lu Rian, upon hearing the word leave, suddenly brightened up. Her appearance was petite and delicate, around 15 or 16 years old. Her beauty was extreme, skin like ice and bones like jade, exquisitely flawless. Although there were a few smudges of black ash on her flawless cheeks, it did not detract from her beauty. Instead, it added a touch of liveliness. Her eyes, with a faint misty blue hue, made it impossible to look away. Yet the more one stared into them, the more one would sink into them, as if they could enchant all beings. Especially that sly and mischievous demeanor upon first sight gave the impression that this girl was not one to stay put. The most important thing was that she possessed a development not befitting her age. The Taiching sect disciple uniform was stretched tight on her, as if a pair of white rabbits were about to break free, forming a stark contrast with her petite body. This was Tu Yu, Su Chang'e's junior sister, the youngest disciple of the 9th Peak Master. Half a year ago, she was again rescued by the 9th Peak Master and brought to the 9th Peak. And her true identity was destined to be extraordinary. She came from the royal clan of the Southern Demon Territory, the Qingqiu clan. Half a year ago, she had sneaked out of her clan and had since been using a treasure gifted by her ancestors to conceal her identity and disguise herself as a human. Leave. Good riddance. Second senior sister, I've had enough of this sect. How about we run tonight? Tu Yu showed an excited expression, as she had long wanted to run. She had originally come to see the bustling human world, but as it turned out, just a few days after leaving her clan, she was besieged and then rescued by that old geezer and brought here. She was so tired of this life. Often she would cry in her heart. Yu has a bitter fate. As a demon princess staying in a human sect. If discovered, what would happen? Although the demon race and human race had not been at war for many years, the two races were definitely not friends. Not only did she have to hide from everyone, she also had to work for Su Haizi and was not allowed to use her innate divine ability. How could she bear that? But the next second, she showed a thoughtful expression and said, "No, second senior sister, we can't just run like this. Let's go to the 10,000 Phenomena Heavenly Palace and steal some things, then give that Wong guy a few blows, then run. How about that? We steal from the 10,000 Phenomena Heavenly Palace." Lu Rian's lips twitched slightly. Tu Yu, can you use your brain a little? If it weren't for this girl's complete disregard for consequences, would she be in such unstable cultivation and planning an escape? Tu Yu's impulsiveness had completely disrupted her plan of first suppressing, then rising. Lu Rian now seriously suspected that exposing her plan to run in front of Tu Yuyu might have been a huge mistake. Steal from the 10,000 Phenomena Heavenly Palace. Just the two of them. One at the peak of blood-moving realm, one just entered Cave Heaven realm. Are you kidding? No. Huh. What status do I the Emperor have? Even if I had enough strength, I would never stoop to such petty theft. Second senior sister, you're right. I do need to use my brain. Do you think I don't know that a frontal assault won't work? Tu Yuyu showed a confident smile, patted her ample chest, and said, don't worry, just focus on fighting when the time comes. Leave it to me, second senior sister. Lu Ruyan was speechless. Forget about stealing. Can you just behave? By the way, don't tell third senior sister about today's events for now. Since she doesn't go down the mountain, she probably won't find out soon. Telling her would only make her worry for nothing. Seeing that they were halfway up the mountain and could faintly see their residence, Lu Ruyan reminded again. I promise. I'll definitely tell. No, I'll definitely not tell. Tu Yuyu corrected herself with a determined expression. Soon they arrived at the wooden huts. Lu Rian saw smoke rising from one hut and knew that Ning Fuyao had started cooking dinner for Su Haizi. After reminding Tu Yuyu a few more times, she went back to her own room to stabilize her cultivation. Although she was not injured this time, the impact was still significant. After Lu Ruyan left, Tu Yuyu hid her hands behind her back, slowly walked behind Ning Fuyao, who was cooking, and suddenly shouted, "Hey!" Ning Fuyao was only slightly startled, then said softly, "Little junior sister, that old trick can't scare me anymore." TCH. Tu Yuyu felt bored. The next second, third senior sister, I have something to tell you. Little junior sister, I have something to tell you. The two girls spoke almost simultaneously, both startled. What is it? Ning Fuyao asked, somewhat surprised, still flipping the wok. Tu Yuyu, however, was even more curious and asked, third senior sister, you go first. Oh. Ning Fuyao didn't think much and said, tonight senior brother invited you, second senior sister, and me to have dinner at Weia Garden. Weia Garden was where Su Chang'e, the 9th Peak Master, lived. It was also the courtyard built by the 9th Peak Master himself. Tu Yuyu's face turned pale upon hearing this. Oh, so Su Haizi really wasn't going to let them off. Dinner. I think it's about to eat people. Don't be afraid. Today senior brother seemed to have changed a lot. How to say? Become better. Not really. He just became gentler. Today he even gave me a sword and stood up for me by hitting the princess of Tianxian dynasty. Maybe we had too many prejudices against him before. I think senior brother is not as bad as we thought. Ning Fuyao kept stirring the greens in the pot, speaking softly, as if recalling the events of the day, feeling warm inside uncontrollably. But behind her there was no one. Little junior sister, where are you? On the other side. The Taiching sect's grand assembly hall. The ceiling was high and wide, upon which the Taiching diagram and a kind of circular rune interlaced, emitting a mysterious and unfathomable aura. In the center of the hall, a middle-aged man in a python robe with a dignified face and cold expression stood. He was Huang Yu's uncle, the younger brother of the current ruler of Tianxian dynasty, Huang Tianxian, Lingwu King, Huang Dikuan. He exuded the oppressive aura of one long accustomed to power, and his voice rang out in the hall, neither joyful nor sorrowful. Fellow Taoists, our Tianxian dynasty came with friendship, seeking to invite Taiching sect to participate in our Tianxian millennium celebration. However, our Princess Huang Yu is young and perhaps a bit spoiled, but is Su Chang'e, the chief of your 9th peak, too harsh in his actions? Just a small matter, why did he slap our princess in public and severely injure the young talents we carefully cultivated? Isn't that a slap in the face of our Tianxian dynasty? Please, fellow Taoists, give me an explanation. Opposite him, 9 white jade thrones emitting a faint spiritual glow were arranged in a ring, each radiating a different aura, symbolizing the 9 peaks of the Taiching sect. At this moment, figures were seated on 4 of the thrones, their postures bizarre and varied. The most striking was the master of the 1st peak, Xuanji Shangren, whose face bore an ancient and rugged countenance. Between the opening and closing of his eyes, lightning seemed to be born and extinguished, his aura the most profound and vast, his eyes staring intently ahead with an expression of utmost seriousness. Don't doubt it. He was truly lost in thought. Yao Xingye sat extremely upright, a sheet of rice paper floating before him, holding a brush as he earnestly scribbled something on it. To his left, the master of the 3rd peak, a young man with the appearance of a scholar, was twirling a black stone in his hand, replaying a recent game of chess in his mind. Seeing Yao Xingye practicing calligraphy, he paused and couldn't help asking, "Second brother, why are you practicing calligraphy?" However, Yao Xingye did not answer him, remaining very focused. The master of the 4th peak was leaning crookedly in his chair, wearing an old Taoist robe, exuding a faint aroma of alchemy from head to toe. His eyes were tightly shut, and light snoring escaped from his mouth and nose. The master of the 5th peak was a seductive and charming woman, her cheeks flushed with wine, holding a flask of clear liquor as she drunkenly said, "Let me see what's going on, hic." After saying this, she let out a hiccup. "5th sister, why are you drunk again? Didn't I tell you to drink less?" the master of the third peak scolded with a frown. At this moment Emperor Dikuan's expression gradually turned unpleasant. He couldn't help clenching his huge fist, his gaze sweeping to the master of the first peak, as if to ask, "Is this the hospitality of your Tai Ching sect?" Ahem, everyone be serious. Didn't you hear, fellow Taoist Huang? Xuanji Shangren suddenly came to his senses and coughed a few times. The first to speak was the female master of the fifth peak. "Oh, what's such a big deal? Isn't it normal for kids to roughhouse? In my opinion, let's just get together for a drink. All in the cup, I'll down it." The fifth peak master drunkenly lifted her flask and drank, gulping sounds audible. "Kids roughhousing." Emperor Dikuan's mouth twitched. "The guards of our imperial princess will be bedridden for at least 3 months, and some have had their foundations ruined." At once Yao Xingye stopped his brush and spoke first. "I was present at the time. I've already explained the cause and course of events. Isn't the right and wrong clear? Fellow Taoist, Yao, even if our princess was wrong, why go this far? Not to mention that slap our Lin Tianlang is finished. Can't you all see that his Tao heart is shattered?" Emperor Dikuan was so angry he nearly ground his teeth to powder. If he weren't outmatched, he would have struck already. Reason? What damn reason was there to talk? Lin Tianlang was the only inscription master of the younger generation in their Tianqian dynasty. If he was ruined, what would they do at the Millennium celebration? They wouldn't even have anyone to hold the fort. Wouldn't that make everyone in the Eastern Profound Domain laugh their heads off? What angered him most was that Yao Xingye was right there at the time and could have avoided it entirely, saving face for their Tianqian. But he didn't do that. Instead, when questioned, Yao Xingye just patted his head and replied helplessly, "I'm old, you know. That technique really. Bullshit. Who would believe that explanation? The way of time and space. Are you a venerable realm cultivator capable of comprehending that? Are you mocking me?" But Emperor Dikuan had no choice but to grit his teeth and accept it, planning to complain to Xuanji Shangren, who oversaw the Tai Ching sect's punishments and was known for his impartiality. At this moment another voice spoke up. "Hey, fellow Taoist Huang, that's not right. Right is right, wrong is wrong. There's no such thing as big or small. Even if we were to differentiate seizing a disciple's sword in our Tai Ching sect and insulting him, do you truly think that's a trivial matter?" The third peak master smiled, his refined and scholarly demeanor suddenly tinged with a chill in his eyes. In truth, everyone present, including Emperor Dikuan, knew the full story of what happened today. Princess Huang Yu's arrogance might well have been instigated by Emperor Dikuan himself. When the younger generation quarreled, they naturally found it inappropriate to intervene. There was also a hidden implication in his words. If it really came down to holding someone accountable, it was still unclear who should answer to whom. Emperor Dikuan fell silent, suppressing his raging anger, and looked at Xuanji Shangren with a calm expression. "What is your opinion, fellow Taoist Xuanji?" "Qi Saintly Qingfeng, I have noted this." He could only place his hopes on Xuanji Shangren, as even in the Tianqian dynasty, he had heard rumors of discord between Xuanji Shangren and the master of the ninth peak. "Moi. What?" Xuanji Shangren was lost in thought again for a moment before coming to his senses and asking somewhat awkwardly. No matter how good his temper, Emperor Dikuan finally couldn't bear it. He said in a deep voice, "Enough. I understand the Tai Ching sect's intentions now. It seems our Tianqian dynasty is more fated to align with the Yuanshan sect." As soon as he said this, Li Qingfeng's eyes narrowed slightly, and he involuntarily tucked the chess piece into his sleeve. Yao Xingye said nothing, merely gazing coldly at Emperor Dikuan. The drunken fifth peak master's lips curled into an inexplicable sneer. The old man, slouching in his chair, cast a sidelong glance at Emperor Dikuan. The next second, boom, an indescribably vast pressure erupted instantly, as if the entire firmament had collapsed. This aura was no longer formless, but contained the power of heavenly laws, a majestic divine might enveloping Emperor Dikuan. Xuanji Shangren, who had been seated in the main seat and seemed often lost in thought, instantly transformed. His aura shifted dramatically, and brilliant, dazzling lightning burst forth from his body. Countless subtle, profound thunder runes flowed and flickered on his Taoist robe. At this moment, he was like an ancient deity wielding thunder from primordial times. Between the opening and closing of his eyes, it was no longer the phantom of lightning birth and death, but real lightning sparks leaping, filling his eyes with radiance. He still sat there, yet he exuded an unmatched majesty that seemed to stand tall between heaven and earth, looking down upon all living beings. His gaze fixed on Emperor Dikuan, his voice calm, but carrying a soul-freezing chill. Each word burst like a thunderclap from the 9 heavens in Emperor Dikuan's mind. "You are threatening my Tai Ching sect." At this moment Emperor Dikuan's entire body trembled violently, and his face turned as pale as paper with a sudden swish. He felt like a small boat in a raging storm, on the verge of being torn apart by the terrifying divine might of thunder. His bones creaked under the unbearable pressure, and his venerable realm power seemed as insignificant as a firefly compared to the bright moon, terrifyingly small. Divine Fire Realm. This was absolutely the aura of the Divine Fire Realm. and it was not that of a novice. Its depth far exceeded his imagination. Sweating profusely, Emperor Dikuan quickly came to his senses. He hurriedly said, "Fellow Taoist, you misunderstand. It was a slip of the tongue. Please forgive me." Humph. Xuanji Shangren snorted coldly, retracting his aura, and added, "Which side the Tianxian dynasty chooses to stand on is your dynasty's freedom. But if you think my Taiqing sect has to curry favor with your Tianquan, you are being utterly foolish." Would the Taiqing sect, which had stood firm against the Yuanshan sect for years, and made even them tread carefully, lack the demeanor of a hegemon? Yes. I was bewitched. Emperor Dikuan quickly agreed. At this moment, he had none of his previous kingly arrogance. The matter of the younger generation ends here. The agreement for the Millennium celebration still stands. That will be all. Xuanji Shangren spoke calmly, yet with an undeniable tone. Emperor Dikuan cupped his hands and nodded, then took his leave. After his departure, the meeting among the Taiqing sect peak masters truly began. Fence-sitter, and he actually thinks he's something. Exactly. But speaking of which, what's up with Su Chang'e from the 9th peak? Wasn't he at the spiritual transformation peak? How did he suddenly become such a prodigy? Does anyone know? Xuanji Shangren's gaze swept over and landed on Yao Xingye, raising an eyebrow. Don't you have something to say? What did I say? I don't know. Yao Xingye spread his hands, looking utterly innocent. What do you mean by don't know? Do you know or not? Xuanji Shangren glared at him in displeasure. He felt something was off. Knowing Yao Xingye as he did, he was always a man of rules. It was unlikely that he would deliberately stand by and not act in the Wanxiang Heavenly Palace. If it were any other peak master, he might have believed it. But he was stubbornly playing dumb, clearly knowing something. Everyone except the drunk 5th peak master cast doubtful glances at Yao Xingye. I really entered a mysterious state at that time, very profound. It was that kind of epiphany, you know. I didn't deliberately not act, I really couldn't. I was stuck. Yao Xingye explained with a very serious expression. Whether they believed him or not didn't matter, he was determined not to tell. Actually, he didn't quite understand either. If Su Chang'e wanted to conceal his cultivation, he shouldn't have acted today. Could it be that he only wanted to hide his talisman Dao realm? Forget it, no matter what, he'd just keep his mouth shut. Seeing Yao Xingye's feigned ignorance, Xuanji Shangren knew he wouldn't get anything out of him, so he waved his hand. The next second, a Taiqing sect disciple with a clever look stepped into the hall. Disciple Wang Gang pays respects to the peak masters. Wang Gang bowed respectfully. Yao Xingye only glanced at Wang Gang and recognized him as one of the disciples present at the time, but he didn't care. Oh, what could these disciples see? Xuanji Shangren waved his hand and said, "No need to be formal. Just tell us truthfully what you saw in the Wanxiang Heavenly Palace today." Yes. Wang Gang's large hands, after being lowered, seemed to have nowhere to rest, clearly very nervous. Not that it was his fault. When would an ordinary disciple ever have the chance to see so many peak masters? So this might be an opportunity for him. He had to show his uniqueness. He had prepared his speech for a long time. Then Wang Gang took a deep breath, tried to calm his excitement, and showed an unprecedented solemn expression. Reporting to the peak masters, the situation at that time was like this. The princess of the Tianxian dynasty and her people were acting arrogantly in the Wanxiang Heavenly Palace, bullying our sect's disciples, seizing our treasures, and being overbearing. We were furious. If not for the sect rules, we would have been ready to fight to the death. Xuanji Shangren raised an eyebrow. Was it really that serious? But Wang Gang's expression quickly changed from gritting teeth to beaming, his eyes shining. But at that moment of utter silence, the disciple seemed to see a purple aura coming from the east, extending 30,000 miles, radiant light, illuminating the universe. When I looked closely, I realized it was the 9th peak's chief disciple, senior brother Su. Arriving, he walked calmly, yet seemed to provoke the resonance of the Tao. With just a sweep of his gaze. It was not just a gaze, that contained majestic divine might. It was no exaggeration to say it was like a glance from the Heavenly Emperor. Those Tianxian dynasty guards were instantly sent flying. This could not even be called an attack, it was a pressure of the heavens upon ants. The next scene seemed to transcend time. I could no longer see clearly. I only knew that Tianxian Lin Tianlong, not knowing his place, dared to attack senior brother Su. His meager strength before senior brother Su was like a firefly trying to compete with the bright moon. Wang Gang looked contemptuous, then became extremely devout as he continued. Then senior brother Su finally made a move. No, it wasn't a move. He simply followed the heavenly Tao and traced the trajectory of fate with his finger. He imitated Su Chang'e's action, casually flicking his fingers a few times. With just those few motions, an unimaginable sword intent was drawn out, very smooth. Is it really that smooth? Xuanji Shangren said with a twitch of the corner of his mouth. Deng Yangzi lowered his eyes and glanced at Wang Gang. Li Qingfeng smiled slightly. Very smooth. Wang Gang nodded firmly and added, that was not ordinary sword chi. I saw it. It was like a surging river of time, a supreme edge that could cut down heaven and earth. Within the sword, chi myriad worlds were born and destroyed, gods chanted ancient star domains were born and extinguished. That was definitely not the power of the Tai Ching sword art. Perhaps it was heaven grade or saint grade. Before such power of the will of heaven and earth, Lin Tianlan's petty tricks were not even dust. Saying this, Wang Gang's expression became serious and determined. At that moment, I even heard the lament of the Dao. All the myriad Daos were flowing through Senior Brother Su. I speculate that Senior Brother Su is omnipotent. According to you, he also knows chess Dao. Li Qingfeng couldn't help but laugh and asked with interest. Yes. Wang Gang answered without thinking. After all, bragging wasn't illegal, and it could flatter Senior Brother Su, so why not? Does he also know alchemy? Deng Yangzi also couldn't help teasing. Of course, one method mastered leads to all methods mastered. Wang Gang nodded, and afraid that Peak Master Yao would ask again, he took the initiative to say, actually, I suspect Senior Brother Su also knows Talisman Dao. Yao Xingya. At this moment, Xuanji Shangren's brow furrowed even tighter. Finally, Wang Gang prostrated himself in a gesture of utmost respect and summarized, Peak Master's senior brother, Su, must be a person blessed with great fortune. Previously he was but a dragon lurking in the abyss. Now, with the meeting of wind and clouds, he has begun to soar into the sky. This is an omen of our Tai Ching sect's great prosperity. From now on, with Senior Brother Su guarding our sect, the Tianxian dynasty and the Yuanshan sect are nothing but dirt and dogs to be destroyed with a flick of a finger. Our sect will surely rule the heavens, sweep across all realms, and become an eternal legend. After saying this, Wang Gang was completely exhausted, panting heavily. Seeing the stunned expressions of the Peak Masters, and even the drunken fifth Peak Master propping himself up, he felt he had succeeded. At least he had attracted the attention of the Peak Masters. After a moment, Xuanji Shangren let out a long sigh as he looked at Wang Gang. He finally understood why people in the Eastern Profound region often said that everyone in their Tai Ching sect was a talented eccentric. So it wasn't flattery after all. Where did this guy come from? He talks about the Tao and rules non-stop. If you say he understands, he's only at the cave heaven realm with mediocre talent. If you say he doesn't, what he says seems to make some sense. But this could no longer be described as exaggeration. It was simply absurd. It seemed necessary to rectify the sect's atmosphere. Little did he know that not long after, Xuanji Shangren would gradually come to believe this narrative and even become a loyal follower. Yao Xingye was grinning from ear to ear, wanting to give Wang Gang a thumbs up. This speech was quite interesting, wasn't it? Although a bit exaggerated, it was similar to what he thought. With Su Chang's Talisman Dao talent, he could indeed sweep the Eastern Profound region in the future. Alright, go collect your reward. At this, Li Qingfeng smiled, and then cautioned, remember, whatever happened today in the Wanxiang Heavenly Palace, don't talk about it outside. No, not a single word. Understand? If this guy spread it outside, that would be a disaster. Yes, disciple thanks the Peak Masters. Wang Gang thanked them with an excited expression and then withdrew. After he left, Xuanji Shangren pinched his brow and said, what do you all think of this matter? Clearly he had directly ignored Wang Gang's words. At least we can confirm that Su Chang'e has the strength of the inscription realm and is very strong within that realm, far surpassing Lin Tianlang. He should be the number one of the younger generation in our Tai Ching sect. As for why he failed in the 7th floor of the Tongshan Tower yesterday, perhaps he was deliberately hiding his talent. Li Qingfeng said slowly, though he seemed uncertain as he spoke. He couldn't figure out why he would reveal his cultivation today if he was deliberately hiding it. Could it be that he couldn't bear to see his junior sister suffer? If that was the case, then he was indeed a man of feeling, and that was good. Then Li Qingfeng narrowed his eyes, slightly lost in thought. In his mind, a chessboard seemed to evolve. Within a few breaths, he deduced countless possibilities, but only one was most likely. This is impossible. How could it be? Strength doubling within a day. Is this even something a human can do? Elder Xuanji cast a glance at Li Qingfeng and said, enough, do not dwell on it. The world is filled with infinite mysteries. Perhaps he has obtained some heaven-defying fortune, or maybe he has achieved sudden enlightenment. Nevertheless, he is the chief disciple of our 9th peak of Tai Ching sect, which is a great boon for the sect. We need only fulfill our duty as guardians and guides. After his words, Li Qingfeng shot a peculiar look at Elder Xuanji and chuckled. Boss, aren't you usually at odds with Wu Yazi? Why are you defending his disciple today? The matter had a long history. Back then, Tai Ching sect had only 8 peaks, and the 9th peak did not exist. It was 10 years ago that the sect leader brought back a middle-aged man with a perpetually roguish grin, claiming they had met while exploring a forbidden zone in the Yuanyang realm, became fast friends, and admired each other. The sect leader then established a new peak for him, appointing him as the 9th peak master, granting him certain privileges, and exempting him from sect rules. This naturally irked Elder Xuanji, who was in charge of sect regulations and punishments. Encountering someone like Wu Yazi, who was unbound by rules, inevitably led to discord between them. Especially later, when Wu Yazi brought back Su Chang'e and declared him the chief disciple of the 9th peak, Elder Xuanji grew even more displeased, even remarking that the boy was cold, selfish, and unfit for great responsibility. The disciples were unaware of this, but among the peak masters it was no secret. Elder Xuanji shrugged noncommittally. One thing at a time. No matter how much Wu Yazi and I disagree, it's still an internal matter of Taiching's sect. That is only right. Li Qingfeng nodded in agreement. Deng Yangzi, the fourth peak master, lolled in his chair. He produced a handful of dirt from somewhere, sniffed it, then chewed it slowly. No medicinal taste. It's not from pills. It's his own strength. What are you chewing? Yao Xingye couldn't help asking. Elder Xuanji and Li Qingfeng also looked at Deng Yangzi, seemingly more curious about that. Dust. Oh, the dust from the scene. Before the meeting, I scooped some up and refined it into this. Deng Yangzi replied casually. The others cast him looks of disdain and disgust. Just then the fifth peak's drunken immortal let out a belch, seeming to have sobered up somewhat. She stood up and said, "Why bother with all this? The kid is from Taiching's sect after all. The stronger he is, the better. Who cares how he got there? I say we just pretend we don't know, go about our business, and secretly give him more resources." Fifth sister has a point, Yao Xingye agreed. More than just him, the others thought so too. In the cultivation world, miraculous encounters were countless. Which genius didn't have secrets? Prying too deeply would be unwise. As long as Su Chang'e remained loyal to Taiching's sect, it was the sect's fortune. Let's stop here on the topic of Su Chang'e's sudden surge in power. Back to business. Who will lead the delegation for the imperial celebration of the Tianxian dynasty? By the way, this Tianxian celebration only includes competitions in the blood refining, cave heaven, and spirit transformation realms. So anyone except Su Chang'e and Yao Yu can go. But we need to pick someone steady. The matter isn't complicated originally, but after Su Chang'e slapped their princess, Tianxian won't be friendly to our sect. That's Huang Tianxian's doing, I suppose. The bastard looks down on us. Afraid that if we allowed spirit inscription matches, our sect wouldn't dare to show up. Yao Xingye sneered and cursed, then pondered inwardly. If Master Su's talisman path were perfected, even if he were a few minor realms weaker, a single talisman could teach that guy a lesson. But at his current level of mastery, it's hard to say. Forget it. Anyway, Master Su had no intention of going. Elder Xuanji assumed a serious expression. Admitting another's strength is not cowardice. If there really were a spirit inscription match and the divine son of the abyssal divine sect were to participate, as things stand now, no one from the younger generation of our sect could match him. He had seen that divine son in person, and even he had to admit the boy was monstrously talented. That was before, though. Now we have Su Chang'e, don't we? Deng Yangzi couldn't help interjecting. Elder Xuanji thought for a moment. The gap in cultivation realms is too vast. Even with his extraordinary talent and 10 cave heavens merged into one, it's still not enough. The divine son of the abyssal divine sect had already pulled ahead of the top geniuses of the eastern profound domain. Even Su Chang'e would surely lose if he faced him. Moreover, anyone can go, but he absolutely cannot, Elder Xuanji added after a moment's thought. If he went, what would the Tianxian people do when they saw him? It would be more than just hostility. He didn't want to expose Su Chang'e to any risk, for he saw a glimmer of hope in the boy that Yao Yu had never possessed. Most importantly, he could tell Su Chang'e was not one to endure humiliation. What if the abyssal divine sect didn't play by the rules? Too dangerous. Alright, time's almost up. We still have a few days. Go back and discuss among yourselves. Look through the chief disciples of the other 7 peaks for someone steady. We'll decide on the candidate in 3 days. Yes, meeting adjourned. Elder Xuanji waved his hand, his figure fading, first disappearing from the throne. The other peak masters also departed, but each of them to varying degrees had developed a profound curiosity about Su Chang'e because of Wang Gang's words. Though they didn't believe a word of it, the fact remained that Su Chang'e's strength had skyrocketed, his cave heavens had merged, and he had killed Lin Tianlang in a single blow. At the same time, on the other side, in an ancient palace, the exclusive guest quarters of Taiching's sect, a heart-wrenching howl rang out. I will kill him. This princess will definitely kill him. Huang Yu raged on the bed. Though the swelling on her face had subsided with medicinal herbs, the 5-finger mark was still clear and her teeth had not yet been fully repaired, making her look rather ridiculous. Shut up. Huang Dikuan, sitting at the tea table, glared at Huang Yu, sweeping his divine sense around, afraid of offending Taiching's sect again. Uncle, you're shouting at me. You've never been harsh with Yue before. You actually yelled at me. Wah wah wah. Huang Yu burst into tears, sobbing loudly. Huang Dikuan's face darkened. Stop crying. We're outside. Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? He was fuming just thinking about it. If not for her, how could he have trembled in fear before Elder Xuanji, making a complete fool of himself? The more he recalled, the more humiliated he felt. Wah. I don't care. Didn't you tell me to go, uncle? Wah. You said we could force Yao Yu out and gauge the strength of Taiching sect's younger generation. Wah. I'll tell my father when I get back. Wah. Huang Dikuan's mouth twitched, and he sighed inwardly. Then he stepped forward and said softly, Yue, stop crying. Don't worry, your uncle will get even for you. Taiching sect has agreed to the imperial celebration. Once their people arrive in Tianquan, you can bully them however you like, alright. Emperor Dikuan nodded. In truth, Tianxian had already made its decision, though it had yet to be announced. Whether or not this imperial celebration took place, it would not affect their choice to align with the Yuanshan sect. The reason for inviting Taiching sect was merely to build momentum for the Yuanshan sect. Huang Yu wiped her tears, then gritted her teeth, and said, "Can we have that Su Chang'e come? I will humiliate him thoroughly." Huang Dikuan let out a contemptuous laugh, picked up the spirit tea on the table, took a sip, and said, "He probably won't dare to come." "Why?" Huang Yu was puzzled, and said resentfully, "Isn't he extremely arrogant? He should be the strongest disciple of the Taiching sect. If he doesn't lead the team, who will?" Huang Dikuan set down his teacup and said slowly, "Because news that the holy son of the Yuanshan sect will lead the team will spread soon. This Su Chang'e is far from a match for the Yuanshan son. This matter was extremely secret. If the young generation of Tianxian Taiching sect suffered a major defeat, this time Taiching's influence in Dongxian would inevitably diminish. His plan to advocate an alliance with the Yuanshan sect could then unfold further, building momentum for the Yuanshan sect's unification of Dongxian, a win-win situation. He was extremely confident. Who among the young generation of the Eastern Xian domain could rival him? Of course, to ensure the plan was foolproof and to confirm that the Taiching sect would accept the invitation, he had to make a trip himself and also assess the strength of the Taiching sect's younger generation. He only revealed it now to stop Huang Yu from making a fuss. Since the news was about to spread anyway, and the Taiching sect had already accepted the celebration invitation, even if it were exposed now, it wouldn't matter. As expected, although Huang Yu was still somewhat displeased, her mood improved considerably. She gritted her teeth and said, "Then let your fellow disciples bear the brunt of this princess's wrath." Soon Huang Dikuan left Huang Yu's room, his brows furrowing involuntarily. After passing several side courtyards, he arrived at a relatively modestly sized room, pushed open the door, and entered. "Young Lin, you have disappointed this king. I told you to play the pig and eat the tiger to suppress the younger generation of the Taiching sect, and preferably to probe Yao Yu's trump cards. But you've turned it into playing the pig and eating the feed, haven't you?" Huang Dikuan said with a faint smile, casually sitting down in the hall, his gaze unwavering as it fell on Lin Tianlong, who lay motionless on the bed before him. Although he was very confident in the holy son of the Yuanshan sect, he still had to clarify certain matters. In particular, the sudden emergence of Su Chang'e, whose strength and background information were severely inconsistent. "I am truly a pig. He is no false tiger, but a true dragon. We were wrong from the start, your highness," Lin Tianlang said softly, his voice somewhat hoarse, his face still pale. Yet his mind kept replaying the brief clash of the day. The strongest of the Taiching sect was this Su Chang'e. It was nothing like what the Yuanshan sect had claimed, that the younger generation of Taiching had no pillar to bear the burden. "You call this having none? Tell me then, what cultivation level is he that he could defeat you, Lin Tianlang, so miserably?" Huang Dikuan snorted coldly, clearly displeased with Lin Tianlong's words that boosted the enemy's morale. However, out of respect for Lin Tianlong's master, he refrained from any excessive action. Lin Tianlang stared at the ceiling, somewhat dazed, and said, "I don't know." "Don't know?" Huang Dikuan raised an eyebrow. "How could he not know? But I can sense that his strength is far from what he shows." Lin Tianlang replied slowly. Hearing this, Huang Dikuan frowned and pressed further. "You mean he is also playing the pig? He is not merely at the early stage of the mark pattern realm. He also has powerful hidden cards. How did you discover this? Was it because of that sword strike?" "That sword strike was not a mere earth-grade technique like the Taiching sword art. Was it a heaven-grade technique?" As he spoke, his expression gradually turned grave. If this were true, it would indeed go beyond the scope of his plan. Could he be in the middle stage of the mark pattern realm? Or perhaps even the late stage? If that were the case, he would indeed have the strength to contend with the holy son of the Yuanshan sect. What he wanted was complete suppression, crushing the Taiching sect's momentum, not a clash of prodigies going back and forth. Even winning would not be enough. Lin Tianlang shook his head and said, "None of that. I can confirm that he and I are both at the early stage of the mark pattern realm." "Then what do you mean by not simple?" Huang Dikuan's lips twitched. He wanted to curse. "Because he was. From beginning to end." Lin Tianlang spoke involuntarily, revealing a complex expression even tinged with a hint of admiration. This made Huang Dikuan feel a tinge of tension, and he quickly asked, "He was what?" "He was too composed. I have never seen such a composed opponent." The look in his eyes held no hatred, not even a shred of interest in me. It was as if even if heaven and earth turned upside down, he would remain unmoved. "He is definitely not faking it, your highness, do you understand?" Lin Tianlong's voice grew agitated as he finished. In his life, he had faced all kinds of geniuses, encountered all sorts of characters, but never one like Su Chang'e. Not even the holy son of the Yuanshan sect, who had likewise instantly defeated him back, then possessed such a quality. He had reason to believe that this man was definitely not ordinary. For a moment, he even wanted to follow him. Huang Dikuan's eyelids twitched. He was struck silent. Composed my ass. Then he stood up, indifferently glanced back at Lin Tianlong, and thought to himself, this kid is really ruined. Oh well, the plan is set, it doesn't matter. As long as his cultivation remains at the early mark pattern realm, it's all within my expectations. The sun set in the west. The ninth peak seemed even more tranquil and serene in the afterglow of the setting sun, as if cut off from the outside world. The orange-red light bathed the entire peak in a warm golden edge. At the mountain summit in the YA pavilion, Su Chang'e sat leisurely on a stone stool, fiddling with a set of antique tea utensils. Before him, steam rose gently from the pot, exuding the delicate fragrance of spirit tea. Ti Dao Insight 1. Ti Dao Insight 1. With your heaven-defying comprehension, based on your mastery of the talisman Dao, your Ti Dao has reached minor achievement. Ti Dao has entered the threshold. Tisk, this heaven-defying comprehension skill is indeed very useful. Su Chang'e clicked his tongue. Although the Ti Dao is not a combat skill among the myriad paths, since it is a path, it is not entirely useless. The process of brewing tea itself is a practice of abandoning distracting thoughts and cultivating the mind. Among the myriad worlds, there are many powerful cultivators who walk the path of slaughter. Plagued by killing intent, anxiety, and other negative emotions, they often choose a path to cultivate their mind, and the Ti Dao is one of them. Moreover, all methods share the same origin. Within the Ti Dao, one can also comprehend the great Dao of heaven and earth, making it a form of cultivation. However, few people master the Ti Dao. Su Chang'e had only seen a great power from the spirit realm brew tea when he was young. That person was truly like an immortal, making even those beside him involuntarily calm. Especially the tea he brewed, even ordinary tea leaves when consumed had the ability to strengthen the soul and replenish qi and blood. Then a flash of enlightenment seemed to pass through Su Chang'e's eyes, and his movements unconsciously quickened. In his smooth and flowing motions, one could even feel a trace of natural Dao rhythm flowing. It was as if he were not brewing tea, but inscribing some divine script. Su Chang'e, already in excellent spirits, raised the freshly brewed spirit tea and took a small sip, feeling a warm, gentle current slide down his throat, refreshing and invigorating. The taste is not bad, still room for improvement. So much better than the slop I brewed before. Though I didn't expect that with my rudimentary tea art skills combined with this exceptional spring breeze tea, it would gain the ability to nourish the spirit and soothe the soul, Su Chang'e murmured, gazing down at his teacup. The spring breeze tea, as it was called, was personally cultivated by Li Qingfeng, the peak master of the third peak, renowned as the chess sage. Even Su Chang'e had heard of this chess sage's personal preferences. Tea brewing was among his greatest loves, and he was considered a first-rate tea master throughout the entire Eastern Profound Domain. True masters tend to be pursuit-driven individuals. When unable to find quality tea, they simply begin cultivating it themselves. As for why Su Chang'e possessed this tea, he had exchanged some after failing an obstacle course, previously using it to soothe his frayed nerves. The spring breeze tea not only possessed exceptional flavor, but also offered a subtle ability to focus the mind and induce tranquility. Moreover, given its relatively modest price, it had become an extraordinarily coveted item within the Taiching sect. A master of tea brewing. I wonder if he has truly entered the Dao. The passing thought dissolved as it held no significance. After savoring another cup, Su Chang'e reclined leisurely in his wooden chair, gazing at the sunset's crimson glow. Less than 2 days to reach formations, far swifter than I imagined. Being a warm-hearted senior brother on this ninth peak, sipping tea, fishing, guiding little junior sisters. Doesn't seem half bad. Surely preferable to constant fighting and killing. At this moment his aura was completely concealed, resembling a deep, still pond. Nearly imperceptible unless one stood directly before him. Yet should one peer deeply into his eyes, they would discover swirling cosmic rivers, ancient golden divine statues forming and dissolving in endless cycles of illusion and transformation. Most enigmatic were the transformations within his body. Having merged the supreme bone at its maximum level, all 206 of his bones now radiated a gilded luster. This gold was not dazzling, but emanated an ancient, dignified aura. Upon each bone, the original supreme treasure technique runes had entirely vanished, replaced by intricate symbols born from his personal comprehension of the great Dao, meticulously constructed through his mastery of rune techniques to perfection. Containing unimaginable, overwhelming power, particularly within his body at this moment. Each bone transformed into resplendent gilded hues, with runes directly pointing to the fundamental essence of the great Dao swirling across their surfaces. Just moments ago, he had completed merging the supreme bone at maximum level, reward from the system, and absorbed an additional year and 1 month of cultivation. Yet Su Chang'e had not anticipated such a tremendous elevation, so he required this brief moment of tranquility to allow his body to gradually adapt. In the next instant, he glanced at his status panel. Name Su Chang'e. Age, 23. Realm Initial Formation Array Stage. Cultivation Technique Taiching Mysterious Decree Earth Grade. Peak Eternal Feather Indestructible Scripture Imperial Grade. Unentered. Divine Art Taiching Sword Decree Earth Grade. Peak Heaven Slicing Sword Draw Technique Saint Grade. Entry Comprehending 11. Heaven and Earth Myriad Dao. Rune Dao Peak Myriad Dao. T Dao Minor Achievement. Special Abilities Cave Heaven Ancient Ancestral Dragon Spirit Form Enhancement. His blood carries a trace of Ancestral Dragon. Might Supreme Divine Technique. Can briefly manifest Supreme Apparitions to crush opponents. Special Constitution Supreme Bone Maximum Level. Magic Treasures Shattered Moon Sword Earth Grade Superior Spirit Moon Divine Tower Saint Grade Inferior. Other Reverse Comprehension. A year of arduous cultivation combined with the Supreme Bone merger allowed Su Chang'e to inscribe his self-created runes in an extremely short time per Peli. From his understanding, those who had reached the formation array stage were considered top-tier powerhouses across the entire Eastern Profound Domain, ranking at the level of first-ranked elders within the Taiching sect. Yet Su Chang'e's formation technique was distinctly different. He walked the path of unifying cave heavens and self-creating runes. In summary, currently he was terrifyingly powerful. I recall that Yixin would need to transcend small realms to kill me 3 months from now, right? No butterfly effect where he gains constant lucky encounters just because I'm getting stronger. Su Chang'e asked drowsily in his heart. If that were the case, that would be utterly idiotic. What fun would that be then? Wouldn't that make me Yixin's speed boost? Negative host. Though the Son of Destiny is protected by this world's heavenly Tao, he remains within the Tao and subject to its rules. Good then. After hearing the system's response, Su Chang'e felt completely at ease, lying down and drifting into a peaceful sleep. This slumber was incredibly restful. The Supreme Bone and Realm Breakthrough merged perfectly within this tranquility. Shortly after, he was awakened by a soft breathing sound and a faint aroma of cooked dishes. Not far before him, Ning Fuyao stood quietly in place, carrying 2 exquisite wooden boxes, not daring to make even the slightest sound. A few months prior, she had disturbed Su Chang'e's rest and was punished with 3 days without food, an experience of pure torment. Behind Ning Fuyao stood Lu Rian, her expression seemingly calm on the surface. Having learned from Tu Yuyu about Su Chang'e's dinner invitation, she suspected today's encounter with Su Dahe would not end peacefully. Tu Yuyu dared not come, but she was not afraid. Let's settle this. Su Chang'e. Su Chang'e stretched comfortably and glanced at the children standing quietly nearby, smiling. Why are you standing there? Come over. A smiling tiger indeed. Lu Rian strode forward, coldly sneering in her heart. She remembered this smile. This was Su Chang'e's telltale sign when most furious. That time she was punished to mine spirit ores in the pitch-black spirit vein for a full 3 months. No matter what you say next, my answer remains the same. Goodbye. Ning Fuyao was different though. Seeing Su Chang'e's gentle smile resembling the senior brother who had protected her today, her expression softened considerably. She stepped forward and placed the wooden boxes on the table. Say, senior brother, dinner is ready. Though the menu is finished, I made your favorite jade chirp chicken. You said we should dine together today, and I have a rather large appetite. Should I clear these teacups? As she spoke, Ning Fuyao felt somewhat embarrassed, her fair jade-like hands gripping the box lid clearly flustered. Lu Rian was slightly taken aback, glancing at Ning Fuyao in surprise. What did the third junior sister call him? Senior brother. What's going on? Su Chang'e glanced at Lu Rian, instantly perceiving her slight injuries and depleted qi and blood. Having thought of something, he looked at Ning Fuyao and said, no rush. This is the tea I brewed earlier. I happen to make extra. You each have some. Really? Ning Fuyao was slightly excited. She had actually wanted to taste it for quite some time. She knew Su Chang'e was using the famed spring breeze tea of the Taiching sect. Usually she could only hear about it from other junior brothers and sisters. Yet Lu Rian narrowed her beautiful eyes, slightly unable to discern what scheme this Su Dahe was plotting. Could he be trying to drug this empress? No, that can't be right. He seems uninterested in matters between men and women, otherwise me and the 2 junior sisters would have fallen into his clutches long before my memories awakened, but one can never be certain. Perhaps he thought we were too young before, and now that the fruit has ripened, he wants to pluck it. Once certain thoughts arise, they are hard to suppress. Lu Rian grew increasingly uneasy, more convinced than ever that she must not drink this tea. How could Su Chang'e suddenly be so kind? Wasn't today's gathering a Hongmin banquet for her and the little junior sister? Even if it wasn't the kind of drug she suspected, it could never be anything good. Just then Lu Rian's expression tightened. She reached out to tap Ning Fuyao's shoulder, intending to stop her, but her movement was a half-beat too slow. Third junior sister, you. Lu Rian's lips twitched. Why were you so quick? Were you that eager? Wasn't this girl usually the most timid and most afraid of Su Chang'e? How dare she drink the tea he gave her? In that fleeting moment, Ning Fuyao had already raised the teacup and drained it in one gulp. Then her brows knitted tightly, an indescribable expression on her face as she turned back to look at Lu Rian as if she were holding something back struggling. Ning Fuyao made a face. Lu Rian was momentarily stunned, a bad feeling rising in her heart. She nervously began third, but before she could finish the words, boom, a wave of almost tangible spiritual energy radiated from Ning Fuyao. Is this a breakthrough? The late stage of Cave Heaven, opening the sixth Cave Heaven. Lu Rian was taken aback. Then she heard a soft gasp escape Ning Fuyao's lips. That feels good, Ning Fuyao said with relief, then stared excitedly at Su Chang'e, who sat on the wooden chair with a gentle expression. Big senior brother, this tea must be very precious. She couldn't find the words to describe the sensation. What she was certain of was that her breakthrough was entirely due to this cup of tea. Meanwhile, Lu Rian fell into silence, pondering what poison could cause a breakthrough before poisoning its victim. But when the words big senior brother echoed again, her thoughts were pulled back. She glanced at Su Chang'e, who did not humiliate or scold Ning Fuyao as he had in the past, nor say she was unworthy to call him senior brother. Instead, he merely smiled lightly. This stirred an emotion deep within her, one she had never experienced in her past life. Envy. She was actually a little envious of Ning Fuyao. As this feeling surged, Lu Rian's lips twitched, and she almost wanted to slap herself. Come on. I am a being who has stepped into the Sever Self and illuminate the Tao path. How could I envy this girl for calling him senior brother? How has my mindset become so twisted over these 3 years? No, I must change. Then Su Chang'e's voice rang out, answering Ning Fuyao. Not particularly precious. It's just some spring breeze tea I brewed myself. Su Chang'e said casually with a smile, while a voice echoed in his mind from the system. Ding bestowed spiritual tea to third junior sister Ning Fuyao, causing her to break through in cultivation, while also generating a trace of gratitude towards the host. Reward 1 month of cultivation. Claim now. This really is spring breeze tea. Ning Fuyao exclaimed in surprise, picking up the cup and holding it close to her eyes. She squinted her left eye and peered at the tea leaves at the bottom with her right. At first she thought it was just ordinary spring breeze tea, but she had never heard of anyone breaking through after drinking it. And most importantly, it tasted absolutely divine. Su Chang'e glanced at Ning Fuyao and chuckled. The tea leaves are in the teapot. How could they end up in the cup? System, are you sure this is an innocent heart or just a lack of intelligence? Ning Fuyao stammered, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. Then she looked at him with curiosity. Senior brother, did you really brew this yourself? Unconsciously, she seemed to be growing bolder, and her stammering occasionally disappeared. In the past, she would never have dared to ask. Su Chang'e replied softly. His gaze shifted to Lu Rian, who was deep in thought. It seems this empress's wariness toward me runs deep. Well, that's only natural. Reborn into a new life, anyone would be more cautious, especially since she was an empress in her past life. Seeing this, Ning Fuyao quickly took a new teacup, filled it, and handed it to Lu Rian beside her. Second senior sister, hurry and drink. It's really good. Lu Rian accepted the cup with a calm exterior, her movements seemingly casual, but she had already scrutinized the tea in every possible way she could. Unfortunately, her cultivation was too low. If the grade of the drug Su Chang'e had added was too high, these detection methods would be useless. Yet just as she was hesitating, she caught a glimpse of Su Chang'e casually picking up the teapot, pouring himself a cup, and slowly drinking it. He actually drank it too. Could it be that I'm overthinking? Ning Fuyao, unaware of Lu Rian's inner turmoil, simply thought her second senior sister was still afraid of the senior brother. She leaned close to Lu Rian's ear and whispered, "It's fine, drink up, second senior sister." After a moment of hesitation, Lu Rian took a small sip. But then, the moment the tea touched her lips, Lu Rian's usually cool eyes abruptly contracted. No, this tea is not merely infused with spirituality. This tea actually contains a trace of Tao resonance. Tao resonance. She was no stranger to it. In her past life, she had even cultivated one Tao to perfection, so her understanding of Tao resonance was profound. Even though her current cultivation was insufficient, she could instantly recognize it upon sensing it again. At this moment, as the tea slipped down her throat, it silently permeated her limbs and bones. The injuries to her soul and vitality caused by a divine technique she had forcibly used earlier began to heal at an astonishing speed. More importantly, her earlier worry about insufficient foundation at the blood-moving realm was now somewhat alleviated. This tea was actually enhancing her vital energy. Using tea as a medium to perform the work of creation. This is the ability of one who has achieved mastery in the way of tea. Lu Rian was astonished. What surprised her was not the Tao resonance in the tea, but the fact that Su Chang'e had just said he brewed it himself. Entering a Tao was extremely difficult, and those who achieved it at the spirit transformation realm were even rarer. One must be truly gifted and deeply understand the Tao to have a chance of entering it. To then condense Tao resonance in that Tao meant at least a minor accomplishment. Lu Rian's hand holding the teacup trembled imperceptibly. Her injuries had fully recovered, but her gaze deliberately swept over Su Chang'e. It couldn't have been brewed by him. No one accomplished in the way of tea could be of his age. No talent so monstrous would focus their efforts on cultivating the way of tea. Any Tao was extremely time-consuming. Which genius would devote themselves to the non-combative way of tea? The great cultivators she had known in her past life who had achieved mastery in the way of tea had all turned to it only after reaching the end of their own Tao and finding no further progress. Of course, there were also many failures. Entering a Tao depended solely on comprehension, nothing else. This cup of tea imbued with a natural Tao resonance clearly boasted a remarkable accomplishment scarcely inferior to the tea she had drunk in her past life. You say this was brewed by Su Chang'e. Not to mention that Lu Ruyin was certain he could never possess such insight. Even if he did, based on her understanding of Su Chang'e's character, he would never waste his time on the way of tea. Then it can only mean this tea was brewed by someone else. Who? The chess sage Li Qingfeng. Lu Ruyin immediately thought of the peak master of the third peak. If she had to name one person, she felt only Li Qingfeng was most likely, yet at the same time a flicker of doubt arose in her heart. It seemed that Li Qingfeng and Su Chang'e had no particular connection, but why would he personally brew tea for Su Chang'e? Moreover, this tea was greatly beneficial to Su Chang'e, as well. Why would he be willing to share it with me and Ning Fuyao? Was it a sudden burst of kindness, or did he have ulterior motives? Forget it. Regardless of the reason, at least I have received his favor now. Let's keep things separate. Thinking thus, Lu Ruyin gently placed the teacup on the table and turned to Su Chang'e, cupping her hands. Thank you, Lord Su, for the tea. Ding bestowed the spirit tea upon second junior sister Lu Ruyin, strengthening her blood-changing foundation and repairing internal injuries, earning a debt of gratitude from her toward the host. Reward 1 month of cultivation. Do you wish to claim it now? Current accumulated 2 months of cultivation. After the system's voice sounded, Su Chang'e smiled, meeting Lu Ruyin's gaze, and said, What did you call me? He had just finished speaking when he suddenly recalled a dialogue from the story, and his expression turned slightly amused. What did you call me? If I didn't call you out on it before. Dad. Hey, this girl isn't stupid after all. No way. Having this kind of conversation would be really awkward. Ning Fuyao immediately started making faces at Lu Ruyin. Lu Ruyin was also taken aback and suddenly recalled the words that had warmed her heart all day yesterday. But after calming down, she didn't take it seriously. She didn't actually change her address just because of Su Chang'e's words yesterday. After 3 years of acquaintance, she knew Su Chang'e was moody. Perhaps he was in a good mood yesterday, but the next day, he could be completely different. But now that Su Chang'e said that, did he really want her to call him that? After hesitating for a long time, Lu Ruyin finally said softly, Thank you, senior brother. After saying this, a surge of excitement unexpectedly rose in her heart. Damn, this emotion is coming again. Upon hearing her address, Su Chang'e breathed a silent sigh of relief. Good thing it didn't go the way I imagined. No need to thank me, it's nothing special. Su Chang'e said softly, casually grasping the teapot handle. After shaking it and finding it empty, he unconsciously began moving with the same fluid grace as before. Anyway, brewing tea didn't take long, and it tasted quite good. He also wanted some more. Tea Insight 1. Tea Insight 1. Innate talent defying the heavens. Your second time brewing tea based on the pinnacle of the talisman Tao. Your insight into the essence of all things was already profound, and your tea Tao has reached great accomplishment. Huh. Su Chang'e couldn't help but be startled. So fast. This path of cultivation is a bit too simple, isn't it? It seems that the perfection of the tea Tao is also near, and the pinnacle probably won't take long. It seems I should brew more often when I have time. Not something special, huh? Lu Ruyin did not reply, but sneered contemptuously in her heart. Keep pretending. Just keep pretending. The next moment, when Lu Ruyin saw Su Chang'e grasp the teapot handle and prepare to brew tea again after that casual movement, she felt as if struck by lightning, instantly frozen in place. She saw Su Chang'e's movements were smooth as flowing water without the slightest trace of effort. Every step seemed to merge with the surrounding environment, with the tea leaves in the pot, with the rising wisps of steam. His fingers were slender and steady, pouring water, warming the cup, adding tea high infusion, skimming foam, low pouring. After the entire sequence, which appeared simple and casual in Lu Ruyin's eyes, it seemed she saw the trajectory of the great Tao in its simplicity. That was not a simple tea brewing motion. It was clearly the natural flow of Tao resonance. Every slight rotation of his wrist echoed some cosmic rhythm. Even his current peaceful, focused, and slightly leisurely state of mind seemed to transform into an invisible catalyst, carrying out a silent exchange and resonance with the spirituality of the tea leaves themselves. This kind of perfectly natural Tao-conforming tea brewing posture. Lu Ruyin recalled that even the enlightened master of the tea Tao in her past life had never displayed such a sight. No, it could even be said that the charm Su Chang'e displayed, the Tao within the tea as the Tao, was purer and closer to the origin than that master had ever achieved. But at that moment, specks of tea vapor began to emerge around Su Chang'e, like countless miniature stars radiating mysterious brilliance. These light points were ethereal and hazy, swirling around Su Chang'e like smoke and mist, setting him apart, as if he were no ordinary mortal, but rather an immortal sovereign who had briefly paused in the human world. And this was only the beginning. Within the dense, shimmering tea vapor, scenes of clear and miraculous dynamic visions slowly unfolded and evolved like a painting. Mist-wreathed, immortal palaces appeared and disappeared within the luminous haze. The phantoms of celestial cranes and spirit sparrows danced gracefully among the halls. Gurgling spirit springs gushed from the void, irrigating a lush expanse of jade trees and immortal herbs. What was even more shocking was that deep within the visions there seemed to be several blurred figures brimming with Tao resonance. Some were playing chess under a pine tree, and with each piece, placed the stars of the heavens trembled. Others were discussing the Tao by a spring, and though no sound came forth, the ripples of Tao spread out. Wow, even the way senior brother brews tea, is this beautiful, eh? Ning Fuyao beside him was already dumbfounded, unable to resist the urge to reach out and touch these celestial realms. Tao resonance spontaneously generated. Every gesture contains the Tao principle, evolving visions of the great Tao. This is something only a master of the talisman Tao in the legends could achieve. How is this possible? Lu Rian's heart was stirred into an unprecedented storm of shock. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on Su Chang'e's hands. All her previous guesses and deductions were utterly shattered at this moment. What Li Qingfeng brewing on his behalf? What, someone else? This tea imbued with Tao resonance was without a doubt brewed by Su Chang'e himself. He was the one who had achieved something in the tea Tao. No, he was a grandmaster of the tea Tao. At this moment, she felt her face burning with shame. Although no one knew she had been proven wrong, Lu Ruyan was extremely proud by nature. When had she ever been so mistaken about something? She couldn't understand it either. A young man of 23, how could he have achieved mastery in the tea Tao? Could he be a once-in-10,000 years prodigy of the tea Tao? But I haven't seen him brew tea much in the past 3 years. Could he have been hiding it all along? Lu Ruyan, having witnessed countless grand occasions, quickly suppressed the shock in her heart and began to contemplate. Even if he had been immersed in tea since childhood, it would be impossible for him to achieve mastery in the way of tea. How old is he? If this emperor recalls correctly, he is 23 years old. Achieving mastery in the way of tea at just over 20 years old. What terrifying level of tea comprehension is required? Could he be a born saint of the tea arts? At this thought, a peculiar glint flashed across Lu Ruyan's eyes. If that were truly the case, it would be somewhat interesting. Although the way of tea was merely one path among countless others, its rank was low, excelling not in combat, but in support. She truly hadn't expected someone with Su Chang'e's ambitious nature to be naturally suited for such a supplementary path. Perhaps it was precisely for this reason that he was unwilling to reveal his tea artistry talent. Yet that reasoning didn't quite fit either. He could have easily used his tea-making abilities to exchange for more cultivation resources. Even in the spirit realm, his tea artistry would have allowed him to thrive. Just as she was contemplating this, Su Chang'e had already brewed another pot of tea. The ethereal phenomena surrounding him gradually faded as his movements ceased. This pot possessed a Tao rhythm several times richer than the previous one, yet he did not drink immediately. Instead, he said softly, "Let us eat first." At these words, Ning Fuyao, who had been staring blankly, snapped back to attention. She hastily laid out the prepared dishes and arranged the tableware. Only then did she hear Su Chang'e ask gently, "By the way, where is junior sister? Why hasn't she come?" His impression of that junior sister of his was actually quite vague. She had joined the sect last and experienced Su Chang'e's oppression the least. It was very likely that Su Chang'e devoted most of his time and energy to cultivation. With Lu Ruyan and Ning Fuyao handling his daily affairs, he simply had no time to attend to junior sister. Ning Fuyao's face turned pale. She suddenly didn't know how to respond, fearing that Su Chang'e would learn she had already spoken to junior sister. She was afraid Su Chang'e would be angry upon discovering the truth. Su Chang'e sensed something and raised his eyes toward the space behind Lu Ruyan. Having already entered the array formation stage, his consciousness could cover the entire ninth peak. In an instant, he detected people ascending the mountain, not just one person. Originally, Lu Ruyan had intended to take all responsibility upon herself, but upon seeing Su Chang'e's gaze, she suddenly shuddered. A foreboding premonition blossomed in her heart. Not long after, unhurried footsteps echoed. Not long after, measured yet subtly oppressive footsteps approached from the distance. Yao Xingye emerged slowly from the twilight, hands clasped behind his back. Glancing occasionally at the young girl beside him, a peculiar expression would flicker across his eyes, and he couldn't help but wonder to himself. What was this girl thinking? Is Mr. Su's junior sister really that significant? A cultivator who just entered the cave heaven stage, not even having opened a single cave, dared to steal from myriad Yao Palace. Fortunately, this old man happened to pass by. If the law enforcement elder had caught her, wouldn't that have caused a major incident? Following closely behind, stepping in sync, was indeed the young girl Tu Yu. At this moment, she appeared even more disheveled than before. Not only were there more smudges of black ash on her delicate face, but her hair was in complete disarray. Yet even this could not conceal her beauty. Her cyan-colored pupils held a dreamlike quality radiating an enchanting and otherworldly charm. In stark contrast to her previous mischievous demeanor, her young face now bore an expression of profound gravity. Just now she had carried out her own plan with reckless abandon. The result was naturally that she was caught red-handed. Alas, truly heaven has abandoned me, Tu Yu lamented inwardly, her delicate face crumpling into a frown. Ancestress, you may soon never see your most beloved granddaughter again. This mortal world is not worth it. The demon realm is so much better. Regrettably, Yu cannot return. Today Yu resolves to fight that villain Su. Though knowing my own weakness as a Qingqiu princess, how can I allow a mere human to bully me? Yu shall repay your nurturing grace in the next life. After the elder and Tu Yu appeared, Ning Fuyao's expression initially brightened upon seeing Tu Yu, thinking she had come. Yet upon seeing the elderly man beside her, her face immediately became grave, her mind racing with rapid calculations. This old man. I seem to have seen him somewhere. It seems like Myriad Yao Palace. Ning Fuyao suddenly recalled. This old man was precisely the third peak master who had always been blocking the entrance at Myriad Yao Palace. How could he be with Yu? Beside him, Lu Rian froze instantly, and that ominous feeling in her heart grew increasingly strong. Surely not, surely not. This girl actually went to steal from Myriad Yao Palace. What? Does she have any brains at all? Lu Rian rubbed her forehead, feeling a sudden headache. Indeed, whatever one fears one shall surely encounter. Upon seeing Yao Xingye, Su Chang'e felt somewhat surprised, and when his gaze fell upon Tu Yu behind him, a golden brilliance suddenly illuminated his eyes. As I expected, she is also a daughter of heavenly fate. It matters not. I've grown accustomed to it. Let me open the interface. Name Tu Yu, age 15, personality voluptuous, yet brainless, impulsive, warm-hearted, cultivation, cave heaven stage, initial phase, unopened, destined fate, sovereign of 10,000 demons, gold, beauty of the three realms, gold, demon emperor, potential, gold, life, fate, daughter of heavenly fate, gold, ranked for longevity, gold, cultivation, technique, nine-tailed celestial fox art, inherited technique, heavenly rank, introductory cultivation, divine abilities, floating lifelike, a dream, earthly rank, introductory myriad forms, thousand faces, earthly rank, introductory special constitution, heavenly allure, physique, nine-tailed, celestial fox, bloodline, reversion, heavenly fate, external aid, not yet awakened, life script, princess of the Qingqiu clan, from the southern desert demon domain, royal family. After her Qingqiu ancestor, calculate. A subtle twitch formed at the corner of Su Chang'e's mouth, and for a moment he felt a pang of sympathy for the original host. To have offended three daughters of heavenly fate. What kind of villain could withstand such a burden? And there's more. Could my master also possess some kind of cheat? How could he judge people so accurately? Why did he insist on making this villain his chief disciple? At that moment, Yao Xingye had led Tu Yu into the courtyard. His gaze swept across the dishes on the stone table and that pot of tea, and he couldn't help but pause momentarily, yet he couldn't discern anything unusual. He then glanced at Lu Rian and Ning Fuyao beside him before finally fixing his attention on Su Chang'e. Maintaining a deliberately imposing demeanor, he said, "On nephew Su." He stepped aside, revealing Tu Yu on his back. I happened to be passing by the outer perimeter of Wanxiang Heavenly Palace and noticed this girl seemed to have lost her way. Since I had nothing better to do, I brought her back to you. Murmuring these words aloud, he then transmitted his voice to Su Chang'e. Su Xianqing, this girl has the nerve to attempt sneaking into the Wanxiang formation. Fortunately, I managed to control it in time. Had I not, it would have caused quite a stir within the sect, and the punishment would have been severe. Hearing this, Su Chang'e paused briefly before rising to his feet. Thank you, Yao Shibua. You're most welcome. Yao Xingye replied outwardly with the warmth of an elder, though his secret telepathic voice carried amusement. Such formality is unnecessary, Su Xianqing. This is no great matter. There's no need for thanks at all. Since Yao Shibua has made the effort to visit, would you care to stay for tea before departing? Su Chang'e smiled, faintly feeling a touch of gratitude toward Yao Xingye. Otherwise, if Tu Yu had truly triggered the formation and caused chaos, the headache would have been entirely his. Tea won't be necessary. I have prior engagements and must take my leave. Yao Xingye maintained a composed expression as he declined, adding telepathically, "No tea for me, Su Xianqing. I'm still quite occupied with calligraphy studies under Li Qingfeng." Interestingly, Su Chang'e's earlier suggestion about practicing calligraphy had clearly stayed with him. However, what Yao Xingye hadn't anticipated was that the tea Su Chang'e offered was anything but ordinary. This rejection weighed heavily on him for days, so much so that sleep eluded him entirely. With that, he ceased his explanation and vanished in a streak of light, seemingly aware that his presence was no longer welcome, given Su Chang'e's discomfort with disciplining his junior sister. Instantaneously, a profound silence descended upon Wuya Court. Ning Fuyao sat there utterly bewildered. What exactly was happening here? Has her junior sister gotten lost? Or was she brought back by the Peak Master? Doesn't she know the entire Taiching sect like the back of her hand? Lu Rian grew puzzled, wondering why the third Peak Master hadn't been entirely truthful. Could he have failed to notice? Otherwise it simply wouldn't make sense. How could Tu Yu ever lose her way? The notion was laughable. Su Chang'e set down his chopsticks, his gaze settling calmly on Tu Yu, who was desperately trying to make herself invisible. He remained silent, uncertain what to say. Yet this silence sent a chill through Tu Yu. She risked a quick glance upward and directly met his abyssal eyes. A shiver raced through her, and every confident word she'd previously spoken vanished from her mind. Inside she screamed, "Here it comes. The moment of judgment has arrived. Su the Black-Hearted One will surely make an example of me. He'll sentence me to mine until the earth wears thin. He might even hand me over to the discipline hall. Wah! My fox life has barely begun. No. I can't just die like this." Honestly, her fear of Su Chang'e stemmed entirely from the constant warnings of senior sisters Lu Rian and Ning Fuyao, which had planted deep terror in her heart. In truth, aside from missing out on her salary, she'd suffered remarkably little. Tu Yu suddenly began walking towards Su Chang'e. Ning Fuyao remained thoroughly confused. Lu Rian thought Tu Yu was about to launch into another reckless outburst, and was preparing to reveal her hand. If worst came to worst, she'd simply leave Taiching sect. But then Tu Yu did something that made everyone's thoughts momentarily short-circuit. Tu Yu's demeanor shifted completely, transforming into something dripping with honeyed sweetness and delicate softness capable of melting the sturdiest ice. Her unique smoky gray pupils, already possessing an irresistible charm, now sparkled as though stardust had been scattered across them. Ripples of watery light danced in her gaze as she looked at Su Chang'e, filled to the brim with just the right measure of grievance and pleading. "Senior brother." Tu Yu called softly, her tone strikingly different from before. Her voice was impossibly tender and sweet, trailing off with a barely perceptible tremor that pierced straight to the heart. Su Chang'e's eyelid twitched. Why was this junior sister employing tactics so different from the previous two? What exactly was she planning? Before Su Chang'e could respond, Tu Yu's entire body went limp, and she collapsed softly and precisely onto his lap. "Good senior brother. I was wrong. Yu knows she was wrong. Please don't punish me, okay?" Tu Yu tilted her face upwards slightly, every word dripping with honeyed sweetness. This was her ultimate technique. Simply charming. Just being irresistibly coquettish. In the past, no matter how grave his transgressions, a single display of affection rendered the ancestor helpless. She may not have realized this trick only worked on those who genuinely cared for her, but such nuances never entered her mind. She acted first, reasoned later. At that moment, everyone fell into a deathly silence. Ning Fuyao stared dumbfounded. Did her junior sister just cling to her senior brother's leg? What the? Lu Rian nearly choked on her breath, unable to suppress a gasp as she thought, "Where's your dignity? Who was it that always spoke so boldly to me? Is this really it? Hey, you don't honestly believe this will make Su Chang'e let you off the hook, do you? Naive. You have no idea, he doesn't see his junior sisters at all. If coquettishness were effective, then this empress. Never mind, I couldn't bring myself to do it." At that moment, Su Chang'e's hand trembled slightly, for several fine strands of hair had fallen brushing against the back of his hand with a ticklish sensation, carrying an unusual fragrance. Especially from this angle, Su Chang'e could clearly see her exquisite jade-carved chin, her slightly pouted cherry lips gleaming with moisture, and those smoky gray eyes filled with an almost overflowing creature-like plea. Glancing downward, even with her hair somewhat disheveled today, Tu Yu's beauty remained undeniable. Her waist, slim enough to span with one hand, dipped naturally into an alluring curve, while beneath it her full rounded hips rose like a ripe peach, her figure lush and flowing, brimming with vibrant life and raw allure. Her upper body tilted upward slightly, her ample bosom pressing against Su Chang'e's knee, appearing impossibly full, as if it might burst free. It was hard to believe such a figure belonged to a 15-year-old maiden. Su Chang'e's expression immediately darkened, his brows furrowing in an uncharacteristically grave manner. Good heavens! Truly extraordinary. How has this girl grown so impressively developed? She's only this young. What would happen when she's fully grown? She's truly a little enchantress. Wait, she's a demon. And yet at that moment Tu Yu unconsciously nuzzled her cheek against Su Chang'e's knee like a little fox seeking her master's affection. "Senior brother, please don't punish Yu." Tu Yu's pair of eyes fixed intently on Su Chang'e as though they could speak. There was a blending of her innocent bewilderment with the innate soul-captivating allure of the Fox clan, two entirely different temperaments perfectly fused in her, forming a fatal attraction. At that moment Su Chang'e felt the warmth and softness against his knees, caught the faint traces of lingering fragrance, and gazed at those enchanting smoky gray eyes, so close he could swear tears would well up any second. His body stiffened almost imperceptibly for a split second. He then forced a calm expression and said, "You did nothing wrong. Who said I was going to punish you? Just get up." Though he had no idea what Tu Yu was sneaking around Xiangwan Heavenly Palace for, it hadn't caused any real harm, and he was only mildly curious. He truly had no intention of penalizing her. Hearing this, Tu Yu not only didn't rise, but leaning into her kneeling posture, she tilted up her face and pressed further her tone, laced with probing and a hint of cunning. Then today, when second senior sister and I injured that annoying person on the 7th peak, you're not punishing us either. They spoke insolently. The fault was never yours to begin with. Moreover, they were at a higher cultivation realm than you, and the fact that you still won makes it even less of an issue. Su Chang'e answered honestly. Yay! Tu Yu burst into cheers at once, clinging tightly to Su Chang'e's thigh with excitement, a flash of mischief dancing in her luminous eyes. The Grand Ancestor was right. Acting coquettish works far better than throwing tantrums. Looks like first senior brother isn't nearly as heartless as second senior sister claimed. He's actually quite easy to coax. What she was thinking Su Chang'e didn't bother to notice, for that soft yielding pressure was far too distracting. Ahem. Su Chang'e grew somewhat embarrassed, clearing his throat a few times before saying, "Just get up and eat already." "Senior brother, can I eat at Wuya Courtyard too?" Tu Yu asked, somewhat surprised. At that moment, Ning Fuyao, who had been standing quietly beside them, still clutching the corner of her robe, finally mustered the courage to chime in, her voice barely above a whisper, "Junior sister. I told you this afternoon." Tu Yu paused, pursing her lips as she muttered inwardly, "I thought back then that the meal was fake and eating people was real." Su Chang'e nodded and added, "Not just today. From now on, all 3 meals shall be taken here together." "Really? Senior brother, you're the best." Tu Yu jumped up eagerly and hurriedly opened the lunchbox, clearly unable to contain her impatience. She had been craving Su Chang'e's provisions for far too long. Seeing this, Ning Fuyao also quickly stepped forward to help set out the bowls and chopsticks, an involuntary gentle curve touching her lips. She carefully aligned the chopsticks and murmured softly, "Junior sister, take your time. The dishes won't grow legs and run away." "Third senior sister, is there steamed Ming fish today?" Tu Yu asked, full of expectation. "Gone. The last one was cooked this morning." Ning Fuyao said, a faint blush rising to her cheeks, for nearly that entire fish had been finished by her alone. "All right then. Hey, second senior sister, what are you staring off for? Sit down and eat. This opportunity is rare." Tu Yu leaned close to Lu Ruyan's ear and urged her softly. Only then did Lu Ruyan, who had been sitting rigidly beside them, finally manage to take her seat with some stiffness. Along the way, she cast a complicated glance at Su Chang'e and sneered inwardly, "Hem in." And so the first reunion meal of the 9th Peak's senior and junior siblings officially began. Tu Yu ate without restraint, her movements carrying a wild, untamed spirit, as though determined to make up for every delicious moment she had missed. Ning Fuyao continued to chew delicately, her posture elegant and fitting the demeanor of a cold, transcendent sword immortal. Yet her pace of eating was by no means slow, and the occasional glance she cast at the wolfing down Tu Yu carried the faintest trace of warm amusement. Lu Ruyan meanwhile ate absent-mindedly, each bite seeming less about the spiritual food and more about pondering what could have caused Su Chang'e's peculiar behavior that day. As for Su Chang'e, he picked at his food while taking the opportunity to properly observe his 3 fated junior sisters. The 3 girls differed greatly in both temperament and appearance. Lu Ruyan appeared the most composed. Perhaps because of her recovered past life memories, even though she deliberately restrained herself, her crescent brows and phoenix eyes naturally exuded an aura of towering superiority without any effort whatsoever. She best embodied the archetype of a dominant fated heroine. Ning Fuyao's exterior, however, contrasted oddly with her personality. If she remained silent, she resembled a cold and detached ice lotus, ethereal, aloof, radiating an unmistakable barrier that kept others 1,000 paces away. Honestly, if she held a sword, she would be the very incarnation of a female sword immortal. But the moment she opened her mouth, one could sense her timidity, a rather uncommon trait for a fated heroine. Then again, perhaps he had encountered her during her youth, before she had fully grown into herself. Whether she would change in the future remained unclear. As for Tu Yu, Su Chang'e had only one sentence to summarize her. Even the legendary Su Daji fell short by half in comparison. Listening to the system's reward sounds beside him. Ding. Junior sister Tu Yu successfully acted coquettishly. The host did not reprimand her, but instead warmed her heart. The act of kindness is forming. Reward 1 month of cultivation experience. Ding. Third junior sister Ning Fuyao feels a sense of warmth at this moment. The first time she has ever felt like she has a home. Reward 1 month of cultivation experience. Cumulative cultivation 4 months. Temporary quest triggered. Mortal smoke to soothe the fox heart. Junior sister Tu Yu has long yearned for the mortal world. Please take her down the mountain to experience 1 day of ordinary earthly life. Time and location are unrestricted. Quest reward: Eye of Truth, devastating wisdom. Down the mountain. If there's no time limit, it's not troublesome. Now that I've entered the array formation realm, the formation diagrams at Taiching sect really are rather scarce. Su Chang'e mused inwardly while chewing on chicken. The array formation realm was not fundamentally different from the spirit rune inscribing realm. Its core principle was to upgrade the inscribed divine runes into complete formation arrays. Generally, cultivators needed to choose a powerful formation suitable to themselves as a blueprint, and then begin their cultivation. The strength of the formation also determined how powerful a cultivator could become at this realm. But Su Chang'e had chosen the path of self-invention, and if he wanted to continue down it, he would need to study countless ancient formation diagrams, just as with divine runes. Unfortunately, Taiching sect's collection of formation diagrams was pitifully small. Furthermore, his last visit to Xiangwan Heavenly Palace had already exhausted all the contribution points on his person. If he went again, he would either need to find a way to earn more contributions or wait until the sect distributed next month's stipend. Otherwise, he truly had no good options. Doing quests would waste too much time. My comprehension is heaven-defying after all, and taking on tasks would be beneath my dignity. But these contribution points, could he really resort to force? Besides, I'm the heartwarming senior brother now. I can't go robbing my junior sister's stipends next month either. Su Chang'e thought. The head disciple of a peak received 500 contribution points monthly, while direct disciples received 200. Su Chang'e had been finishing all 3 junior sisters' portions for years. Of course, he wouldn't continue doing that going forward. If I asked Yao Xingye for tuition fees, he probably wouldn't refuse. But such hindsight measures always feel a bit uncomfortable. Su Chang'e frowned slightly. He wasn't lacking cultivation time now. The system would provide that. What he needed were the specific materials required for each breakthrough. Formation diagrams were exactly what he needed most at this moment. While Su Chang'e was contemplating the contribution points and formation diagrams, Tu Yu finally finished eating and set down her chopsticks with satisfaction. Catching sight of the teapot on the table, she squinted her eyes and smiled. Senior brother, may I drink some? Su Chang'e responded softly. Then he thought of something, and his eyes lit up. Right? I've achieved mastery in the way of tea now. With such craftsmanship, the tea I brew would be worth a fortune, and I'd no longer need to worry about lacking formation diagrams to study. He'd heard earlier that the Taiching domain was about to host the Taiching Tea Gathering, where tea enthusiasts would gather to exchange insights on the way of tea. The most crucial segment involved auctioning works by the great tea masters of Yuanxiang realm. Word had it that wealthy tea connoisseurs from other regions had arrived, spending lavishly and generously. Then it seemed, yes, there was definitely a need to descend the mountain, and I could complete the system's task at the same time, a win-win situation. After Su Chang'e had made his decision, Tu Yu drained the tea in her cup in one gulp. Her eyes suddenly widened in disbelief. This tea. Third peak. Tingzhu Garden. Moonlight flowed like silk, quietly cascading over the bamboo garden of Third Peak. Unlike the open expanse of Ninth Peak, this place was more exquisitely refined and secluded. Night breezes swept through, causing thousands of bamboo stalks to sway, producing rustling sounds, like lovers whispering or the natural rhythm of the heavens and earth. Encircled by the bamboo grove, a white jade pavilion stood beside a spirit spring. The stone tables and seats within the pavilion were all carved from warm, lustrous spirit jade, emanating a gentle glow that calmed the mind and stilled the spirit. At this moment, Li Qingfeng sat alone in the pavilion, gazing intently at a set of plain, unadorned tea utensils. Faint spiritual light swirled around his fingertips as he nurtured several freshly picked Chunfeng tea leaves. His expression was focused, carrying a tenderness close to reverence. Moonlight fell upon his blue robes, as if lending them an air of scholarly elegance. His other hand picked up a black stone and placed it on the go board. Master, did Wang Gang really say that? You wouldn't actually believe such things, would you? A young man with thick eyebrows and large eyes scoffed as he poured tea. Why not just say that old Su has become a great emperor? That would at least be somewhat plausible. Li Qingfeng's movements remained unchanged as he said, one cannot attend to 2 things at once. Focus on brewing the tea. The way you talk, aren't you the same? The young man cursed under his breath. Won't want to copy text again, Li Qingfeng said sternly. His voice carried a certain weathered quality, revealing that his true age was not as young as his appearance suggested. Su Qi's mouth twitched slightly, but he dared not speak further. The prospect of copying text was genuinely torturous for him. He could barely recognize a few characters to begin with. I was merely speaking casually with you. Why would your master believe such a thing? Li Qingfeng asked with a light laugh. In truth, how could he possibly believe it? Wang Gang was clearly showing off, and if he believed that, he'd be a fool indeed. By the way, aren't you close with Su Chang'e? Shouldn't you be happy that he's become formidable? Su Qi's expression suddenly turned serious. Master, do you understand the saying? We fear not our brother's hardship, but rather their ascension to the path of the ancestors. Hell, yesterday he was still struggling with the Tongshan Tower, and I was thinking of going to check on him after I finish my tasks. Today you're telling me he got instantly defeated by Lin Tianlang. And then there are disciples spreading that he's invincible. How could I possibly accept this? In his heart, he'd always considered Su Chang'e his brother. Old Su is truly shameless, even keeping secrets from me. Slap. An invisible force materialized into a chestnut and struck Su Qi's head. Li Qingfeng then said, "One who begrudges another's fortune is no gentleman." Su Qi rubbed his head, feeling thoroughly wretched. I never wanted to be a gentleman in the first place. It was you who insisted I had some noble spirit, which is why you took me as your disciple. Rest assured, apart from his cultivation reaching the inscription stage, everything else is false. No one in the entire Dongxian domain could have mastered the way of chess at such a young age. Work harder and read more books and you too can catch up. Read books. Reading books is foo. Su Qi cursed under his breath, but when a chill swept over him, he immediately switched to a pious expression and corrected himself. Has beauty within. Yes, I should go read books. Master, I'll be taking my leave now. He fled immediately. Seeing this, Li Qingfeng raised his eyes to watch his departing figure and smiled calmly. His gaze also drifted to Wang Gang's words from earlier, and he shook his head. If the way of chess were truly so easily cultivated, why have I been stuck at this step for so many years? Let alone a young whippersnapper. Just then hurried footsteps echoed along the bamboo path, breaking the night's tranquility. Yao Xingye strode over with great strides. His Taoist robe, perpetually carrying the distinctive scent of talisman crafting materials, seemed somewhat out of place amid the elegant bamboo setting. Brotherly busy with something, Yao Xingye arrived before his voice did his boisterous tone preceding him. Li Qingfeng looked up and seeing it was him smiled. Brother Yao, what brings you to my bamboo garden with such refined interest today? Yao Xingye plopped down across from Li Qingfeng, his gaze burning with intensity. I've come today to seek your guidance on calligraphy. Calligraphy? Upon hearing this, a hint of surprise flickered in Li Qingfeng's gentle eyes. His second brother was obsessed with the way of talismans, and his disposition was impatient. He'd never been associated with calligraphy, which required a calm meditative state. When did brother suddenly change your nature? Yao Xingye remained composed. In the path of talismans, to achieve mastery, one must calm the heart and still the spirit. I've been thinking that practicing calligraphy might help temper my impatient nature. He certainly couldn't reveal that he'd been prompted by Su Chang'e. That would be too world-shaking. Li Qingfeng was a man of great perception. From Yao Xingye's expression, he could tell there was more to the story, but he chose not to expose it. Instead, he smiled and said, so that's it. Brother's desire to learn is certainly praiseworthy. However, he turned the conversation, I'm afraid these past 2 days won't be convenient. I'm preparing to depart for the Taiqing tea gathering. The Taiqing tea gathering. Yao Xingye was taken aback. Isn't that just a small circle gathering for you old tea enthusiasts? Ahem, tea enthusiasts like yourselves, eh? I recall you saying the year before last that the tea tasted too bland, inferior to your own cultivated Chunfeng tea. Why the sudden interest this year? Li Qingfeng carefully stored the nurtured bamboo leaf tea into a jade jar. His eyes sparkled with anticipation, his tone carrying a hint of emotion. Times have changed. I hear that the reclusive Shuyu hermit will be attending this year's gathering. The hermit's insights into the way of tea are unmatched in our entire Dongxian domain. His handcrafted Snow Summit Spirit Mist tea is said to be able to cleanse one's Tao heart and glimpse a thread of heaven and earth's true meaning. Such a rare opportunity, how could I possibly miss it? Hearing this, Yao Xingye stroked his chin, recalling the incident where Su Chang'e had invited him to tea earlier. Could it be that Master Su also enjoys tea? Should I make a trip there too and get him some quality tea? Huh. Brother, why do I sense a trace of tea wei energy on you? Where have you just been? Even the typically composed and refined Li Qingfeng stood up abruptly in his excitement. What's wrong? What tea Dao aura? Yao Xingye frowned slightly, instinctively raising his arm to sniff his sleeve, only to find no particular scent. Senior brother Yao, you can't smell it. This is the Dao Rama, manifestation of the great Dao. However, the tea Dao is unique. If I hadn't spent years dealing with tea, I might not have detected it either. Li Qingfeng explained slowly, then couldn't help asking, Senior brother Yao, have you met anyone recently? For a tea capable of emitting tea Dao rhyme, it must be at least a tea that has entered the Dao. He had heard of few in the Eastern Xian domain who could brew such tea. Of course, the hermit was one. Could Yao Xingye be so fortunate as to encounter it before him? At these words, it was Yao Xingye's turn to be taken aback. He suddenly recalled that he had just passed by Su Chang'e. Could it be? Does Mr. Su's pot of tea contain Dao rhyme? That doesn't make sense either. I've never heard of anyone on the 9th peak who knows the tea Dao, and judging by Li Qingfeng's expression, it seems to be quite profound. Could it? Yao Xingye, connecting the dots, forcibly suppressed the shock in his heart. Impossible. This is impossible. Mr. Su is only in his early 20s. Mastering the talisman Dao is already a blessing from heaven. How could he also be extraordinarily accomplished in the tea Dao? That would be too absurd. Probably not. Perhaps the tea is of extraordinary origin. Regardless, I must not reveal anything about Mr. Su. The next moment Yao Xingye pretended to be ignorant and shook his head saying, I've been in the sect all day and haven't met any strangers. Then perhaps someone in the sect was blessed with incredible luck and obtained a fine pot of tea, Li Qingfeng speculated. He would never think that the tea was brewed by someone within the sect, for that was impossible. Even the elusive sect leader who rarely showed himself was not skilled in the tea dao. Not long after, Yao Xingye made an appointment with Li Qingfeng to seek his calligraphy guidance, and then left. Li Qingfeng returned to his usual state, warming the spring breeze tea leaves in his hand, while gazing at the chessboard before him, murmuring, the southern desert's demon territory is in turmoil, the divine maiden of the northern Ning clan has vanished, and the abyssal god sect is already sharpening its sword. I wonder how much longer this peace can last. Night hung high. The ninth peak halfway up the mountain. Inside, the wooden cabin lamps burned brightly. After dinner, the three women descended from Wuya Garden and returned to their quarters, holding a meeting before bed as usual. Are you saying that today Su Chang'e raised his hand and defeated Lin Tianlang of the Tianxian dynasty just to stand up for you? Lu Rian asked with a frown, a flicker of surprise in her eyes followed by a contemplative expression. Lin Tianlang was the foremost figure of the younger generation in the Tianxian dynasty, renowned even in the eastern Xin domain. Even she knew of him. Although Lu Ruyan didn't think much of him, she could easily surpass him given time. What puzzled her was how Su Chang'e's strength had suddenly skyrocketed. Moreover, his behavior over the past 2 days had been too abnormal. She even suspected that some ancient monster had possessed Su Chang'e. But upon second thought, that seemed unlikely. Not only did the Taiqing sect have a divine flame realm cultivator guarding it, but even if a remnant soul stronger than the sect had possessed Su Chang'e, there was no reason for him to treat them like this. What would he gain? Even so, Lu Ruyan was only slightly surprised. Second senior sister, I find it hard to believe as well. Perhaps the senior brother is not as bad as we thought. Could it be that we were wrong about him all along? Ning Fuyao said softly, her beautiful eyes showing a serious expression. Lu Ruyan glanced at her and said, You never learn from your lessons, do you? Have you forgotten the days we spent digging spirit mines? Who was it that called you a useless trash every day, saying you couldn't even lift a sword, and yet wanted to be a sword immortally? Who was it that occupied our sect resources for so long? Have you forgotten all that? Ning Fuyao lowered her head in embarrassment and said, I haven't forgotten. It's just that senior brother has changed so suddenly that I no longer hate him as much. Just then, Tu Yiyu, who was holding a map of the Taiqing domain with excitement, suddenly slammed the table and laughed loudly. I figured out where to go tomorrow. Huh. She was in an excellent mood, for she would soon see the worldly splendor her clan often spoke of. The most beautiful scenery with plenty of fun things and delicious food. After they finished dinner, Su Chang'e had told her that he would take her out of the sect tomorrow, and after completing his business, he would allow her to find a place to enjoy herself. That had made her overjoyed. She had been going stir-crazy confined in the Taiqing sect. Don't be so jumpy. I haven't even scolded you yet. How did you think of targeting the Myriad Heavens Palace? Didn't I warn you? Lu Rian frowned sternly. She had never expected Tu Yuyu to actually dare to plot against the Myriad Heavens Palace. Hee, second senior sister, you don't know. I calculated it carefully. I was just this close to succeeding. Tu Yuyu said with a sheepish smile. Tu Yuyu smiled sheepishly. Succeed? Are you kidding me? Lu Rian rolled her eyes. Tu Yuyu said with utmost seriousness. I'm serious. I calculated it, a single yellow-grade high-rank Ruin Thunder can break a yellow-grade formation. So if I bundle 10 of them together, I can break a heaven-grade formation, right? Taking down the earth-grade grand formation of the Myriad Heavens Palace would be a piece of cake. Lu Rian raised an eyebrow and said, Who taught you to calculate like that? Tu Yuyu flashed a confident smile and said, I came up with it myself. Lu Rian raised her jade hand to rub her temples at a loss for words. In the end, Lu Rian gave Tu Yuyu a few words of caution. To be careful outside tomorrow and not to let herself be tricked into counting money for others. And the discussion came to an end. That's absolutely impossible. Didn't you see how I had that Su blackface wrapped around my finger today? Tu Yiyu said with a charming smile, then turned and walked away happily with her hands behind her back. Ning Fuyao clearly had her own matters to attend to. After saying, Good night, second senior sister, she left. With the two gone, the room fell into silence. Lu Rian sat alone in the same spot, her cold phoenix eyes swirling with thoughts. The events of the day replayed in her mind like a lantern show. From Su Chang'e's call of junior sister yesterday to the unexpected lack of punishment today. Instead, there were unexpected family dinners, and that cup of spiritual tea infused with gentle Dao rhyme. How strange. She muttered to herself, the usual arrogance on her brow slightly subdued. For one who has been seized, a drastic change in temperament is common, yet there is always a subtle discord between the soul and the body, and the memories cannot merge. It's impossible to leave no trace at all. Besides, after my rebirth as an emperor, I am extremely sensitive to souls. His aura is harmonious, his soul origin unchanged. That should confirm it's not the cause. Could it be? that he finally realized the shame of his past actions and had a change of heart. Well, regardless of the reason, this emperor will remember today's meal and this cup of tea. If he can continue to be so sensible in the future, then in consideration of our bond as fellow disciples, this emperor will not hesitate to guide him. When I return to my peak, I might even be willing to grant him some protection in the spirit realm. At this thought, a blurry image even surfaced in Lu Rian's mind. Amidst the mist-shrouded celestial palaces and divine halls, a figure clad in a green robe, handsome and unparalleled, calmly brewed tea for her before a jade table, his very being exuding the essence of the Tao. It seems having a tea brewing candy by my side wouldn't be too bad. If his cultivation can catch up, I'll take him along when I ascend to the higher realm. Lu Rian murmured softly, then suppressed the sudden, somewhat absurd and sundera thought. Yet the slightly upturned corner of her lips betrayed a hint of satisfaction she hadn't even noticed. Immediately after, she calmed her mind, sat cross-legged, and began to circulate her cultivation technique, resuming her daily training. As her breathing gradually steadied, a complex and ancient golden rune slowly emerged on her glabella, shimmering with a faint ethereal aura of nirvana, like a divine phoenix bathing in flames. Within her body, the overwhelming medicinal power of the dragon blood pill intertwined with the gentle Tao resonance of the spring breeze, tea acting like a catalyst that stirred her dormant blood and qi into a boiling, roaring frenzy. The power of blood and qi surged through her meridians, relentlessly assaulting the barriers. The threshold of 30,000 jin was easily breached, and the momentum showed no sign of waning. But it reached its limit at 40,000 jin. Still far too lacking, yet time waits for no one. Lu Rian's resolve was firm, without a trace of hesitation. If my foundation is slightly insufficient, I will compensate with realm breakthroughs. Once my divine phoenix saint body fully awakens, I can undergo nirvana and rebirth, reshaping my foundation to perfection. With a single thought, her bottleneck shattered with a resonant hum. Spiritual energy surged in from all directions, carving out a new realm within her dantian. The cave heaven realm was achieved. After stabilizing her realm, Lu Rian slowly opened her eyes. Deep within her gaze flickered an uncontrollable excitement and a golden red divine light. Carefully, she stirred an ancient scripture long engraved in the depths of her soul. Now that I've reached the cave heaven realm, I can finally cultivate this ancestral phoenix, imperishable art. A glimmer of excitement shone in Lu Rian's eyes. This was a technique she had obtained from an emperor's relic in her past life. Its exact grade was unknown, but there was no doubt that being at the core of an emperor's relic meant it was incredibly powerful, almost heaven-defying. Though countless perils lay ahead, the feeling of grasping power was gradually returning to her hands. She silently vowed to herself, "In this life, I will take back everything I lost." That night was not only a turning point for Lu Rian. In another simple wooden hut, Ning Fuyao sat cross-legged on the bed with the newly acquired ancient sword resting across her lap. Her slender fingertips traced the cold blade repeatedly, sensing the faint resonance within. Unconsciously, a slight but genuine smile curved her lips, a stark contrast to her usual cold and timid demeanor. "Hee, you almost had a new owner today." Luckily, the senior brother stepped in. Ning Fuyao muttered to herself, her eyes inexplicably tinged with a trace of envy. She couldn't help but recall the scene where Su Chang'e effortlessly swung his sword and defeated Lin Tianlang earlier that day. At that moment, she had wanted to shout, "So cool," but she didn't dare. Alas, the clan once said my talent was utterly destroyed, that I would never set foot in the spirit transformation realm in this life, and that I have no talent for the sword. Perhaps I really can't become a female sword immortal like my mother. Ning Fuyao showed a hint of desolation, a demeanor she had never displayed in the Taiqing sect. It seemed she was recalling the unpleasant memories of the Ning clan and the annoying marriage contract. But at that moment, an irresistible heavy drowsiness struck without warning, like a deep-sea current, instantly drowning her consciousness. Before she could even be startled, she sank into a bizarre and profound dream. This time it was no longer just vague voices. As the mist dissipated, she saw a woman in a plain white dress standing before her. Tall and graceful, with an ethereal aura, her face was remarkably similar to Ning Fuyao, save for a touch of weathered indifference and a seemingly tangible sharpness in her brows. "Master," the white-clad woman spoke, her voice clear and melodious, yet carrying a weariness and anticipation that spanned millennia. "The sword spirit has waited for you for far, far too long." Ning Fuyao was stunned, instinctively feeling a sense of closeness, yet mingled with strangeness and wariness. "You? Who are you?" But the woman in white answered irrelevantly, "The sword spirit has actually awakened for years, but lacked a suitable medium. Perhaps it was destined by fate that today you would obtain an ancient spirit sword, allowing me to reside within." "Oh, what ancient spirit sword?" "Oh, it was a gift from my senior brother." Ning Fuyao answered earnestly, though her eyes still brimmed with confusion. "Senior brother? This world is unworthy of being your master, is it? Yet from what you say, master, you owe him a favor. The sword spirit shall repay him." How about teaching him an ancient heaven-grade sword Dao divine ability? It's not that I'm stingy, but the grade is too high for the ants of this realm to ever learn. Even this one heaven-grade sword Dao divine ability would take him a lifetime to master. The white-clad woman replied with an ethereal voice, her tone devoid of any emotion, simply stating a fact. You can't say that. My senior brother is very powerful. He specializes in the sword path. Ning Fuyao frowned, defending Su Chang'e. The white-clad woman shook her head. Master, you will understand in time. The further one goes on the sword path, the harder it becomes. What you see now is but the glimmer of a grain of sand. How could it comprehend the majesty of the bright moon? No one in this world will ever match your future achievements in the sword path. As for your senior brother, he is destined to be merely a passerby in your life. You will surpass him soon enough. You're boasting. I'm only at the cave heaven realm, and my foundation is flawed. My senior brother can instantly kill engraving rune cultivators. How could I surpass him? Ning Fuyao didn't believe it at all. The white-clad sword spirit chuckled lightly with a hint of disdain. All I can say is it will be effortless. Now master, time is short. Please bind this sword to yourself. From then on, the sword spirit will always be by your side. Ning Fuyao suddenly felt a daze in her spiritual platform, as if her consciousness was being pulled away. Her lips opened and closed involuntarily, chanting a string of ancient, obscure syllables completely alien to this era in a manner she herself could not comprehend. Arduous yet solemn. Time passed. The next day, early morning. Dawn barely broke. Ding, heaven-defying comprehension. Heaven-slashing sword draw, minor success. In the Wuyin courtyard, Su Chang'e was crouching by the gate, rinsing his teeth. He paid no heed to the sound in his ears, seemingly already accustomed to it. Yet in his eyes an indescribable sword intent emerged. A sword intent so terrifying that it had already surpassed the understanding of the Taiqing sect, or even the Eastern profound domain. Just then, senior brother, you're awake. Tu Yu leaned forward slightly, her pale green gauze dress accentuating her graceful curves. The hem swayed gently with her movements, her long jade-like legs glimpsed through the sheer, fabric-fair skin glowing under the sunlight. What drew the most attention was her full bosom, the cultivation line so distinct that one could say she possessed the makings of a great emperor by this attribute alone. Senior brother, you're awake, can we set off? Tu Yu trotted into the courtyard, then bent down before Su Chang'e to examine the toothbrush in his hand, asking curiously, what is this thing? Seeing her unaware of her exposed charm, Su Chang'e's eyelid twitched slightly. What did this girl want by coming to him in this outfit early in the morning? Didn't she know that morning yang energy was strongest? Was she here to help him train his willpower? Was she dressed like this to experience the mundane world or to seduce someone? Dressed like this? Then he wouldn't bother studying the Taiqing tea gathering today. Given that a daughter of fate would inevitably trigger a villain's impulse, he would have his hands full just dealing with minor villains. So Su Chang'e spat out the water in his mouth, slowly straightened up, and said seriously, we can leave immediately, but you need to change into something more modest. Huh? Why? I chose this outfit so carefully. Tu Yu tilted her head, her smoke green eyes shimmering with confusion. Second senior sister and third senior sister often dress like this too. The pale green gauze slipped slightly, revealing half of her snow-white shoulder, and she quickly pulled it back, showing that this was her first time wearing something like this, still somewhat uncomfortable. Su Chang'e spoke with rare seriousness, that's different. Yours are too big. As he spoke, his gaze swept over her chest, which seemed about to burst from the fabric. Indeed, they were too big. The rounded curves barely contained under the thin gauze trembled gently with her breath, outlining a breathtaking silhouette that seemed designed to tempt. Big. Tu Yu was first startled, then looked down and couldn't see her feet. She suddenly understood something. A sly smile curled at the corner of her lips. She twirled a strand of hair that fell to her chest with her slender fingers, stepped closer, and breathed softly, doesn't senior brother like big ones? She tried to lean against Su Chang'e to coax him, but he pressed his index finger against her forehead, thinking helplessly, this girl is getting bolder and bolder. Only she would dare. The other two junior sisters wouldn't speak to him like this. Stop fooling around. Go change. Su Chang'e put his toothbrush behind his back and gave the final order. In the end, Tu Yu obediently went back and changed into a plain white robe. Though it still couldn't hide her overly slender figure, at least it wouldn't stir one's blood at first glance. But the graceful curves formed by her slender waist and full bosom and hips beneath the plain fabric only added a hint of restrained allure. Before leaving Taiqing sect, Su Chang'e also went to the Myriad Heaven Palace to see if he had enough contribution points to exchange for some spring breeze tea. After all, he might need it on this trip, and his stock from yesterday was almost used up. Though with his current tea Dao cultivation, even ordinary tea leaves could brew extraordinary tea, it saved time. But the answer was that it was out of stock. Su Chang'e guessed that Li Qingfeng had hoarded the spring breeze tea in preparation for the Taiqing tea gathering, but it didn't matter much. I'll buy some wherever we arrive, he thought. Behind him, Tu Yu, who was looking around, suddenly pointed at a distant flying boat and exclaimed, Senior brother, look. Isn't that the Tianxian dynasty? Hearing this, Su Chang'e looked up and saw Huang Yu on the flying boat looking at him, while the middle-aged man beside her studied him carefully. He wasn't surprised that the Tianxian dynasty people were leaving so hastily after losing so much face who would want to stay. But the smug smile on Huang Yu's face surprised him. Has this girl gone mad for my slaps? She's smiling when she sees me. Whatever, it's none of my business. With that thought, Su Chang'e looked away and ignored them. On the other side of, just wait. When the Taiching sect people come to Tianquan, I'll make them pay. Huang Yu thought maliciously, but she didn't dare voice her curses and provocations. For some reason, seeing Su Chang'e again, even with Huang Dikuan beside her, still made her fearful. Those few slaps had indeed scared her. Beside her, Huang Dikuan frowned slightly, a flicker of shock in his eyes. Strange, why can't I see through his cultivation level? Is he carrying some treasure that conceals his aura? Then he thought of something and looked at Lin Tianlong, who was behind him with his head bowed. Can't you show some backbone? Why are you like a mouse seeing a cat when you meet him? Sigh. Lin Tianlang opened his mouth to defend himself, but found it was indeed the case, so he could only sigh helplessly. Huang Dikuan twitched the corner of his mouth, thinking this kid was useless, then said, "Come here, I have something to ask you." Lin Tianlang walked over. How did you see through his early inscription pattern realm before? Huang Dikuan asked. Lin Tianlang answered honestly, isn't it that cultivators of the same realm can see each other's level? Huang Dikuan was speechless. Didn't he know that? But he also reached a conclusion. Su Chang'e must have obtained a treasure to conceal his cultivation after the conflict with Lin Tianlong, perhaps, because Taiching sect wanted him to remain hidden. Very likely. By now he was convinced that Su Chang'e was wearing a magical artifact. Whatever. Even if you're powerful, you're no match for the divine son of the Abyss deity sect, and Taiching sect wouldn't dare let you face him. Since our goal here is achieved, it doesn't matter. With that thought, Huang Dikuan loudly set off. The next moment, the flying boat of the Tianxian dynasty slowly departed, with only a few elders seeing them off. None of the 9 peak masters appeared. At that moment, a small flying boat also turned into a stream of light and left the Taiching sect. Tu Yu lay on the edge of the flying boat, letting the breeze tousle her ink-black hair, her smoke-green eyes curiously taking in the scenery. Senior brother, she suddenly turned back, a lively smile on her lips, eyes curved like crescent moons. Let's go to Flowing Cloud City. I heard the Cloud Dream Marsh. There is the most beautiful place in the Taiching domain. Su Chang'e stood with his hands behind his back at the bow, glanced at her flushed cheeks from excitement, paused, then said calmly, all right. How coincidental. The Taiching tea gathering was to be held at Cloud Dream Marsh. Was this fate? Or the characteristic of a daughter of fate to always appear where the excitement is? Great. Tu Yu immediately jumped down from the edge, her white robe fluttering in the air like a graceful white butterfly. She hopped over to Su Chang'e and whispered mysteriously, Senior brother, I heard that there's an ancient relic hidden beneath the Cloud Dream Marsh. Maybe we can find some treasure. Looking at her smoke-green eyes full of mischief, Su Chang'e paused. Here we go. A daughter of fates maybe means it's certain. Su Chang'e focused on piloting the flying boat. The distance from Taiching sect to Flowing Cloud City wasn't too far, and soon a majestic city came into view. Flowing Cloud City, one of the 9 major cities under Taiching sect, had arrived. Su Chang'e slowly descended the flying boat before the towering city gate. As soon as they landed, a wave of noise surged forward, immediately attracting the attention of many cultivators outside the city. Wow, a flying boat. Look at the material of this flying boat. It's certainly not cheap. Must be of Xin rank. TSK. A wealthy man indeed. Su Chang'e made a hand seal, and the flying boat instantly shrank to the size of a palm before falling into his hand. Every peak chief had their own flying boat, and he was no exception. Then he led Tu Yu, whose eyes were full of curiosity, toward Luyan City. At the city gate, traffic was bustling, and the crowd was dense. There were old men riding divine spirit beasts, their robes fluttering, and merchants driving giant camel beasts laden with mountains of goods, travel-worn caravans. There were also many scattered cultivators with varying auras jostling together, merging into a noisy torrent. Wow, Senior brother, so many people. Tu Yu exclaimed excitedly, her eyes full of curiosity and excitement. Seems like it's my first time in Luyan City too. Su Chang'e looked up at the city gate, which was hundreds of zhang high, and muttered to himself as he saw so many people. He guessed it was related to the recent opening of the Taiching tea gathering. He was cold by nature and rarely left the sect. Whenever he did, it was always because some relic had opened, and he went for the opportunities. So over the years, he had never once come to Luyan City. Let's go enter the city first, Su Chang'e called softly. Tu Yu nodded like a chick pecking rice, eagerly following behind him. Stepping into the city, the scene was even more dazzling. On both sides of the street, pavilions stood in rows with upturned eaves and carved beams and painted rafters. Shop banners fluttered in the wind. At the entrance of the 100 Herbs Pavilion selling pills, the fragrance of elixirs wafted inside the windows of the 1,000 Talisman Tower, selling talismans. Spiritual light flickered from the magic tool shop, came the clanging of forging, punctuated by the shouts of vendors. Top-grade red sun pill, only 10 lower-grade spirit stones per bottle. Freshly made fasting pill, genuinely refined by Senior Danyangzi of the 4th peak of Taiching sect. Bulk discounts available. Fellow cultivator, please stay. Take a look at this sword. Don't be fooled by its rust. Truth be told, I just brought it out of a tomb. The tomb owner was a divine fire, great power. Hearing these voices, Tu Yu lowered her voice and laughed behind Su Chang'a. Senior brother, they're boasting. Normal boasting isn't illegal. Su Chang'a laughed casually. Taiching sect had an excellent reputation in the Eastern mystic domain, and its sect atmosphere was upright. They wouldn't bother with such trivial talk, so in the Taiching domain people occasionally boasted, but never dared to go too far. Next, Su Chang'a's gaze swept over a black palace not far away, which seemed somewhat out of place in the bustling market. Few people were coming and going from it. Above the palace gate, a plaque as black as iron bore the 4 characters Yuanyang Merchants Association in bold flying calligraphy. This was his first goal upon entering the city. He would first get some tea. Along the way, he would also see if they had the formation diagrams he needed. The Yuanyang Merchants Association was spread throughout the entire Yuanyang realm. Within it, treasures, pills, divine arts, and precious techniques were all available. As long as you had money, they could get you anything. This power was so formidable that even Taiching sect was far inferior. Actually thinking about it, a merchant association that could open branches throughout this realm couldn't be simple. At this moment, Tu Yu besides Su Chang'a was already itching to move, clearly unable to contain herself. Go if you want, Su Chang'a said, glancing at her. But Tu Yu suddenly became coy, biting her silver teeth, clearly embarrassed. This expression was rare on her. Su Chang'a asked puzzledly, what's wrong? Well, I don't have any money, Tu Yu said shyly. Su Chang'a suddenly realized. How could his 3 junior sisters have any spirit stones? They had all gone into his pocket. What a situation. When we get back, I'll give some to the other 2 as well. The next moment, Su Chang'a took a bag of spirit stones from his storage ring and handed it to Tu Yu, saying, spend freely. He was not too short on spirit stones. He had a deposit of 30 to 50,000 lower-grade spirit stones. You're the best, senior brother. She leaned close to Su Chang'a with a fawning expression and added, when I find a treasure, I'll share. Share 30% with you. No 20%. Then carrying the bag of spirit stones, she dashed forward. Spirit rice cakes, hot spirit rice cakes, 1 spirit stone, each money back, if not tasty. Boss, give me 1. Tu Yu quickly took out a spirit stone. The old man selling spirit rice cakes chuckled, sure thing, miss. But when he fixed his eyes on the girl before him, he couldn't help but pause. He blurted out, miss, you look like a fairy descending to the mortal world, truly beautiful. Come, old man, we'll give you 1 more, 12 in total, count them. Tu Yu took the 12 spirit rice cakes, and was stunned for a moment. Then she realized and narrowed her eyes, saying, alright, I've learned my lesson. You won't fool me next time. Then sugar painting can make phoenixes and dragons. Boss, I want this too. Test your talent, 10 spirit stones per test, no charge if bad. Really? Give me a test too. Not far away, Su Chang'a glanced at her, feeling as if he had said something wrong. Should he have told her to spend sparingly? But when the system's voice rang out, he suddenly felt that the spirit stones were well spent. Ding, the host generously gave spirit stones to the destined daughter, Tu Yu, warming her heart. Reward 1 month of cultivation. Current total 5 months of cultivation. What spirit stone could be more important than cultivation? Just as Su Chang'a was thinking this and about to head to the Yuanyang Merchants Association, a voice made him stop. Young master, look. Oh my, such a beautiful woman. Unprecedented. At this moment, Tu Yu stopped at a stall selling low-grade magic tools. Her gaze was drawn to a bracelet made of illusion-like crystal. Although the bracelet's rank was not high, it was exquisitely carved, refracting colorful light in the sun, holding a natural appeal for a beauty-loving girl. Senior brother, this is so pretty. Tu Yu pointed at the bracelet, her indigo eyes full of longing. Her innate charm body unconsciously exuded a hint of alluring aura, making her look even more pitifully lovely. The stall owner was a shrewd man. Seeing Tu Yu's extraordinary bearing, he thought of raising the price. Meanwhile, not far away, a young man in luxurious purple robes with a spirit jade hanging at his waist was staring at Tu Yu with burning eyes, even licking his lips. He swore he had never seen such a top-quality beauty in his life. Take her. Must take her. No matter the effort, he had to get it done. And the old servant beside him with a fawning smile was the one who had spoken. Seeing this, Su Chang'a knew that the minor villain was about to show his true colors. To not waste his time. The next second, slap. The purple-robed young man suddenly felt the world spin, teeth and blood flying. He was knocked unconscious by this unexpected slap, his internal organs displaced, and the 3 cave heavens he had painstakingly condensed with countless resources shattered completely. He was crippled. Why you? Who are you? Why did you hit our young master for no reason? Su Chang'a didn't even glance at the unconscious young man and said casually, I don't like his face. What's it to you? Why would a villain like me explain so much to you? By this time, many had already noticed the commotion and gathered around. Sigh. Youth is truly enviable, able to fall asleep at the drop of a hat. TSK Tisk meridians snapped, organs displaced. No need to bother saving him. Even if he survives, he'll be a vegetable. The one who struck was truly ruthless. Isn't that the eldest young master of the Huang family, in Luyan? A sharp-eyed cultivator immediately recognized the dying youth lying on the ground. So it's him. I've long expected this arrogant brat to stir up trouble. Look, today he's met his match. But from what I hear, the Huang eldest young master hadn't even done anything yet. By now many eyes had turned to Su Chang'e, expressions filled with shock. What a handsome man. That aura alone suggests an extraordinary background. His speed is terrifying. His cultivation must be quite high. He's the young man who just piloted the flying boat. I see. No wonder he's so domineering. He must have a powerful backing. But the Huang family in Luyan City is no pushover. This should be interesting. At that moment, the bewildered old servant gradually came to his senses, startled by Su Chang'e's indifferent and casual tone. Good heavens! That line was his young master's. The other party had completely thrown him off. But after all, he was a servant of the Huang family. Although he knew this young man was no ordinary person fearing his master's punishment, he could only muster his courage, retreating while stammering, in broad daylight under the clear sky. You dare to commit violence in Luyan City. You have some nerve. Do you even know who you've struck? Yet no sooner had his words fallen than a steady middle-aged male voice rang out. Do you know who struck your young master? As the composed voice resounded, the crowd parted to make way. A middle-aged man in a dark brocade robe with subtle patterns walked forward slowly. He appeared to be around 40, with a square, dignified face, a meticulously trimmed short beard, and tiger-like eyes that exuded authority without anger. His steps were steady, his gait imposing. Though his aura was deliberately restrained, the faint spiritual pressure leaking out revealed him to be a powerhouse at the Array Formation realm's midstage. Everyone present immediately recognized him. Luyan City's Lord Zhao Wanshan. Zhao Wanshan's gaze first swept over the unconscious Huang eldest young master, whose cultivation had been completely crippled, a barely perceptible coldness flashing in his eyes. Then his attention fell on Su Chang'e. The old Huang servant, seeing the city lord's arrival, clung to him like a lifeline, scrambling over and wailing, "City lord, you must seek justice for my Huang family. This fiend is brutal. Under the broad daylight, he dared to commit violence within the city and crippled my young master. All because he didn't like the look of him. Is there no law?" Zhao Wanshan, however, didn't even glance at him. Instead, he addressed Su Chang'e with a surprisingly warm smile on his face and a tone of just right respect, cupping his hands and saying, "Luyan City Lord Zhao Wanshan greets Chief Su." Though the Luyan City Lord had reached the mid-stage of the Array Formation realm and secured the position of City Lord, it was actually because he had failed in his bid for the position of Enforcement Elder in the Taiching sect and had to settle for Luyan City. Otherwise, he wouldn't have cared for it. Thus, facing a chief disciple of the Nine Peaks, a future top figure of the Eastern Profound Domain, he had to be courteous. Who knew when such a person might rise and put in a good word for him, allowing him to return to the Taiching sect? The treatment of elders in the sect was far superior to that of a city lord. Chief Su. Those two words struck the onlookers like thunderclaps. Among the 9 peaks of the Taiching sect, only the strongest disciple of each peak could be called chief, the true favored child of heaven in the Eastern Profound Domain. And in this Taiching domain, the Taiching sect was the sole overlord. A mere Huang family was nothing but an ant. He's the chief of the 9th peak, Su Chang'e. My heavens, no wonder he's so powerful, and just as the rumors say, unpredictable and short-tempered. The Huang family has truly bitten off more than they can chew this time. Why provoke anyone, let alone this fearsome star? The murmurs surged like a tide. Everyone's gaze towards Su Chang'e instantly shifted from shock to awe. The old Huang servant was utterly dumbfounded, collapsing to the ground, his face ashen, his entire body trembling like a leaf in a storm. He had never imagined that the person his young master had provoked, or rather the one who found his young master displeasing, was such a colossus. Su Chang'e was not surprised that Zhao Wanshan recognized him. As the lord of Luyan City, it would be a dereliction of duty not to know important figures from his own sect. He gave a slight nod in acknowledgement, but said nothing, not out of aloofness, but because the system's voice rang in his mind at that moment. Ding, the host has beaten the Huang eldest young master, who was about to harass the destined maiden, into a fool performing a heartwarming deed. 2 You will naturally discover it later, so an early reward: 1 month of cultivation. Current accumulated 6 months. 6 months. Once I create the formation diagram, I can break through in one go. Su Chang'e glanced at the remaining cultivation experience, but chose not to fuse it yet. He was not in a hurry, and his current strength was sufficient, so he decided to store it for now. Most importantly, during his last breakthrough, he discovered that the cultivation experience could also inscribe divine patterns on his supreme bone. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to complete all the pattern inscriptions so quickly. He mused that carving formations within his body might achieve the same effect. His silent demeanor made Zhao Wanshan inwardly confirm. just as the rumors say, indifferent and domineering. The Taiching tea gathering was about to commence, and the city was already filled with numerous informants. He had learned of everything that had happened here instantly. He knew that the Huang eldest young master had not offended Su Chang'e, but so what? Who cared if Su Chang'e simply didn't like the look of him? Hadn't the Huang eldest young master done the same to others? It could only be said that evil is repaid with evil. Then Zhao Wanshan ordered his guards behind him, drag away this wretched creature who disturbed Chief Su's peace along with this insolent servant, and investigate them thoroughly. See what other misdeeds they've committed. The guards immediately hauled away the old servant and the dying Huang eldest young master. The unconscious Huang eldest young master was fine, but the old servant wore an expression of grievance, unable to speak his bitterness. They hadn't disturbed Su Chang'e at all. They hadn't even seen him before. After the old servant and the Huang eldest young master were dragged away, the guards, understanding the situation, dispersed the onlookers, and order was restored to the area. Meanwhile, not far away in an elegant tea house called Qingxinzhai on the third floor by the window, a Taoist nun in plain white robes and a hibiscus crown with a cold snow-like demeanor sat quietly sipping tea. The scene that had just unfolded on the street corner had caught her eye. She was none other than the renowned tea ceremony master of the Eastern Profound Domain, Layman Shiyu Shuiyu. At this moment a flicker of surprise passed through her clear, yet distant eyes. Is he the one that you wants to defeat? His cultivation base is concealed by a treasure, but his speed just now was not slow, at least suggesting he is at the mid to late inscription pattern stage. I never expected Taiching sect to produce such a prodigy. However, although that Huang family member had shown signs of weakness, he never actually did anything. Judge by actions, not intentions. If you judge by intentions, no one is perfect. Why resort to such a ruthless move? Even if his talent is remarkable, it's ultimately a low-class approach difficult to achieve the great Tao. Not as good as Yixian. Shuiyu murmured softly to herself. All her life, she had pursued the purity, tranquility, harmony, and stillness of the tea ceremony. Instinctively, she disliked such a decisive, aggressive, and sharp-edged style of conduct. After a moment, she slowly rose to her feet. Her gaze did not linger on Su Chang'e any longer, simply treating him as an unpleasant little episode. Then her figure moved toward the direction of the Yuanyang Chamber of Commerce. On the other side, two figures slowly walked toward the central area of the city. Su Chang'e did not head straight to the Yuanyang Chamber of Commerce. After all, Zhao Wanshan had helped him settle the matter, so he had to give him the face of exchanging a few words. At this moment, Zhao Wanshan, walking beside Su Chang'e, was churning with shock in his heart. Hiss! Why is it that merely being near him gives me an occasional sense of danger? I can't see through his cultivation base. A treasure that conceals his aura. Zhao Wanshan couldn't help but glance sideways at the young man beside him. He had hosted many chief disciples of the Nine Peaks, and even seen Chief Yao of the First Peak, but none had ever given him such pressure. Could he be stronger than me? As soon as this thought arose, Zhao Wanshan immediately denied it repeatedly in his mind. Impossible. If he were stronger than me, wouldn't that mean he has strength at the later ray formation stage? He is just over 20 years old. In the entire East Profound Domain, who could achieve that? I'm afraid, even in ancient records, there are few such people. City Lord Zhao, is something the matter? Su Chang'e glanced at Zhao Wanshan, whose expression was strange. Ahem, no. I was just lost in thought for a moment. That's what happens when you get old. Zhao Wanshan coughed lightly to cover his embarrassment, then smiled, and asked, Chief Su, have you come to Luyun City for the Taiching tea gathering? If he remembered correctly, among the chief disciples of the Nine Peaks, only Su Chang'e had not yet come to Luyun City. His appearance now, he couldn't think of anything else that could attract him besides the tea gathering. Su Chang'e nodded. There was nothing to hide about it. Oh, but I've never heard that Chief Su practices the tea ceremony. The Taiching tea gathering is a gathering of those skilled in the tea ceremony, and spots are limited. However, if Chief Su wishes to attend, I can procure one. Zhao Wanshan added. As the city lord of Liyun, even though the Taiching tea gathering was of the highest caliber, drawing great figures from the Taiching domain, he still had that much authority. However, a hint of doubt arose in his heart. Su Chang'e also likes the tea ceremony. That's a new thing. There are actually limited spots. Su Chang'e frowned slightly. After hearing that Zhao Wanshan would help, he didn't stand on ceremony, and simply thanked him. Then I thank City Lord Zhao. At this moment, he actually felt some goodwill toward Zhao Wanshan. At least he had saved him some trouble. Ha, no need to be polite. We're practically family. Zhao Wanshan laughed heartily. He hadn't expected Su Chang'e to be so easy to get along with, even thanking him. In this way, he gained the goodwill of another chief disciple, which made him very happy. Soon, Su Chang'e then saw the gates of the Yuanyang Chamber of Commerce just ahead. At this moment, Zhao Wanshan showed a smile and said to Su Chang'e, Chief Su, if you don't mind, why not come to my city lord's mansion for a while? Let me host you a welcome feast to make up for today's unpleasantness. I appreciate your kind offer, City Lord Zhao, but I have other matters to attend to, so I won't intrude. Su Chang'e declined. Zhao Wanshan, a shrewd man, saw that Su Chang'e had no interest in socializing and did not insist. He immediately smiled and said, "In that case, I won't disturb Chief Su's leisure. During your stay in Luyin City, if you need anything, just send someone to the City Lord's mansion to inform me." Actually, he also had other matters. It was said that in 2 days the esteemed person from the third peak would personally arrive, so he needed to prepare. Finally, he exchanged a few more polite words, then turned and left with his guards acting decisively and with perfect tact. After Zhao Wanshan left, Su Chang'e swept his gaze and released his divine sense, immediately seeing Tu Yu still buying something a few hundred meters away. Only then did he feel at ease and walk into the Yuanyang Chamber of Commerce. Stepping through the gates of the chamber, an aura of luxury and profound heritage rushed toward him. The floor was paved with warm jade that could be seen clearly, the ceiling high and spacious, inlaid with night pearls that emitted a soft glow. The surrounding counters displayed a dazzling array of rare treasures, their spiritual light flickering. A well-trained pretty-faced maid stepped forward gracefully and bowed to Su Chang'e, her voice soft and sweet. "Welcome, esteemed guest, to the Yuanyang Chamber of Commerce. May I know what you need?" "Buying tea," Su Chang'e said indifferently. After glancing casually at the maid, he felt a slight surprise. Cave Heaven Realm, 8th level. Even a reception maid in a branch had such a cultivation level. This Yuanyang Chamber of Commerce was quite impressive. "This way, esteemed guest." The maid bowed again, her voice sweet, and led Su Chang'e through the dazzling hall to the spirit tea area. Su Chang'e's gaze swept casually over the various spirit teas on display. Without being too picky, he casually selected a few types that looked decent and had decent spiritual energy, then signaled the maid to pack them up and settle the bill. "Esteemed guest, is this your first visit to our Yuanyang Chamber of Commerce?" The maid chatted cheerfully while deftly packaging the tea, trying to build rapport. Su Chang'e nodded slightly noncommittally. Seeing this, a professional glint flashed in the maid's eyes, and she quickly pressed on. "Then would you consider getting a spirit card from our chamber? With your first deposit, you can enjoy many discounts. For example, the spirit tea you purchase today will get an immediate 20 off. Hearing this, Su Chang'e's mouth twitched almost imperceptibly. Damn it, he silently complained in his heart. This familiar sales pitch. Was it truly an eternal truth that transcended time and space? Even the fantasy world couldn't escape the card with discount routine. But just as Su Chang'e was about to refuse, one sentence from the maid piqued his interest. "Esteemed guest, don't rush to refuse. If you get the card today, not only will you receive a spot in the inner venue of the Taiching Tea Gathering, but you can also participate in the auction currently being held at our Luyin branch. There are many good things. The final item today is a fragment of an ancient demonic formation map." The maid finished with a smile, patiently waiting, her expression supremely confident. Auction. Su Chang'e's eyes narrowed slightly. This taste was somewhat familiar. According to the trope, an auction with a chosen daughter of fate would always produce good stuff. Most importantly, the information about the ancient demonic formation map fragment indeed attracted him. Su Chang'e asked, "Tell me, how do I get this card?" "Wait a moment. Esteemed guest, you can first think of a code name. I suggest you not use your real name after all." Stop. I understand the old routine." Su Chang'e quickly interrupted. He pondered briefly, then casually carved a few characters on the jade slip prepared nearby and handed it over. "Use this." The maid picked it up, looked at it, and was taken aback. She couldn't help but read aloud, "Jean and I Masher Duo. What kind of name is this? So strange, isn't it?" Su Chang'e retorted. "Isn't it many troubles?" This name perfectly expressed his subtle feelings about this whole process. In the end, Su Chang'e spent a full 5,000 spirit stones to acquire a green card. Why green? The Yuanyang Chamber of Commerce classified its clients' worth by the color of their spirit cards, which came in 4 tiers: green, purple, gold, and black. The requirements for the higher tiers were too steep. For instance, the purple card required a minimum deposit of over 500,000 low-grade spirit stones. Su Chang'e listened as the attendant explained that in the entire Yuanyang realm, only a handful of people possessed the black card. He never imagined that even in a fantasy world, he couldn't escape the nightmare of signing up for cards and topping up credits. "Esteemed guest, your private room is ready. Please follow me." The attendant's face was adorned with a sweet smile as she respectfully led the way, guiding Su Chang'e toward the ornate staircase that ascended to the 2nd floor. He tucked the green card away and followed. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, Su Chang'e happened to glance up and caught sight of a figure in plain white robes walking slowly alongside an elderly man. She was a woman clad in a simple white Taoist robe, wearing a hibiscus crown. Her posture was upright, her demeanor as cold and aloof as a solitary lotus atop a snowy peak. Her features were beautiful, yet seemed veiled in a thin frost, and her eyes bore a distant, indifferent detachment from the world, tinged with a faint pride. A Taoist nun. Su Chang'e glanced at her with curiosity. At that moment, Shui Yu also seemed to sense something and turned her gaze back to him. Their eyes met briefly in the air. Shui Yu swept her gaze over Su Chang'e without pause, then looked away. In the depths of her eyes beyond the natural coldness, there was a faint but undeniable hint of displeasure and aversion. Huh, does this woman have some kind of gynecological issue? How ridiculous. Su Chang'e frowned. That look in her eyes immediately irritated him. He knew that look of disdain all too well. He had once looked at those punks the same way. Just then, seeing Su Chang'e staring at the retreating Shuiyu, the attendant beside him softly introduced, esteemed guest Jinni Mashi Duo, that was the layman of Jade Rinsing, the most renowned tea master in the Eastern Xian domain. Many have come to this Taiching tea gathering specifically for her reputation. Oh, Su Chang'e responded with a non-committal sound, then added, lead the way. Yes. The attendant nodded with a hint of confusion, then a thoughtful expression flickered across her face. Soon Su Chang'e arrived at a luxurious private room. The front of the room featured a one-way crystal wall that provided a clear view of the auction hall below, while preventing anyone outside from peering in. This was one of the perks of being a green card holder. At that moment, the auction was nearing its end. You may go attend to your duties if you have nothing else, Su Chang'e said, languidly leaning back into the soft beast-hide seat. But the attendant replied with a respectful smile, esteemed guest Jinni Mashi Duo, as a green card member, I will be at your personal service every time you visit the chamber. Su Chang'e's mouth twitched. Could it be that the name he had chosen was actually causing him trouble? What a hassle. Who's the one causing the hassle? At the same time, the scene on the crystal wall caught Su Chang'e's attention. An elderly man with a vigorous spirit suddenly put on a solemn expression, cleared his throat, and raised his voice with a hint of mystery and gravity. Distinguished guests, next up is the final item of our Yuanyang Chamber of Commerce's Luyun branch auction, an ancient fragment of a map. The next moment, a beautiful attendant stepped gracefully onto the stage carrying a jade platter covered with red silk. She unveiled the item. The so-called ancient fragment was not particularly splendid in appearance. Its material resembled neither leather nor silk. It was dark and yellowed with jagged edges covered in scorch marks and damage, even sporting several obvious holes. The lines on it were blurred, the runes incomplete, and the spiritual energy fluctuation so faint it was almost imperceptible. The old man then spoke again. This item was retrieved by a master from a core area of an ancient battlefield after surviving a life-and-death crisis. Its material is special, impervious to water and fire, resistant to blades and swords. The runes on it are profound and mysterious, suspected to be related to ancient demonic formations. Its grade is unknown. The starting bid is 300,000 low-grade spirit stones, with each increment no less than 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. His words fell, and the hall fell into an eerie silence. 300,000 low-grade spirit stones. For this piece of junk, that price could buy a decent earth-grade low-tier magic artifact or several bottles of spirit pills that could aid in breaking through bottlenecks. To spend it on an incomprehensible fragment. Was he out of his mind? 300,000 low-grade spirit stones is no small amount. You say it's related to ancient demonic formations. Do you have any proof? A rough male voice came from one of the rooms. His words were immediately echoed by others. Yeah, what if we buy it, and it's useless? That would be a huge loss. Exactly. The auctioneer gave a forced smile and said, if you don't like it, you don't have to bid. This remark sparked another round of heated discussion. However, Su Chang'e, who had read countless stories, was different. He was all too familiar with this routine. This thing was most likely a genuine treasure. Could it be that I, a minor villain, have a chance to pick up a bargain? This plot direction feels a bit like the Child of Destiny. Something's off. Su Chang'e muttered to himself, a mysterious glint flashing in his eyes as he gazed at the fragment on the crystal wall. He couldn't see the complete runes, nor could he use his heaven-defying comprehension to decipher them. If only he could see clearly. Suddenly, Su Chang'e was stunned for a moment, then realized something. Right? His comprehension was heaven-defying. He could easily study formations for free. Why was he stubbornly set on exchanging at the Taiching tea gathering? The Yuanyang Chamber of Commerce was right here. He almost became a fool. Realizing this instantly, Su Chang'e changed his plan and asked the attendant, does your chamber have many formations? Esteemed guest Jinni Mashi Duo. The attendant smiled and replied, rest assured there is no sect in the Eastern Xian domain that can boast of having more valuable items than our Yuanyang Chamber of Commerce. As long as you can afford the price, we can procure any level of formation from the Yuanyang realm. The attendant assumed Su Chang'e was merely curious like many previous guests. What if I just want to look without buying? Su Chang'e asked softly, then added, in the future you don't need to address me by my name when answering my questions. Thank you. Very well, esteemed guest Jinni Mashi Duo, the attendant nodded. Su Chang'e. The attendant, however, didn't think much of it, and patiently replied, you wish to borrow formations to study, correct? Our chamber does offer this service, but it comes with a fee. The cost varies depending on the grade of the formation and the duration of the loan. Moreover, you are only allowed to study in the cultivation room within the chamber. If the item is purchased by someone else midway, you must return it immediately. Hearing this, Su Chang's eyes lit up. They really had such a service. That was great. It was definitely more cost-effective than exchanging. Seeing Su Chang's interest, the attendant hesitated before advising. Esteemed guest, I suggest you simply purchase the formation outright. The rental fee is not low. Many customers in the past tried to take advantage of this method, attempting to comprehend and inscribe the formation into their bodies. But formations are not easy to understand or inscribe, especially high-grade ones. In the end, they often spent more on rent than the cost of buying the formation outright and studying it at leisure. She spoke the truth. Especially after several prodigies with heaven-defying comprehension from the Yuanyang realm had failed, fewer and fewer people came. Over time, the rental service dwindled, and the headquarters was even considering abolishing it altogether. No matter, as long as the service exists. Su Chang'e was delighted. Then he turned to the attendant and asked, can you make the decision? The maidservant was taken aback by his question, looking somewhat bewildered. Honored guest, you mean? Su Chang'e's gaze pierced through the crystal wall, resting on the ancient faded map that had already failed to sell and attracted no bidders. His voice remained steady, yet carried an undeniable authority. I wish to rent all the formation diagrams of Earth rank and above collected by your guild. He paused briefly before adding, including that faded map on the stage. All of them. The maidservant was so startled, she nearly bit her tongue. Her beautiful eyes widened, almost doubting her own ears. Formations of Earth rank and above. Each scroll was worth a fortune, a cornerstone of the guild's heritage. To rent them all. Such a bold move was nothing short of astonishing. Su Chang'e nodded. He mused that if the number of formations in this Yuanyang Luyun branch truly matched her words, they would suffice for him to comprehend and create his own formations. Honored guest, are you serious? Do you realize how many spirit stones that would require? It's an astronomical sum. The maidservant spoke with a shocked expression, then added, it's not that I doubt your worth, but this exceeds my authority. Even if I report it upward, it's highly likely. Her words trailed off, but Su Chang'e understood. Without further explanation, he leisurely retrieved a seemingly plain, white jade vial from his sleeve and placed it gently on the tea table beside him. Take this and have it appraised for its value in spirit stones. Then tell them that whatever quantity they need, I have it in abundance. Su Chang'e pointed at the vial calmly. To be honest, he didn't know the exact worth of the tea he had brewed. But given that the entire Dongxian domain lacked a single grandmaster of the tea ceremony, it was certainly not low. Hearing this, the maidservant hesitated for a moment, then took the vial. After some deliberation, she took a deep breath, bowed respectfully to Su Chang'e, and said, Honored guest, please wait a moment. Meanwhile, in an elegant chamber on the 3rd floor of the guild. Lay Dharma, you didn't come to my Luyun branch just to chat with an old man, did you? A portly middle-aged cultivator chuckled. Across from him, Shuiyu spoke with an indifferent expression, I'm here on someone's behalf to procure something. She then extended her jade hand, handing over a paper filled with medicinal herbs. The portly middle-aged man took it, his brows slightly furrowed, then laughed. Lay Dharma, are you taking on a disciple? Tisk, this is quite a generous move. He could tell at a glance that these were herbs used by spirit transformation cultivators to strengthen their cavern realm. Extremely rare and precious. Do you have them or not? Shuiyu replied calmly, seemingly unwilling to answer the question. She and Yi Xian were not master and disciple, but she simply thought highly of him and was impressed by his boldness, wanting to lend him a hand. Hele Dharma jests. In this Yuanyang realm, there are few things our Yuanyang guild doesn't have, the middle-aged man scoffed, then added, but business is business. You know the value of these items. Would 10 pots of snowtop spirit mist suffice? Shuiyu said coldly. Enough. The middle-aged man burst into hearty laughter, seemingly afraid she would change her mind. He quickly flicked the paper filled with herbs into the void, where it dissolved instantly. Having done this, he felt at ease. Lay Dharma, just wait in peace. Also, I need the ancient beast formation fragment from today's auction, along with these healing elixirs, plus another 10 pots of snowtop spirit mist. Shuiyu spoke flatly, producing another page of ancient paper listing rare healing herbs, several of which were extremely scarce. This. The middle-aged man showed a reluctant expression. Shuiyu smiled faintly. If President Feng is unwilling, then forget it. I am the foremost team master in the Dongxian domain, and there are plenty who seek snowtop spirit mist. She was very confident, as if unafraid of rejection. Feng Wuxing's mouth twitched, and he almost felt like cursing at her demeanor. Is it just that you can brew some tea? What are you acting so high and mighty for? But on second thought, business was business. The 20 pots of snowtop spirit mist would still yield a profit, so he swallowed his pride for the sake of the deal. Haha, Lay Dharma, what are you saying? I was just thinking it over. Feng Wuxing chuckled, then said firmly, how about 25 pots? After all, it doesn't waste much of your time, does it? His words made Shuiyu frown and snap coldly. What do you mean by that? Do you think the tea ceremony is so trivial that one can casually brew tea imbued with Tao resonance? No, I never thought that. Feng Wuxing quickly defended himself. Shuiyu snorted. 20 pots, take it or leave it. I'll leave now. But just as she finished speaking, the maidservant who had received Su Chang'e was hurrying into the inner chamber, holding the seemingly ordinary white jade vial. She whispered into the branch president Feng Wuxing's ear, her expression tense and incredulous. Oh. Feng Wuxing, who was still conversing with Shui Yu, frowned absently as he took the vial from the maidservant. He had been about to scold the maidservant for bothering him with such uncertain matters, but the moment the vial touched his hand, a gentle warmth spread through him, calming his mind. He couldn't help but open the lid. The next moment, an indescribable aura of the great Tao, a pure and exquisite fragrance of tea containing Tao resonance, wafted out. Yet this tea fragrance not only spread but instantly condensed into a tangible form, forming a faint, ever-flowing halo of spiritual light above the mouth of the vial. Within the halo, faint visions of miniature immortal scenes manifested. This is... Shui Yu's pupils contracted as she stared at the scene in disbelief. Tao resonance condensed into form, tea fragrance gathers spirit. This is the realm of a grandmaster of the tea ceremony. Feng Wuxing exclaimed in shock, his eyes wide like brass bells. The maidservant beside him was also stunned by the sight. She was glad she had ultimately decided to bring the item to the president, silently thanking her luck for not making a grave mistake. A grandmaster of the tea ceremony. How can there be a grandmaster in the Dongxian domain? Shui Yu murmured, her voice filled with shock, her previous composure and pride completely shattered. The next second, Shui Yu locked onto the maidservant, even more agitated than Feng Wuxing. Where did you get this tea? Do you know who the senior tea master is? As a seasoned expert who had immersed herself in the tea ceremony for centuries, she understood the terror contained in this tea fragrance better than Feng Wuxing. This tea contained a primal essence akin to the Tao itself, a return to simplicity, the Tao tea brewed by a grandmaster during their enlightenment. Her gaze was fixed on the vial in Feng Wuxing's hand, as if it were a demon that could overturn her lifelong conviction. She had pursued the tea ceremony for years, trapped at the minor mastery level, unable to find a senior to guide her. Even the force she belonged to had no grandmaster. In the past, she had even traveled the entire Yuanyang realm hoping to find a reclusive tea master. Now that the master was right before her, how could she not be thrilled? Though she stood but a step away from this senior, that single step, barring unforeseen fortune, was a chasm she would never cross in her lifetime. This. The maid was startled by Shui Yu, but instead of answering, she looked toward Feng Wuxing. Feng Wuxing, suppressing the shock within him, glanced at the maid and nodded. Speak freely. It is a young guest named Zhen Ni Masher Duo in the second-floor Xuanzi booth. The maid replied swiftly. Oh. Feng Wuxing was momentarily taken aback upon hearing the name, then said, that name is somewhat unconventional. Shui Yu beside him furrowed his brow, knowing it was not the guest's true name. The esteemed guest Zhen Ni Masher Duo merely asked me to inquire about the value of this item and wished to exchange it for the right to borrow and read all formations above Earth grade in our branch, including that unsold remnant map. He also stated that he could supply as much of this item as needed. The maid added after a moment. As much as needed. Feng Wuxing could not help but gasp, his hand trembling slightly. Even a tea devotee brewing with utmost concentration would expend significant mental energy. Shui Yu was not wrong. It was no simple feat. Yet now someone who might be a tea master claimed to have an unlimited supply. If that were true, what would it mean? However, Feng Wuxing was certain of one thing: this person was likely the source of the tea, for who else would dare make such a claim? As for the youth's age, he dismissed it entirely. Appearances could be altered. But Shui Yu, upon hearing about a young man, instantly recalled the figure in blue robes he had glimpsed at the stairwell corner. The very maid had led him earlier. Him. Impossible. How could it be Su Chang'e? No, it must not be him. Perhaps the tea was merely in his possession, brewed by a senior behind him. Taiching sect. Who could it be? Li Qingfeng. Impossible. If he had mastered the way of chess, that might be plausible, but tea. Too far-fetched. Forget it. Regardless, I must meet this senior. Shui Yu made up his mind, rose, and looked at the maid. Take me to see that young man. This. The maid hesitated again, glancing at Feng Wuxing. Feng Wuxing frowned slightly. Layman, this goes against our rules. The Yuanyang Chamber of Commerce, despite its formidable background, had grown large by adhering strictly to regulations regardless of cultivation level. I have been rude. Find a way to let me meet the senior who brewed this tea, and I will owe you a favor. Shui Yu, after pondering, addressed Feng Wuxing. Very well. He did not wish to have any dealings with Su Chang'e. Anyway, it was better to avoid him. At these words, Feng Wuxing glanced at Shui Yu, but said nothing more. Shui Yu's favor was valuable in the Yuanyang realm. After all, a tree with deep roots offers cool shade. Only he knew the inside story. Shui Yu hailed from the Yao Tai Xianke, a reclusive and transcendent power, with ancient origins, its disciples rarely appearing in the world. Whenever one did, they were invariably a supreme master of some refined art. Legend had it that Yao Tai Xianke focused solely on the cultivation of tea, music, chess, and other elegant pursuits. Feng Wuxing slowly rose. Come take me to meet this young master. Soon under the maid's guidance he arrived at the Xuanzi booth and pushed open the door with a smile. Haha, this must be young Master Zhen and I Masher duo, truly handsome beyond compare. Feng Wuxing studied Su Chang'e intently, a flicker of surprise in his heart. This bone structure. He is genuinely young. His cultivation level is unreadable, concealed by a treasure. Su Chang'e, seeing a portly man enter, frowned slightly and said nothing, merely glancing at the maid. Feng Wuxing immediately understood and introduced himself with a smile. I am Feng Wuxing, the head of this Luyan branch. I heard you wish to borrow all formation diagrams. This matter is significant, and Xiao Lu cannot decide on it alone. I have come uninvited. I hope you will forgive the intrusion. With that he sat down across from Su Chang'e without ceremony. I am more concerned about the value of my item, Su Chang'e said softly. Haha, young Master Zhen and I Masher duo is indeed direct. The value of this tea goes without saying. It contains the Tao source brewed by a tea master. If measured in spirit stones, even this single bottle would cost at least 1 million low-grade spirit stones, and that is just the market price, which is already scarce. Feng Wuxing chuckled, though he secretly kept a careful estimate. The true value to those in the divine flame realm who sought the great Tao would be far higher. Oh, Su Chang'e replied flatly, outwardly calm, but inwardly astonished. Damn, that valuable. Then Su Chang'e asked, is it enough to rent all the formation diagrams above earth grade in your chamber? I only wish to rent, not buy. I have heard from Xiao Lu. Are you sure you only want to rent? Feng Wuxing looked at Su Chang'e with a hint of hesitation. After a moment's thought he decided to remind him. If you rent once the time is up, we will retrieve the diagrams regardless of whether you have comprehended them. And the rental fee is not low. In truth, renting would bring him more profit as the fees would be collected while the diagrams remained in the chamber. But considering the tea master behind Su Chang'e, he did not wish to take unfair advantage, hence the warning. I know, Su Chang'e said firmly. Seeing Su Chang'e's resolute attitude, Feng Wuxing stopped pressing. If you wish to rent all formations above earth grade, this single bottle is certainly insufficient. You told Xiao Lu earlier that you could supply as much of this tea as needed. Is that true? He looked at Su Chang'e with anticipation. Of course. Su Chang'e nodded. How much would be enough? Give me a number. But don't try to cheat me, or this will be our only deal. Haha, rest assured there is no fairer place to do business than our Yuan Yang Chamber of Commerce. Feng Wuxing laughed heartily, evidently pleased with Su Chang'e's answer. Then he put on a troubled expression. It's just, I'm not questioning your word, but this is a substantial transaction. Perhaps you want to inspect the goods first. Su Chang'e interrupted with a raised eyebrow. Feng Wuxing smiled lightly. No, that's not it. I only asked that you let me meet the senior who brewed this tea. We have that much trust. He thought it safer to first meet the senior and then introduce Shuiyu. But Su Chang'e's next words left both Feng Wuxing and the maid Xiao Lu utterly bewildered. Meet whom? I am right here. At these words, Xiao Lv beside him looked at Su Chang'e in astonishment. WH. What do you mean? Even Feng Wuxing, who had weathered countless storms, was somewhat bewildered by Su Chang'e's statement. I'm right here. He carefully scanned the room again, but found no one else. Could it be that this senior was hiding in a way that even I couldn't detect? Feng Wuxing narrowed his eyes and began searching everywhere, even picking up the teacup in front of him to peer inside several times. Su Chang'e's eyelid twitched. President Feng, is your mind not working properly? Who would be inside a teacup? How did this guy become president? His reading comprehension is so poor. Or am I not expressing myself clearly enough? Ahem, hee, my apologies, my apologies. Feng Wuxing awkwardly put down the teacup and smiled apologetically, then said seriously, Young master, you may not know, but there are indeed reclusive experts with eccentric temperaments. I have encountered many in my time, some even taking the form of strange flying sticks. I'm still a bit uncertain. Are you saying that senior who achieved mastery in the tea art is here? Feng Wuxing asked earnestly again. Truth be told, he hadn't dared to consider Su Chang'e a tea art master so young. It was simply too absurd. Su Chang'e helplessly extended his hand, a tea leaf appearing between his fingers, the very one he had bought earlier to take to the Taiching tea gathering. The next moment his movements flowed like clouds in water. The entire room was filled with a Tao resonance, and celestial phenomena continuously manifested around Su Chang'e. At that moment Feng Wuxing stood up abruptly, overwhelmed by an indescribable shock. Beside him Xiao Lv covered her mouth, stunned. 20 breaths later Su Chang'e set down the tea and looked up at Feng Wuxing. Satisfied? He was tired, too tired to explain. Feng Wuxing drew a sharp breath, struggling to contain his astonishment. When he looked at Su Chang'e again, his eyes held not only shock, but also a burning intensity. After a few seconds of calming his inner turmoil, he quickly replied, even changing his form of address. Satisfied, indeed satisfied. This old man was blind. Fellow Taoist, you have truly broadened my horizons today. When can I get the array diagrams? Su Chang'e asked directly without preamble. 3 days. Feng Wuxing said the time, then frowned when he saw Su Chang's lack of reaction. No. One day, give me 1 day. I will gather all the Earth grade and above array diagrams our Luyun branch has accumulated over the years, and I can even transfer some from other branches for you. Upon hearing this, Su Chang's eyes lit up. He could also get diagrams from other branches. And the price? Feng Wuxing pondered for a moment before replying, I will sell you the array diagrams at the lowest price. As for your tea, I will auction it all off. Our Luyun Chamber of Commerce will take only the standard spirit stones, and the rest will be yours. How about that? Hearing Feng Wuxing's words, the stunned Xiao LV forced herself back to reality and looked at him incredulously. Was this the same president who never lifted a finger without profit? This is different from what we discussed earlier. Su Chang'e didn't immediately agree. Instead, he looked at Feng Wuxing with a smile. He firmly believed there was no free lunch in the world, unless he was the chosen one. But the key point was he wasn't. Feng Wuxing naturally understood Su Chang'e's suspicion and spoke honestly. Fellow Taoist, rest assured, there are no other conditions. My reason is simple, I just want to befriend you. Business can grow slowly, we have a long road ahead. Su Chang'e wasn't too surprised by the explanation. Oh, it seemed like the usual routine. Su Chang'e then stood up to leave. Since the business was done, he needed to go see to Yu. Then let's do it your way. The items on the table and the previous porcelain bottle are the deposit. If I'm satisfied with this cooperation, I'll come to you again. I'll be back in a day. As Su Chang'e turned to leave, Feng Wuxing was about to bid him farewell respectfully, but suddenly remembered something. Fellow Taoist, if you're not in a hurry, could you stay a moment? Fellow Shiyu Jusher saw your tea earlier and is full of admiration. He asked me to arrange a meeting. Shiyu? Su Chang'e raised an eyebrow and refused directly no. He then pushed the door and left. Su Chang'e raised an eyebrow and refused directly no. He then pushed the door and left. Feng Wuxing's eyes narrowed slightly. He seemed to detect a hint of dislike in Su Chang'e's tone toward Shuiyu. Heh, good. I've long disliked that woman too. Xiao LV, who had been holding back, finally spoke up. President, why are you so generous today? At this rate, we'll be losing money. Little girl, what do you know? Feng Wuxing glanced at Xiao LV before slowly saying, you may not understand what a tea art master at just over 20 represents. A tea art master at 20? Xiao LV replied, her eyes turning. Nonsense. Feng Wuxing twitched the corner of his mouth, then showed a grave expression, a master of the tea art at just over 20. This means his talent in this field is nothing short of monstrous. No one can predict how high his future achievements will be. Perhaps this Eastern Xian domain will produce a tea sage. When that happens, the tea he brews might even be considered a sacred relic. Xiao LV fell into thought. She wasn't stupid, she knew Feng Wuxing was trying to build a connection. But was it worth sacrificing immediate profits for a possible future tea sage? It still seemed a bit unwise. Of course, what made me decide was a feeling he gave me, Feng Wuxing said, his eyes showing a trace of reminiscence. A feeling? What feeling can a man have for another man? Xiao LV grew more suspicious and looked at Feng Wuxing in surprise. President, are you? Feng Wuxing rolled his eyes at Xiao LV. What are you thinking about all day, girl? Careful, or I'll tell your master. No, please don't, President. Xiao LV's face paled. The mere mention of her master changed her demeanor completely. Feng Wuxing ignored her and murmured in contemplation, could it be my imagination? Why do I feel that he isn't particularly proud of his tea art achievements? He has none of the arrogance or aloofness typical of tea cultivators. It's as if he doesn't care about the tea art at all. Either he doesn't know his own strength or the tea art isn't even his trump card. If it's the latter. At the thought, Feng Wuxing couldn't help but shudder, his eyes filled with astonishment. If that were true, then this young man's monstrousness would be beyond his imagination. Who is he? When did the Eastern Xian domain produce such a terrifying youth? Just then Xiao LV received a message from her communication jade. She paused, then walked over to Feng Wuxing and whispered, President, that honored guest is Su Chang'e, the chief disciple of the ninth peak of Taiching sect. Moi. Feng Wuxing frowned slightly, genuinely angered, and said in a deep voice, who allowed you to break the rules and investigate a guest's privacy? Xiao LV hurriedly explained, it wasn't an investigation. Today he crippled the Huang family's eldest son, then walked into the Chamber of Commerce openly with Luyun City Lord Zhao Wanshan laughing and chatting. Nobody checked him. As soon as he stepped out, many people recognized him. This. Feng Wuxing was momentarily speechless, then said seriously, regardless, we'll just follow the rules. Go now, take my token, and immediately go to Feishue and Tofing cities to retrieve their array diagrams of the lower ranks and above. I want to see them all tonight. Xiao LV took the token, nodded, and said yes. Then Feng Wuxing returned along the same path to the private room on the 3rd floor. So soon? Shuiyu's eyes flashed with surprise as she saw Feng Wuxing return, then pressed. How did it go? That boy. Did he agree? Feng Wuxing slowly shook his head. Oomph. A cold sneer escaped Shuiyu's nasal cavity, as if she had long expected this result. Her jade-like fingers tightened slightly within her sleeve. This poor Taoist already foresaw it. This child has a perverse temperament and is not easy to deal with. Does he really think that aside from him I can find no trace of that senior? Ridiculous. Feng Wuxing looked at the undisguised disgust between her brows, frowned slightly, and couldn't help asking out of curiosity, "Lay Hermit, forgive me for speaking bluntly. You and this boy should be meeting for the first time. He hasn't offended you, so why do you harbor such great hostility toward him?" Shui Yu's gaze was cold as if veiled by a thin frost. This child acts ruthlessly and decisively, leaving no room for mercy. He completely contradicts my path of tranquility, non-action, harmony, and the golden mean. Our paths differ, so naturally we cannot conspire together. Is it strange that I dislike him? Yet there was another more important reason, Yi Xian. As the saying goes, love for a person extends even to the crows on his roof. The reverse is also true. That she could suppress the impulse to discipline this person on behalf of Yi Xian was already a sign of maintaining neutrality and extreme restraint. Have you considered the possibility that the tea ceremony senior you wish to meet is him? Feng Wuxing said slowly, a hint of a knowing smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Inside, he was already looking forward to seeing Shui Yu's expression of shock. Yet he miscalculated. Shui Yu merely cast a cold glance at Feng Wuxing and said, "This joke is not at all amusing. Enough, back to business. Are you going to make the deal or not?" "Lay Hermit, this deal cannot be made," Feng Wuxing said with feigned helplessness. Because that fragment of the map had already been taken by Su Chang'e, and he could no longer produce it. As for the rest, there was no problem, but now the initiative was in his hands. Naturally, he wanted to drive down the price. "If that's the case, I won't stay any longer." Shui Yu did not waste words, rose directly, and left. Yet her face was still full of confidence, as if she was certain the other party would regret it. Feng Wuxing watched her departing back, stroked his chin, and said, "How I told you the truth, and you still don't believe it. This woman is hopeless." On the other side, after leaving the Yuanyang Chamber of Commerce, Shui Yu's speed increased until her figure was no longer visible to the naked eye. Soon she arrived at her residence. This was an inn specially provided for the exchange of various figures attending the Taiching tea gathering. But before she even entered, she heard complaints and grumbling inside. "Ouch! Can you pull faster? Damn, I can't take it anymore. I'm about to burst. Fuck, who the hell pulled me into their tea jar?" Shui Yu frowned and stepped inside. The moment she entered, she was repelled by a foul stench. "What's going on? What are you people doing?" Shui Yu grabbed an old man at random and asked coldly. The old man, his face reddening and one hand covering his buttocks, was about to flare up, but when he saw it was Shui Yu, tears streamed down his aged face. "Lay Hermit, you must seek justice for us. The hospitality of the Taiching sect is truly excessive." Soon Shui Yu understood the whole story. The old man, after finishing his account, rushed desperately toward the previously non-existent latrine. This inn was built for cultivators and originally had no latrines. But when many people had diarrhea, every place became a latrine. The old man had not lied. It all started while they were discussing tea ceremony. They happened to talk about the outstanding figures of the younger generation in the Eastern mystic domain. As the conversation drifted, they mentioned Su Chang'e mostly with disparaging remarks. But who would have guessed that the young girl serving them tea was actually Su Chang'e's junior sister? No one knew what kind of medicine she had used, but it caused even these cultivators, at least in the rune inscription realm, to have relentless diarrhea. Some had even fainted. At this moment, Shui Yu's face was extremely grim. Most of these people were her followers, and several were her friends. Now they were reduced to such a sorry state from diarrhea. If word got out, how could she save face? Was this the Taiching tea gathering or the Taiching diarrhea gathering? Even if their words were excessive, poisoning them is going too far. Such viciousness. Indeed, like master, like disciple. Shui Yu's expression darkened. She looked at the burly man who had been standing silently in the hall and said, "I trouble Venerable Beng Yu to make a trip and bring back the poisoner. Even if this is the Taiching domain, I will surely give everyone an explanation." At this moment she was truly furious, especially given her already strong aversion to Su Chang'e. "Good." The burly man, addressed as Venerable Beng Yu, only nodded, said nothing more, and strode out with a tiger-like gait. Even without emitting any aura, his mere movement exuded an intangible pressure. At the end of the street, Su Chang'e stared silently at the 3 fragments of a map in his hand. They exuded an ancient aura, and the demonic intent within them was identical to the fragment he had seen at the auction. But now with the 3 pieces combined, they revealed more information. This was not just an ancient demonic array, it was also a map. "You mean you bought these 3 pieces for 50 low-grade spirit stones?" Tu Yu nodded excitedly. Yes. How about it, senior brother? Am I amazing? These must be good stuff. Maybe they're the map of that secret realm I want to visit." Su Chang'e looked at Tu Yu, then at the map. After a moment of silence, he said slowly, "You said, maybe, which means it's settled. Oh my god. Is this the chosen maiden? Others bid sky-high prices for a fragment, and she gets it for a few dozen spirit stones. Where can you even complain about this? And 3 fragments. Adding the one from the auction would complete the set. Senior brother, do you believe me too? Tu Yu grew excited then gesticulated joyfully. When shall we go dig up the treasure? Su Chang'e was about to answer when he saw a steel-like hand suddenly reach for Tu Yu's shoulder. Damn, do all villains have to go through the face-slapping procedure first? Are they already planning to strike? And no, it's actually the array formation stage. The aura is strong, but carries no killing intent. Su Chang'e raised an eyebrow as he looked at the burly man who suddenly appeared behind Tu Yu, almost lumping him in with that young master of the Huang family. This burly man who made the move was none other than the venerable Benjiu Yu Li Pujuan. Li Pujuan's appearance here was not for the Taiching tea gathering. He was simply passing by. He had a few words with Shui Yu hoping to get a few cups of Snowtop Spirit Mist, but Shui Yu, who thought highly of herself, would never bother with him. If not for the urgency of the situation and Shui Yu seeing that he was unaffected and secretly sending him a message promising a cup if he did this, how could he have agreed so readily? As for why Shui Yu didn't do it herself, he could figure it out with his butt. Such an arrogant Taoist, none how could she personally seize a junior? Then Li Pujuan's iron hand with bulging muscles and a bronze sheen seemingly capable of crushing mountains shot straight toward Tu Yu's slender shoulder with a suffocating pressure. Although his aura seemed terrifying, it was actually not enough to harm Tu Yu. He merely wanted to intimidate Su Chang'e into not making futile efforts. After all, he was just here to take someone, he didn't intend to hurt her. Offending the Taiching sect would make this deal unprofitable. However, just as Li Pujuan's fingers strong enough to crush refined steel were about to touch the hem of Tu Yu's clothes, a slender, fair, seemingly weak hand slowly extended. Oh, a greenhorn. Is the aura I'm emitting not enough to let him know what I'm made of? And he dares to block my crashing thunder hand. Had truly an arrogant brat. Li Pujuan glanced coldly at Su Chang'e, sneering inwardly. He had deliberately revealed his aura. Can't the foolish kid see? We're not on the same level. His strength was indeed formidable. He had once stepped into the venerable realm, but unfortunately, he was injured by a powerful expert for stealing, causing his cultivation to fall to the mid-array formation stage. However, his vision experience and control over power far surpassed ordinary array formation cultivators. Moreover, he was the chief disciple of the Taiching sect, and not even the strongest one. But the next second, that slender hand casually grasped Li Pujuan's thick wrist. This extremely simple move, so casual, without raising a whisper of wind or any burst of spiritual energy, made Li Pujuan's eyes gradually clear up. The cold sternness on his face instantly froze, replaced by extreme shock and disbelief. He felt as if his arm strong enough to shake mountains was not being held by a hand, but had sunk into an unfathomable, indestructible quagmire of chaos. No matter how he urged the surging blood and spiritual energy within him, it was like a stone sinking into the sea, unable to shake the other even a bit. What the hell, how is this possible? Where does this kid get such strength? Li Pujuan exclaimed in his heart. He was a former venerable and had walked the path of body refinement. Even though his cultivation had fallen, his physical strength far exceeded those of the same stage, and even array formation late-stage cultivators might not be stronger than him. But before this young man who looked barely over 20, he felt like an ant trying to shake a giant tree. This kid is incredibly strange. Damn, the rumors are unreliable. That bastard Shui Yu said she'd give me a sip of tea for helping, but she didn't mention that this girl's senior brother is a monster. Is there anyone in the younger generation of the Eastern Profound Domain who can match him? With this strength, how dare those old geezers mock him behind his back? Friend, this way of striking up a conversation is not polite, Su Chang'e said slowly while holding the other's wrist. He wasn't even exerting force intentionally. The mysterious divine patterns he had created on his supreme bone within his body merely circulated slightly, and an indescribable power, as if from the primordial chaos, naturally emanated, dissolving the other's mountain-shattering force into nothingness. Su Chang'e felt a flicker of surprise. So this is the body of an array formation body-refining cultivator. Feels a bit soft. Or is this guy the kind with a lot of water in his cultivation? Li Pujuan seemed to have thousands of words of shock and disbelief to say, but when the words reached his lips, he couldn't utter a single one. At this moment, Tu Yu finally reacted and turned to look up. She immediately darted like a frightened little rabbit behind Su Chang'e's broad back, poking only half her head out to watch Li Pujuan warily. Do you know him? Su Chang'e glanced sideways at Tu Yu hiding behind him, somewhat surprised, already guessing that this wasn't the usual villain confrontation plot. No, I don't. I'm so young, how could I know an old man like that? Tu Yu shook her head like a rattledrum, her tone firm, but her eyes a bit evasive. Li Pujuan's mouth twitched. By now he was sweating profusely and finally couldn't help but speak. Little friend, your junior sister today has caused great harm to many of the hermit's friends. I came here only because she asked me to bring her over, and I had no intention of fighting at all. Well, could you please loosen your grip a little? His tone softened, and he didn't forget to clarify his role. Shui Yu asked him to catch her, it had nothing to do with him. After Su Chang'e released his grip on Li Pajuan, he couldn't help but glance at the guilty-looking Tu Yuyu and said, "Spill it. What exactly happened? I didn't do anything wrong." Tu Yuyu, seeing she couldn't hide it anymore, had to tell the truth. "I heard them bad-mouthing senior brothers, saying you've been stuck in the spirit transformation stage for a long time, and you're not even ranked among the younger generation of the Eastern Profound Domain. They said the rumors of you fighting several times with the personal disciple of the Grand Heavenly Mansion of Wanqi Longfu were definitely bragging, and your strength is probably overrated. Anyway, there were many more unpleasant things. Senior brother, when they insult you, it's like slapping me Tu Yuyu in the face. How could I let them off easy?" Tu Yuyu said with righteous indignation, without a shred of guilt. After hearing the whole story, Su Chang'e asked again, "So how did you make them suffer?" "I put some medicine in their tea. It won't kill them, but they won't be comfortable for the next few days," Tu Yuyu said with a smug smile. This medicine was something she brought from Qingxiu. Colorless and odorless, even a divine fire stage cultivator couldn't detect anything unusual, let alone them. She had originally intended to drug Su Chang'e, but hadn't had the chance to do so yet. At this moment, Li Paojin's gaze fell upon Su Chang'e once more with no longer any intention to strike. His heart had been numbed by the other's overwhelming vital energy. He now only hoped the other party would be reasonable, so he could give some explanation and return to report. "Yet, well done." Su Chang'e nodded, not only not blaming Tu Yuyu, but also patting her head. Tu Yuyu's eyes instantly lit up. "Senior brother, you also think I did well?" "Of course. Others may say you were wrong, but I cannot. After all, you stood up for me. I should be praising you, not criticizing." Su Chang'e agreed, and this was indeed his true feeling. He was not a pushover. He firmly believed that whoever treated him well, he would treat them well in return. As for everything else, tell it to his golden finger. Of course, there was another reason. He also disliked that woman. Tu Yuyu felt a warmth in her heart, and couldn't help saying, "Senior brother, you're so good to me. You understand me better than second senior sister." At this moment, Li Paojun stood foolishly in place. After overhearing their conversation, he was momentarily at a loss. So he should leave then. He had figured out that the other party wouldn't just give an explanation. Worse still, he might be the one needing to explain. Years of cultivation experience told him that Su Chang'e before him was already terrifying beyond his understanding, far beyond someone he could afford to provoke. If he didn't do something now, even if he survived, he would earn a poor reputation in the other's eyes. Before he could think twice, Li Paojun stepped forward in an instant and cried out in anguish. "Now I understand, now I understand. I always felt from the first sight that this young lady was beautiful inside and out. How could she possibly do such a thing without reason? Alas, although I am hardly a good person, I am by no means one who acts like a despicable fellow. I misunderstood the young lady. I truly did not know that it was Shuyu Jusher's friend who was at fault first. I almost committed a grave mistake. My fault, all my fault. Here, let me offer you this small token from me, Li. Take it and buy some snacks. You must not refuse." As Li Paojun spoke, he generously produced a storage bag filled with spirit stones and stuffed it into Tu Yuyu's hands without hesitation. Tu Yuyu's mouth opened slightly, holding the storage bag, with eyes full of disbelief. "Auntie, weren't you here to arrest me?" Li Paojun immediately said solemnly, "Arrest you? I just saw some dust on your shoulder and was flicking it off." Tu Yuyu's brows furrowed into a knot, feeling something was off. Were people this easy to deal with nowadays? She couldn't help glancing at Su Chang'e again, her eyes thoughtful. It seemed this old man's change of attitude was because after senior brother shook his hand. "Since he's giving it to you, just take it." Su Chang'e smiled, then looked at Li Paojun before him with a meaningful gaze. Adapting to circumstances, knowing when to yield and when to press on without any sense of a strong person's dignity, truly a talent. In this cultivation world, such people survive longer, fare better, and are more realistic. They wouldn't stubbornly refuse to admit defeat when they clearly couldn't win. Seeing Su Chang'e's gaze fall upon him, Li Paojun hurriedly displayed a look of emotion and said, "Today has truly broadened my horizons. It turns out Taiching sect is a place where hidden dragons reside. A fellow cultivator as talented as you at such a young age with such vital energy, truly deserving to be the #1 figure of this generation in Dongxian." He was speaking the truth. Not only was Su Chang'e extraordinary, but he also knew how to conceal himself. Look at the entire Dongxian domain. They all thought he was an ordinary cultivator. Such a genius who was both cunning and extraordinarily talented was the most terrifying. He would rise to greatness sooner or later. Let's skip the pleasantries. This matter is past. You may return. Su Chang'e waved his hand casually. He was somewhat satisfied with how the other party handled things. After all, they weren't mortal enemies. Hearing these words, Li Paojun finally breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that his rash action was completely overlooked. But he thought about it. Why not seize this opportunity to forge a connection? Indeed, he still wanted to find someone to assist him on this trip. Not to mention anything else, Su Chang'e's display of strength just now was more than enough. Most importantly, Su Chang'e certainly didn't know about this matter, which meant he had a chance to gain a powerful companion. The next moment Li Paojun leaned close to Su Chang'e and lowered his voice. Cough, fellow cultivator, we've become acquainted through combat. I happen to have a connection. It carries some risk, but the returns are quite high. A genius like you, fellow cultivator, must consume considerable resources for cultivation, correct? Upon hearing this, Su Chang'e glanced at Li Paojun with a peculiar expression and asked, what kind of connection? He was somewhat curious. Resources were indeed desperately needed. Setting aside everything else, what would he do after passing the formation realm and reaching the venerable realm? Would he sell tea again? Although this path was viable, it was simply too slow. Moreover, the items needed for the venerable realm would likely be even harder to find in the Taiching domain. Although his strength was now secure against that child of destiny after experiencing the incident with the blonde-haired man, he had become extremely cautious. Naturally, he needed to strive to the utmost during these 3 months to reach the pinnacle. Eventually, he would forcefully cultivate himself into a great emperor. Li Paojun narrowed his eyes and looked around with a serious expression, saying, this is not the place to converse. If the fellow cultivator does not mind, would you like to come to my place and rest? Su Chang'e frowned slightly. Although he indeed had nothing to do for now, he didn't want to waste time listening to nonsense. What if he wasn't interested in this connection? Seeing Su Chang'e hesitate, Li Paojun understood and whispered again. It concerns an ancient relic beneath Luyin City. You will definitely be interested, fellow cultivator. Upon hearing this, Su Chang'e pondered for a moment and said, lead the way. Senior brother, I want to come too, I want to come too. Tu Yu hurriedly said while holding the storage bag. She had caught their hushed conversation and suspected there must be some secret. Thus Li Paojun led Su Chang'e and Tu Yu in another direction toward Luyin City. Not far away, an old man who had been ordered to find Li Paojun happened to witness this scene. He rubbed his eyes, his brow furrowed so tightly it could crush a fly, and finally turned back to return to the tea house. At this moment, the air within the tea house had been purified by powerful spiritual energy into something fresh and pleasant, as though the previous chaos had never occurred. Shuiyu sat at the main seat in the hall with a cold expression, his tone icy. Where are they? Why weren't they brought here? The old man scratched his head, struggling to organize his words before stammering. Venerable Benjiu. Well, we found the person and took them away. But he seemed to be heading in the direction of his own home. Heading home. Miaoying Pavilion. The faint strains of string and wind instruments drifted through the air, mingling with a subtle fragrance of powder and perfume. Inside an elegant private chamber. This is where you live. Su Chang'e took a seat, his expression peculiar as he stared at Li Paojun. Before his words faded, a wisp of delicate fragrance crept close to his ear. Senior brother Tu Yu had somehow pressed herself against him, her gray-blue eyes shimmering with a sly light. Her slender fingers half covered her lips, and her lowered voice carried a breathy tone like a tiny hook. Just now, while coming upstairs, I noticed several young ladies. Truly lovely figures, aren't they? She puffed out her chest as she spoke, and the proud curves trembled slightly with the movement, her tone tinged with a hint of smugness. But still, I'm a tiny bit better than them. If you like, senior brother, I can go call them over to make you happy. As a fox spirit, she was born with enchanting allure. At this moment, the rippling glances in her eyes carried an innate grace, yet her expression was pure and playful, making it impossible to tell whether she was genuinely teasing or deliberately provoking. The demon race was naturally more open, and the Fox clan in particular knew quite a bit about the mortal world's pleasure quarters. It was only natural that she knew what kind of place this was. Su Chang'e shot Tu Yu a glare. This girl was growing bolder by the day, actually daring to mock him. But what kind of standards did he have? Every day he was surrounded by 3 fate-chosen maidens. He was utterly numb to it. These common beauties couldn't even catch his eye. Li Paojun sat opposite him, sitting upright with a solemn expression. Brother Su, you may not know this, but the vast mortal world is the ultimate place to temper the heart. I am here solely to refine my Tao heart, pursuing the supreme realm of remaining unstained by a single leaf. He paused, lowering his voice with a tone of heartfelt sincerity. Besides, the madam here is counting the kinship, the niece of my distant cousin. She's one of us and gives me an insider's price. Absolutely legitimate. Seeing that Su Chang'e's expression remained unchanged, he quickly added, the most crucial point, moreover, in a place like this with people coming and going, it's less likely to attract attention. It's safer than anywhere else. Plus, I've set up multiple isolation arrays in this room. Our conversation is absolutely secure. After hearing Li Paojun's explanation, Su Chang'e adopted an expression that said, I'll believe you for now, and said, all right, let's get down to business. Li Paojun's gaze swept over Tu Yu, who was tilting her head and curiously examining the room. After only a brief hesitation, he recounted the full story of the relic. You mean to say you obtained information from a secret realm that this place is likely the burial site of a demon saint? Su Chang'e tapped his fingers lightly on the table, his tone flat. Exactly. Li Paojun nodded heavily, his expression grave. Brother Su must know the weight of the term sage realm in the present Yuanyang realm. In ancient times, sage realm powerhouses were few and far between, and later almost all of them departed for the spirit realm. Now the Yuanyang realm is dominated by the divine fire realm. When a powerful demon cultivator reaches a certain level, they can open up an inner space to carry their important treasures. The burial site of a demon saint is of incalculable value. Suchanga asked again, how can you be certain of the truth of this information? In truth, he was already convinced it was 100% true. Going by the principle that fate-chosen maidens never come up empty, and given that Tu Yu was a demon herself, this relic seemed tailor-made for her. As for the fact that others might also know of this relic, that was only normal. When had any fate-chosen protagonist ever entered a secret realm alone? There had to be some cannon fodder as company. Beside him, Tu Yu listened with rapt attention, her gray-blue eyes sparkling. Before Li Pujuan could answer, she immediately raised her hand and exclaimed excitedly, I know. It's under the Yunming swamp outside Luyan City. Senior brother, let's go quickly. How could she not know? That was the ancestor of her ancestors. If not for the long-standing rift between the human and demon races, Qingxiu would have sent someone long ago. The reason she had sneaked out, aside from seeing the splendor of the mortal world, was to fulfill one of her ancestors' wishes to bring his remains back to Qingxiu. Oh, you've heard this story too. Li Pujuan looked at Tu Yu with great surprise. She's also heard of it. He had considered this information his exclusive secret, one he had obtained at the cost of risking his life. Suchanga, however, cast a helpless glance at Tu Yu. Bro, you're a demon, you know. Can't you be a little more cautious and use your brain? He had wanted to continue questioning further, but since even his own people had said so, what else could he say? Then Suchanga turned to Li Pujuan and said, even if what you say is true and no one has noticed it for so many years, what method do you have to find the entrance and get in? Hehe. Li Pujuan's face broke into a calculating smile, and he said confidently, if I had no preparations, would I dare to invite a fellow Taoist to join me? I have learned through a special channel that the entrance to the relic will open soon. The exact date is uncertain. Maybe tomorrow, maybe the day after, but it will definitely not exceed 1 month. If it hadn't been for this matter, how would he have been wounded by that old demon, nearly dying? Suchanga looked at Li Pujuan with some surprise and said, so you're looking for me too? Although he didn't know where the other party had obtained the information, since they already had the advantage, shouldn't they keep quiet and reap the benefits? Especially someone as slick as him. To be honest, this time coincides with the Taiching tea gathering. If the relic opens, the commotion will be considerable and many experts will gather. Therefore, I wish to form an alliance with you, Brother Su. Li Pujuan's words were sincere, but his heart was bitter. Damn it. Why did it have to be during this blasted Taiching tea gathering, with so many experts gathered, making things too unpredictable? Over the years, his cultivation level had fallen and old friends had grown distant. He had seen through the hearts of men and no longer trusted anyone. His choice of Suchanga was simple. This young man was too monstrous with boundless potential. Even if he ended up working for someone else, investing in such a figure was a sure win. Moreover, Suchanga had been willing to offend many people for a cave heaven realm junior sister, which was far better than those who changed with the wind. Suchanga did not immediately agree. He simply said he would consider it and prepared to leave with Tu Yu. Seeing this, Li Pujuan quickly added, Brother Su, if you're also attending the Taiching tea gathering tomorrow, I'll have a way to prove that everything I said is true. He thought Suchanga still didn't believe him. Wait. Li Pujuan stretched out a hand to stop him, his face instantly breaking into a warm smile as he leaned in. Brother Su, you haven't found a place to stay yet today, have you? Suchanga, seeing his eager expression, hesitated for a moment before replying, not yet. Then it settled. Please leave it to me. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Li Pujuan slapped his chest with a confident oath, then lowered his voice and whispered animatedly into Suchanga's ear, Brother Su, if you want to liven things up a bit, I can arrange that too. The corner of Suchanga's mouth twitched slightly. Seeing Suchanga's expression, Gu Pujuan quickly changed his tune. Brother Su, don't be upset. If you don't like the vulgar, there's also the refined. Wind, flowers, snow, moon, zither, chess, calligraphy, painting. We have everything. However, Suchanga still wanted to refuse. But Gu Pujuan quickly said, Brother Su, don't rush to decline. Now that the Taiching tea gathering is imminent, the better inns in the city are already fully booked. The remote ones, their quality is indescribable, and at night the sounds from the next room are nothing but he incessantly disturbing the peace. You wouldn't want your junior sister to have to put up with that kind of environment, would you? Suchanga glanced at Tu Yu, who was looking around curiously, and after a moment's thought said, is there a quiet place? I don't need anything else. There is, Brother Su, there is. Gu Pujuan pushed open the door and shouted an elegant private room upstairs for one distinguished guest. At these words, Suchanga's eyelids twitched, a sense of foreboding stirring within him. The next moment the air was filled with a fragrant breeze and the jingling of pendants. Several beautifully dressed, graceful women instantly flooded to the entrance, their eyes sparkling and burning with intensity as they gazed at Suchanga as if they had been waiting for a long time. Sister, I didn't lie to you, did I? Isn't he stunningly handsome? Truly, a celestial being. Good heavens, such a figure. I'd let him have me for free. I'd even pay to be with him. Stop dreaming. Can't you see the young lady beside him? Gosh, How can she be so beautiful? That figure. It's as if heaven itself is spoon-feeding her. One woman, unable to contain herself, approached Tu Yu and asked with envy, "Little sister, what exactly did you eat to grow up like this? This is too perfect." Tu Yu, far from being offended, smiled charmingly, her grayish-blue eyes curving into crescent moons carrying a hint of fox-like cunning and innocence. "Naturally, it's a gift from heaven that I can't abandon. Little sister, you're absolutely enchanting. With your looks and figure, you'll captivate countless male cultivators." In just a few exchanges, Tu Yu was already chatting merrily with these women, and they surrounded her, laughing and heading upstairs. Su Chang'e stood silent, feeling a dull ache at his temples. Li Pujuan, standing nearby, cautiously smiled and said, "Friend, rest assured. Everything is perfectly legitimate. The place we've arranged for you is guaranteed to be peaceful and elegant without any disturbance." "Enough." Su Chang'e sighed, helplessly rubbed his brow, and finally stepped forward to follow. Upon reaching the third floor, the environment indeed became suddenly quiet, with no idle figures in sight. After passing through winding corridors, they found a secluded, independent courtyard at the end, with faint fluctuations of spiritual energy around it, clearly indicating a formidable isolation array. As soon as Su Chang'e settled down, Tu Yu clung to him. "Senior brother, let's go. That uncle seemed quite reliable. There must be lots of treasures inside. Senior brother, how about I share more with you later?" "Senior brother, let's go, please, pretty please." Finally, under Su Chang'e's stern gaze, Tu Yu reluctantly pouted and obediently returned to her room. In truth, he definitely intended to go. He just didn't want to tell Tu Yu in advance. Otherwise, with her temperament, she might stir up all sorts of trouble. Immediately after, Su Chang'e sat down and took out the 3 demon array fragments that Tu Yu had given him, beginning to study them intently. "Your comprehension is heaven-defying. You are completing the fragment 111. Your comprehension is heaven-defying. From these 3 pages of fragments, you have gained insight into the divine mysterious fox array. One corner of the array pattern is missing. You are comprehending and completing it 111. Half an hour passed. This array's grade is probably quite high and it's incomplete. Even with my heaven-defying comprehension, I can't fully restore it in a short time. I should have brought the fragments along earlier." Su Chang'e sighed, having only intended to give it a try. He then stood up, planning to make another trip to the Yuanyang Chamber of Commerce. But just then, dong dong dong, a violent knock sounded at the door. Su Chang'e was startled, nearly raising his hands to cover his head, and crouched down somewhere. Fortunately, he remembered that this was a cultivation world. "Is it really you, honored guest?" A woman's gentle voice came from outside. Su Chang'e immediately recognized who it was. He went to open the door and asked with a frown, "Why are you here?" "Honored guest." Xiao Lu respectfully handed him a storage ring and a shimmering golden card before saying, "This is what the guild master ordered me to deliver. Upgrading you to the golden card is the guild master's maximum authority. Please do not disdain it, honored guest. In the storage ring is the ancient fragment you requested today. The guild master said this item is a gift as a token of appreciation." After receiving the storage ring and the golden card, Su Chang'e's mood brightened considerably, and he smiled lightly. "Then please thank the guild master for me. This chamber of commerce was quite efficient. I like it. Then I shall take my leave. When the array components are assembled tomorrow, I will come to inform you," Xiao Lu said respectfully, and hurriedly left, her cheeks flushed. If not for the repeated confirmation, she could never have imagined that the honored guest would be staying here. As for all this, Su Chang'e paid no heed. His divine sense immediately sank into the storage ring. While taking out the fragments inside, he also noticed a tea set beside them, exuding an inexplicable Tao resonance, clearly an extraordinary item. "'Tis quite generous. They gave me so much. If I don't respond swiftly, I'd be a bit petty. Well then, let me brew some tea first." With a flicker of thought, Su Chang'e took out the ancient tea set and placed it on the wooden table in the room. His fingertips brushed lightly, his movements fluid like clouds unfurling. The Tao resonance naturally flowed around him, and ethereal spiritual light intertwined in the void, manifesting mystical visions of green mountains and clear waters. At this moment, all was silent, and even his own mind sank into an unprecedented tranquility. For an instant, he even forgot the act of brewing tea itself, his spirit drifting and merging seamlessly with the great Tao of heaven and earth, becoming one. "Your comprehension is heaven-defying. Your tea ceremony insight 111. Your comprehension is heaven-defying. Your tea ceremony has reached perfection." Just at that moment, an indescribable Tao resonance descended from the 9 heavens, piercing through the roof tiles, silently permeating the entire space. Then Su Chang'e's body radiated brilliant light, clear luster flowing, and tangible Tao tones rippled outward like waves. The plants and trees in the room rustled without wind, the tea fragrance condensed without dispersing, forming ethereal blue lotus shadows in the air, slowly rotating. At the same time, above the Miaoying pavilion, clouds surged and myriad rays of light burst forth. "What's happening? What's going on?" Everyone in the Miaoying pavilion fell into chaos looking up at the sky, while several women instinctively turned their gazes toward the third floor. Li Pujuan stared blankly at the sky, for he could sense that all these energies were converging toward one direction, the very courtyard where Su Chang'e was staying. Oh my boundless heavenly venerable! Tea ceremony perfection. What kind of monster is this? At the same time, a pure and vast Tao intent flooded like a tide across every street and every eve. Countless cultivators' minds trembled, and they all turned to look in the same direction. What's happening? The spiritual energy of heaven and earth is converging there. Is some great power in enlightenment or a rare treasure appearing? No, it's not that. This is the sign of perfection. Could it be? Tea ceremony. Tea ceremony. Could it be Shuyu Jushi? No, Shuyu Jushi's tea ceremony hasn't even reached great achievement. How could it be perfected? Wait, that direction is Miaoying Pavilion. Oh, achieving enlightenment in such a place. Now that's true elegance. At this moment, Shuyu Jushi, who had just walked out of a cold and secluded courtyard, also sensed this celestial anomaly. She abruptly turned toward the Miaoying Pavilion and exclaimed, "Tea ceremony perfection. Who is it? Could it be a senior?" Her expression became extremely excited. With a flicker of her figure, she appeared directly at the Miaoying Pavilion, ignoring the gazes from all sides, and declared loudly, "Junior Shuiyu of the Yaotai Immortal Pavilion, requesting an audience with the senior." Tea ceremony perfection. Truly tea ceremony perfection. The second senior in the entire Yuanyang realm to achieve tea ceremony perfection was right before her. She had already cast aside all pride, only wanting to see the person and seek the truth of the tea ceremony. Hiss! Even Shuyu Jushi has appeared. Yes, and she even invoked the Yaotai Immortal Pavilion. Is she trying to use her background to request an audience with this senior? But the next second, a cold voice rang out from the depths of the Miaoying Pavilion. Get lost. Shuiyu's face turned pale as she stood rooted to the spot, struck as if by lightning. Why? Why did this senior hold such hostility toward her? Hiss. This senior seems to be in a rather foul temper, or perhaps he simply doesn't hold Shuyu Jushi in high regard. It's more than just a lack of regard. It's an outright public humiliation. If you ask me, some people are so accustomed to being elevated that they truly believe everyone must show them deference. There's some truth to that. With tea Dao perfection, one's cultivation is likely even higher, coupled with a breakthrough. Shuiyu even invoked the name of the Yaotai celestial abode to seek an audience. What else could that be but pure provocation? Haha, what a spectacular loss of face. Do you think the layman will still have the nerve to attend the Taiching tea gathering tomorrow? I'd wager she can't even bear to leave her room. Whispers spread like a tide through every corner of Luyun City, interspersed with low, gloating chuckles. Not far away, in an elegant pavilion, Li Qingfeng leaned against the railing, gazing toward the direction of Miaoying Pavilion, his face etched with awe and emotion. Who would have thought Luyun City harbored a tea Dao perfection master? This gathering has truly been worthwhile, but what a pity. He shook his head, a look of helplessness on his face. This senior seems rather aloof and difficult to approach. Even Shuyu Jushi had been rebuffed, so he naturally abandoned any intention of seeking an audience lest he invite further humiliation. Meanwhile, atop the Yuanyang Chamber of Commerce building, Feng Wuxing stared blankly at the night sky, where the celestial phenomena were gradually fading. The expression on his face shifted from initial disbelief, especially after hearing that thunderous "get lost." He had already confirmed the identity of the other party. Finally, he slapped his thigh hard. Feng Wuxing exclaimed, his face contorted with regret and chagrin. I sent too little, far too little. He paced around in agitation, muttering to himself, Su Chang'e's tea Dao talent is utterly staggering. Could it be that he was already on the verge of a breakthrough? How does he even cultivate? If his insight in tea Dao were applied to any other path of combat, what would that mean? After a moment of shock, Feng Wuxing couldn't help but clap his hands and laugh heartily. Su Chang'e's get lost was utterly satisfying. That woman Shuiyu, with her pretentious airs, must be humiliated beyond measure tonight, probably wishing she were dead. Just as Feng Wuxing had predicted. At that moment, Shuiyu hovered in midair, her face cycling through shades of green to red, then to purple, like a spilled palette of paints of vivid and chaotic display. Gazes and hushed discussions from all directions pierced her like countless needles, making her wish she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Her mind was a tangled mess, a maelstrom of shame, anger, and immense grievance and confusion. Why? She asked herself. She had never met this senior before. Why was his hostility toward her so intense? Aren't tea Dao cultivators supposed to be serene of heart and gentle as jade? Could it be? Could it be because of that brat? Shuiyu clenched her teeth, her face growing paler and paler, frozen in midair. After a long struggle, she couldn't squeeze out a single word, eventually transforming into a streak of light and fleeing. At that moment, the celestial phenomena in the sky finally settled into tranquility. Everyone understood that the senior had withdrawn his Tao resonance, achieving T-Tao perfection. However, with Shui Yu's precedent, no one dared to disturb him, yet many lingered, not immediately departing, but instead entering Miaoyin Pavilion to find a place to sit. For a time, Miaoyin Pavilion's business boomed. Luyun City Lord Zhao Wanshan hurriedly mobilized his people to look after the pavilion, ensuring no one disturbed the senior's rest. Yet no one noticed that at that very moment within the city's Yunmeng lake a mysterious, profound light flashed once beneath the lake island. On the third floor deep within the secluded courtyard, a single Tao perfection can stir up such a commotion. Su Chang'e set down his teapot, a look of surprise on his face. Why didn't it happen when I reached the peak of my talisman Tao? Was it because I wasn't inscribing talismans at the time? After a moment's thought, Su Chang'e simply couldn't be bothered to dwell on it. Forget it, why bother thinking about this? Immediately after, Su Chang'e turned his attention to the 4 fragments of the map assembled on the table, utterly indifferent to Shui Yu. With your heaven-defying insight, having observed the complete divine Xian celestial fox formation, and combined with your previous study of the map fragments, you have successfully comprehended the formation patterns, grasping a trace of the original essence of the demon race's formation, laying a foundation for creating your own formation. So, Luyun City itself is a complete divine Xian celestial fox formation. After fully comprehending the formation, Su Chang'e looked out the window, and in his mind the entire Luyun City gradually merged with the formation he had just understood. However, with his current level of perception, it was difficult to discern the formation's eye, for Luyun City was a metropolis capable of housing millions, its vast expanse far exceeding the range of his spiritual sense. Although he guessed the formation's eye was most likely the relic's entrance Yunmeng Lake. The truth-seeing eye. With the aid of a pupil technique, it would likely be much easier. Su Chang'e's words had barely left his lips. Big senior brother, I'm so hungry. Tu Yu pushed open the door and entered, clutching her flat stomach, a pitiful expression on her face, as if she were about to faint. She pouted, didn't you say you were taking me out to have fun? Her cultivation level was insufficient to perceive the Tao resonance of the earlier phenomena, and the secluded courtyard was equipped with a barrier formation, so she was unaware of the commotion outside. Su Chang'e looked up, seeing her azure-gray eyes shimmering like water-soaked gems under the lamplight, tinged with a hint of grievance. He smiled gently, my oversight. Come, let's eat first, then I'll take you for a proper stroll and show you the mortal world's pleasures. It would also be a good chance to complete the system's task. The bright moon hung high, casting its clear radiance everywhere. Su Chang'e led Tu Yu, avoiding the crowded areas where everyone was still discussing the earlier phenomena, slipping out silently through the back door of Miaoyin Pavilion. He moved with incredible speed, arriving at the city's outermost street in the blink of an eye. Here it was a world apart from the districts where cultivators gathered. There was no dazzling radiance of spiritual energy, only a continuous line of large red lanterns hanging, casting their glow on the blue stone road. The air was thick with the warm fragrance of food and the unique earthy breath of mortal life. Along the long street, the cries of vendors, the laughter of children, and the storytelling of tea houses interwove, creating a vibrant and lively scene. This time, contrary to Su Chang'e's expectations, there was no sign of the petty antagonist's antics. Everything went smoothly. After grabbing a simple meal, the Marshall siblings ordered some wine. After 3 rounds, Su Chang'e noticed for the first time in a while the absence of Tu Yu's chattering voice. He turned to look and saw her cheeks flushed, her eyes drunkenly hazy as she gazed out the window. Her azure-gray eyes, steeped in the effects of the wine, seemed veiled in a mist of water. As her gaze shifted, the innate charm of the Fox clan was revealed without restraint. Su Chang'e followed her gaze. At the street corner, an elderly man with graying hair was carefully adjusting a crooked hairpin on his granddaughter's head, his eyes full of loving tenderness. What, homesick? Su Chang'e asked with a light laugh, raising his glass and emptying it in one gulp. Tu Yu nodded involuntarily, her body unconsciously leaning closer to him. Her voice was softer and lower than usual, carrying a subtle nasal tone. When I was little, my ancestor also gave me a very beautiful hairpin, but I lost it. As she spoke, she turned her face slightly, the candlelight casting a glow on her delicate features, adding a touch of allure. But my ancestor didn't lie to me. The mortal world. It's truly beautiful. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing Mortal Fire comforts the fox heart. Reward truth-seeing eye. Fuse now. What a girl. Su Chang'e shook his head helplessly in his heart. One sentence, and she reveals everything. If it weren't for being the daughter of destiny, anyone else would probably not survive 3 days. Upon hearing the system notification, Su Chang'e did not rush to merge the rewards. Instead, he recalled Tu Yu's life experiences. According to the system notification, the demon domain is about to descend into chaos. Qingqiu is destroyed, and the ancestor of Qingqiu has been captured. Even if Su Chang'e had told her in advance, what could she possibly do if she rushed back with her current abilities? However, the upheaval of the demon domain is a significant matter throughout the Yuan Central Realm. Since there is still no movement, he should have some time remaining to enhance his cultivation. Honestly, he genuinely couldn't bring himself to abandon someone in peril. Otherwise, in his past life, he wouldn't have dared to fight that detestable, yellow-haired interloper. His moral compass. Absolutely flawless. It seems the peaceful days of being the composed senior brother won't last much longer. Su Chang'e sighed softly in his heart. Senior brother. Tu Yu suddenly called out, her voice thick with intoxication, soft and sweet. Su Chang'e turned his head, meeting her languid, bewitching gaze. After spending time together, I've realized you're not as terrible as second senior sister and the others described. Tu Yu said, suddenly patting her prominent chest. The full curves trembled with emotion as she continued, so I've made my decision. If I'm ever not in the Taiching sect anymore, should you encounter any danger you can't handle, come find me. Your junior sister will handle it for you. She was, after all, the little princess of Qingqiu. Her words carried considerable weight. Hearing this, Su Chang'e felt an inexplicable wave of goosebumps, then smiled and replied, all right. What a cliché flag to set. Though embarrassing as it was, he felt genuinely pleased inside. At least in this world, he had someone who truly cared for him. Upon hearing his response, Tu Yu abruptly rose, drunkenly pressing close to him. She leaned forward slightly, her delicate face almost touching Su Chang'e's. Narrowing her grayish-blue eyes, she studied him intently. Don't do this. It could be dangerous. Su Chang'e instinctively leaned back slightly in a tactical retreat. Even so, the distance between them remained extremely close. He could distinctly scent her subtle body fragrance mingling with the aroma of wine, creating an especially intoxicating effect. Tu Yu furrowed her delicate brows and said, strange, truly strange. Everyone in the sect claims you're excessively arrogant. I anticipated you'd declare something like, this day could never appear in Su Chang'e's life. Yet you simply consented. She then tilted her head, gazing at him with intoxicated hazy eyes, and asked with unusual seriousness, honestly speaking, are you truly Su Chang'e? Su Chang'e was about to respond. Tu Yu's pupils suddenly dilated, her body swaying unsteadily. This liquor, without using cultivation to neutralize it, is actually so potent. Before she could finish her words, she went completely limp, collapsing forward directly into Su Chang'e's embrace. Fragrant softness filled his arms as her curvaceous figure leaned entirely against him. With each gentle breath, the delicate sensation became remarkably distinct. Su Chang'e felt a twitch in his eyelid, ultimately lifting her onto his back with a resigned sigh. The young woman's warm body clung tightly to his back, and under the moonlight, he journeyed toward the Miaoying Pavilion. Very well, for the sake of what this girl just said, I'll make this journey to the demon domain. And system, whose side are you really on? Warming me shouldn't come without rewards, should it? Ding. The daughter of destiny Tu Yu spoke her true feelings while intoxicated. She has established a foundation of affection with the host. Upon learning that Su Chang'e carried her back, her heart will warm with shyness. Reward 1 month of cultivation. Current accumulated 8 months of cultivation. After delivering Tu Yu to her room, Su Chang'e returned to his own quarters. Silently in his heart, he commanded, merge piercing deception eye. In the next instant, his pupils transformed into an absolute black void. Involuntarily shutting his eyes, his spiritual sense still perceived the profound metamorphosis unfolding within his own eyes. After several breaths of transformation, when he opened his eyes again, the scene before him caused his heart to tremble. Within all worldly laws and countless illusions, everything can be pierced and seen through. This is the piercing deception eye. As his voice fell, the distant bronze mirror began reflecting a pair of eyes as profound as an endless night. The pupils transformed into pure darkness, revealing not a trace of white, as if capable of devouring all light. Then within this boundless darkness, a golden radiance sparked from its core, then undulated and extended, sketching out an intricate, ancient, and mysterious golden rune. The rune rotated slowly, emanating an unmatched Tao rhythm capable of penetrating illusion and reflecting truth. The next instant, gazing at the night scenery beyond the window, the formation patterns that had existed for countless ages materialized. In mere moments, he discerned the precise location of the formation's eye. Exactly as he had anticipated, it was Yunmeng's. Just at this moment, a sudden change occurred. The mysterious rune within Su Chang'e's pupils abruptly solidified, and the room's scenery rippled like water's surface before dissolving. The next moment, his vision completely transformed, revealing the profound stillness of Yunmeng's shores under the deep night. Above the lake's heart, a translucent, slender figure was gradually taking form, composed of countless shimmering particles of light. A man stood there clad in a pristine moon-white robe. His garments fluttered gently in the windless night, imbuing him with an ethereal quality. His features were strikingly handsome, almost otherworldly, as though the heavens had gathered all celestial elegance into one being. His long hair, an ethereal shade of jade, cascaded unbound down his back, lending him an air of transcendence and nonchalance. Most captivating were his slightly upturned fox-like eyes, which held a subtle knowing smile that seemed to penetrate the veil of time itself, gazing silently, and across the boundary of reality and illusion. He simply stood there upon the rippling waves as if he had been waiting there for 10,000 years, emanating an aura of profound antiquity. Unexpectedly, the one who awakened me through the Tao's resonance, achieving team mastery, is so young. A innate divine IA. Indeed remarkable. Not merely that you possess a heavenly divine pattern masking your true realm, suggesting some divine physique. After 10,000 years encountering such a stunning prodigy from the human race in this Yuan's central realm brings me immense joy. Are you the ancestor of Qingxiu? Su Chang'e couldn't help but ask, maintaining composure despite his inner shock. The handsome man gave a slight nod, then smiled. By rights, shouldn't you address me as senior? By that logic, should I call you an aunt? Su Chang'e retorted. So this is the Saint realm. One glance, and he could discern his extraordinary physique. While not pinpointing the ultimate bone, he still possessed remarkable insight. Ha ha ha, little friend, you speak with such wit, unlike those rigid tea practitioners. Rest assured, little friend, my clan has been allied with your human race for countless ages, never enemies. Moreover, given the deep connection between my descendant and yourself, how could I possibly pose you any difficulty? Truly, I should even thank you. Had it not been for your activation of the heavenly Tao's resonance, this remnant of my consciousness might never have awakened. Su Chang'e chuckled and asked, Senior, surely you didn't awaken just for casual conversation. I naturally know you bear no hostile intent. If otherwise, at this moment, I would already be at Wuya court. Would you even be able to perceive me then? Precisely so, the handsome man confirmed. The handsome man nodded and continued. If I couldn't awaken, so be it. But since I have, I must act. I wish to ask the little friend to take my descendant to the spatial realm I created before my death, to help her retrieve my Fox clan's divine artifact. This treasure has been buried beside me since my fall. Should the little friend consent, I would gladly offer an extraordinary fortune. Classic massive fortune. Su Chang'e mused internally. Wasn't this supposed to be the exclusive domain of destined protagonists? Could it be that by warming the heart of the destined female, Lita's life path has begun to shift? Additionally, I have a small request. In my life, I deeply cherished elegance. Yet in the Tao of tea, you have walked further than I ever did. If possible, before the ruins open tomorrow, could you prepare a cup of tea for this old one? To be honest, this old one has craved this for many years. You wouldn't deny such a simple wish to an elderly person, would you? Su Chang'e asked with a hint of curiosity. You've been dead for so long, yet you still have the mind to drink tea. Cough. Just an obsession. Just an obsession. The Qingxiu patriarch suddenly became somewhat embarrassed, a glint of wisdom flashing in his eyes. This young man never showed fear or awe at my identity. At most, he was merely a bit surprised. Any other youth would have called me senior, without hesitation. Either he is naturally arrogant due to his extraordinary talent, or he has seen more powerful beings than me. Yet with Ti Dao perfected to calm the heart, the latter possibility is the greatest. Could he be from the spirit realm? Then this secret realm must be entered with him, leading my descendants. Fine, but my tea isn't cheap, Su Chang'e said. Brewing a few pots of tea was nothing to him, but encountering an old monster's remnant will. Wouldn't it be a waste not to extract some tangible benefits? What a pity, though, to let this plump sheep that walked right into the net slip away. Ha ha, young friend, you speak bluntly. Rest assured, I won't drink for free. The Qingxiu patriarch laughed heartily, then added, you know the divine transformation pool, yes. I once carried a small piece of it with me. When you enter the secret realm, I shall gift it to you. How about it? A fair deal, isn't it? Su Chang'e remained unfazed. Senior, can you offer something more substantial? With all these great opportunities and secret realm dragon transformation pool, it sounds nice, but I'm a bit uneasy. This old fox is trying to tempt me again. Why so eager for me to enter the secret realm? Is it because he knows my close relationship with Tu Yuyu and wants me to help her? Definitely. It's the typical plot for a destined protagonist. The divine transformation pool. I seem to recall hearing about it. It is said to be a spiritual pool born from heaven and earth, an absolute temptation for cultivators below the divine fire realm. It tempers both the physical body and the soul, and for those with monstrous talent, there is even a slim chance to comprehend the unique divine fire of the divine fire realm. In the future, when stepping into the divine fire realm, one would have an inherent advantage, and with the power of divine fire, one could sweep all opponents of the same realm. But, one thing at a time, he wanted it all. The next moment, a hazy divine light drifted towards Su Chang'e, finally landing in his hand as a crystal-like jade stone, somewhat ethereal. This is a celestial phoenix stone said to contain a drop of true phoenix divine blood. For those who cultivate the fire path, carrying it brings many benefits. Its value would require hundreds of thousands of high-grade spirit stones. Now are you at ease? Somewhat at ease, Su Chang'e replied very seriously. The Qingxiu patriarch's eyelids twitched, but he said nothing and pointed again across the void. This is the 1,000 illusion paper of the Arctic Celestial Talisman Palace from the spirit realm. In the hands of a talisman cultivator, it is a divine object. The power of talismans drawn on it is doubled. Even if you don't practice talismans selling, it would fetch a sky-high price. Now are you at ease? Su Chang'e looked at the pale golden paper that had appeared in his hand, touched his chest, and nodded, a bit more at ease than before, but not by much. The Qingqiu patriarch's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but say, young friend, I am but a remnant of a will. Being able to offer these things is already my limit. What kind of tactic is this kid using? Ah, very well, Su Chang'e sighed, then showed a determined expression. Senior, rest assured. My bond with my junior sister is stronger than gold. During this secret realm expedition, I will protect her with my life. It seems this plump sheep has nothing left. That's fine. I was going to enter the secret realm anyway. Hearing this, a flicker of surprise appeared in the Qingqiu patriarch's eyes. This kid had actually guessed it. After a moment of silence, the Qingqiu patriarch turned serious. Then I thank you, young friend. As he spoke, his figure gradually became illusory. Senior, aren't you having tea? Su Chang'e couldn't help asking as the other was about to disappear. Come to the Lake Heart Island tomorrow. I don't drink overnight tea. Su Chang'e drew a sharp breath and cupped his hand. Senior, you have class. A moment later, the divine light in Su Chang'e's eyes slowly faded, and a wave of exhaustion washed over him. Prolonged use of the pupil of transcendence was quite draining. Without time to ponder the treasures he had obtained, he began to meditate cross-legged. The next day, the rising sun cast its first rays. Su Chang'e had just finished brushing his teeth when he saw Li Pujuan appear at the entrance of the courtyard, looking at him as if with 1,000 words to say. Say no more. Let's go now. Without giving the other a chance to speak, Su Chang'e flashed over, bringing along the drowsy Tu Yuyu, and said calmly, lead the way. Aye. Li Pujuan scratched his head, suppressed his doubts, and said respectfully, then please, Taoist friend, go ahead. At this moment, by the shores of Yunming Marsh, mist and waves stretched vast. The Taiching tea gathering was in full swing. On Lake Heart Island, white jade balustrades, spiritual mist covering the ground, cultivators entered the island with invitations, their robes fluttering as they chatted and laughed. A grand gathering of refined scholars. Su Chang'e strolled leisurely onto the island while Li Pujuan beside him looked at him with curiosity from time to time. Tu Yuyu rubbed her sleepy eyes. Having drunk heavily for the first time, she was a bit adorably tipsy and clung closely to Su Chang'e. Her strikingly beautiful figure immediately drew many gazes. A surprised voice sounded. Junior disciple Su. Su Chang'e paused slightly and turned to see a scholar like Li Qingfeng approaching. He instantly recognized him. The third peak master chess, sage Li Qingfeng. Among the 9 peak masters of Taiching sect, he was the most gentle and refined, with the demeanor of a gentleman. Li Pujuan cupped his hands. First, I am Li Pujuan. Greetings to Senior Li. The 9 peak masters of Taiching sect were well known to all, especially to a man of the world like him. Greetings, Uncle Li, Su Chang'e said with a slight bow, then reached out and gently patted Tu Yu, who was still rubbing her temples, and said, say hello. Tu Yu's delicate body trembled, and she quickly cupped her hands. Good morning, big brother. Li Qingfeng. Su Chang'e. Li Pujuan. So this is the last disciple that Elder Wu Yazi took in. Tu Yu, right? She resembles 5th junior sister a bit, Li Qingfeng said with a warm smile. Su Chang'e nodded, while Tu Yu, still oblivious, continued to rub her temples. But the next moment Li Qingfeng's tone turned stern. But in the future, don't go around drugging people. If you were outside the Taiching domain, it wouldn't be easy to handle if someone caught you. Hearing this, Su Chang'e looked at Li Qingfeng in slight surprise. He understood the words clearly. There was no blame, only a reminder. Tu Yu, still half drunk, waved her hand casually. I know. Li Qingfeng smiled faintly, not angry, and turned his gaze to Su Chang'e. Junior disciple, do you also practice Ti Dao? Just a little, Su Chang'e replied casually. Li Pujuan, standing behind him, twitched inwardly. Not just a little. He's a Ti Dao perfection master. It seems the rumors are true. Taiching sect treats its disciples very well. Even poisoning is brushed off so lightly. Oh, Li Qingfeng looked pleased. That's good. Ti Dao calms the mind and cultivates character, which is greatly beneficial to cultivation. Have you obtained a spot for this tea gathering? Yes, I have. Su Chang'e nodded. Li Qingfeng nodded as well. Then let's go together. The group walked to the entrance of the tea gathering, where Inscription Realm cultivators were checking invitations. A large crowd had already gathered. A vertical sign listed several rules of the gathering, stating that ordinary seats were first come first served, while upper-class seats had fixed spots, and the best honored guest seats were in the central area. If you find a seat, come sit with me, Li Qingfeng said softly, but as soon as he spoke, his eyelids involuntarily twitched, and the hand holding his purple card trembled. Su Chang'e took out a dazzling golden card and handed it to the cultivator checking invitations. He turned to Li Qingfeng in confusion. What? He truly hadn't heard clearly. Nothing, Li Qingfeng said casually, though inwardly shocked. When did this kid get a golden card from the Yuanyang Chamber of Commerce? Is he that rich? The cultivator checking invitations also showed a look of shock, then quickly bowed respectfully. Honored guest, your seat has been prepared. Please let me guide you. Figures from all directions turned to look at Su Chang'e, revealing expressions of surprise and envy. Even Li Pujuan glanced at Su Chang'e in astonishment, but upon recalling the other's terrifying tea ceremony cultivation, he found it only natural. Zhao Wanshan, who was already busy not far away, hurried over upon seeing Li Qingfeng. He happened to witness Su Chang'e pulling out a golden card and froze on the spot. The spot he had prepared for him was now too embarrassing to present. He instead approached Li Qingfeng with a flattering smile and said bitterly, "My lord, it seems the sect was already prepared. Wasn't it agreed that the Taiching sect would not interfere with such small gatherings? Wasn't it agreed that I would have my moment to shine? What a mess. No matter, go attend to your business." Li Qingfeng chuckled lightly, but his gaze remained fixed on Su Chang'e. At this moment, he noticed that he could not see through the other's cultivation level. What a lad, so many opportunities. The Yuanyang golden card, and a treasure that can conceal his own cultivation level. Their group then stepped onto the island. The tea ceremony had already begun, and the fragrance of tea filled the air from all directions. Because Su Chang'e's seat was very central facing the seat of the layman Shuyu, Li Qingfeng did not stand on ceremony and sat together with Su Chang'e. In truth, given his status and strength, he could easily secure a seat, but after long years of cultivation and self-cultivation, he had become more indifferent to such fame and gain. However, those who came to the island today did not discuss tea as before, but instead gossiped. "Did you hear? Last night a senior at the Miaoyin Pavilion reached the pinnacle of tea ceremony. With a single word, get lost, he made layman Shuyu's face turn green. More than just heard, I was squatting right there. I even stayed at the Miaoyin Pavilion last night, but unfortunately, I didn't catch a glimpse of that senior. Could this senior suddenly appear in Luyin City to attend the tea ceremony? That's unclear, but if that senior does show up, layman Shuyu's expression will be very interesting." Listening to these noisy discussions, Su Chang'e remained composed and completely unperturbed. Li Qingfeng, however, sighed. If only this senior who reached the pinnacle of tea ceremony could come to this gathering. Li Pujuan glanced at Su Chang'e, then at Li Qingfeng, and thought to himself, so even the Taiching sect doesn't know about this. Fellow Taoists, Su, you hide it quite deep. Just then a wave of respectful greetings rose from the entrance. "Greetings, layman. Layman, are you well? I have long admired layman's renowned tea ceremony, and today, I hope you will generously guide us." Surrounded by the crowd, Shui Yu slowly entered. She wore a simple and elegant moon-white palace dress, her cloud-like hair arranged flawlessly, and every step maintained her usual aloof demeanor that kept others at a distance. However, if one looked closely, they would find the coldness congealed in the depths of her eyes, almost materialized like a deep winter pool that chills the heart. She had not slept a wink last night. Even though Yi Xian noticed her mood, she did not tell him. Too humiliating. If not for this event having been scheduled long ago, she would not have come. Moi. Shui Yu, looking at Su Chang'e less than 10 meters away, her expression immediately darkened. The continuous frustration of yesterday, the utter humiliation of last night, and her inexplicable aversion to Su Chang'e all burst forth like finding a vent. But at that moment, layman, the tea ceremony is ongoing. Feng Wuxing suddenly appeared in front of Shui Yu and said with a cheerful smile. Shui Yu coldly swept her gaze over Feng Wuxing and said, "The golden card was given by you, wasn't it?" It seems President Feng reckons that with this kid's help you no longer need my Snowtop Spirit Mist. Fine. Regardless, as for the matter of poisoning my friend yesterday, I will personally demand an explanation after the tea ceremony." With that, she did not spare another glance at Feng Wuxing, flicked her sleeve, turned around, and walked straight to the main seat. Feng Wuxing, however, casually shrugged. After finding his own seat, he looked at Su Chang'e not far away, smiled, raised his teacup high, and drank it all in one go. Su Chang'e smiled slightly, took a sip of tea, and considered it a greeting. As Shui Yu took her seat, an elderly master of ceremonies appeared in the center of the venue, his voice like a booming bell. "The first item of the tea ceremony, tasting tea. This time, thanks to the generosity of layman Shuyu, she has specially presented a pot of her renowned masterpiece, Snowtop Spirit Mist, to share with fellow cultivators. May you all savor it and gain insights. I will not elaborate much on this tea, as I believe everyone is eager to taste it. Before tasting, please join me in thanking the layman for her gift of tea." "Thank you, layman, for the tea." The crowd responded in unison, voices rising in waves. Shui Yu had already taken her seat at the main position. Hearing this, she forced a faint smile and raised her hand to gesture downward. "Everyone, please enjoy the tea." The attendants moved accordingly, bringing dozens of cups of brewed Snowtop Spirit Mist to the distinguished guests' seats. The clear, crisp tea fragrance appeared alongside a vision of heavy snow, and the Tao resonance immediately spread. Cultivators in the ordinary seats could only catch the ethereal Tao resonance from afar, left with nothing but envy. Su Chang'e absent-mindedly looked toward the center of the lake, not far away. When does that old fox plan to open the relic? Meanwhile, Li Pujuan, noticing Su Chang'e's gaze, silently moved closer and transmitted his voice. "Fellow Taoist, when the crowd thins out later, watch me. Don't waste it, just wait until I finish this sip of tea." Su Chang'e paid him no attention. Li Qingfeng, seeing Su Chang'e's distracted gaze, gently reminded him, "Junior nephew, this is a rare opportunity to taste the works of tea ceremony masters from all directions. Don't let your mind wander." Su Chang'e narrowed his eyes slightly, but did not reply. His gaze fell on the depths of the lake where a barely perceptible spatial ripple was quietly undulating. TCH. A crisp sound of disdain suddenly rang out, breaking the refined quiet of the tea ceremony. Very ordinary. Looking up, Tu Yu had somehow picked up her teacup and gulped down a mouthful. Now frowning her delicate brows, she said, "Senior brother, compared to the tea you brew, this is like heaven and earth apart." The moment her words fell, the entire venue fell silent. Li Qingfeng, who had been immersed in the mysterious Tao resonance of the snowtop spirit mist, was stunned by her words. "How dare you? Where did this wild girl come from, daring to speak such nonsense? Who is your senior brother? How dare you compare him to layman Shiyu?" Immediately a chorus of rebukes and mockery arose from all around, and countless disapproving eyes focused on this audacious girl. Shui Yu's face, already gloomy from the humiliation of last night, now completely darkened. Her icy gaze shot like an arrow at Su Chang'e, and a mocking sneer curled at the corner of her lips. "Oh, I am indeed ignorant, unaware that the Taiching sect has produced such a remarkable tea ceremony genius. In that case, why not brew a pot of tea so that I may also broaden my horizons?" Heh, he really thinks that just because he got lucky and happened to be related to that senior, he is a tea ceremony master. But at that moment, suddenly, an unexpected change occurred. An indescribably vast oppressive pressure abruptly descended, as if the entire world was being pressed down by an invisible hand. Time froze, space solidified. Every cultivator present, regardless of cultivation level, felt their minds shaken, violently suppressed, and unable to move by the terrifying Tao resonance emanating from the lake's center, overwhelming and unstoppable. At the center of Cloud Dream Marsh, thousands of radiant beams burst forth, countless golden lotus illusions bloomed out of thin air, and vast Tao sounds like great bells and chimes resounded through the heavens. A figure of demonic beauty, accompanied by a sage-level aura that could suppress the ages, slowly stepped out from the endless mystical light. He wore a moon-white robe and held a set of ancient tea utensils in his hand. The teacup was filled with swirling mist, and Tao resonance flowed from the teapot spout. "A sage. It's a residual thought. A sage has passed away here. My heavens! Has layman Shuyu's tea ceremony triggered the manifestation of a sage's residual thought? It must be so. The sage is still holding tea utensils, surely attracted by the tea fragrance." Shui Yu, who had been full of resentment moments ago, was now overjoyed, unable to contain her excitement. She suppressed her ecstasy, abruptly stood up, adjusted her attire, and made a deep bow toward the sage's phantom. Her voice trembled with excitement. "Junior Shui Yu pays respects to the sage. Welcome the sage's presence." She was almost certain that the sage's residual thought had come for her pot of snowtop spirit mist. However, what happened next made her smile instantly freeze on her face and left all the cultivators present utterly astonished. That sage's phantom completely ignored Shui Yu's respectful bow, not even casting a sidelong glance. He walked with a leisurely step, directly passing through the crowd, and under the gaze of countless stunned eyes arrived before Su Chang'e. The Qingqiu ancestor changed his address and said, "Senior Su, please." Time seemed to freeze completely in that moment. The sage's remnant will's utterance of "senior" thundered in everyone's ears, instantly igniting a flurry of spiritual exchanges. Senior Su. Who is this young man? Why have I never seen him in the tea ceremony circle? Could it be that the sage's remnant is calling him senior? Is he some ancient monster? It's him, Su Chang'e, the chief disciple of the ninth peak of Taiching sect. Just yesterday, he crippled the eldest son of the Huang family in the city. Oh, it's him. So that means the one who drugged us is his junior sister. Feng Wuxing's expression shifted violently as he stared at the remnant of the Qingqiu patriarch, as if recalling some legend. Shui Yu, seated opposite Su Chang'e, wore a frozen expression of shock and disbelief. She still maintained her bowing posture as if trapped by invisible frost, unable to rise, yet more awkward to remain. "Senior Su, is the sage's remnant calling that brat?" Li Qingfeng's face was filled with bewilderment. His usually warm and smiling countenance now bore unprecedented shock and confusion. His gaze darted between Su Chang'e and the sage's remnant, as if confirming whether he was trapped in an illusion. Li Pejuan, however, was lost in his own thoughts. His legs went weak, and only by grabbing the table edge did he stop himself from instinctively kneeling before the phantasmal sage. Does this senior know I'm about to plunder his relic? I haven't even started yet. By now Tu Yuji had long awakened. She blinked her large eyes, staring at the terrifyingly handsome man with an inexplicable sense of familiarity, yet instinctively, she moved closer to Su Chang'e's side. The Qingqiu patriarch noticed this subtle movement, and the corner of his mouth curled into a faint smile. He was slightly startled, and his deep eyes revealed unprecedented ecstasy. Bloodline atavism. Nine-tailed celestial fox. A descendant of mine has produced such a prodigy. Who is it? Why have these fools left such a genius among humans without even a guardian? Damn it. But despite his fury, he controlled his emotions perfectly, instantly regaining his composure. Was it necessary to make such a ruckus? Su Chang'e said, somewhat helplessly, looking at the Qingqiu patriarch. The patriarch smiled calmly. Of course. He then transmitted a private message. Young friend, with so many trump cards you should reveal some. Playing the fool is fine, but sweeping everything aside is more satisfying. Besides, without a bit of fame, my great opportunity might be hard for you to claim. Su Chang'e frowned slightly, pondering what this opportunity might be, but said softly, wait a moment. The next second, he lightly brushed his fingers, and the ancient tea set from the Yuanyang Chamber of Commerce appeared on the table before him, along with ordinary spirit tea bought from the same place. There was no earth-shattering display, only a natural flowing grace. He lifted the pot, poured water, warmed the cups, and placed the tea. Each movement effortless and perfect. There was no violent fluctuation of spiritual energy, no extraordinary phenomena, as if an ordinary mortal were brewing tea, utterly natural. Senior's tea ceremony mastery is truly supreme. Even in my era, few could compare. The Qingqiu patriarch praised Su Chang'e with admiration, slowly sitting cross-legged, though his figure hovered a few inches above the ground. Those present were not lacking in tea ceremony skill, yet they could detect nothing unusual. They only felt that Su Chang'e's movements were smooth. What does this mean? The sage's remnant says his tea ceremony is supreme. The sage's remnant came to ask for tea. Su Chang'e knows tea ceremony. Isn't this just the ordinary tea-making process? Li Pejuan, having recovered from his shock, seized the chance to flatter. This is the realm of returning to simplicity in tea ceremony. I feel as if the realm of tea is beckoning to me. Damn, what the hell? How does Su Chang'e know the remnant of this relic? Is he some ancient monster reincarnated? I can't just do nothing. If I enter the relic, will I even get leftovers? I must adjust my attitude. What the hell are you seeing beckoning? Do you even understand tea ceremony? Feng Wuxing cursed via telepathy, having known Li Pejuan for a long time. Li Pejuan remained expressionless, as if he hadn't heard. His face flushed, his emotions stirred, as if he truly saw something. The crowd glanced at him in surprise, then stared at Su Chang'e with furrowed brows. The next second, an old tea expert's eyes lit up. Even if he didn't understand, he had to pretend. He feigned excitement. Haha, so that's it. Yes. This is the truth of tea ceremony. Incredible. For such a young friend to achieve such mastery in tea ceremony is simply astonishing. To be honest, the old expert himself didn't know that because of this remark he would later thrive in the tea ceremony circle, with everyone believing he had foreseen the greatness of Lord Su. At this moment, Li Qingfeng had already stood up, staring blankly at Su Chang'e's movements. He seemed to grasp something, but it was elusive, intangible, and profound, leaving him lost in confusion. Among those present, aside from the Qingqiu patriarch, only Shui Yu, with the highest tea ceremony attainment, could truly understand a fraction. This is the state of Tao following nature, recorded in ancient texts. One who has perfected tea ceremony returns to simplicity, able to brew divine tea from ordinary leaves. How can this be? He is that senior. He has achieved tea ceremony perfection at such a young age. Yesterday he told me to leave, and he is the one I sought to meet. Shui Yu stared at the scene, her face ashen, feeling a burning shame. These thoughts pierced her mind like ice shards, accompanied by a faint, inexplicable worry. If he has achieved tea ceremony perfection, though it doesn't greatly enhance his combat power, this identity alone will earn him respect from the top experts of the entire Dongxian domain. Yi Xian. But not necessarily. Yi Xian has my protection, and after all, this world is ultimately ruled by strength. No matter how extraordinary his tea ceremony, what can he do? Yes. That's right. Thinking this, Shui Yu's expression improved slightly, but her gaze at Su Chang'e still held besides shock a trace of jealousy she herself was unwilling to admit. At that moment, Su Chang'e gently set down the teacup. Clang! A clear, resonant Tao tone rang out, shaking the souls of everyone present. In the next instant, before the astonished eyes of the crowd, a phantom of 3,000 Tao lotuses rose and bloomed from within the cup. 9-colored iridescent haze swirled, and the lingering tea fragrance materialized into visible, profound runes that circled the rim of the cup, enduring without dispersing. The vast and gentle Tao rhythm rippled like water, permeating the minds of everyone present, clearing their spiritual platforms, as if they had gained new insights into the great Tao. The entire hall was so silent that a pin drop could be heard. At this moment, everyone finally understood Su Chang'e was the senior who had attained tea ceremony perfection last night. The senior who achieved tea ceremony perfection. It's him. Li Qingfeng stared at Su Chang'e in awe. The tea ceremony masters gazed at Su Chang'e with reddened eyes brimming with fanatical reverence. If not for the presence of the sage's remnant, they would have knelt before him, begging for his guidance. Then the Qingqiu patriarch said, "Thank you." He gracefully lifted the teacup, but instead of drinking immediately, he carefully examined the extraordinary sight of swirling iridescence and floating Tao lotuses, his face filled with profound satisfaction and intoxication. Authentic. This flavor is truly authentic. The aroma, the charm, the Tao insights. If I could enjoy this every day in my lifetime, I might have walked an extra path. The Qingqiu patriarch drained the cup of tea infused with the true essence of the Tao, his face brimming with contentment and lingering aftertaste. This old fox loves tea that much. Su Chang'e chuckled, pouring himself a cup and taking a sip. Aside from feeling refreshed and a slight boost in vitality, he didn't experience much else. His enlightenment had already reached its peak, leaving no room for improvement. Otherwise, if he brewed it for himself every day, wouldn't he ascend to the heavens just by stepping on his own feet? After finishing his tea, Su Chang'e glanced at Tu Yuyu beside him, who was licking her small lips, and at Li Qingfeng, who was full of shock, then poured 2 more cups. "Just enough. Drink," Su Chang'e said to Tu Yuyu, then turned to Li Qingfeng and said, "Senior Uncle Li, please." Ding. Bestowed upon junior sister Tu Yuyu the spiritual tea, causing her to break through in cultivation, while also generating a trace of gratitude toward the host. Reward: 1 month of cultivation. Accumulated 9 months of cultivation. "Thank you, senior brother," Tu Yuyu said very happily, then raised the cup and drank it all in one go. After drinking, her eyes widened. The taste is wrong. It's different from before. Wait. I'm about to break through. The next moment. Boom. Tu Yuyu's cultivation directly condensed 2 cave heavens with strange runes radiating from them. Just as they were about to be exposed, Qingqiu patriarch sighed, helplessly in his heart, then with a wisp of aura, he instantly made Tu Yuyu's cave heavens disappear. Hiss. So close, so close. Tu Yuyu gasped in fear, inhaling a cold breath. But in the eyes of everyone, they didn't notice anything unusual. They only knew that after drinking a cup, Tu Yuyu had broken through her realm, and they immediately showed expressions of extreme envy. Li Qingfeng also came to his senses at this moment, sat down somewhat nervously, looked at the cup of tea before him that contained the perfection of the tea Tao, then turned to Su Chang'e and cupped his hands, saying, "Thank you. This kindness Li Qingfeng will remember." At the same time, Qingqiu patriarch slowly put down his teacup, smiled slightly at Su Chang'e, and there was a hint of relief in that smile. At least he saw that this young man was not bad to his descendant. The extra tea was given to her first. What the hell is that old fox smiling about? Why hasn't he opened the ruins yet? Hooked on the tea. Su Chang'e frowned and thought to himself. Then Qingqiu patriarch seemingly casually pointed a finger into the void at the calm lake behind him. Buzz. This point seemed to press a certain ancient switch. The entire Yunmeng marsh trembled. The sky, which had just been clear and bright, suddenly churned with wind and clouds. The lake water rolled and surged as if boiling. A massive pillar of light spanning heaven and earth violently shot up from the lake's center, piercing through the clouds and causing spiritual energy from all directions to surge backwards wildly. Under the gaze of countless horrified eyes within the light pillar, a colossal gate exuding an aura of endless antiquity and vicissitude slowly solidified. The gate was built from unknown giant stones covered with long-lost demonic runes that were now flowing with obscure and hard-to-understand light. A wave of primeval barbaric pressure from ancient times spread like a tide, pressing down on everyone until they could barely breathe. Heaven's ruins. There are actually ruins beneath this lake island. Is it the place where the saint's remnant fell, eh? Demon saint. This saint is actually from the demon race. How could he fall among our human race? Regardless of that, isn't it clear? This is an opportunity. After a brief stillness, there was nearly mad commotion. Even in Luyun City outside Yunmeng Marsh, many powerful auras noticed the fluctuations of the ruins. In the blink of an eye, more and more figures stepped through the air and arrived at Yunmeng Marsh. At the same time, a grand, icy voice rang in the ears of every cultivator rushing toward the ruins. This is my ruin. Above the venerable realm, forbidden entry or death. After saying this, Qingqiu patriarch glanced at Su Chang'e, who had a calm expression and couldn't help but transmit a message. Young friend, are you not puzzled as to why I did this? Su Chang'e shrugged and replied casually, what's there to be surprised about? After all the twists and turns, aren't they all the same? Secret realms have restriction, spaces are always collapsing, inheritances are all plundered, and the ancestors' languages are all incomprehensible. I'm familiar with all these routines, all right. Qingqiu patriarch was stunned, twitched the corner of his mouth and probed, young friend, do you intend to plunder it all? From his tone, it seemed he had been to many ruins before. So familiar. Oh no, could I have chosen the wrong person? That's not the case. Su Chang'e shook his head. At least he wasn't interested in the coffin board. Qingqiu patriarch immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Although he was dead, this ruin could still be left for future Qingqiu descendants to train. Especially if his descendant this time brought back the Qingqiu sacred artifact, they could cross over to this ruined space at any time. At this moment, everyone who heard the voice of the rule turned to look at Qingqiu Patriarch in unison. Those figures who had already been unable to restrain themselves turned pale, but soon many came to their senses. Senior Saint, what about those below the venerable realm? A cultivator asked bravely with a trembling voice. Qingqiu Patriarch, without even looking at the other, said calmly, permitted. Then he transmitted a message to Su Chang'e. In the past, when I set up the Great Formation here, I was helped by the humans of this land. Although times have changed, the karma of the past must still be repaid. It's fine, no need to explain. Your grave, your rules. Su Chang'e replied casually. These extras running along wouldn't get anything. This ruin was purely open for Tu Yu, okay? Young friend, you really speak quite interestingly. Qingqiu Patriarch was at a loss for words, and then chuckled lightly. Then his illusory figure gradually dissipated. At the end, he stared at Tu Yu for a long time and transmitted a mysterious sound. After that, he transmitted to Su Chang'e again. The dragon transformation pool is in my tomb. My remnant will has little time left. The rest will be discussed there. Please, young friend, protect my descendant. Thank you. Su Chang'e casually waved his hand, not caring whether Qingqiu Patriarch could still hear, and said, when it comes to reputation, I've got it covered. Even without you, I wouldn't let her get into trouble. I am the warm-hearted senior brother after all. Besides, what could happen to the daughter of destiny? At most, she receives more disdain, more mockery, and more pursuers. In the end, isn't she still the ultimate winner? As soon as Qingqiu Patriarch's words faded and his figure completely disappeared, Tu Yu fell into a state of dazed enlightenment. All the cultivators present only paused for a moment before erupting into ecstatic cheers. Ha ha ha, we can enter. The saint has permitted. Great, let's go, let's go. Hurry. The opportunities are ours. Because currently in Luyun City there seemed to be only two venerables present. One was Feng Wuxing, the president of the Luyun branch, and the other was Li Qingfeng of the third peak of Taiqing sect. The rest were all at the engraving rune or array formation levels, with the strongest being Shuiyu, who had peaked array formation cultivation. No one knew who shouted first, but the entire crowd, like a bursting dam, could no longer hold back. Countless cultivators mounted various escape lights like a swarm of locusts and rushed toward the massive entrance of the ruins in the lake's center, jostling each other. The scene instantly fell into chaos. Li Qingfeng stepped forward and spread his hands as if he expected Su Chang'e to enter the secret realm. Junior nephew, although this place is in the Taiqing domain, greed is endless in the face of opportunity. I cannot set foot inside. As he spoke, he opened his palm and said, this is my life-bound spiritual artifact cultivated with my very life. The black stone governs killing with fierce attacks. The white stone governs defense with unparalleled protection. In his palm, two ancient chess pieces, one black and one white, floated quietly, slowly rotating and tangled with each other, forming a miniature yin-yang tai chi diagram. The chess pieces were neither gold nor jade. Their surfaces flowed with a warm luster, and strands of extremely pure Tao aura emanated from them, clearly sharing the same source as his own aura cultivated with his very life. Li Qingfeng then showed a serious expression and said, the black stone is heavy with killing intent and hard to control. Take the white stone. It contains the protective power I have condensed over many years. Even if you cannot unleash its full potential, it will be enough for self-defense. Su Chang'e looked at Li Qingfeng stunned. He didn't expect the other to be so generous, giving away his life-bound artifact. But after thinking that the cup of tea he had given was also valuable, he didn't think much more. After receiving the white stone, he cupped his hands and said, then I thank Senior Uncle Li. Li Qingfeng nodded and said nothing. At this time, Li Pejuan, who had been as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, looked at Su Chang'e and said, fellow Taoist, can we go or not? Damn it. We were supposed to be the first to get the meat. If we're any later, we won't even get the shit. This ruin opening is unheard of crap. Let's go. Su Chang'e nodded. As he spoke, he pulled Tu Yu, who was still lost in thought, and turned into a streak of light, flying into the ruin's gate. Li Pejuan immediately followed. Li Qingfeng was instantly dumbfounded. What? Why are you bringing a cave heaven realm, junior sister? Are you crazy? Inside the ruins world. What's this pitch-black soft thing? Senior brother. An infinite pitch-black void, impossible to see with the naked eye, where even one's divine sense would be devoured. Once suddenly plunged into blindness, one cannot help but feel anxious, and in that anxiety one instinctively reaches for something. Su Chang'e was no exception. At the same moment, he activated his Powan Divine Eye. But the soft sensation and Tu Yu's sharp scream instantly made him realize something was wrong, and he hastily withdrew his hand. Damn it! Did I grab a big treasure? But that's not right. The size is far from what he usually appears to be. Could it be that it was all an illusion before? Just as his thoughts raced, the Powan Divine Eye had fully adapted to the environment, and his vision became completely clear. Su Chang'e turned to look at Tu Yu, only to find that her position was not where he had touched. He was instantly puzzled. Who could that be? He swept his gaze around, and saw many figures not far away, among them a delicate girl in a green long skirt, her cheeks flushed as if bleeding. When did she sneak in? Su Chang'e was somewhat surprised. He recognized the woman as Xiao Lu, the maidservant of the Yuanyang Chamber of Commerce. As expected, judging by her expression and position, the one he had just grabbed must have been her. This fluctuation of blood essence is nowhere near what a Dongtian realm cultivator should possess. It seems she has a treasure to conceal her cultivation level, and even her appearance is fake. Su Chang'e narrowed his eyes. Under the Powan Divine Eye, Xiao Lu's concealments vanished instantly. It seemed this maidservant was no ordinary person. No wonder she could go directly to Feng Wuxing. Just then, SHSH. Senior brother. Ghosts. 2 huge glowing golden lantern ghosts at your place. Tu Yu cried out in extreme terror. What lantern ghosts? Those are my eyes. Su Chang'e casually explained, then swept his gaze and took in the surrounding environment. At this moment they stood on a narrow, ancient stone bridge that stretched alone across the boundless pitch-black void. Beneath the bridge was a bottomless abyss that seemed capable of devouring souls. The bridge itself was winding and twisting like the skeleton of a giant serpent extending into the depths of darkness. Its structure was dizzyingly complex, and a single misstep would lead to eternal damnation. Is this the first trial set by that old fox, an illusion? Su Chang'e thought to himself. With just one glance he had already seen through everything before him as an illusion. Beside him, Tu Yu's mouth was wide open in shock. Senior brother's eyes are glowing. Could this be the legendary human divine eye? In Qingxiu she had often heard the old ancestors say that among humans there were also supreme prodigies born extraordinary, with innate divine eyes that could see through all falsehoods. When encountering such a prodigy, you must be cautious, as our Fox clan's illusions are all useless. Friend Su. Is that you? A low voice called out from not far away. It was Li Pujuan. He had entered closely following Su Chang'e, and though now trapped in darkness, he could still sense the general direction. It's me. Su Chang'e glanced at Li Pujuan, who was only a few meters away, but looked extremely tense. The next moment Li Pujuan cautiously approached the pair of brilliant golden, divine lamp-like eyes. When he made out Su Chang'e's face and those extraordinary Dao pattern-covered eyes in the golden light, his face was instantly replaced by unparalleled shock. An innate divine eye. Friend Su, you possess such heaven-defying talent. Heavens, how extraordinary must Su Chang'e be. Terrifying blood essence, power, mastery of tea ceremony, and an innate divine eye. Moreover, with his innate divine eye, this dark world concealed by illusions was virtually non-existent. No, I must cling to this leg. At the same time as Su Chang'e's voice rang out, it was like a stone thrown into a calm lake in the deathly silence, instantly attracting the attention of all the panicked cultivators nearby. Light? There's light over there. Who is it? Who can see? What the hell? Even divine sense can't extend, and even a Jusher level cultivator can only perceive about half a meter. The illusion in this ruin is too difficult. Hiss! Is that a divine eye? An old man finally saw clearly and exclaimed in shock. Someone possesses a divine eye, my heavens. In an instant, countless gazes turned toward those 2 golden specks of light. Besides shock, there was more envy. Xiao Lu, however, stood alone in a corner, biting her pearl-like teeth, looking at Su Chang'e ahead with a resentful expression, as if she could see clearly. I was so careless letting him take advantage. So embarrassing. He probably doesn't know it was me. I moved so fast he shouldn't have discovered who it was. Taiching sects Su Chang'e. Hiding so deeply. Tea ceremony divine eye, what other secrets does he have? Among the crowd, Shui Yu also managed to steady her mind with her profound cultivation. Even she couldn't resist coming to this sage's relic, despite the sage having just embarrassed her thoroughly. But before such a great opportunity, she couldn't hold back. She had been trapped at the peak of Lijian for too long due to her arduous cultivation of tea ceremony, coupled with her mediocre talent in cultivation. Shui Yu heard exclamations nearby and followed the unique golden light. When she saw the source, those deep starry eyes swirling with runes, her expression instantly froze. An innate divine eye. There is such a prodigy in this Taiching tea gathering. Who could this person be? Meanwhile, the surrounding darkness seemed to transform into a devouring beast. I'm dying. Fellow Taoists, tell my wife I never loved her in this life. A series of piercing screams suddenly tore through the silence, accompanied by the grating sound of bodies falling into the endless abyss before finally fading into nothingness. One after another, missteps and despairing wails spread like a plague across the narrow, winding stone bridge. In the midst of this restless despair, a look of compassion and reluctance appeared on Shui Yu's face at just the right moment. After listening intently for a moment as if making a decision, she stepped forward and, facing Su's brilliant divine eyes, solemnly clasped her hands and said in a clear voice, "Though I know not which fellow Taoist possesses such a divine eye, since you are favored by heaven and endowed with extraordinary talent, and have been invited to the Taiching tea gathering. You must surely be one of us of noble character. I cannot bear to see the fellow Taoists who were just now discussing tea and laughing with us facing life and death in this desperate situation perishing here. Therefore I dare to request that you with your divine eye guide us to a path of survival and lead us out of this desperate illusion realm. What say you? If you are willing to lend a hand and save us from danger, this kindness and virtue, I swear you will always remember in my heart. As her words fell, the several old men who had been clustering around her immediately understood and chimed in with agreement, their voices rising and falling in the darkness. Good. The Jusher is compassionate. These words are excellent. This fellow Taoist, we are all of the same path. Now is the time to join forces, isn't it? Exactly. If we can join hands to overcome this calamity, then enter the secret realm and compete for opportunities by our own abilities, wouldn't that be a wonderful story, eh? Indeed. Gaining a favor from Shuyu Jusher and so many of us fellow Taoists, wouldn't that add a bond of fellowship in the Taiching domain in the future? These sounds, mingled with the relentless screams of agony from behind, were particularly shrill. Before Su Chang'e could react, Tu Yu puffed out her cheeks in anger, her grayish-blue eyes filled with disgust, as she retorted, "You old hag, are you insane? Why should my senior brother help you?" Li Pujuan, standing beside her, nodded in agreement. Shui Yu's words were specious, placing herself on a moral high ground, while pushing fellow Taoist Su into the limelight, as if refusing to help would make him morally deficient. If he did help, would everyone then rely on their own abilities in the next secret realm? Wasn't that absurd? As Tu Yu's voice rang out, the crowd was greatly astonished. Senior brother. That girl's voices. The divine eyes belonged to Su Chang'e. Shui Yu was stunned, her initial shock beyond measure, as if witnessing the most impossible event. It's him again. The innate divine eyes. Taiching sect has kept this hidden all along. Then her face turned pale, especially when Tu Yu's words, old hag, struck her heart. Shui Yu clenched her fists so tightly that her nails nearly pierced her flesh, biting her lower lip. In the absolute darkness, gazing at the golden eyes that lit up the void like a deity, she felt like a pathetic joke. Senior brother, this old hag is so annoying. She's obviously incompetent, yet she wants you to work for free, as if it's our fault if we don't help. After cursing, Tu Yu turned back huffily. Huh, where's senior brother? She abruptly realized that the dazzling golden eyes were no longer in front of her. The next second, a crisp and resounding slap exploded in the deathly silence like a thunderclap. Shui Yu's pupils contracted to pinpricks. The speed of that palm was not impossible for her to track, but the protective array patterns that spontaneously activated within her body were as fragile as paper, violently fluctuating under the terrifying force of the palm wind, then shattering inch by inch. Especially since she had to remain vigilant against the boundless darkness and the treacherous terrain beneath her feet, a disadvantage that compounded the situation. Ugh! A muffled groan escaped her as the solid palm imbued with majestic divine patterns struck her cheek with full force. An irresistible force sent her reeling backward like a kite, with a broken string, nearly knocking her off the narrow stone bridge into the abyss. Barely managing to steady herself, she found half of her face swollen, a searing pain shooting through her mind. Array formation. Array formation realm. He has actually reached the array formation realm. Shui Yu was both shocked and enraged. The power of that single slap revealed Su Chang'e's true strength, leaving her utterly astounded. Even without the aura of array patterns, he was undoubtedly a newcomer to the array formation realm. Yet that was still terrifying. The strongest among the younger generation of the entire Eastern Profound domain was merely at the peak of the inscription realm. However, her shock did not last long. The searing pain on her face instantly made her eyes redden, and she let out a shriek. Ah! But the ghostly figure did not stop there. Su Chang'e's body blazed with dazzling golden runes, as if he were clad in a sacred battle garment. The overwhelming aura, radiant as the sun and transcending all laws, spread out, causing the enraged Shui Yu's breath to catch and her eyes to involuntarily show a trace of daze and horror. Presumptuous are you? Slap, slap, slap. 3 consecutive blows, swift as lightning, aimed squarely at the already swollen cheek. Noble character are you? Slap, slap, slap. Another 3 resounding slaps left Shui Yu's hair disheveled and her head spinning. Love playing the saint, do you? Slap, slap, slap. The final 3 strikes were even heavier, nearly knocking out all her pearly white teeth. The dense, crisp slaps echoed through the silent, eerie darkness, accompanied by Shui Yu's suppressed cries and sobs, sending chills down the spines of all who heard them. Done and dusted. Su Chang'e's figure flickered, returning to his original spot, as if he had never moved, as casually as if the storm of slaps had been a mere illusion. He shook his hand. To be honest, he had long tolerated this inexplicably hostile old Taoist nun. If not for the protective treasure on her body that had activated at the last moment, neutralizing part of the force's blows would have surely sent her straight to reincarnation. While so satisfying, Senior brother, you hit brilliantly. You're amazing. Tu Yu exclaimed in admiration. Li Pujuan drew a sharp breath. Too ferocious. At that moment the dark space fell into a deathly silence. No one dared to make a sound. The elders who had flanked Shui Yu swallowed hard, communicating only through telepathy. Terrifying. Terrifying. This child is too monstrous. Did you detect that aura just now? Array formation without a doubt. Where is the layperson? Gone. Not far away, Xiao Lu stared blankly at the scene, her small face filled with shock. With the aid of the elixir, she could barely see 10 meters ahead. Array formation. Such a powerful aura. What was that golden divine pattern? At this moment Shui Yu was shielded by a mysterious array, emitting a hazy divine light. Her face was swollen beyond recognition, her eyes a mix of daze and fury, her whole body trembling. The humiliation seemed to choke her, and finally, unable to catch her breath, she fainted. Silence. No words. Until the crowd saw the pair of dazzling golden eyes gradually receding, but no one dared to utter a sound. Until Lord Su, this old man dares to ask, can I exchange my entire life savings for a chance to survive? A middle-aged man, not one of Shui Yu's followers, and at the inscription realm, finally couldn't help but clasp his hands and speak. At these words the brilliant golden light paused. The middle-aged cultivator held his breath, his body tense. After a moment, the entire dark space underwent a sudden change in atmosphere. A multitude of cultivators began walking towards Su Chang'e, offering all their possessions and loudly proclaiming various treasures and techniques. Seeing this, Li Pujuan immediately shouted, "Take it slow, everyone, don't rush. Line up in front of me. You know Lord Su is being merciful, otherwise these trinkets wouldn't be enough to buy your lives, understand?" Understood, understood. Lord Su is chivalrous and kind-hearted. Indeed, indeed, this is Lord Su's grace. Before long, Su Chang'e had received dozens of valuable spatial rings, the contents of which pleased him greatly. Just then, Lord Su this. Xiao Lu walked up to Su Chang'e and held out a spatial ring, but he pushed it back the next second. Big brother doesn't touch for free. I'll give you a free pass. Su Chang'e whispered in her ear. This Luyan branch was quite sensible. Building a connection was not a bad idea. Hearing this, Xiao Lu froze on the spot, her face instantly turning crimson. He knows it's me. He knows. Oh, this is so embarrassing. At this moment, not far away, the elders who had flanked Shui Yu turned pale. What do we do? Should we also trade our possessions for our lives? Who knows what dangers await if we stay here? The problem is, even if we want to offer, will he accept? But at that very moment, young friend, the ruins are changing. Quickly, quickly, take my descendant. Huh, young friend, what are you doing? The Qingxiu ancestor's voice faltered with a hint of urgency. Through his divine sense, he had already seen Su Chang'e surrounded by a group of cultivators like stars encircling the moon. At this moment, Li Pujuan with a stern frown was maintaining order, occasionally barking, line up, line up. I told you not to rush. Show your treasures. I mean, show your sincerity. Lord Su's time is precious. Fellow Taoist, it's not that I'm impatient, it's just too dark to see anything. I can only follow Lady Su's eyes. Indeed, there's no help for it. Some bastard tried to snatch my treasure in the chaos. Luckily, I was sharp and sensed something wrong. Even divine runes can't be lit, there's no choice. Hearing the explanations from all sides, Li Pujuan realized the problem and said seriously, then everyone must be careful not to be deceived. Follow my and Miss Tu's voices. Also, if anyone impersonates me to collect sincerity, I'll catch them. Su Chang'e, however, leisurely took the storage rings handed to him one by one, his divine sense casually scanning them, occasionally nodding with satisfaction. Tu Yu by his side helped the senior brother collect the tolls, her eyes sparkling as she muttered, so many good things. So this is how you explore a secret realm. With these I could buy so many fun things. Even though she couldn't see clearly, she could tell if an item was ordinary. By touch, some items emitted a faint light in the pitch-black darkness like fireflies. The Qingxiu ancestor. Now how did this place resemble a dangerous mutated illusion? It was clearly a bustling street stall where people paid for guidance. Even the Qingxiu ancestor, with his vast experience and eons of survival, was almost baffled by this bizarre scene. He had only anticipated that Su Chang'e might stand out and awe everyone with his monstrous strength and cultivation. Senior, don't rush. Stay calm. I'm doing a good deed here. Integrating resources, optimizing the team structure, eliminating unnecessary competition and risks, ensuring maximum efficiency in subsequent actions. After all, disunity is the greatest variable in exploring a secret realm. Su Chang'e, hearing the ancestor's divine thought, remained calm and composed. As he slipped the latest ring containing several rare spirit herbs into his sleeve, he responded calmly in his mind. The Qingxiu ancestor's divine thought fell into an eerie silence. Optimizing the team structure, integrating resources. Wasn't this just exploitation? And he made it sound so elegant. But upon reflection, he thought, maybe it actually made some sense. Su Chang'e was indeed doing a good deed. If he hadn't helped, 90% of these cultivators would never have escaped this dark space. By the way, senior, why did you come out again? Didn't we agree to talk at your grave? Did something happen? Su Chang'e asked in his mind after realizing his expression calm as if he had already anticipated it. With a daughter of destiny and a relic, how could there be no unexpected variables? It's urgent. Even I didn't expect the remnant will of the alien divine clan powerhouse I suppressed to be so stubborn. Before my death, I set up the divine fox heavenly array to refine him for 10,000 years, but I still couldn't completely erase him. That divine clan remnant has already communicated with its descendants. The first trial I set wasn't this difficult. If it weren't for the awakening of that divine clan remnant, I forcibly altered the rules of this dark space, and you would have already walked out. Now he and I are fighting for control of the entire relic. Of course the advantage is on my side. The Qingqiu ancestor coughed lightly and said with great gravity. Su Chang'e frowned slightly and asked in his mind, isn't this a space you created? How can he seize it? If the advantage is yours, how can he take control? At the same time, memories of the alien divine clan surfaced in the depths of his mind. It seemed he was not unfamiliar with the divine clan. These alien divine clans were not cultivated through practice. They were born from heaven and earth, primordial spirits born at the dawn of chaos. Their bloodlines were immensely powerful, and their combat prowess at the same cultivation level far surpassed that of acquired races like humans and demons. The divine clan regarded all beings in the myriad realms as mere ants claiming to act on behalf of the heavenly Tao, ostensibly to purify the parasites of the myriad realms, but in truth they devoured the creatures of all races to strengthen themselves. Thus across the infinite realms the myriad races and the divine clan were irreconcilably hostile, meeting only in life or death battles. In the more powerful realms the struggle against the divine clan was fiercer. His Su family had clashed with the divine clan multiple times with victories and defeats. His monstrous older brother, the pride of the Su family and the reason for his banishment to the lower realm, had fought a divine prince of the clan for hundreds of rounds and lost, a feat that had already shaken the entire spirit realm. It was known that even the most ordinary bloodline of the alien divine clan far surpassed humans at the same cultivation level in vitality, recovery, and combat power, completely different tiers. Young friend, you may not know this. At my peak, though I was a saint and could create a space, I could not make it eternal in the world. Hence this place is not my creation but a naturally formed cave heaven. The Qingqiu ancestor quickly explained, then added with concern, I didn't expect that when I opened the relic that scoundrel through his clan's divine technique sent a descendant in. Although strengthening this dark space was to trap him here in the illusion, it's only temporary. If that scoundrel's descendant escapes, the consequences would be unimaginable. Before he finished speaking, bad news. That scoundrel is trying to help his descendant escape. I can no longer spare any divine sense to communicate with you. The divine clan is far beyond what the humans of this lower realm can contend with. Young friend, take my descendant and leave quickly. I have opened a spatial portal at this location's coordinates. I will engrave the coordinates on your mind. Even though he had developed a newfound respect for Su Chang'e, he did not believe the latter could fight that scoundrel's descendant unless his mastery was not in tea ceremony, but in some path of slaughter. Then the Qingqiu ancestor's remnant vanished completely. These coordinates. Su Chang'e found them familiar and immediately took out the 4 ancient map fragments to piece them together. He discovered that not only was this an ancient formation, but it also contained a map with the destination being precisely these coordinates. If it weren't for me, Tu Yu would have used these map fragments to find the path to survival, eventually escaping. That should be the plot. Su Chang'e mused as he put away the fragments. Just then Tu Yu noticed the 4 fragments and eagerly approached Su Chang'e asking, Senior brother, did you find something? Is there treasure? Su Chang'e merely glanced at her, and the system's voice rang out. Ding side quest, warm-hearted senior brother, released in the original storyline, the fated junior sister Tu Yu enters the relic of the second-generation Qingqiu ancestor, intending to retrieve his remains and bring them back to the demon clan. However, under the influence of the daughter of destiny's halo, the heavens decree that she must encounter the descendant of the alien divine clan Huoxian and his followers. The second-generation ancestor sacrificed his life to exchange, then used the divine fox heavenly array to suppress and seal the divine clan powerhouse named Huoxian. The entire relic falls into chaos, transforming from a gradual trial into a slaughter of humanity by the divine clan. The fated daughter Tu Yu escapes danger multiple times, but is also injured repeatedly. With the help of her second-generation ancestor's remnant, she obtains the Qingqiu holy artifact and partially refines the dragon transformation pool, then uses the map to flee the relic. Ho! Upon hearing the reward, Su Chang'e's eyes lit up. The strongest divine flame. A fine treasure indeed. Just Huoxian descendant. I wonder if it's an ordinary member of the divine race or a royal, and what their cultivation level is. Su Chang'e stroked his chin. To be honest, he himself wasn't sure how strong his full burst would be now, or what level he could kill at the peak of the Rune Dao. He also felt a slight itch to use this divine descendant as a practice target. Senior brother. Tu Yuyu pouted and called out when she saw Su Chang'e didn't respond. Su Chang'e coughed lightly. Ahem, sorry, I was distracted. What sore? Tu Yuyu was puzzled. Well, Su Chang'e was about to explain. Suddenly the absolute darkness that enveloped the surroundings quietly receded a little like diluted thick ink. The original devouring silence was broken. Although the vision was still blurry, one could barely distinguish the outlines of nearby figures, and even the long-suppressed divine sense could finally extend a few zhang with difficulty. I can see. Divine sense. Divine sense can be used again. The illusionary realm is weakening. We are saved. Haha, heaven never seals off all exits. This sudden change made Su Chang'e understand that the old fox must have lost. What happened to your advantage? Is this it? At this moment, the most embarrassed were Li Pujuan and the few elders who had just handed their storage rings to him. Both sides' movements froze, looking at each other. Li Pujuan could even clearly see the complex emotion of regret in the other's eyes. Li Pujuan, being shrewd, quickly counted the sincerity he had received and respectfully presented it to Su Chang'e. Taoist Su, look, this is the sincere hearts of all fellow cultivators. Please accept it. Su Chang'e remained calm, rolled his sleeves, and swept the dozens of storage rings containing everyone's belongings into his bag, the action smooth and without hesitation. This scene made the cultivators who had just emptied their savings feel their hearts bleeding, their eyes twitching, and their back teeth nearly gritted to pieces. But recalling the terrifying array formation realm strength Su Chang'e had displayed when beating Xueyu, all their reluctance and resentment turned into a deep sense of powerlessness. A few clever ones steeled their hearts since they had invested, they couldn't give up halfway. They bowed neatly in Su Chang'e's direction and said with a respectful tone, "Please, Lord Su, take care of us in the future." Not far away, the small group, led by the unconscious Xueyu, saw this scene and immediately showed undisguised schadenfreude on their faces. Ha, good thing I kept my composure. Truly a case of trying to steal a chicken but losing the rice. How laughable. Take care. In the secret realm, everyone relies on their own abilities. Could Su Chang'e possibly share the heavenly treasures he obtains with them? Stop looking, let's go. Now take the Lord away from this trouble spot. It's crucial to seize the initiative. These people no longer hesitated, helped up the unconscious Xueyu, and were the first to dart toward the gradually clear stone bridge. Their actions immediately provoked reactions from others. Many cultivators who were still grieving their losses suddenly woke up as if from a dream. They had already lost so much they must not fall behind any further. Taoist, what about us? Li Pujuan looked at Su Chang'e with respect in his eyes. Let's go. Su Chang'e nodded, then looked at Tu Yuyu, who was looking around, and said, "Aren't you coming? Don't you want treasures?" Coming. Upon hearing this, Tu Yuyu's greenish-gray eyes lit up, especially at the word treasures. When the darkness completely faded, an ancient and vast primeval forest came into view. Ancient towering trees rose from the ground, their branches and leaves blocking the sky and the sun. Wow, such rich heaven and earth spiritual energy. Brother, where the hell is it rich? It's the same as outside. What are you shouting about? Stop talking nonsense, seek opportunities. Hurry. After Su Chang'e and his group stepped into this ancient forest, he said to Tu Yu beside him, "From now on you lead the way. Wherever you say to go, we go." Li Pujuan thought not Lord Su, but a cave heaven realm cultivator leading the way. Is this a mistake? Me? Tu Yu also pointed at herself in confusion. Su Chang'e nodded. Tu Yu nodded excitedly. To be honest, she had long wanted to follow her own instincts. After a moment, their group unexpectedly discovered the relics of a fallen cultivator of considerable value. Tu Yu obtained a pill that could strengthen the cave heaven realm, and Su Chang'e acquired a heaven-grade array, which he was very pleased with. Is our luck this good? Li Pujuan was somewhat surprised. He silently followed behind the two, only picking up some spirit stones. Another moment passed. They encountered another small treasure vault. Tu Yu obtained an earth-grade upper-quality Dharma robe, and Su Chang'e found 2 ancient arrays. What the hell is this even possible? Li Pujuan's eyelid twitched. This time he got nothing. Another moment passed, until after the 4th time, under Tu Yu's guidance, they obtained many treasures. Li Pujuan finally drew a sharp breath and looked at Tu Yu with extremely complex emotions. He was stunned. Since when were opportunities so easy to find? Like picking cabbages. This is no mere cave heaven realm cultivator. This is clearly a treasure-seeking rat. No wonder Taoist Su let her lead the way. No, I can't just do nothing. I must prove my worth. Doing something will also let me share in the benefits. After a stick of incense, under Tu Yu's guidance, they came upon an ancient tree full of spirit fruits. These fruits were useful for cultivators below the venerable realm and could also be used as alchemy materials. However, there was some risk. Even an inscription realm cultivator could be injured with a slight carelessness. You wait here. Senior brother will pick them, Su Chang'e said softly. Tu Yu nodded excitedly. The next second, "Wait, Daoist Su, let me go. I am known for being fast." Li Pujuan stepped forward with cupped hands. Su Chang'e looked at the endless orchard and said softly, "Then you go, Daoist." Li Pujuan nodded solemnly. His figure flashed away, and in an instant he returned to Su Chang'e's side. "What's that sizzling sound?" Tu Yu's ears twitched. She turned around and was stunned on the spot. "Daoist Su, I got them. 3 spirit fruits, 1 for each of us." Li Pujuan forced a smile, his face pale. Su Chang'e didn't pay much attention to the spirit fruits, but instead looked at the dozens of wounds on Li Pujuan's body and said gravely, "Daoist, you're bleeding. It's nothing, just a small injury. Aren't you known for being fast? You get injured fast too. Why didn't you dodge?" "If I dodged, I wouldn't be fast. So you just forcefully picked them." Meanwhile, atop a green mountain, "Young master, that old fox's illusionary realm has failed. How do you wish to kill those ants?" An old servant with a sinister aura bowed his head respectfully. Before him stood a young man in resplendent golden battle armor with a face so handsome it was almost demonic. His pupils were pure gold, devoid of any emotion. His entire being exuded a terrifying aura of scorching heat and divine pressure, blazing like the sun, yet carrying an absolute coldness that treated all living beings as straw dogs. It was completely different from the vast demonic aura of the Qingxiu patriarch and the spiritual energy fluctuations of all the human cultivators present. He remained silent, his expression still icy. "If young master finds slaughter boring, this old servant has a plan." The old servant lowered his head even further, as if walking on thin ice, afraid that if the other party was displeased, he would be beaten to death. "Speak." The old servant's eyes flickered with a dark light, and he flattered with a smile. "If this old servant guesses correctly, young master must enjoy watching the complex expressions of disbelief mixed with utmost terror on the faces of those lowly beings. Just find it rather amusing." Huayu's golden pupils flashed with boredom as he said indifferently, "Of course, that was only one of the reasons. The key point was that his descent to this realm was not only to retrieve his clan's ancestral divine body, but also a form of training." At this moment, a great figure from the Fire Spirit clan was observing his performance. If he were favored by that figure, he would have a high chance of entering the royal clan. The old servant quickly flattered, "He, the young master, is absolutely right. This old servant has followed the young master for many years and has slaughtered no fewer than 1,000 beings across the realms. Simple slaughter is indeed boring, like crushing one ant after another. But the young master's divine might is unparalleled. You are a genius of the Fire Spirit clan of the divine race. At barely 100 years old, you have awakened the innate divine formation and entered the initial stage of the formation array. Even the royal clan has a great figure who has taken a liking to you. So why not? First pretend to be weak and give it a try." "Moi." Huayu's brows slightly raised, exuding an imposing aura without anger, seemingly sensitive to the word weak. The divine race was born proud. Even though he was only from the Fire Spirit clan, a clan of ordinary bloodline within the divine race, he still felt superior beyond the comparison of the ant-like beings of the myriad realms. "Young master, calm your anger. Please listen to this old servant explain. The reason you find slaughter boring is because you are tired of these ant-like beings trembling in fear at the sight of you. That is because you are too powerful. How could these ants be your match in the same realm? Naturally, they tremble when they see you. But if you first disguise yourself as weak, it will be different. Young master can find a necessary path, arrange some signs of distress, conceal your aura, and pretend to be a stranded traveler. When some self-righteous hero or greedy fool takes the bait, thinking they have struck fortune or feeling pity, at that moment young master can choose the right time to reveal your true form and crush them with the force of thunder. The expression on their faces will surely be extremely interesting. This is the very playing the pig to eat the tiger trick that the humans themselves love to see. Isn't it wonderful?" After speaking, the old servant respectfully bowed his head beside Huayu, his face full of smiles. Playing the pig to eat the tiger. Huayu's golden eyes narrowed slightly, and a playful, yet cruel curve gradually formed on his lips. Pretending to be weak. That is somewhat interesting. Watching the prey transform from pity to greed, and then to despair, is indeed more amusing than simply crushing them. Fine, I will follow your plan. You all proceed with the plan to hunt the other humans. Without my signal, do not approach the area I have chosen." "Yes, young master." The old servant bowed and received the order, then silently vanished into the forest with several dark figures. After the old servant left, Huayu murmured to himself, "I wonder if this method will please that great figure. At least it's better than indiscriminate slaughter." Soon after, beside a cave that appeared secluded, but was actually near a path through an ancient forest, Huayu had already changed into a slightly tattered ordinary robe, suppressing the suffocating aura of the divine race to the extreme, only revealing a faint fluctuation of about the initial stage of the engraving rune realm. He deliberately created some signs of struggle at the cave entrance, even forcing out a bit of blood to smear on his lips and collar. Then he leaned against the cave wall, his head drooping, appearing heavily injured, exhausted, and on the verge of death. He revealed a mocking smile, already anticipating the first fated person to take the bait. Meanwhile, not far away, Tu Yu was leading Su Chang'e and Li Pujuan, who was covered in blood, but wore an expression of utter indifference as they walked unhurriedly. Calculating the time, the descendant of the divine race should be appearing soon. The fortune of the destined protagonist is good, but he will also encounter danger. Su Chang'e thought to himself, and without hesitation, he activated the pupil of truth piercing. Instantly, all energy flows and aura concealments in the vicinity became transparent. From afar, he saw the figure by the cave, whose energy core blazed like a small sun, yet deliberately disguised itself as a dying candle in the wind. Moi. So it's here? Su Chang'e raised an eyebrow slightly. Playing the pig to eat the tiger, huh? This aura seemed quite strong. Even more terrifying than the pressure brought by that so-called lay scholar Shu Yu. TSK tisk, yet even so it let Tu Yu, who was at the cave heaven realm, escape. Truly worthy of the protection of the heavenly Tao. Senior brother, it seems like someone is injured in that cave over there. Tu Yu's sharp eyes immediately spotted the situation at the cave. Don't panic. You rest here for a while. I'll go check it out. Su Chang'e said softly. Tu Yu had been playing happily and had found many treasures, so she was indeed a bit tired, and she nodded. Li Pujuan took the opportunity to seize the moment, quickly sitting cross-legged on the ground to heal his injuries. Occasionally, he glanced at the spirit fruits in his spatial ring, a smile appearing on his lips. Su Chang'e advanced without any change in expression, as if he were merely passing by the cave. Huayu outside the cave had already seen them. A cruel smile curled on his lips as he thought, I didn't expect there to be such beauties among the humans of this lower realm. It would be so satisfying to torture them. I can already imagine the expressions of disbelief and begging for mercy on their faces. Then Huayu let out a faint thread-like moan towards Su Chang'e. Taoist. Help! Taoist! Save me! Taoist, how did you get so injured? Su Chang'e pretended to be surprised. With a flicker of his figure, he appeared in front of Huayu and exclaimed, I encountered the divine race. They have started hunting us humans everywhere here. I escaped by luck, but that divine race member was too powerful. A wisp of his aura inflicted this severe injury. Huayu said, feigning near-death exhaustion. Su Chang'e exclaimed in panic, divine race. There are actually divine race members here. This bastard didn't forget to boast about himself, even while acting. Seeing Su Chang'e's expression, Huayu sneered inwardly. Ants are ants, just hearing the name of my divine race scares them like this. But on the surface he weakly pleaded, Taoist. I have lost the ability to move. Please take me along to escape. Once I gain their trust, and then reveal my true form, the expressions of these ants will surely be spectacular. That great figure might also be pleased. Oh dear Taoist, how can you escape like this? Come, let me heal your injuries first. Su Chang'e stepped forward, bent down, and helped Huayu sit up properly. Huayu said impatiently, Taoist, there's no need for such trouble. The divine race is still chasing me, we should escape first. No, you'll be caught sooner or later like this. Su Chang'e shook his head, then silently muttered something to his palm, and said, Taoist, bear with it. At the same time, the supreme bone all over Su Chang'e's body emitted boundless light. Dense golden primordial runes flew out and condensed in his palm. The divine patterns he had created himself revolved like a vast river of stars, appearing, combining, and evolving in his palm, as if manifesting the grand phenomenon of the creation of heaven and earth. What are you doing? Huayu suddenly felt a hint of panic and furrowed his brows. In the next instant, before Huayu could react, Su Chang'e's figure blurred with astonishing speed. That palm strike. Unadorned to the extreme, devoid of any dazzling light, it was nothing but the purest, most overwhelming blood vitality intertwined with the nascent divine patterns of the array formation stage, compressed into a single point, moving faster than thought itself, hurtling directly toward Huayu's face. Huayu's pupils instantly cleared. He had never expected his opponent to attack without warning. In haste, he barely managed to raise his arm to block. Bang! Fist met arm. But the sound was not the dull thud of flesh, but the roar of two divine iron mountains colliding with ferocious force. The divine race's physical strength was innate. Even Huayu, only at the array formation stage, possessed defensive power far beyond ordinary peak array formation cultivators. Yet under this palm strike, Huayu felt his arm go numb instantly. The fire spirit divine light within him involuntarily surfaced around his body, an instinctive manifestation of his bloodline power when facing mortal danger. You insignificant ant, you actually. Huayu coughed out golden blood repeatedly, his clear eyes filled with unprecedented disbelief. Under that single punch, his divine bones were shattered. If not for the instinctive divine light protecting him, he might have been killed by that blow. But before he could finish, Li Pujuan, watching from a distance, was stunned and couldn't help saying, Is this also a stroke of fortune? Tu Yu was also dumbfounded. Senior brother. Yet immediately both of them shuddered. A completely different, terrifying aura one carrying scorching heat and sacred oppression, erupted from the front like a dormant beast suddenly awakening. This aura. It's neither spiritual energy nor demonic. What is this? So terrifying. Li Pujuan stared ahead with shock in his eyes. Even the mere fluctuation of this aura made his scalp tingle. Tu Yuyu was startled at first, then anxiously searched for Su Chang's figure. However, in the next second that majestic sun-like oppressive aura suddenly faltered and withered away. In its place came a series of screams and wails filled with fury, pain, and disbelief, clearly echoing from the dust ahead. You. The lower realm. Shouldn't have a human like you. Fine, I'll come clean. I'm a god. Oh. It was Huayu's voice. As the dust around them cleared slightly, Huayu now appeared in a pitifully wretched state. His arms were twisted unnaturally, his magnificent battle armor shattered, his body bathed in pale golden divine blood. Especially a shallow hole at his brow, still oozing golden blood rich with immense energy. How can he be this strong? What kind of rune did he inscribe during spiritual engraving that it can suppress the innate divine patterns of my divine race? His blood vitality far surpasses mine. Where did this monster come from? Huayu's gaze at Su Chang'e was filled with extreme shock and a trace of fear he himself refused to admit. Flee. He must flee immediately. Otherwise he might truly die here. This youth's runes could suppress divine patterns. Unbelievable. He also possessed some terrifying divine physique with blood vitality even stronger than his own. No matter how he fought, he was bound to lose. His opponent had thrown 3 punches, and already he was completely disoriented. Once this thought of escape arose, it could no longer be suppressed. No matter how arrogant he was in the face of life and death, he could no longer care about pride. Huayu gritted his teeth fiercely, burning the last remnants of his divine blood essence. With all his remaining divine power, he poured it into his legs, and a life-saving spatial divine talisman. A dazzling golden light flashed. Huayu's figure instantly blurred, as if about to merge into the void and teleport thousands of miles away. Seeing this, Su Chang'e did not hesitate. He stepped forward and gave chase, frowning as he called out, "Friend, don't be in such a hurry. I haven't even used my full strength yet." Heaven-slaying sword, art, talisman, Dao, none of them used. Meeting a formidable opponent was rare. He had to test his current peak combat power. Am I really this fierce? If I'm not mistaken, that's the legendary strongest race among all tribes, the divine race. Li Pujuan, who had been watching in a daze from afar, snapped out of it and ignored his injuries to follow immediately. After a brief shock, Tu Yuyu excitedly shouted, "Uncle, take me along. I want to see too." Meanwhile, on the other side, Shuiyu was having a far worse time. She had just awakened from the humiliation and unconsciousness of being slapped by Su Chang'e, only to find herself and her remaining followers trapped in a desperate situation. 4 or 5 peak array formation stage experts emanating faint divine radiance appeared from nowhere and were mercilessly hunting them down. These beings employed bizarre techniques, were not human, possessed astonishing combat power, and were ruthless in their methods, slaughtering them until they fled in panic, utterly disheveled. "Run! We can't escape. They're too fast." Oh. Another cultivator was struck by a divine light, and his protective treasure shattered instantly. This cultivator was one of Shuiyu's followers. He had some spine. Realizing he could not escape, he turned back with a vicious look and chose to self-detonate to delay the enemy. Boom. A deafening explosion shook the space itself. The sound of destruction from the wailing void spread instantly. Shuiyu watched helplessly as an old man who had followed her for years fell. With a compassionate expression, she clasped her hands together and said, "Do not grieve too much, everyone. Brother Xia sacrificed himself for others. This fall is to witness the true essence of the great Tao. He is not dead, but lives forever in our hearts." She tried to steady the morale with these words. Yet before she could finish, before the others could swallow this chicken soup for the soul, the next moment, before everyone could recover from their grief, a black shadow suddenly fell. A terrifying aura surged down, instantly locking onto Shuiyu. The attacker was the old man who had advised Huiyu. Damn! Shuiyu's face turned pale. She was never proficient in combat, and even against peers she often fared poorly, let alone a half-divine being. Seeing Shuiyu trapped, everyone grew anxious. An old man suddenly spoke solemnly. "Everyone, don't panic. The lay woman's virtue is profound, her realm transcendent. She is about to live in our hearts. This is a sign of perfect merit, a great blessing. Do not let her sacrifice be in vain. Quickly flee." Shuiyu. Her eyelids twitched violently. She nearly choked, her chest tight with frustration. For a moment she was speechless, even too embarrassed to call for help. Just at this critical moment of crisis, "Save me." A voice came from the horizon. A piercing cry for help rang out from the distant sky, rapidly approaching with incredible speed. It instinctively drew the gazes of the crowd upward, though many failed to discern its words. A figure shrouded in dim golden light hurtled towards them like a meteor. Before it even arrived, an awe-inspiring divine might had already blanketed half the heavens. Under this oppressive aura, everyone began to tremble uncontrollably, shivering in fear. It's over. Such terrifying pressure. This is utterly beyond our ability to contend with. What do we do? A deity. Shui Yu's pupils constricted abruptly, her face turning pale, as an icy dread surged from the soles of her feet, through her entire body. How could this be? How could the legendary divine race appear here? Even she had only seen the records left by the patriarch about the divine race in the immortal pavilion. A few brief lines: the mortal enemy of all races born from the primordial, avoid at all costs, invincible, except by those of equal cultivation among the human race. A fragment of divine aura remained in that ancient jade slip for later generations to discern, and it was so terrifying that even after countless eons its first encounter had left her horrified for a long time. Yet the sect leader had said that the divine race would not descend to the mortal realm. Only in the spirit world could their traces be seen. But now, when this aura reappeared, Shui Yu was stunned. She finally understood who these sudden array formation peak experts were, humans who had once surrendered to the divine race and become their servants. But just as she resigned herself to death, the aura of the elder who had locked onto her dissipated instantly. Young master. The black-robed elder was taken aback. Did I hear wrong? Was the young master just now calling for help? The next moment, this abrupt turn of events made the demigod old servant, who was about to strike down Shui Yu, halt his movement abruptly. He stared in shock at the source of the voice, his expression frozen. Shui Yu's once magnificent battle armor was now shattered, his body bathed in pale golden divine blood, his aura utterly withered. His face was etched with despair and collapse, leaving no trace of the divine race's nobility and composure. Behind him, a faintly visible figure in green robes strode through the void. Array formation. Early stage. The black-robed elder instantly perceived the opponent's cultivation level, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind. How could this be? A mere human array formation cultivator. How could a battle at the same level reduce the young master to such a state? Could there be a trick? But he had no time to ponder further. Immediately his figure moved like a spectral phantom, dark runes swirling around him. Young master, your old servant is coming to save you. The black-robed elder understood that this was a golden opportunity to display loyalty and earn great merit, especially with many divine race luminaries watching. Moreover, even if he did nothing, he would surely die once he left. In an instant, the black-robed elder's figure rushed before Su Chang'e like a ghost. His withered hand was entirely covered in dark, eerie runes. As his 5 fingers spread, a vast, sinister power surged forth, transforming into a thousand-zhang spectral hand that blotted out the sky. This colossal hand overshadowed the heavens, its palm runes coming alive as twisted, wailing souls emitting piercing cries. The chilling aura it released even caused cracks to appear in the space itself. Be careful! Shui Yu gritted her teeth and shouted. Though she harbored hatred for Su Chang'e, they now faced a common enemy. Heavens, that black-robed elder is not even at array formation. Brother Su, be careful. Li Pujuan, arriving from behind, saw the monstrous hand, and his expression shifted. This was not the rune power of an array formation cultivator. Clearly the opponent had used some secret method to suppress his cultivation and enter the ruins. Tu Yu's grayish-blue eyes flickered with a dazed look as she witnessed this, then she shouted, "Senior brother." Yet facing the black-robed elder's sudden assault, Su Chang'e's eyes blazed with battle intent. He wanted to see just how far he could leap across realms with all his buffs stacked. Instantly his pupils condensed, the divine penetration rune piercing through the essence of the runic spectral hand, and the supreme bone power within him, now at its peak, erupted. A presence that seemed to originate from the primordial chaos transcending all living beings spread from within him. The entire world seemed to echo with ancient Tao tones. This is... The black-robed elder's pupils contracted slightly, a premonition of dread stirring in his heart. The next moment, the black-robed elder was stunned, his aged eyes reflecting the awakening of one golden ancient sage after another. On Su Chang'e's body, densely packed primal supreme runes containing the principles of heaven and earth emerged. The visions behind him were even more terrifying. Colossal figures, their faces obscured by chaotic divine light, stood between heaven and earth, each in different postures, but all performing the same act of worship, bowing to Su Chang'e. Ancient sages paying homage of born supreme being. The black-robed elder exclaimed, his eyes wide with shock. The next moment, Su Chang'e moved. The runes on his supreme bone transformed into golden suns, each containing infinite cosmos, as if they were suppressing the myriad Daos of the universe. His flowing golden blood endowed him with even more terrifying power. Facing the descending thousand-zhang spectral hand, Su Chang'e threw a punch upward, all the supreme bones in his body erupting with brilliant divine light. Clang! The golden ancient sage phantoms roared in unison, annihilate. Boom! A thunderous crash. The thousand-zhang spectral hand instantly collapsed as if meeting its natural enemy. Rune suppression. What kind of runes did this kid inscribe during his transformation stage? Such a powerful aura. Doesn't he have too many supreme bones? The black-robed elder's eyelids twitched violently as he stared at Su Chang'e, who was radiating golden light from head to toe, utterly bewildered. He had lived long enough to have heard of prodigies with innate supreme bones, but at most one or two were considered blessed by heaven. What the hell was this? But before he could marvel, Su Chang'e appeared before him with teleportation-like speed, throwing a second punch straight for the center. The ancient sage phantoms behind him seemed to open their eyes, golden light blazing, and shouted in unison, "Freeze." This time the fist's speed seemed unhurried, yet it locked onto all surrounding space. The black-robed elder's expression changed drastically as he frantically activated his runes, conjuring layer upon layer of dark shields before him. Boom. Crack. The layers of shields shattered like paper windows. This punch landed squarely on the elder's chest without any embellishment. Uff. The black-robed elder spat out a mouthful of blood, his sternum and ribs instantly pulverized within his body. However, he was not actually at the array formation stage. He had merely suppressed his cultivation using a divine ray secret technique, so his physical body remained formidable. After suppressing his internal injuries in an instant, the black-robed elder fixed his gaze on Su Chang'e, the dark runes in his eyes swirling, and was also deeply shocked. Cough cough. Unbelievable. No wonder even the young master is no match for you at the same cultivation level. Supreme bone, mysterious runes, innate divine eyes. How could such a prodigy appear in this lower realm? But if it's only this. The moment this thought arose, the next second a wave of deathly aura enveloped him. A sword intent he seemed to have encountered before. In that instant, the black-robed elder seemed to return to the day when he was still a disciple, seeing from afar that figure carrying a sword who with a single strike crushed his entire demonic sect. Damn it. Heaven-slaying sword intent. A member of the ancient Huanggu Su family. The black-robed elder was so terrified that his soul nearly scattered. He didn't even have time to wonder why someone at this age and cultivation level could wield the heaven-slaying sword art that made the Huanggu Su family renowned throughout the spirit realm. He only knew that with his current physique unable to activate his array patterns, if he were struck by that sword, even a wisp of sword intent, his soul would immediately scatter and perish. Stop, 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 young master of the Su family. I am a human and honest man. I was forced. The black-robed elder immediately changed his tune and begged for mercy, completely forgetting about the so-called divine clan lord. At the same time, he was immensely shocked. How could a prodigy of the Su family have come to the lower realm? He is from which branch of the Su family? With this strength, he might even be able to contend with the royal clans of the divine domain. However, Su Chang'e seemed not to hear, still immersed in the sword intent of the heaven-slaying sword art. Ding, heaven-slaying sword art understanding 111,111. Ding, with heaven-defying comprehension, you have executed the saint-grade sword technique, heaven-slaying sword art, for the first time, glimpsing a trace of the true essence of the sword, and have entered the gateway of the sword. The next second, Su Chang'e formed a sword finger with his right hand, and gently slashed at the black-robed elder. Heaven and earth fell silent. Sla. The black-robed elder's eyes widened, unable even to beg for mercy. His body split in two like a sheet of paper, then completely annihilated into nothingness. Huff. Su Chang'e gently exhaled a turbid breath. From overpowering Hua Yu head on earlier to killing the black-robed elder to executing the heaven-slaying sword, his spiritual energy was nearly exhausted. Still, the cultivation method is lacking. I must step into the divine fire realm and cultivate the imperial technique as soon as possible. But my actual strength is a bit better than I thought. The self-created runes have a suppressive effect. I should be able to fight an ordinary array formation peak cultivator. If I encounter someone like this old man who is not ordinary, killing him instantly would be somewhat troublesome. Passable, I suppose. He also realized that he couldn't kill the old man, even with his full 2 punches, so there was no need to waste time. If others knew Su Chang'e's true thoughts, they would probably curse him. This is just passable. What? So he has to kill everyone with 1 punch, right? And at this moment, the entire scene fell into a deathly silence with the death of the black-robed elder. Whether it was Shui Yu and the others who were fleeing, or the other 4 divine clan servants who were about to continue the siege, they were all, as if struck by a paralysis spell, frozen in place, their faces filled with boundless shock and disbelief. With just 3 punches and 1 slash, an array formation peak powerhouse, whose strength far surpassed his peers, had his body shattered and his soul extinguished. What kind of monster is this? Wait, if I'm not mistaken, isn't he only at the early array formation stage? Huh. Heavens, is this the strength of Lord Su? Too monstrous. A cultivator stared at the sky in shock. Is this the chief disciple of Taiching's sect? Too terrifying. Taiching's sect has hidden its strength too deep. Damn, among the younger generation of the Eastern Profound Domain, who can be Lord Su's opponent? Even if they combine, could they withstand 1 punch? Shui Yu looked at Su Chang'e in the sky, also falling into a daze. Remembering how she had thought Yi Xian could defeat him, she felt a bit ridiculous. Yi Xian was only at the 7th layer of the spiritual transformation realm, while Su Chang'e already had the strength to slay array formation peak cultivators and even cross realms. The gap between them was like a chasm. It wasn't until a loud roar that she snapped back to reality. Quick, all of you get the hell over here. He is almost exhausted. Before his strength is completely drained, he may not be able to kill us all. Join forces and kill him. Taking advantage of the gap between the black-robed elder and Su Chang'e's fight to recover his divine power, Huo Yu coldly stared at Su Chang'e and shouted. Especially when he saw Su Chang'e dispose of his strongest servant, like crushing an ant, his heart almost jumped out of his chest. The uncontrollable fear deep in his bones made him feel extremely humiliated. He was actually afraid of a human. Unforgivable. The next moment, the 4 array formation peak servants hidden in the shadows instantly appeared and tightly surrounded Su Chang'e, while Huo Yu condensed his divine clan armor and approached cautiously. Clearly Su Chang'e's earlier sword strike had frightened him. Not good. Shui Yu's expression changed drastically. What should we do? They are going to join forces against Lord Su. No, we absolutely cannot sit back and wait for death. If Lord Su dies, we are doomed. We must protect Lord Su while he recovers. A cultivator immediately declared firmly. Protect? With what? A young cultivator nearby shouted with a crying tone. We can't even withstand one of their attacks. The old man suddenly turned his head, a terrifying light bursting from his cloudy eyes, and almost squeezed out 3 words from between his teeth. Protect with our lives. He's right, we must protect even if it costs our lives. Shui Yu also spoke at this moment, her eyes filled with extremely complex emotions. But just then, what is that? Someone exclaimed in shock. In the sky, after thinking it over, Su Chang'e felt it was unnecessary to use a month of cultivation. Although it could instantly restore his power, it was somewhat wasteful, so he lightly pointed with his finger. The next second, an indescribable mysterious Tao rhythm, as if attracting the principles of heaven and earth, suddenly spread from Su Chang'e's fingertip as the center. At this moment, Su Chang'e's aura completely changed, as if he were an ordinary person with no trace of spiritual energy fluctuation emanating from his body. Yet in the void before him, after that light point, a pattern formed purely of golden Tao principles began to trace itself in the air. What is this? Huo Yu stared with clear eyes at the golden thread in front of Su Chang'e. An ancient golden rune suddenly took shape, only the size of a palm, floating before Su Chang'e. In an instant, heaven and earth became clear. There was no deafening noise, no world-shattering fluctuation. But centered on that golden talisman, an invisible yet irresistible power of the Tao emanated instantly. Is that the Xianxing talisman of the 2nd peak of Taiqing sect? Forming a talisman with a void finger. What level of talisman mastery is this? At this moment, some cultivators who had witnessed the talismans of the Taiqing sect gasped in astonishment. This Xianxing talisman had appeared more than once in the Taiqing domain. It was the unique talisman of Yao Xingye, the master of the 2nd peak of the Taiqing sect. However, this talisman emphasized purification rather than killing. When had it ever possessed such might? When had it ever used the great Tao golden rule as ink? Forming talismans with a mere gesture, establishing rules with a thought. The pinnacle of the talisman path. Shui Yu stared blankly at the sky, her mind seemingly robbed of the ability to think. Coming from the Immortal Palace, her sect had many talisman cultivators, and the best among them had achieved minor success in the talisman path, yet they were still far from major mastery, just like her. Especially in the entire Eastern Xian domain, talisman cultivators were even rarer than those who studied the T path. Because this path was too difficult. Without talent, one didn't even have the qualification to learn. For the practice of talisman cultivation, from merely copying the form to imbuing the paper with the spirit of the talisman, was already extremely difficult. Yet Su Chang'e with such effortless grace could draw upon the tracks of the great Tao and let them form talismans on their own, a method akin to speaking things into existence like a divine miracle. At the moment the Xianxing talisman took shape, the power of the great Tao rippled outward like water waves, instantly sweeping across the entire world. Is this the human race's talisman path? Huo Yu's pupils narrowed, his thoughts slowing. When the vast Xianxing power of the great Tao enveloped him, the madness and killing intent on his face instantly froze, replaced by an extreme bewilderment and horror. Then he discovered that the connection to his divine power around him had been forcibly severed by an invisible force. Having lost his strength, he fell like a mortal cleaved away by a trace of sword intent. Gradually the divine blood within him ceased to flow, and his soul seemed to be drawn out. His pupils dimmed, and his figure plummeted straight to the ground. The breath of life completely vanished at that moment, and he didn't even have time to use his life-saving trump card. The other 4 servants, weaker than the old man in black robes, faced the peak power of the talisman path. They groaned, their faces pale, and the formidable aura around them rapidly withered. They staggered backward, their eyes filled with terror. Under this Xianqing aura, in the blink of an eye, they too were devoured by a wisp of sword intent and died together. All this happened in an instant. Yet the might of this single talisman was far from over. The Xianqing aura spread wildly in all directions, purifying every place it passed, until it filled the entire relic space. And deep within the relic, in a void of interwoven laws, two terrifying phantoms spanning the ages were locked in fierce combat. The azure nine-tailed celestial fox phantom, originally weak and dim, suddenly received the blessing of the Xianqing aura, bursting forth with a dazzling radiance. Its attacks instantly became sharp and unmatched. In contrast, the phantom of the pitch-black divine flame, which seemed capable of incinerating the entire universe, was suppressed by some force and instantly withered. Holy shit! The Qingxiu ancestor couldn't help but curse. He turned his head sharply, seemingly piercing through layers of space, to see Su Chang'e forming a talisman with a mere gesture. Even he couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. The pinnacle of the talisman path. What kind of freak is this? Even with his vast experience, he had never seen such an anomaly. Within the mass of dark divine flame, a blurred yet imposing face carrying an ancient and indifferent aura slowly formed. Faced with the sudden reversal, Hua Xianjun showed no sign of panic. His eyes, seemingly containing endless burning stars, cast a cold glance towards Su Chang'e in the outside world. His deep voice, with a condescending tone, slowly said, "Hey, you weak fox tribe are indeed fortunate. In the past I was careless and ambushed by your 3 siblings. It cost you 3 lives to defeat and seal me. Now at this critical moment you encounter a top-tier human prodigy to help you." His tone carried a hint of contempt and mockery, as if he had never regarded the Qingxiu ancestor with any respect. The Qingxiu ancestor sneered, "Hua Xuanjuan, after all these years of being dead, you're still blabbering like a two-faced traitor. Just say it, did I kill you or not?" Though he spoke thus, when the other party mentioned the 3 siblings, a surge of grief welled up in his heart. His second brother and third sister, to buy him a single breath, were instantly obliterated, their souls annihilated. But Hua Xianjun paid no attention to the Qingxiu ancestor. Instead, he gazed deeply at Su Chang'e in the distance and murmured, "It seems what the Divine Lord said back then was not false. The most difficult to purify across all realms are not the powerful natives, but the seemingly insignificant humans. With such a massive population, there will always be 1 or 2 true anomalies. Enough. My clan should have seen this. This child must be placed on our divine clan's assassination list. The victor is king, the loser a bandit. I accept defeat." As these words fell, the dark divine flame did not subside, but instead erupted with an unprecedented, terrifying fluctuation. Vast divine power gathered frenziedly. A force capable of incinerating stars burst forth, seemingly determined to bury the entire relic along with it. And its true target was Su Chang'e. "Do you take me for a decoration, eh?" The Qingxiu ancestor roared. In an instant, mysterious runes emerged in his eyes, and his form transformed from a human into a sky-covering 6-tailed azure fox. Ancient, demonic patterns, as if alive, flowed over his cyan fur, while a cluster of azure runes at his brow radiated an invisible, mighty force. In the next moment, this void of nothingness fell into silence. Only the almost transparent remnant of the Qingxiu ancestor, as if it would scatter with the wind at any moment, slowly recondensed into human form. He stood quietly, watching the aura of Hua Xianjun completely dissipate. There was no joy in his eyes, only a complex emotion, a mix of relief, exhaustion, and a release tinged with endless sorrow. Meanwhile, in an unknowable realm across countless layers of space, the divine domain, the heaven beyond the heavens, the Fire Spirit clan, deep within the divine temple, a strange atmosphere permeated. Several blurry figures shrouded in divine light stood on either side. These were not their true bodies, but mere avatars. Yet the terrifying tracks of the great Tao that swirled around them caused the surrounding void to constantly flicker in and out of existence, as if they themselves were the embodiment of the rules. Their gazes were indifferent, like eternal ice, as they coldly overlooked everything in the mirror, the central mirror formed of stars in the temple. The images reflected in the mirror were exactly those of the Qingxiu relic, showing Su Chang'e instantly killing Huiyu, slaying the old man in black robes, and overturning the situation with a talisman. After an unknown period of silence, "That Huaxian's lineage is truly somewhat incompetent." One figure slowly spoke, his tone carrying a hint of displeasure. The divine flame that flickered around him was billions of times more powerful than Huiyu's, as if with a single thought, he could incinerate the entire universe. Then, as if issuing a divine decree, his voice thundered like a billion thunderclaps rolling through the nebula. "Go convey my command, strip the Huaxian lineage of their qualification to compete." Today he suffered such a great humiliation in front of so many great figures. The only reason he didn't eradicate this lineage was that he considered the difficulty of reproduction for the pure-blooded divine clan. Receiving the clan leader's decree, a voice outside the hall respectfully said, Inside the hall, those figures resembling chaos primordial gods opened their terrifying divine eyes. The Fire Spirit clan leader looked respectfully at a chaotic figure in the center and said, "Today we have made a fool of ourselves before the void divine lord." The next moment, in the center of the hall, the figure perpetually shrouded in the deepest chaotic aura stirred slightly. Just this tiny movement caused the entire majestic palace to pause for a moment. The unintentional pressure emanating from those terrifying divine lords around enough to crush ancient stars seemed to shrink at this moment, as if subjects encountering their emperor. Void Divine Lord, a member of the Taishu Spirit clan, one of the 5 royal clans of the divine race. Then a calm, indifferent voice, as if from the origin of all paths, rang out. It is not surprising that the Huaxian lineage lost. The ancient Su clan actually laid their plans in this lower realm of turbid earth, so their defeat was not unjust. It was not a wasted trip today, otherwise I would not have seen the Su clan prodigy who at such a young age is already filled with supreme bones, born with divine eyes, and at the peak of rune arts. I did not expect the Su clan to hide so deeply. This might be the true inheritor of the Su clan. As these words were spoken, those divine-like shadows began to speak one after another. Since he is a member of the Su clan, we should report to the divine sovereign and investigate. The Fire Spirit clan leader nodded in agreement. Isn't this making a mountain out of a molehill? Just a mere array formation, ant with a bit of talent. Over the endless ages, haven't we divine race eliminated countless prodigies? Another voice interjected, cold and ethereal, filled with boundless arrogance. Other talents are one thing, but that rune power that can suppress our divine race's divine patterns is too strange. It has never been seen in the myriad realms before. I also think it should be reported to the divine sovereign. Another figure spoke, his voice overwhelmingly domineering. The Fire Spirit clan leader looked respectfully toward the center and said, "What does the divine lord mean?" The void divine lord pondered for a moment and chuckled lightly. The divine sovereign is recently busy refining the 3,000 realms. Although this child is monstrous, he is ultimately too weak. There is no need to inform the divine sovereign. I will handle this matter personally. Upon hearing this, the Fire Spirit clan leader exclaimed in shock, "The divine lord will act personally? Isn't this overestimating this ant?" What puzzled him even more was that the lower realm was too weak to withstand the entry of such a divine lord, let alone the fact that he could not descend without being noticed by the myriad realm powerhouses. If the myriad realms could not even achieve this, how could they have resisted the divine race for so long? Humph. The void divine lord let out a mocking laugh, but said nothing more, and his figure gradually faded away. The other figures also dissipated upon seeing this. Only the Fire Spirit clan leader was left standing there somewhat awkwardly until the void divine lord's voice sounded in his ear. "I will give you one chance. Let this faction know that their female emperor did not die, she is now alive and well in the lower realm." At the same time, inside the ruins, in the sky, only Su Chang'e in his green robe remained, along with the Xianqing runes dissolving into golden light. With my peak rune power, the Xianqing talisman I condensed is almost irresistible to anyone in the array formation realm, and its coverage is so vast. I wonder how it would fare against the venerable realm, or even the divine fire realm. Rune arts are indeed useful. I need to find a chance to learn more powerful talismans. Su Chang'e mused as he reached out with his hand. Immediately, he grabbed a golden divine ring from within Huiyu's body, which was the unique storage artifact of the divine race. He naturally did not spare the other servants either. He began to sort through his gains, completely unaware that the others on the other side were utterly stunned. Peak of rune arts. Is this even human? Heavens, I feel like I'm witnessing the rise of a legend. Have you all noticed that the real opportunity is not the treasures, elixirs, or divine abilities in this ruin, but rather a chance to latch onto an unprecedented powerful figure? When one person attains enlightenment, even their chickens and dogs ascend to heaven. An old man suddenly murmured with a sense of realization. Don't others know? Am I not clear about my own situation? Even if you are given opportunities, elixirs, and divine abilities, not to mention whether you can absorb them, even if you can, how many realms can you break through? But latching onto a powerful figure is different. Although it may not provide immediate substantial help, when that leg becomes thick enough, even this shallow friendship could be a chance to defy fate and change one's destiny in the future. If Su Chang'e were just an ordinary prodigy, it would be one thing, but he has already reached a level beyond their comprehension. Don't they understand? If they don't cling to him, now they might never get the chance. A future existence that might surpass the Saint Realm as a powerful backer. Isn't that better than elixirs and divine abilities? As soon as the old man spoke, the middle-aged man beside him exclaimed excitedly, "Thank you, senior, I understand." The next moment, he rushed forward, fell to his knees with a thud, and looked up at Su Chang'e respectfully, saying, "Thank you, Lord Su, for saving my life. I was previously troubled over my meager possessions. I was a fool. I speak only to seek peace of mind. If Lord Su does not mind, I happened to see a patch of spirit herbs during my escape. If you are willing, I will dig them up for you right now." When the old man behind saw this, he stamped his feet in frustration and rushed forward without caring about anything else. "Lord Su, I can do that too. Lord Su, I previously saw a place that might hold opportunities, so I can risk my life to explore the ruins for you. Lord Su, I just saw some female puppet figures with very straight postures." In the blink of an eye, the number of kneeling figures grew larger, and the scene became bizarre. As for the group that had previously surrounded Shui Yu, only 2 were left alive. They looked at each other, seeing the regret in each other's eyes. At this moment, Shui Yu stared at Su Chang'e with a numb expression. After a long pause, she finally let out a bitter self-mocking smile. After truly witnessing it, she realized how ridiculous her previous thoughts were. Even if she didn't want to think about it, the fact was that Yi Xian truly wasn't even worthy of being his enemy. This Su Chang'e was too monstrous, far surpassing all of his peers in this realm. Yi Xian simply could not compare. "When I return, I will advise him not to seek death," Shui Yu thought to herself, and with a gloomy expression, she sat cross-legged to heal her injuries. In the sky, Su Chang'e was slightly startled as he looked down at the middle-aged man who had suddenly appeared. He seemed to have some recollection. He had accepted a gift from this man earlier in the dark space. What a coincidence. He really couldn't handle everything alone. "You?" Su Chang'e had just started to speak when he saw Li Pujuan behind him appear like a gust of wind, immediately cupping his hands and saying, "Lord Su, let me handle the arrangements. With me here, I guarantee that not a single blade of grass will be left in this ruin." Damn, I nearly lost my position as the #1 lackey. These people are too cunning. Seeing Li Pujuan's earnest and gritting teeth expression, Su Chang'e pondered for a moment and said, "We still need to leave some flowers and grass. I'm not a bandit. Rest assured, my lord, I understand." Li Pujuan patted his chest. "Meanwhile, senior brother, the ancestor is calling for you." At some unknown time, Qingxiu ancestor and Tu Yuyu had gathered together. Now the two stood still, with Tu Yuyu curiously observing the ancestor beside her while calling out to Su Chang'e. In the next moment, Su Chang'e had already arrived before the two. Before he could speak, Qingxiu ancestor raised his eyes, first gazing at the distant cultivators who, though supporting each other, were eagerly surging toward a certain direction. A look of surprise crossed his face. Where are they? In such a hurry to go. He could see that most of these people still bore injuries, some were even spitting blood, while laughing and walking arm in arm towards some place. Shouldn't they heal first? "I don't know, I'm not familiar," Su Chang'e shrugged and replied sincerely. Then Tu Yuyu looked at Su Chang'e in surprise and said, "Senior brother, can you see the ancestor too? I thought only I could see him." "How I have met young friend Su long before you did." Qingxiu ancestor retracted his gaze, gently stroked Tu Yuyu's head, and said softly. But his hand did not truly touch her, as if separated by an invisible layer of space. "Is that so?" Tu Yuyu's big eyes rolled around her thoughts, unknown. "Young friend Su." Qingxiu ancestor suddenly turned solemn, shedding all his casual demeanor. Facing Su Chang'e, he cupped his hands and bowed deeply with utmost respect. "This time I thank you. If not for young friend using a talisman to purify all the divine power in this relic, I would not be able to meet you here. Young friend helped my clan avenge a great wrong. This debt I Qingxiu will remember forever, never to be forgotten." As he spoke, he did not forget to glance at Tu Yuyu beside him and transmitted mentally, "Yuyu, why not thank your senior brother quickly?" "Oh." Although Tu Yuyu was still somewhat confused since the ancestor had spoken, she obediently did as told, imitating the gesture and bowing to Su Chang'e with her hands clasped. "Alas, senior, why must you be so polite?" Su Chang'e quickly stepped forward, pretending to help Qingxiu ancestor rise with a graceful and natural gesture. Then he lowered his voice and said, "Between us, why be so formal? A token gesture is enough, don't you think?" After speaking, he turned to Tu Yuyu and said impatiently, "Who are you bowing to?" Tu Yuyu bowed deeply. I understand. Qingxiu ancestor's mouth twitched a few times. The other's excessive politeness made him feel uneasy. "Rest assured, young friend. The dragon transformation pool I promised, and that truly great opportunity, none will be missing. There's no time to lose. How about we head to the dragon transformation pool now?" "Good." Su Chang'e nodded. On the way to the dragon transformation pool deep within the relic, Tu Yuyu looked around curiously, occasionally asking Qingxiu ancestor what this or that was. The ancestor patiently explained, but his gaze kept falling on Su Chang'e with profound meaning. "Senior, is something on your mind?" Su Chang'e asked with a frown. Qingxiu ancestor shook his head. After a moment, "Senior, just say it directly." Su Chang'e, unable to bear the other's gaze, said. Qingxiu ancestor smiled and transmitted mentally, "I just want to take a few more glances at the descendant of the Huanggu Su family, the backbone of the human race." Then he corrected himself, "I was blind before. Young friend Su is the Su that holds up half the sky in the spirit realm. I hope young master Su will forgive me. In the spirit realm, the strength of the Huanggu Su family goes without saying. Even at his peak, he could only look up to such a behemoth. If his guess was correct given the talent Su Chang'e had displayed, he was far from an ordinary clan member. If he were to meet him in the spirit realm, he would indeed have to address him respectfully as young Master Su. After hearing the voice of the Qingqiu elder in his mind, Su Chang'e only fell silent for a moment, but did not deny it. He knew it was probably because of the heaven-splitting sword technique he had used earlier. This divine art had always been one of the Su family's signature techniques renowned throughout the spirit realm. Qingqiu ancestor who had reached the sage realm at his peak had naturally spent time in the spirit realm, so it was not surprising that he recognized it. Is Lord Su training in the lower realm? Qingqiu ancestor asked again via telepathy. Sort of. Su Chang'e replied casually in his mind, as if instinctively unwilling to discuss it. After receiving Su Chang'e's explicit confirmation, Qingqiu ancestor felt completely at ease. The smile at the corners of his mouth was impossible to suppress. He couldn't help but look at Tu Yuyu and thought to himself, this girl has truly great fortune, bloodline atavism, and becoming the junior disciple of a Su family member. Perhaps Qingqiu will rise because of her. As they chatted, they unknowingly penetrated deep into the core area of the relic. The space here had become somewhat heavier. After passing through a multicolored mist condensed from spiritual energy, the scene before them opened up. Not far away was a pool no more than 10 zhang square. The water was not clear, but displayed a thick slurry-like dark gold with wisps of ancient divine light shimmering on its surface. Even from a distance of dozens of meters, they could clearly hear the low roars of dragons. It seemed as if what lay before them was not a pool, but a divine dragon coiled for 10,000 years. Is this just a square inch? Su Chang'e couldn't help asking, looking at the dragon transformation pool ahead. Qingqiu ancestor explained, indeed it was only a square inch back then, but it was the heart of the dragon transformation pool. Over 10,000 years it has naturally evolved into this. As he spoke, a hint of smug satisfaction appeared on his face. The next moment, young friend, don't be hasty. Qingqiu ancestor urgently called out. Seeing Su Chang'e take a few steps forward, he sensed trouble. Roar. Streams of pure dragon chi instantly gathered above the dragon transformation pool, condensing into dozens of golden divine dragon phantoms, each half a meter long, with scales fully visible. Though these dragon shadows were not corporeal, they exuded genuine draconic might. They circled and growled their cold dragon eyes, holding innate arrogance and ferocity, looking down from above at the rashly approaching Su Chang'e. When these golden little dragons appeared, the overwhelming pressure from a higher-level demon race spread out, causing Tu Yu, a member of the Fox clan, to feel a tremor deep in her bloodline. Her face turned slightly pale, and she involuntarily took a step back, a hint of discomfort flashing in her bluish-gray eyes. However, this suffocating pressure lasted only a moment. But then the pressure vanished instantly, in the shared, bewildered eyes of the ancestor and granddaughter. Those golden dragon phantoms that had been ferocious and contemptuous of all beings just a second ago, as if sensing something that made their souls tremble, instantly lost all their ferocity without a trace. They let out a series of joyful low cries, then scrambled to rush towards Su Chang'e. But it was not an attack. The golden dragons, once fierce, now became exceedingly docile, even fawning as they coiled around Su Chang'e with affectionate familiarity, wagging their heads and tails. In that posture there was no trace of the dragon clan's pride. They resembled nothing more than loyal dogs desperately wagging for mercy. This Qingqiu ancestor was somewhat bewildered. The pride of dragons was etched into their very bones. Even when facing the supreme Huanggu Su clan of the spirit realm, they would never humble themselves so abjectly. But now these mindless dragon transformation chi actually submitted to Su Chang'e. Could it be that there was an even more terrifying existence within him? As he suspected, deep within the unified cave heaven realm inside Su Chang'e's body, the slumbering primordial dragon shadow etched by the ancient chaos slightly opened a slit of its eye, unseen by anyone. With that single slit, it commanded the world. As expected of a member of the Su clan, such profound foundations. He must have been raised on true dragon blood. Qingqiu ancestor sighed, then turned to look at Tu Yu beside him, his eyes carrying expectation. Little girl, don't be discouraged. When your bloodline fully awakens one day, you'll be able to contend even with true descendants of the dragon. However, Tu Yu wasn't thinking about that at all. Instead, she squinted at a white bone beside the dragon transformation pool ahead and said softly, Ancestor, isn't that you? Big senior brother is stepping right on your skull. At these words, Qingqiu ancestor was stunned, then turned to look and felt his scalp tingle and his eyelids twitch. At that moment, Su Chang'e turned around and said earnestly, Senior, these dragon spirits told me that this petty scoundrel tried to steal the dragon transformation pool liquid, but died on the way. Do you want me to scatter his ashes? No, no, no. Qingqiu ancestor cried out anxiously, then explained. Su Chang'e was taken aback, quickly withdrew his right foot, and looked at Qingqiu ancestor apologetically. Sorry, I really didn't know this was Senior's true form. He was genuinely sincere. He truly hadn't expected that Qingqiu ancestor's remains would be placed so casually here. Ahem. Qingqiu ancestor was somewhat embarrassed, cursing these vengeful dragon spirits thousands of times in his heart, then said to Tu Yu beside him, "Girl, take my remains back to Qingqiu." Humans often say fallen leaves return to their roots, and the same was true for the demon race. Okay. Tu Yu agreed, immediately feeling very happy. At last, she could do something for the current Qingqiu ancestor who had been the kindest to her. As she carefully picked up the remains, she couldn't help exclaiming in surprise, Big senior brother, you crushed my ancestor's skull." "Really?" Su Chang'e blushed a little, then crouched down and carefully glued several pieces of the skull together. "There, it's fixed. Big senior brother, you're amazing." Tu Yu laughed. Qingqiu ancestor in the distance twitched his mouth, wanting to say something, but in the end, he said nothing, just turned his gaze elsewhere and swallowed the anger in his chest. "Thank you, big senior brother." Tu Yu expressed her thanks, then after storing all the remains in her spatial ring, she added, "Ancestor told me that if it weren't for you, I might not have even made it out alive, let alone bring back the ancestor's remains." "It's nothing." Su Chang'e smiled warmly. In his mind, the system's reward notification sounded. Ding Host successfully assisted little junior sister Tu Yu in obtaining the remains of the second-generation ancestor, fulfilling the long-cherished wish. Reward: Chaos Divine Fire, the strongest divine fire of the divine fire realm. "Do you want to claim it now?" "No." Su Chang'e looked at the dragon transformation pool, thinking it might be better to integrate it during the refining process for greater benefits. "Time is running out. While I still have some residual strength, I'll protect you and my descendant during the process," Qingqiu ancestor said with a serious expression. Tu Yu looked at Qingqiu ancestor with confusion. "Ancestor guard what?" "This is the dragon transformation pool, which offers great benefits to both you and your senior brother. When refining the dragon transformation power, you cannot be disturbed by the outside world," Qingqiu ancestor explained, then pointed a finger in the air. "Dragon transformation pool?" Tu Yu asked in confusion. It was the first time she had heard of it. Su Chang'e patted the remaining ashes off his hands, then pointed at the ancient pool ahead. "This is it. Aren't you looking for treasure? The treasure is right here." "Treasure?" Tu Yu's eyes lit up with excitement. The next moment, a white garment as thin as cicada wings appeared in the air. "Yu, your cultivation level is too low. This is the Tianshan mystic robe which I obtained in the past. Put it on before entering the pool, and it will protect you from the true dragon's might and help you refine better. How much you can refine depends on your own ability." Qingqiu ancestor looked at Tu Yu with a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Su Chang'e glanced at the white robe. It was indeed extraordinary, with faint traces of Dao runes shimmering like divine light. But isn't this robe a bit too revealing? It looks like a sexy nightgown. Who made this thing? Tu Yu, as carefree as ever, picked up the Tianshan mystic robe and was about to take off her clothes, her shoulders slipping out. "Wait!" Qingqiu ancestor and Su Chang'e shouted in unison. "Go change inside," Qingqiu ancestor said grimly, pointing to the unseen depths behind the dragon transformation pool. "Oh," Tu Yu responded, and then strode in carefree. After she left, "Is she always this reckless?" Qingqiu ancestor couldn't help asking. Su Chang'e thought for a moment. "Not always. Sometimes she's quite calm." "When oi?" Qingqiu ancestor asked back. "When she's sleeping," Su Chang'e said. Qingqiu ancestor. "Senior, that robe is a bit revealing. Although blood is thicker than water, you're older, so you should still avoid impropriety. Perhaps you could." Su Chang'e hesitated, then said, "Maybe you should step aside for a moment." Qingqiu ancestor was taken aback, then smiled slyly at Su Chang'e, his eyes lighting up with joy. "Young friend, don't worry. When did I ever say I was a man?" These words left Su Chang'e speechless. "Senior is..." Su Chang'e couldn't help but examine Qingqiu ancestor carefully. Noticing the delicate hand behind his back and the smooth neck, he cupped his hands. My apologies. My lack of foresight is to blame. I never imagined that the Fox clan, renowned for its peerless beauty, could produce a figure like you, senior." "Are you complimenting me, young Master Su?" Qingqiu ancestor chuckled lightly, not offended. She was naturally a woman with a masculine appearance, and since childhood, she had grown accustomed to strange looks. Once she came to terms with it, she felt it was nothing. "If senior says so, then it is," Su Chang'e said casually. Qingqiu ancestor smiled, then after a moment's thought said, "Young Master Su." Su Chang'e, why not take Yu as your wife? Even if you're from the Su clan, I guarantee you won't lose out." Su Chang'e. This unexpected remark caught Su Chang'e completely off guard. "What? Take her in? Are you serious, senior?" he asked, casting a peculiar glance at the ancestor of Qingqiu. The ancestor of Qingqiu smiled calmly. "Of course. But she's my junior sister." Su Chang'e began, but then realized the argument wasn't practical and fell silent. The ancestor of Qingqiu turned serious again. "In truth, I had this idea from the start, but I didn't know your true identity then, and I feared it might bring you a calamity." Yu Yu possesses the most terrifying bloodline among the Fox clan I have ever seen, even the legendary divine physique, the heavenly charm body. Once awakened, she will inevitably attract the covetous gaze of evil cultivators and those with ill intentions. Though Qingqiu holds a place in this lower realm, it cannot compare even to a third-rate power in the spirit realm. The Fox clan cannot protect her. Moreover, Qingqiu's current situation is likely not very favorable. But now that I know your identity, it's clear I worried needlessly. With that, he revealed a knowing look as if he had foreseen everything. The heavenly charm body is a unique physique. Women bearing it not only cultivate at an extraordinary speed, radiating innate charm, but can also condense the essence of their divine physique into a force that doubles the benefits for a dual cultivation partner. Thus it is known as one of the supreme dual cultivation physiques. Such a physique appearing in a weak clan is far from a blessing. Tu Yuyu's divine body has yet to awaken, so it has not drawn attention. But once exposed, even in the lower realm, she would be unable to escape the clutches of those who covet her. He genuinely wanted Su Chang'e to take her in. Could any bond of brotherhood surpass the intimacy of a romantic relationship? More importantly, if Tu Yuyu became Su Chang'e's woman, she would be a member of the Su family, the rulers of the spirit realm, and no one would dare touch her. As for Qingqiu, he had deduced most of the situation shortly after Tu Yuyu's appearance. For her to be alone in the eastern Xian domain without any protector could only mean one thing: Qingqiu was being targeted, unable to protect itself, and had no choice but to send her away. Su Chang'e was about to speak when he was interrupted by a figure emerging. Tu Yuyu stepped out, having changed into the celestial cicada robe. The thin, translucent white robe clung to her graceful, curvaceous figure. The fabric seemed transparent, yet at crucial points it shimmered with hazy light, perfectly blending boundless allure with sacred modesty. The robe outlined her slender waist, and the hem extended only to her upper thighs, revealing a pair of straight, long jade-white legs. The neckline was daringly designed, fully exposing her delicate collarbone, while the subtle curves beneath were cleverly veiled by flowing runic light. For anyone else it might be fine, but this was Tu Yuyu. Her majestic, undulating form was enough to captivate anyone. She let her long ash-gray hair cascade down, creating a stark contrast with the white robe. Her naturally alluring eyes now held a myriad of charms. A single glance promised 100 enchantments. Su Chang'e's eyelids twitched. Was this robe made by that old lecher? It was even more provocative than the bikinis he had seen in his past life. He quickly produced a cup of tea and took a tactical sip, a leftover from earlier. Is this really for cultivation? He couldn't help glancing at the ancestor of Qingqiu. Don't look at me, ooh, I didn't make it. The ancestor shook his head. Tu Yuyu spoke up, shrugging casually. Ancestor, this robe is so light it feels like wearing nothing. And it's so tight. I'm uncomfortable all over. Some places feel like there. Su Chang'e spat out his tea. In an instant the ancestor's face changed drastically. He interrupted loudly. Enough. Now enter the dragon transformation pool. Clearing his throat, Su Chang'e stepped into the golden liquid of the dragon transformation pool. The pool water was not cold, but strangely warm. As he entered, vast ocean-like pure energy surged into him through his pores, washing through his limbs and bones. The golden dragon phantoms that had been coiled around him now joyfully merged into the water, eagerly burrowing into his body. With the suppression of his max-level supreme bone and the primordial ancestral dragon, Su Chang'e felt no discomfort at all, as if he were soaking in a hot spring. Tu Yuyu responded with a belated "oh." Then she gracefully lifted her robe and stepped into the pool. The celestial cicada robe emitted a soft glow, perfectly protecting her, and she felt no pressure from the dragon's might. A golden dragon phantom occasionally swam around her, amusing her greatly. She poked at it with her jade finger. The ancestor's voice reminded her, focus on refining the dragon power. Reluctantly, she put aside her playfulness and, imitating Su Chang'e, sat cross-legged about a meter away from him, beginning to guide the vast dragon transformation energy. Both immersed themselves in their cultivation. The pool's mist swirled, radiant light intertwined, and golden dragon chi coiled and flowed around them like living beings. However, around Su Chang'e hundreds of golden dragons surged, while only occasional stray phantoms passed by Tu Yuyu, lost ones that eventually veered toward him. The ancestor's eyelids twitched. This is bad. The dragon transformation pool seems to have recognized him as its master. What now? Fortunately, Su Chang'e noticed something. He raised his eyes slightly. Come here. Tu Yuyu shuffled closer and began to cultivate with her eyes closed. The effect improved significantly. Perhaps driven by instinct, she unconsciously moved closer to him until their bodies touched. Up. Her cheeks flushed instantly. She instinctively covered her chest, a blush spreading from her cheeks to her ears like ripe cherries. Her ash-gray eyes glistened, filled with shyness and confusion. Despite her outgoing nature, she was still a young girl, and such close contact with a man for the first time inevitably made her shy. Breathe, evenly focus your mind, and stop daydreaming. Su Chang'e frowned slightly. Tu Yuyu, still blushing, took the opportunity to study his face up close her eyes glimmering. Senior brother, you're really handsome. Su Chang's lips twitched slightly. Was this girl here to help him cultivate his mental fortitude, or what? Not far away, the ancestor Qingqiu slapped his forehead. After this minor episode, the atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. Su Chang'e collected his thoughts and continued his cultivation. However, he noticed that Tu Yuyu's progress seemed far from smooth. Though the pure draconic essence swirled around her, it appeared to repel her fox lineage, struggling to integrate into her body. Her delicate face flushed crimson and beads of sweat formed on her forehead, clearly indicating the immense difficulty of refinement. Senior brother, I cannot refine it. Tu Yuyu finally said, her expression pitiful. Open your mouth. Su Chang'e commanded. Oh. Tu Yuyu was startled, but obediently parted her lips. In the next instant, a golden dragonet, already refined and stripped of its consciousness by Su Chang'e, flew from his fingertip and surged into her mouth. Suck hard, Su Chang'e added after a moment's thought. Tu Yuyu's eyes widened as she felt a terrifying power melding within her body. Her cultivation level soared, breaking through to the mid-stage of the cavern heaven realm in an instant. The bloodline of the nine-tailed celestial fox within her seemed to stir as well. Sensing that Tu Yuyu had calmed down and begun refining, Su Chang'e sank into his own mind and spoke inwardly. System fuse the chaos divine flame. Clang. A thunderous boom, as if the cosmos were first splitting open, erupted deep within Su Chang'e's soul. Not far away. Though the words were crude, the effect seems not bad, muttered the ancestor Qingqiu, then turned his gaze to Su Chang'e. Legends say that those blessed with monstrous talent and immense fortune have a slim chance to condense a divine flame within the dragon transformation pool. He wondered if Su Chang'e could achieve it. Probably not. If he ignited a divine flame at the array establishment realm, it would be too shocking a tale. But just then, the ancestor Qingqiu's pupils constricted sharply. An indescribably terrifying aura, as if capable of evolving all things, yet burning all things to nothing, surged into the sky. Look! The dark golden water of the dragon transformation pool around Su Chang'e instantly boiled. Not from heat, but stirred by the supreme primordial chaos aura. It transformed into countless small dragons wreathed in chaotic energy, swirling around him in a peculiar rhythm. At the same time, the sky above the ruins turned violent. The sun and moon lost their light. Countless Dao runes materialized out of thin air, interweaving into an ocean of chaos. In the void, phantom figures of primordial gods and demons formed from the chaos divine flame roared, while grand illusions of the universe's birth and the emergence of starry skies appeared. All the cultivators busying themselves within the ruins looked up, their faces turning pale with shock. Good heavens, is this the apocalypse? What kind of terrifying omen is this? This seems to be the might of a divine flame. Someone has ignited a divine flame in these ruins. How is that possible? Even venerables cannot enter this place. How could a divine flame emerge? That direction. It's where Lord Su left. Could it be? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Right? At that moment, Shui Yu, who was healing his wounds, stared at the celestial phenomenon above, still lost in shock. By the dragon transformation pool, is this the aura of chaos? A divine flame. He is igniting a divine flame. What grade of divine flame is this? The ancestor Qingqiu's expression turned dazed. Even though she had once been a saint, she had never witnessed such a terrifying spectacle of divine flame ignition. The so-called divine flame realm was also known as the pseudo-god realm. Cultivators at this stage needed to find an external flame, be it a heavenly strange fire, a powerful refined divine flame, or a hereditary flame, to ignite themselves and establish the foundation of their divine path. Divine flames varied in quality. The stronger the flame one ignited, the greater one's power in this realm. The word chaos was far beyond her reach, gleaned only from ancient legends, yet the aura of this divine flame realm was terrifying beyond measure. It even sent a shiver down her spine. This undoubtedly meant that Su Chang'e's divine flame had reached a grade she could not comprehend. The ancestor Qingqiu had to gather all her remaining strength to stabilize this space, preventing it from being ravaged by the terrible omen. At that moment, inside Su Chang'e's body, a world-shaking transformation was taking place. The silver-white flame radiating primordial divine light, nourished by the boundless essence of the dragon transformation pool, and the energy of 10,000 dragons, swelled like a spark igniting a prairie. It was no longer a mere spark, but had become an eternal flame, constantly shifting in form and color, chaotic, as if containing the birth and death of endless worlds. Comprehension defying heaven. At this moment of igniting and refining the chaos divine flame, you comprehend the essence of this realm. You realize that relying on external flames and borrowing another's path to achieve your own results in an unstable foundation and flawed Tao, far from the path of invincibility. You thereby understand the path of burning the body with 10,000 Taos, using yourself as the flame. However, the chaos divine flame is different. The chaos path inherently contains all Daos, and tempering yourself with it is no different from the path of burning with 10,000 Daos. You are now forging your own invincible path. That's possible. Su Chang'e wondered inwardly. This was something he hadn't expected. But since he had comprehended it, he would obviously go for the strongest. In the next moment, the aura of the chaos divine flame within his body changed instantly, beginning to scorch his meridians, refine his bones and blood, and temper his soul. In the blink of an eye, his entire body was engulfed by the chaos divine flame. At that moment, heaven and earth suddenly erupted. Countless order chains manifested from the chaos divine flame, representing the forces of myriad Daos, fire, thunder, wind, yin-yang, time, and space, transforming into primal runic flames that completely submerged Su Chang'e. Damn, that hurts so much. I'll endure it. Su Chang'e frowned, sweat streaming down his face. The burning of 10,000 Daos was not merely the flesh, it was a conflagration of his life essence, soul, origin, all the techniques and divine abilities he had cultivated, and even his cavern heaven itself. Not far away, the ancestor Qingqiu trembled at the sight, more shocked than when she had witnessed the might of the ancient gods. She could not understand what Su Chang'e was doing. Why would he draw the divine flame to burn himself? But perhaps because she had been dead for many years and had long merged with heaven and earth in her mysterious intuition, she felt that Su Chang'e's path was the correct one, the true Tao. Burning the body with 10,000 Daos, a path that does not borrow any divine flame of heaven and earth. What kind of monster has the Su family produced? How could they bear to let him train alone in this lower realm? The ancestor Qingqiu gazed at Su Chang'e in awe and shock until she saw the myriad Tao flames burn his body to ashes, and from the remains of destruction, a pure, flawless, indescribable divine flame was quietly ignited. A divine body in the flesh. I am ashamed. Even after death, I can witness the rise of such a prodigy. If he does not fall, he might rewrite the history of all worlds. The myriad realms could stand against the divine race only because the innate beings were scarce by nature, and in the face of adversity, the most populous human race gave rise to sages who bore the banner. Yet in the final moments of the Qingqiu ancestors' era, the divine race seemed to have realized that the myriad realms were not a monolithic whole, that without the divine race's external threat, the myriad realms would have been embroiled in endless internal strife. Should the day come when the divine race begins to divide the myriad realms, first allying with the strong and annihilating the weak, that would be the greatest crisis. If such a day ever arrives, who could stand alone across the ages? In essence, what the myriad realms lacked was a transcendent being like the divine sovereign of the divine race, one whose word could settle all. The current human Su clan could not achieve this, nor could the Supreme Hall. The ancient emperor of your, had he not fallen, might have had a sliver of hope. But now the Qingqiu ancestor saw this glimmer in Su Chang'e. He was walking a path no one had trod before. The next moment, "Chi!" A soft cry escaped Su Chang'e's lips. At that instant, the single spark of his own divine flame ignited within him, searing every trace of his existence. His cave heaven realm collapsed in lament and reformed, his supreme bone runes melted in the flames and recast. The origin of his Po Wang divine pupil underwent a thorough baptism. Just one step away. Such perseverance is truly rare. The Qingqiu ancestor watched her mind shaken. The agony of the myriad paths burning through his body made even her scalp tingle. Meanwhile, Tu Yu was also startled awake by the terrifying sight. Seeing Su Chang'e engulfed in chaotic flames, sometimes reduced to a golden skeleton, his physical form flickering between existence and void, her face turned pale with fright, and she immediately tried to rush over. But the Qingqiu ancestor held her back with her remaining power. Don't go. Your senior brother is walking an unprecedented path. He must not be disturbed. Withdraw now. You have also absorbed to the limit. Let him cultivate wholeheartedly. No need to keep a sliver of consciousness to lend you a strand of dragon transformation chi to aid your refinement. The Qingqiu ancestor spoke slowly, her expression complex as she watched Su Chang'e. She hadn't expected that he who usually addressed her respectfully as senior, but carried an inherent arrogance, could also be so thoughtful and gentle. Even at this moment, he did not forget to look after Tu Yu. To be honest, she felt a touch of emotion. Even if Su Chang'e drained the entire dragon transformation pool clean, she would not feel a single pang of regret, rather a hint of pride and joy. Should Su Chang'e one day stand atop the world, he would be the first to aid her path, blessing the Qingqiu lineage for 10,000 generations. Hearing the Qingqiu ancestor's words, Tu Yu paused slightly, her gray-blue eyes glistening with warmth. Her 10 cave heavens had already opened simultaneously, reaching the peak of the cave heaven realm. Her 9-tailed celestial fox bloodline seemed to stir with signs of awakening, an aura of terrifying demonic might radiating from her. Senior brother's flesh is gone, only bones remain. Is he really all right? Tu Yu asked, sobbing. She was not good at hiding her emotions, which were all written on her face. The Qingxiu ancestor comforted her, "Don't worry. The hardest moment has passed. Now only the finishing touches remain. Take this chance. Don't idle. Come with me and refine our clan's sacred artifact." Upon hearing this, Tu Yu, wiping her tears, asked in confusion, "Ancestor, isn't it only the clan leader who can refine it? I'll just bring the clan artifact back." "No need. Refine it directly." The Qingxiu ancestor's tone was firm. Leaving aside the current state of Qingxiu, Tu Yu's talent and bloodline would eventually make her the clan leader anyway. Moreover, her relationship with Su Chang'e, Qingxiu could only have her as the clan leader. Oh. Tu Yu nodded without overthinking, casting worried glances at Su Chang'e from time to time. Only when she sat beside the Qingxiu ancestor did the latter gather her last strength and thought. Bloodline as guide, condensed mirror to clarify the heart appear. Behold, a palm-sized ancient round mirror emerged from the void. Its surface was hazy like rippling water, as if shrouded in an eternal mist of moonlight. This was the sacred artifact of the Qingxiu Fox clan, lost for 10,000 years. The Qingxiu heart-reflecting mirror. While Tu Yu refined the sacred artifact, a voice also sounded in Su Chang'e's mind. Ding! Even in a critical moment, the host diverted his attention to help his junior sister refine the dragon transformation power, successfully moving her to tears. This is a great warmth. Rewards saint-grade divine ability, a step to the horizon. Considering the host's special state, it is temporarily stored in the system space. At this moment, Su Chang'e's consciousness was in an extremely profound state, as if time had become infinitely long. He felt himself being disassembled and then reassembled. The single spark of his primal divine flame within grew brighter, expanding at a visible rate. It needed no external power to grow, for it was itself the origin. The stronger Su Chang'e became, the stronger it grew. The moment this primal divine flame appeared, all the myriad Tao flames that had been burning him instantly became docile, as if meeting their sovereign, and transformed into streams of energy, nourishing it. Buzz. Su Chang'e's incinerated flesh reformed at an unimaginable speed. His newborn skin was as lustrous as jade, and his supreme bone ran with the Tao light of the origin. As my physical body stepped into the divine flame realm, Su Chang'e's consciousness recovered, mildly surprised. He hadn't expected such immense gains from the myriad paths cremation. Now, except for his cultivation realm, not being divine flame, unable to mobilize the laws of heaven and earth, his lifespan, divine sense, vitality, and physical strength were all at the divine flame level, even far surpassing ordinary divine flame cultivators. With the transformation of his aura, an extraordinary phenomenon reappeared. The universe paid homage. Above the ruins, the chaotic ocean-like phenomenon shifted again. Countless Tao runes were no longer merely manifesting, they revolved around the entrance of the ruins, as if in worship. In the void, the phantoms of gods and demons roaring, the chaos of heaven and earth's birth became even clearer. Some illusory figures even bowed toward the dragon transformation pool. After an unknown span of time, these phenomena quietly dissipated. Su Chang'e slowly opened his eyes, first glancing at the now crystal-clear dragon transformation pool, then fixing his gaze on Tu Yu, who was still refining the sacred artifact with closed eyes nearby. "Young Master Su has truly opened my old eyes to wonders." The Qingxiu ancestor spoke, her figure now so ethereal, it was almost indistinguishable. The next moment, her figure flashed, appearing beside Su Chang'e, and she threatened, "You've seen and touched. If young Master Su takes advantage and then refuses to take responsibility, this old one." She thought for a moment, realizing she had no real hold over Su Chang'e, and finally said firmly, "This old one will not speak well of you even in the afterlife." Su Chang'e was speechless. What did I even take? But seeing her aura nearly extinguished, he sighed softly and said, "Senior, rest assured. With young Master Su's word, this old one is at ease." The Qingxiu ancestor burst into hearty laughter, then her expression turned solemn. "Young Master Su walks a path no one has ever trod, laying a foundation of the perfect Tao unparalleled in history. But among the myriad realms and races there are countless with ill intentions. If this news spreads, those old monsters will surely target you. Some might even disregard the Su clan's might and attempt to seize this perfect Tao foundation. Therefore, I hope young Master Su will return to the Su clan on the day you truly step into the divine flame realm. With the protection of the Su family, no one could harm Su Chang'e. But if he were to kindle the divine fire in this lower realm, the outcome would be uncertain. Thank you for the reminder." Su Chang'e nodded in gratitude. "Lord Su, might this old one ask for a hint? Which branch of the Su family do you belong to?" The Qingxiu ancestor asked with utmost curiosity. Su Chang'e glanced at her. "Lord Su, when a man is on his deathbed, the deceased deserves respect, so." Su Chang'e finally answered calmly. As he spoke that name, a profound sense of grievance and deep longing stirred within his heart. Although that incident from years past was his fault, Su Chang'e still harbored immense resentment towards Su Qiong. and that longing seemed to be for his mother who had doted on him since childhood. Yes, Suchanga's parents were both still alive and were formidable figures, a stark contrast to the trope where the destined protagonist's parents are sacrificed to heaven. Upon hearing this, the Qingqiu ancestor's pupils contracted, and she gazed at Suchanga for a long time, unable to utter a word. Su Qiong, the #1 genius of the Su family in his era, already invincible in the spirit realm, possessing the heavens' domineering physique with unmatched combat power. He must long ago have become the master of the Su family, with the domineering physique reaching its ultimate stage. She never would have imagined that Suchanga was Su Qiong's son. The sheer magnitude of his background left her in awe. Now she understood even better. How could the crown prince of the Su family have come to this lower realm alone? Could it truly be without a guardian? That was absolutely impossible. He was likely observing everything from somewhere unseen. So he is the offspring of that venerable one. No wonder he is such a prodigy. The Qingqiu ancestor thought in shock, her figure growing increasingly transparent. Suchanga looked at her and asked, "Senior, are you about to depart?" The Qingqiu ancestor nodded. "Is there anything unfinished you still wish to attend to?" Suchanga asked after a moment of silence. After all, he had received her help. But the Qingqiu ancestor shook her head with a smile and said, "Nothing. Having seen my descendant and utterly erased that beast, my ties to this world are severed. The reason I remain here is to convey one final message to Lord Su." Suchanga raised his eyes and gazed at her, asking, "What?" The Qingqiu ancestor gave a slight nod, her figure gradually transforming into specks of starlight, whispering in her heart, "Second brother, third sister, eldest sister are coming to find you. Senior, won't you say goodbye to you?" Suchanga added. The Qingqiu ancestor shook her head and said calmly, "Partings are sorrowful, why add to the trouble? Farewell." The lingering will of the second-generation ancestor of the Qingqiu clan then completely dissipated. The moment after she departed, phew, Tu Yu slowly opened her eyes, having already integrated the Fox clan's sacred artifact into her body. "Senior brother, you're alive." "Yes, my skin seems to have become even better." "Huh, where is the ancestor?" As soon as Tu Yu woke up, she began chattering nonstop. "He still has some matters to attend to and has left first," Suchanga said casually, then slowly rose to his feet. "Let's go, we should exit as well." Suchanga glanced at the sky, unaware of how long it had taken him to kindle the divine fire. "Oh," Tu Yu nodded, a fleeting sadness flickering in her eyes. But she cheered up quickly after encountering Li Pujuan and the others. "Lord Su, it's been half a month, and you finally arrived. We've collected everything with absolutely nothing left behind." Li Pujuan rushed forward with immense excitement, dozens of spatial rings floating in the air. Whenever he inadvertently glanced at Suchanga, an involuntary tremor would stir within his heart. It was as if he were facing an existence far beyond his comprehension. Behind Li Pujuan, those cultivators who had mostly recovered rose to their feet one by one, gazing respectfully at Suchanga. Shuiyu, who had never left, watched from behind an ancient tree. The arrogance that had once defined her gaze was gone, replaced by a resigned silence and a touch of curiosity. Had he truly been the one to trigger that divine fire phenomenon? Half a month. Suchanga frowned slightly. Had it really been that long? Instinctively, he turned his gaze toward the ancient forest nearby, his brow furrowing as he couldn't help but ask, "What's going on here?" The ancient forest now looked entirely different from before, its trees meticulously pruned into figures kneeling in deep reverence. "Oh, after having nothing to do later, I trimmed these ancient trees into various postures of homage to Lord Su, symbolizing the eternal prosperity of his great Tao. Just a small craft." Li Pujuan scratched his head and smiled. Suchanga shot a sidelong glance at Li Pujuan, thinking to himself, what a character. Meanwhile, Tu Yu curiously opened a spatial ring beside her, her expression instantly lighting up with amazement, as she exclaimed repeatedly, "Senior brother, look. So many treasures. We'll examine them carefully when we return." Suchanga said softly, then glanced at the excited cultivators watching him, and added after a moment's thought, "You may each take 1/10 of what you've obtained." "Thank you, Lord Su." "Yea, Lord Su's great kindness needs no words of thanks." "Lord Su, I must confess I have no interest in such worldly possessions. I am 81 years old this year, the prime age to strive. If Lord Su does not disdain me, I would gladly follow you to explore the Yuan Yang realm." "I feel the same." Hearing these cacophonous voices, Suchanga merely offered a calm smile without responding. Li Pujuan immediately stepped forward and declared, "That's enough. Lord Su has spoken. Everyone may claim their rewards according to their merits. As for certain individuals, don't come trying to catch fish in troubled waters." His words were naturally directed at Shui Yu and the others. "Recluse. We." An elderly man's face flushed red. Shui Yu's expression darkened as she said, "Let's go." Throughout the entire process, Suchanga didn't so much as glance at Shui Yu, having seemingly forgotten her very existence. After everyone received their rewards and exited the ruins, Yunming Marsh had already emptied out, and the Taiching tea gathering automatically concluded with their departure. At the same time, a figure transformed into a streak of light and landed beside Su Chang'e. Lord Su, you've emerged, Zhao Wanshan said, obsequiously showing great reverence towards Su Chang'e, whose mastery of Ti Dao had reached perfection. Su Chang'e nodded and looked at him inquiringly. Is there nothing else to attend to in Luyun City? Why have you been waiting here all this time? Zhao Wanshan grinned and replied, Lord Su, Masterly Fengzhu was originally waiting for you here, but a few days ago he received a message from the sect and had to rush back. Something about attending the Tianxian Dynasty Court Assembly, though I didn't catch it clearly. Before leaving, Master Li instructed me to wait here for your emergence. If you were unharmed, I was to tell you to deliver his life-bound artifact to his disciple. Hearing this, Su Chang'e nodded and said, I understand. Thank you for your trouble. Has the Tianxian Court Assembly begun? Who is leading the delegation? Not troubling at all. Not troubling in the slightest. Zhao Wanshan repeated eagerly, then seemed to recall something else, and added, By the way, Lord Su, there's one more matter. Today the Ning clan from the northern region sent someone to Taiching sect for reasons unknown. Ning family. Su Chang'e frowned slightly upon hearing this. Coming so soon. He had planned to first go to the Luyun Merchant Guild, comprehend the rented formation, and step into the venerable realm before returning to the sect. But he wondered if the situation back at the sect was urgent. Thinking this, he suddenly realized he still had the Taiching sect's communication artifact. Immediately, he took out the communication stone. As he infused it with spiritual energy, messages instantly piled up to 99. The one who sent him the most messages was Li Qingfeng's disciple, the chief of the third peak, Su Qi. Su, are you asleep? Still troubled about not passing the trial? Tisk, it's no big deal. If you're stuck, just jerk off, it'll make you feel better. I'm telling you, with 3 gorgeous junior sisters right there, not flirting with them is a total waste. Holy shit, Su Chang'e, you're really hiding it deep. Even I was fooled. What's up with Lin Tianling? If my master hadn't secretly told me, I wouldn't have known you're so awesome. Not replying. Playing hard to get. Alright, Su Chang'e. We said, when we get rich we won't forget each other. So does love fade away? You there? Oh, I heard from my master that you went to the Taiching tea party. Su Chang'e, when did you achieve Ti Dao perfection? So all along when I made tea for you, you were pretending to be stupid? I want to die? Don't reply. Goodbye. Su, if you receive this, please reply. Today a few arrogant pricks from the northern domain Ning family came. Let's go teach them a lesson. Su Chang'e's eyelids twitched violently upon seeing these messages, but he couldn't help laughing. Su Qi was his only friend in the Taiching sect. They had met during a training in a secret realm where Su Chang'e was saved by Su Qi. Otherwise, given Su Chang'e's original personality, he would never have any dealings with this guy who talks nonsense all the time. The next second, Su Chang'e began to reply. You there? Su Chang'e, after a moment. I thought you were dead, replying only now. Su Qin, what's up? Did you find something in the ruins again? Su Qin, first tell me about the Ning family's visit to the Taiching sect today. Su Chang'e, there's nothing to say. They just strolled around. But I didn't expect the prodigy of the northern domain Ning family's generation to look like a 7 or 8-year-old kid with innate divine power and already at the early array formation stage. Simply awesome. Su Qin, didn't they mention anything? Did they trouble the 9th peak? Su Chang'e, no, not when I was outside. Now I don't know. I've been locked in a cave by my master. Su Qin. Why? Su Chang'e, how the hell would I know that the 7 or 8-year-old is actually in his 20s and the young master of the Ning family? I thought I'd tease the kid and ask him to let me squeeze his dick. Then someone knocked me out, and I woke up stuck here. Su Qin. Su Chang'e's mouth twitched momentarily at a loss for words. Is this guy really the one with innate righteous chi that Li Qingfeng mentioned? However, Su Chang'e felt a temporary relief. At least the Ning family hadn't resorted to force. It seemed they weren't here to forcibly take Ning Fuyao away. That meant he still had some time. With his heaven-defying comprehension speed, it wouldn't delay him much. Thinking this, Su Chang'e decided to hurry to the Luyun Merchant Guild. Big senior brother, what's up with the Ning family? Could it be related to second senior sister? You guessed randomly. Su Chang'e glanced at her and thought, this mouth is blessed. Let's go. And meanwhile, Zhao Wanshan beside him noticed a very strange phenomenon. All the cultivators who had emerged from the ruins stood respectfully aside, silently gazing at Su Chang'e. Their eyes held fervor, gratitude, adoration, and even a hint of madness. After hearing the conversation between Zhao Wanshan and Su Chang'e, Li Pujuan stepped forward first, cupped his hands, and said with a resolute tone, Lord Su, if there is a battle, I will return when summoned. And the dozens of cultivators from the inscription to the peak of array formation all spoke up. Lord Su, if you have need, I am willing to risk my life. It's just the northern domain Ning family, let's fight them. An old cultivator with white hair and beard whose aura had not yet fully calmed suddenly raised his head, a flash of fierceness in his eyes. Although I have been immersed in the Ti Dao and the Dongshin domain for many years, I have also stayed in major powers before. I still have many sworn brothers. Lord Su, if anything comes up, just call. Another cultivator with a slightly refined demeanor, but now full of murderous intent in his brows, chimed in his voice, carrying a hint of Jianghu brashness. I'll say no more. I am willing to shed blood for Lord Su. This, Zhao Wanshan was stunned. Was the power of Ti Dao perfection really this great? The more he listened, the more confused he became. Were these people insane? Didn't they know the level of the Northern Domain Ning family? That was the transcendent hegemon that unified the Northern Domain. Were they tired of living? What exactly happened in the ruins? If I hadn't consulted a fortune teller this year and been told my luck was bad, I would have gone in to see. It's fine, everyone, please disperse first. I have some urgent matters to attend to. Farewell. Su Chang'e smiled warmly, waved his hand, and his figure vanished in a flash. At his words, those figures respectfully dispersed, with some still taking the opportunity to pledge their loyalty, telling Su Chang'e that if anything happened, they must be called. This made Su Chang'e have to politely decline with embarrassment. Fellow Taoist Li, what's going on? Zhao Wanshan, looking utterly confused, sidled up to Li Pujuan and asked in a low voice. Li Pujuan glanced at him sideways and said casually, "You'll find out soon enough. This Northern Domain Ning family is nothing in front of Lord Su. Such an extraordinary existence would undoubtedly be invincible in the future." Huh? Zhao Wanshan was stunned and pressed. What do you mean? You'll know soon enough. Li Pujuan smiled mysteriously. The matters in the secret realm would inevitably come to light. Zhao Wanshan's mouth twitched as he cursed inwardly. Is that the only thing you can say? In the blink of an eye, Su Chang'e arrived at the Luoyuan branch. This time he was greeted by an unfamiliar face, not the familiar Xiao Lv. A young man with a gentle temperament and appropriate demeanor stepped forward, bowed calmly, and said, "Respected guest Zhini Mishijuo, the guild master has been waiting for a long time. Please follow me." Su Chang'e nodded. It was not surprising that Feng Wuxing knew he was coming so quickly. If the Luoyuan Merchant Guild couldn't receive such news in advance, how could it have branches across the entire Yuanyang realm? Then he said a few words to Tu Yu, telling her to wait for a while, and followed the young man up to the third floor. As he ascended the stairs, Su Chang'e couldn't help but think of Xiao Lv. Strangely enough, after the dark space, he had never seen her again, as if she had completely disappeared. Was it because she sensed the danger of the divine race, and used some method to leave the secret realm? Very likely. This woman was indeed far from ordinary. Upon reaching the third floor, Su Chang'e saw Feng Wuxing rise with a beaming smile to greet him. "Please, this way, Master Su." He had even changed his address. The tea ceremony was perfected, and at such a young age, it was enough to earn such treatment. Su Chang'e nodded and said, "Spare me the pleasantries. Take me to the secret chamber directly. I am busy." Feng Wuxing was taken aback for a moment, then urged, "Master Su, since you have spent a fortune to rent the array, wouldn't it be a pity not to witness its wonders? If you are pressed for time, you could attend to your affairs first and return later. I can do my utmost to negotiate a delay of a few days." "No need," Su Chang'e replied calmly. "I will be done soon." This left Feng Wuxing momentarily at a loss, but he did not dare to pry further. He merely nodded and said, "Then please follow me, Master Su." Passing through several layers of shimmering protective arrays, the two arrived at a secret chamber. Inside, towering bookshelves lined the room, filled with a dazzling array of formation manuals and jade slips. Feng Wuxing, with a hint of pride, said, "Master Su, I have exhausted my abilities over these past days and gathered 18 top-grade heaven-tier formations, 32 mid-grade heaven-tier formations, 72 low-grade heaven-tier formations, and countless earth-tier formations. Are you satisfied?" To amass these, especially those rare texts considered forbidden secrets by major sects, he had nearly exhausted his lifelong connections. Su Chang'e nodded in satisfaction and said, "The quantity should be sufficient." The next moment, with a flick of his fingers, several prepared porcelain bottles flew into Feng Wuxing's hands. Feng Wuxing took them, and with a sweep of his divine sense, ecstasy surged within him, and his smile grew even brighter. Seeing Su Chang'e stride toward the bookshelves and casually pick up a scroll titled The Zhou Tian Xing Chun Array Diagram to study, he tactfully cupped his hands and withdrew. "Master Su, please concentrate on your study. If you need anything, do not hesitate to command me." The heavy stone door of the secret chamber slowly closed, sealing off all clamor. How strange. Why the rush? Could he possibly comprehend all of them in such a short time? These young people these days, I simply cannot understand them. Feng Wuxing muttered a few words before shaking his head and leaving. Inside the secret chamber, Su Chang'e stood still for a moment, sinking his mind into the sea of consciousness. System exchange, all cultivation time. Ding. Successfully exchanged 9 months of cultivation time. It has been injected into the host. A torrent of pure ocean-like energy surged into his limbs and bones, and at the same time, his heaven-defying comprehension was ignited. Others thought he only had this brief moment, But in reality, Su Chang'e had 9 months. With heaven-defying comprehension and 9 months, how could he fail? The next moment, Su Chang'e lifted his gaze, and the formation manuals on the shelves began to rustle, as if blown by an unseen wind, pages flipping rapidly. Countless ancient array runes, as if imbued with life, turned into streams of light rushing into his brow. Heaven-defying comprehension studying the Zhou Tian Xing Chun array diagram, comprehending the power of the starry sky array. Based on the host's unique affinity for the myriad paths after being burned by them, this diagram reached its peak after 3 days. Heaven-defying comprehension studying the Tian Yuling Huang array diagram, comprehending the power of the netherworld array. Based on the host's unique affinity for the myriad paths after being burned by them, this diagram reached its peak after 3 days. Heaven-defying comprehension studying the Tai Iqian Kuan array diagram, comprehending the power of the heaven and earth array. Based on the host's unique affinity for the myriad paths after being burned by them, this diagram reached its peak after 3 days. The top-grade heaven-tier formations like the Liang Yi Chen array and the Hun Yuan Wuji array, these supreme formations that would take an ordinary array master a lifetime to study, were now swiftly integrated and mastered in Su Chang'e's heart. His aura began to ascend at an astonishing speed, Tao rhythms swirling around him, and the sound of the great Tao rumbled silently within the chamber. After an unknown span of time, perhaps an instant, perhaps an eternity, Su Chang'e suddenly opened his eyes. Within his pupils, countless formations were born and extinguished, as if encompassing the cycle of a universe's birth and death. Heaven-defying comprehension, you deduced the myriad arrays and created a formation uniquely your own. At the same time, brand new array runes imbued with unique Tao rhythms materialized out of thin air. They were no longer confined to fixed forms, now appearing as dragons soaring through the heavens, now as lotuses in bloom, now as humanoid silhouettes bearing Su Chang'e's visage, intertwining and coalescing within him, until finally a formation resembling the scene of creation began to take shape. Heaven-defying comprehension, the host has successfully created a formation and forged his own path. Boom. At the moment the formation took shape, it seemed some barrier within Su Chang'e was utterly shattered. A vast, overwhelming pressure far surpassing before surged into the sky. Were it not for the chamber's array, the terrifying spiritual energy fluctuations would have alarmed the entire city. And behind him, a divine disk symbolizing his own great Tao coalesced. This divine disk defied description, shrouded in primordial chaos, hazy and indistinct like the embryo of a nascent universe. Within that chaos, the sun, moon, and stars could be faintly seen orbiting earth, water, fire, and wind surged, and countless intricate primal Tao runes drifted and sank. It was not a lifeless object, but slowly rotated, occasionally resonating with the surrounding void, exuding a supreme ancient aura that governed all rise and fall. At the same time, the spiritual energy within him underwent a qualitative transformation, evolving toward divine power. It was also at the moment the divine disk appeared that Su Chang'e's brow furrowed slightly. He sensed that the great Tao of this world was suppressing him, unwilling to let him break through, and faintly, he felt the approach of tribulation. Just then, deep within his soul, a violet crystalline divine tower radiated an unparalleled divine might, completely isolating Su Chang'e's aura. Lingwei Divine Tower. Su Chang'e immediately realized that it was his only saint-grade artifact that had severed the aura of the heavenly tribulation. He had not expected that the life-saving trump card his mother had given him at his coming-of-age ceremony would possess such a function. Of course, this was also because it was the lower realm where the myriad paths were incomplete and the heavenly Tao was flawed. In the upper realm, not even a saint-grade artifact, let alone an emperor-grade one, could stop the heavenly Tao. But Su Chang'e had no time to think too much. He focused entirely on breaking through. As his lifespan surged dramatically and his spiritual energy was completely transformed into divine power, the venerable realm was achieved. Venerable. Su Chang'e slowly opened his eyes, somewhat dazed. This speed was simply too fast. Now his realm could rival that of the Nine Peaks Masters, and with his various buffs like a divine body, there were probably few opponents left in the Taiching sect. At this rate, it would not be long before he could sweep through the entire Yuanyang realm. It's only been a month. When Yixian sees me in 3 months, will he be stunned? Su Chang'e couldn't help but smile at the thought. At the same time, in a sparsely populated area of Luyun City, within a quiet villa. Yixian, I hope you won't challenge Su Chang'e, okay? In the courtyard, on either side of a stone table, 2 figures sat facing each other. Shui Yu gazed at the increasingly gaunt face opposite her, pondered for a long time, and finally spoke. To be honest, she didn't want to say these things while he was injured. But she truly couldn't stand by and watch Yixian go to his death. Was this a challenge? This was going to be a massacre. Sitting across from her was a young man dressed in plain black clothes. His posture was as straight as a pine. Even while seated, he exuded an air of solitary uprightness. His face still bore traces of past handsomeness, but now it was pale from long unhealed wounds. His pitch-black eyes gleamed with determination. This was Yi Xian, a dark horse from the Great Yin dynasty, one of the two major dynasties of Eastern Xian in the royal tournament. Once considered a waste by his clan, he serendipitously activated the remnant soul teacher on his stone ring, and thus began his legend. Over 3 years he continuously created miracles, never favored to win, yet always laughing last. He narrowly escaped life and death crises, countless times attributing them to mere luck. For instance, he nearly died, seizing a heavenly strange fire, but turned misfortune into fortune by successfully refining it. And at the brink of death he encountered Shui Yu, who lent aid and allowed him to heal here. Gradually he was no longer the silent fallen waste. He had become a genius with an invincible heart and the audacity to crush the heavens. Yi Xian didn't show much emotional fluctuation upon hearing this. He simply smiled warmly and asked, "Jusher, you seem somewhat melancholy since your return. What's wrong?" She shook her head slowly and evaded the question. "None of that matters anymore." Then she took a deep breath, her gaze suddenly sharp as she stared at Yi Xian, her tone unprecedentedly solemn. "Yi Xian, I consider you a dear friend. I speak from the bottom of my heart. I will never harm you." Seeing her so grave, Yi Xian furrowed his brow slightly. "Jusher, do you mean I will encounter danger if I challenge Su Chang'e?" Shui Yu, recalling the terror of Su Chang'e annihilating the divine clan, a flicker of fear in her eyes, said, "More than that. You will surely die." At these words, Yi Xian's eyes showed a hint of confidence. He chuckled lightly. "Many have told me before that my journey would be fraught with peril, but I survived in the end." Shui Yu hastily interjected, No. This time is truly different. That Su Chang'e is no ordinary spiritual transformation cultivator. He is a monster. Not to mention you, even if you search the entire history of the Yuanyang realm, you won't find a second like him." "Jusher." Yi Xian interrupted Shui Yu in a steady voice, then slowly rose and chuckled lightly. "I, Yi Xian, believe only that the brave prevail when meeting on a narrow path. There has never been a sure win or sure loss situation. If Jusher is truly worried, then..." As he spoke, he no longer concealed his aura. Boom. A high-level spiritual transformation aura instantly burst forth. 7th level of the spiritual transformation realm. At the same time, his spiritual energy was covered with a white flame, its terrifying heat instantly spreading, making the space around him seem illusory. Such might was truly fearsome. The pressure Yi Xian emitted at this moment alone could rival that of the 8th or even 9th level of spiritual transformation. Like this. "Can Jusher be at ease?" Yi Xian said somewhat helplessly, but thinking that Jusher was worried for him, he had no choice but to resort to this. At the same time, a clear female voice sounded in Yi Xian's mind, and the stone ring on his right index finger emitted a faint glimmer. "He who would have thought you'd start showing off one day. How does it feel? Not bad, huh?" Yi Xian replied helplessly in his mind, "Teacher, please stop teasing me." What's there to fear? With your current strength, you should let your brilliance shine. Always hiding your talent will turn you into a pig. Besides, you're a prodigy. Who would have thought you'd turn misfortune into fortune? After refining the Xian, Yin flame heart, you now possess half a divine body." The woman in the stone ring with a cold expression looked at him with approval. Yi Xian smiled and replied, "Just luck." At this moment, Shui Yu, who had been silent for a long time, sighed deeply and stood up. "Yi Xian, I'll be straightforward. Although your current strength is impressive, I'm afraid you don't even qualify to fight him. Earlier, I went to the ruins and encountered Su Chang'e. She told everything, not wanting to discourage Yi Xian so bluntly, but she truly didn't want to see him go to his death." As her words fell, Yi Xian stood there stunned for a few seconds. The female teacher's voice was the first to sound in his mind. Preposterous. Has he ever seen the divine clan? All pure assumptions. And sweeping through the divine clan at the same realm. Absolutely impossible. If Su Chang'e truly had such strength, the Taiching sect would have made him the sect leader, not just the chief disciple. Yi Xian pressed further in his mind. "Teacher, what is the divine clan? This is not something someone at your level should be exposed to, but since it's been mentioned, I'll tell you in advance. The realm you are in is called the lower realm, named Yuanyang realm. There are tens of thousands of similar small worlds. Above these small worlds is the spirit realm, also known as the upper realm. Your teacher comes from there. In the spirit realm, myriad races coexist." Hearing these words, Yi Xian's pupils contracted slightly, his eyes filled with shock. This world was actually this vast. No wonder teacher always said I was like a frog at the bottom of a well. In the spirit realm, wars never cease. The boundless silver sea divides the two major battlefields. The combined forces of all races resist those primordial beings. As you might have guessed, they are the divine clan. When the woman in the stone ring mentioned the divine clan, she gritted her silver teeth fiercely. Exactly. She had encountered a powerful divine clan member, was brutally beaten, and could only escape with a remnant soul, mistakenly entering a spatial rift and arriving in this lower realm, requiring the combined resistance of all races. Yi Xian couldn't help but gasp. He then heard his teacher continue speaking. The divine clan is powerful. They are born with divine marks, and their lifespan is nearly immortal and indestructible. This matches the saying not born of heaven and earth, thus able to live forever. Even the weakest divine clan member is far stronger than any creature of the myriad races. Their bodies are comparable to divine iron, and the runes they command are primal forces. Therefore, facing them at the same realm is almost certain death. Only those who are invincible among humans at the same realm can contend. Do you understand now? He single-handedly swept through the divine clan, or with 4 or 5 powerful followers. Is that possible? As for the suspicion of igniting the divine fire, that's even more nonsense. Even my idol in the spirit realm, the extraordinary figure of the Su family, only ignited the divine fire at the age of 30. This is absolutely impossible. After listening, Yi Xian nodded slightly. Indeed, this was too preposterous. However, being always composed, he did not criticize the matter. Instead, he asked in his mind, Teacher Jusher should not be lying to me. There must be some trickery involved. If this venerable one's guess is correct, there should be a lingering will of a peerless powerhouse within the ruins. Perhaps it was he who took control of Su Chang's body and caused those actions. Don't forget, isn't that how you turned the tables back in that secret realm? Upon hearing this, Yi Xian nodded repeatedly, as he thought there was only one explanation. However, he never expected that Su Chang'e would also have such fortune. The communication between him and his master took place in that instant. Afterwards, fearing trouble, he did not explain further to Shui Yu, and simply smiled reassuringly to ease her worries. Shui Yu felt somewhat relieved when Yi Xian agreed. She then inquired about Yi Xian's injuries before departing. After she left, Yi Xian gazed into the distance and said, the people he oppresses, I must save them. There are still 2 months. Master, my injuries are almost healed. We can start training. Don't rush. Although that little Taoist nun said something incredible, it would be hard to feel at ease without seeing it for yourself, the woman within the ring said after some thought. Master is right. Yi Xian nodded, then frowned and added, but the Taiching sect's grand ceremony is still 2 months away. The sect rules are strict normally. How can we get in? And even if we do, how can we see him? There will always be a way. First, heal your injuries in the Taiching domain and cultivate the blue-silver fire great entanglement technique. Yes, master. On the other side, Su Chang'e slowly calmed the divine power within him, and all the phenomena around him gradually faded. However, the light in his eyes grew even deeper and transcendent. Done. Su Chang'e clapped his hands, then glanced at the incense timer for measuring time in the distance. It had only just been lit, and there was still a long time before he could access the texts. Seems a bit of a loss. Must remember next time. Then he stood up and walked leisurely, pushing open the door of the secret chamber. Feng Wuxing had not gone far. Perhaps he was pondering something, not in a hurry to leave. Feng Wuxing was slightly startled, then turned to look at Su Chang'e with confusion. Lord Su, this. Is there some preparation that hasn't been done properly? Could it be that he tried and found he couldn't comprehend, so he wants a refund? This would be troublesome. But the tea ceremony is complete. Oh well, if he returns it, so be it. As long as I can gain this favor. But Su Chang'e's answer completely baffled him. I'm already done. Thank you for this. If there's a chance to cooperate again, farewell. Su Chang'e smiled faintly, said this, then walked straight past Feng Wuxing and left. Feng Wuxing. What the hell? Finished. Even a piss wouldn't be this fast. The next moment, Feng Wuxing's figure disappeared into the secret chamber. The terrifying divine power that had not yet fully dissipated greeted him, leaving him stunned in place. Respected. Respected. Feng Wuxing's voice trembled slightly, his face filled with disbelief. He was himself at the respected realm, so he was no stranger to divine power. The chamber was emanating that pure divine force. Even the lingering trace of it made his scalp tingle and his heart tremble. Clearly, the owner of this aura was far stronger than him. But only one person had been in this chamber. Has Su Chang'e entered the respected realm? This thought surged, and Feng Wuxing's pupils suddenly cleared, his fists clenched. Report. Must report. After leaving the secret chamber, Su Chang'e went straight back to the trade hall, where he saw Tu Yuyu sitting obediently on a chair, completely absorbed in the scene composed of flowing images before her. That thing was almost identical to the movies he knew in his past life. This fantasy world actually has such entertainment. Su Chang'e was surprised, and he walked slowly to his junior sister's side. Let's go, stop watching. Senior brother, I haven't finished watching yet. Tu Yuyu replied without turning her head, completely absorbed. Come see it next time. Su Chang'e's tone was final. As he spoke, he reached out and grabbed the little girl's collar. Hey, senior brother, why are you lifting me by the back of the neck? I'm not a kitten. In the end, Su Chang'e, just as when they came, took Tu Yuyu onto the flying boat and departed as a streak of light. With his current cultivation, flying through the air wouldn't be much slower, but since there was a ready-made means of transport, why not save some effort? The flying boat pierced through clouds and mist and in the blink of an eye the mist-wreathed mountain gate of Taiching sect was already right before them. Soon some servant disciples hurried forward and respectfully steadied the flying boat for Su Chang'e. "Senior brother Su, you've come." The disciple looked up, his eyes full of reverence. Su Chang'e merely nodded slightly, his expression indifferent. Even if unintentional, that innate aloofness still intimidated the few servant disciples who dared not meet his gaze. "Ahem, I'm such a big living person here, can't you see me?" Tu Yu crossed her arms, her face full of displeasure. The disciple's face turned pale, and he hastily bowed. "Disciple greets senior sister too." "It was this junior brother's poor eyesight. Please forgive me, senior sister." Tu Yu then nodded in a mature manner, satisfied. Teachable. Don't be nervous, just polish the flying boat of our ninth peak properly. If you do, well, you'll be rewarded. As she spoke, she smugly patted Su Chang'e beside her. "My senior brother has plenty of money." She spoke with great boldness. On this trip to the secret realm, she had seen at least 40 or 50 spatial rings alone, not counting the gains within the secret realm. Although she didn't know their exact value, it was easy to imagine they were very wealthy. The corner of Su Chang'e's mouth twitched slightly. The other servant disciples immediately understood and knew which flattery to use, so they began to chatter. "Oh, senior sister too has actually reached the peak of the cavern heaven realm. How amazing and formidable. Indeed, senior sister too is not only so beautiful and has such a great figure, but her talent is also monstrous. I'm so jealous. I've always said that senior sister two of the ninth peak is the kindest, the most good-hearted, and will have the highest future achievements." Tu Yu was delighted to hear this, and was about to hand out some benefits, but Su Chang'e lifted her away. It wasn't that he was reluctant to give back to the sect disciples. Given his character having been cared for by Taiching sect over the years, he would not shirk when needed. But he couldn't let her be a money-dispensing child like this. From Tu Yu's previous spending of spirit stones, it was clear that this girl's spending habits were on par with those who didn't even know what spirit stones were. Su Chang'e did not immediately inquire about the arrival of the Ning family. Instead, he planned to return to the ninth peak, first to check on Ning Fuyao. But just as he brought Tu Yu to the mountainside, a large-headed doll suddenly appeared and blocked their way. This doll was oddly shaped with a slightly disproportionate head-to-body ratio, but its eyes were astonishingly bright. He stood firmly, hands behind his back, and spoke in a tone utterly incongruous with his childish appearance. "Are you Su Chang'e? My cousin's senior brother." Su Chang'e cast a downward glance, and the other party's cultivation realm was laid bare before him. It was the initial stage of array formation. Moreover, unlike any array formation cultivator he had encountered before, the killing intent radiating from the formation within his body was extraordinarily terrifying, imbued with the innate Tao rhythm. He didn't even need to guess the other's identity. The traits were too obvious. Tu Yu, however, remained completely oblivious. Seeing someone daring to disrespect the senior brother, she immediately widened her azure gray eyes, raised her hand rudely, and pointed at him, scolding. "Oh, what brat popped out of nowhere? Don't you know the rules? Open your eyes wide and see clearly. This is the ninth peak of Taiching sect. How dare you address my senior brother's name directly?" Before she finished speaking, her gaze inadvertently fell on the other's unusually large head circumference. Her reprimand abruptly halted, and a flicker of undisguised surprise flashed in her eyes. Tilting her head, her tone instantly shifted from accusation to pure curiosity. "Huh? Wait your head. Senior brother, look, his head is both big and round." Hearing this, Su Chang'e was slightly taken aback. His eyes narrowed, and he almost couldn't help but respond this bowl. Fortunately, he held back. However, Su Chang'e said nothing more, merely watching this young master of the Ning family, seemingly accustomed to such face-slapping plots. But soon he realized things were somewhat different from what he had imagined. Clearly, Tu Yu's words immediately caused Ning Hao's expression to shift slightly, as if stepping on his sore spot. He hated it when others commented on his big head, though it truly was large. These people from Taiching sect are utterly rude. "Forget it, this must be the little junior sister my cousin mentioned. I won't bother with her." Ning Hao curled the corner of his mouth, then composed himself, and began to scrutinize Su Chang'e. From Tu Yu's words, he had already deduced the identity of the man before him. As luck would have it, he had originally planned to simply wander around today, and unexpectedly encountered a peer whose cultivation he could not fathom. The other's appearance matched the description he had heard, so he came forward to ask, and indeed it was him. Then Ning Hao clasped his hands behind his back, and said confidently, "Let me introduce myself first. My surname is Ning single name Hao. I come from the Ning clan of the Northern Domain. Yes, the Ning clan you're thinking of, the overlord of the Northern Domain. And I am the present champion of this generation of the Ning clan, the foremost among the young generation of the Northern Domain, and also the cousin of Ning Fuyao." "Oh," Su Chang'e replied indifferently. "Off." Tu Yu was startled and immediately said, "You are third senior sister's cousin. Are you here to joke? Don't talk nonsense, you little brat, trying to take advantage of me. If he was third senior sister's cousin, wouldn't she have to call him elder brother?" Ning Hao was stunned. Suchanga's reaction was not what he had expected. Just an oh, didn't he know what the Ning clan of the Northern Domain represented? It was even more powerful than your Taiching sect. And I am the foremost young cultivator of the Northern Domain. Couldn't you at least show a little surprise or confusion? And this little girl, you only pick out one sentence to listen to. Can't you hear the rest? However, recalling Uncle Ling's instructions, Ning Hao restrained himself, maintaining a calm demeanor and smiling. Well, your bearing is not bad. Something on your mind, Doi? Suchanga raised an eyebrow slightly, having lost patience for this chatter. Don't be so tense. If I really wanted to make a move, you would already be lying down by now. Ning Hao smiled faintly, then spoke with an air of authority. Our Ning clan does not forget favors. I sought you out merely to thank you, so relax. He continued with his hands behind his back. Although my cousin resides in such humble quarters on your 9th peak, since you stood up for her and struck that so-called princess of Tianxin dynasty, I won't make things difficult for you. As for why I want to thank you, that is the most important reason I sought you out. I truly never expected my cousin's sword talent to be so monstrous. At this, even Ning Hao revealed a look of shock. When he arrived at Taiching sect, he saw Ning Fuyao achieve sword Dao entry in a single day, triggering celestial phenomena. From what he had learned, Ning Fuyao had never even touched a sword before. If such news were to reach the Ning clan, his second uncle would surely change his mind about the arranged marriage. Of course, Ning Hao also noticed that his cousin's senior sister was extremely special. Despite only having the peak of Cavern Heaven cultivation, she gave him a sense of danger. Her performance in the Divine Tower especially surprised him, as if she were not a mere teenage girl. Even he at her cultivation level might not have done as well. A tiny 9th peak housing two such outstanding prodigies. There was definitely something to it. Thinking this, Ning Hao couldn't help but glance at Suchanga again and said, of course her talent awakening might have nothing to do with you, but since Fuyao has been under your care these years, you won't be shortchanged. You should be at the rune engraving realm, right? He had guessed this from his cousin's description. Although Suchanga had subdued his opponent in one move, he had seen many geniuses capable of such within the same realm. Unless the gap in strength was extremely narrow, a single move sufficed. Seeing Suchanga not respond, Ning Hao continued with an air of superiority. I suppose it's understandable. Taiching sect is still inferior to Yuanshan sect. Achieving rune engraving realm is no small feat for you. You're lucky. These are 3 jars of spiritual tea I bought at the auction house yesterday upon arriving in the Eastern Domain. They contain Dao rhythm and will greatly benefit you. Consider them a gift. As he spoke, he pointed a finger, and 3 porcelain bottles materialized before Suchanga. Senior brother, these bottles look very familiar. Tu Yu whispered, frowning. Suchanga glanced at the porcelain bottles. How could they not be familiar? Wasn't this the tea he had given to Xiao Lu to pass to Feng Wuxing? But he remembered giving only 1 bottle. How did 3 appear? Had they diluted it with water? The Yuanyang Chamber of Commerce really was fleecing the young master of the Northern Domain. Seeing Suchanga staring at the bottles as if deep in thought, Ning Hao assumed he was stunned and said with a smile, take them. I'm truly giving them to you. However, to his surprise, Suchanga dropped a single sentence and walked past him, his words seemingly directed at him, yet not. I don't drink overnight tea either. Tu Yu, following closely behind, gave him a look as if he were an idiot. Ning Hao left standing there, darkened, his expression a flicker of anger burning in his eyes. Enough was enough. How could he, the young master of the Ning clan and the foremost young cultivator of the Northern Domain, have no pride? Stop! Ning Hao shouted coldly, and the formation patterns on his body surfaced, as if naturally formed, responding to his will. Suchanga didn't turn his head, merely glancing behind him. Innate Grand Dao formation patterns. No wonder he was unrivaled among his peers in the Northern Domain at the initial array formation stage. In his deep memory, innate Grand Dao formation patterns were not unfamiliar. Legend had it that they were born from the evolution of the Grand Dao, forming a natural great formation with terrifying power, far surpassing ordinary formation patterns, granting their possessor the ability to cross realms to kill. These patterns could not be refined or comprehended, appearing only in some monstrous talents from birth, giving them a head start over others. The Su family had a few, but Ning Hao's possession of such talent did not surprise him. After all, he was part of the Heavenly Fate Maiden's entourage, which was normal. Suchanga did not intend to make a move, he merely glanced at the forest in the distance. Just then, however, show some respect. A middle-aged man gently pressed down on Ning Hao's shoulder. The newcomer had an ancient countenance with gray-white long hair, casually scattered wrinkles like riverbeds, each seeming to carve time and vicissitudes. What was most striking were his eyes, like dusty ancient mirrors. Ning Hao immediately called out obediently, "Uncle Ning, it's really not my fault. You asked me to be polite, and I was." Calling someone old and pointing fingers is considered polite. Song Ling glanced at Ning Hao and said. Ning Hao frowned and said, "Uncle Ning, I kindly offered him a gift, and he says he doesn't drink overnight tea. He's even more pretentious than me. Be fair. I am the young master of the Ning clan and the foremost young cultivator of the Northern Domain. Besides, isn't it said that in cultivation the stronger one is the elder? I don't think I did wrong. Song Ling shook his head helplessly, then stepped forward, cupped his fists, and said, Song Ling of the Ning clan, Northern Domain greets fellow Taoist Su. Ning Hao was stunned. He couldn't believe Uncle Ling was showing such deference to Su Chang'e. Who was his Uncle Ling? A grand cultivator at the great perfection of the divine fire realm, an absolute apex powerhouse across the entire Yuanyang realm. Back when the Ning family unified the Northern Domain, he was the mighty General Ling, who slaughtered in all directions. Even his second uncle treats him with great respect, yet he calls Su Chang'e fellow Taoist. This is a form of address between peers. Is Uncle Ling crazy? Su Chang'e stopped, turned to glance at Song Ling, nodded, and thought to himself, I really didn't expect the news of the Luyun City secret realm to spread so fast. Song Ling's eyes flashed with awe as he looked at Su Chang'e, and said, fellow Taoist Su is truly astonishing. Reaching the perfection of the Ti Dao at such a young age. Even if one searched the entire Yuanyang realm, it would be hard to find a second. Fuyao is fortunate to have a senior brother like you. At these words, Ning Hao beside him was dumbfounded. He tugged at Song Ling's sleeve and said, Uncle Ling, what do you mean? Ti Dao perfection. Him. Wait, let me sort this out. If he's at Ti Dao perfection, then what was that tea I gave him? Song Ling glanced at Ning Hao again, ignored him, and looked at Su Chang'e with a smile. Fellow Taoist, if you don't mind, may I accompany you? As the saying goes, one never strikes a smiling face. Su Chang'e nodded, precisely wanting to inquire about the Ning family's intentions. Song Ling took a step and appeared beside Su Chang'e, raising his hand. Fellow Taoist, please. Senior, there's no need to be so polite. Su Chang'e nodded in reply. As their figures gradually receded, Ning Hao finally snapped out of his daze. After all, as the young master of the Ning family, he had seen much of the world and quickly calmed his inner shock. That's not right. Even if he really has Ti Dao perfection, Uncle Ling wouldn't regard him as an equal. Could there be some other reason? Ning Hao thought it over and then followed. Power is straightforward in nature, but his heart is not bad. It's also my fault that I only just received news of Luyun City. If I had told him earlier, none of this would have happened. Song Ling chuckled as he spoke, occasionally glancing at Tu Yiyu, who was also curiously examining him. Is it demonic aura? Or is it my imagination? Su Chang'e walked along and casually replied, it's fine. I'm quite curious. The rumor in Luyun City says that fellow Taoist Su encountered the divine clan in the secret realm and suppressed them single-handedly. How did you manage that? Song Ling withdrew his gaze and spoke again. This was what he truly cared about. He didn't believe it was all due to Su Chang'e's strength, as that would be too incredible. He could only attribute it to the peculiarity of the secret realm, or perhaps some expert had intervened. After all, there were many powerful figures wandering the mortal world in the Yuanyang realm. However, before Su Chang'e could speak, Tu Yu hastily interjected. Of course it's true. Big senior brother knocked that divine clan brat down with one punch, then pointed his finger like this, and they all died. I'll put it bluntly, the divine clan is nothing special. If you want true invincibility, look at my big senior brother. Upon hearing this, Song Ling smiled, without saying a word, clearly unconvinced. As they walked, they soon arrived at Tu Yu and her companion's residence. Tu Yu said a quick greeting, and then went to her room claiming she wanted to rest, but in reality, she intended to find second senior sister Lu Rian to show off her gains from this trip. Su Chang'e saw through it, but didn't expose her, letting her go. After she left, Senior Tsang, what business brings you all the way to the Eastern Profound Domain? Su Chang'e asked, not answering the previous question. Alas. Song Ling suddenly sighed. To be honest with you, fellow Taoist Su Fuyao actually fled from the Northern Domain. She still has a marriage contract. This time I came because that boy Ning Hao was too restless and I truly missed the girl. So I took the opportunity of bringing Ning Hao to the Tianxian Grand Assembly to come and see her on the way. Back then, Ning Fuyao's successful escape from the Northern Domain was all thanks to Song Ling's covert assistance, otherwise she could never have managed it. However, he never expected that this meeting would be so remarkable. Fuyao's sword Dao talent was as if she had become a different person, even he found it unbelievable. The Tianxian dynasty can actually invite the Ning family. Su Chang'e asked in surprise. Since when did Tianxian have such prestige? The Tianxian dynasty was far inferior to the Ning family. Moreover, the two domains were separated by boundless territories. Even a divine fire realm cultivator would have to fly for months. In the past, the Ning family would never have gotten involved in such matters. Song Ling thought for a moment and said truthfully, it wasn't Tianxian that invited the Ning family, but the Abyss God sect. You may not know, fellow Taoist, but the Abyss God sect has been spreading its influence widely in recent years. In the southern desert demon domain, the northern domain's myriad cities, and the western frontier's wild forests all have the Abyss God sect's forces. I have 3 purposes for coming this time. First, to see Fuyao. Second, to let that boy Ning Hao meet the prodigies of the Eastern Profound Domain and gain experience. Third, to investigate where the Abyss God sect gets such enormous power. I just discussed this with Senior Xuanji, and even he doesn't know. As he spoke, a hint of gravity flashed in Song Ling's eyes. When things are abnormal, there must be a demon. The Abyss God sect is likely about to make a major move. He even suspected that the restless stirrings in the demon domain were being fueled by the Abyss God sect from behind. Oh. Su Chang'e nodded, his expression calm, showing neither surprise nor panic. Song Ling was no fool, so he didn't bring up the secret realm matter again. He continued, I originally only wanted to see Fu Yao and see how she was doing. I didn't intend to reveal her identity. But after she displayed her sword Dao talent, things changed. Su Chang'e understood and said, Senior Tsang, are you planning to take her back to the northern domain? Song Ling gave a non-committal nod, then said, if she is in the northern domain, I have several friends who are accomplished in the sword Dao who can personally teach her. I also hope that fellow Daoist Su will grant this request. From what Senior Tsang says, have you already spoken to Fu Yao? Su Chang'e asked again. Yes, but she refused. She only said that she is doing well in the Taiching sect. So I wanted to ask fellow Daoists to help persuade her. During my conversation with Fu Yao, I noticed that she seems to listen to you very much. As Song Ling spoke, his expression inexplicably carried a hint of resentment as he glanced at Su Chang'e. That couldn't even be called obedience, it was pure fear. What have you done to her? If he weren't the type to judge without understanding, and had learned beforehand that Su Chang'e had given her an ancient sword and stood up for her, he would have suspected that Su Chang'e was oppressing her every day. If that were the case, the situation would not be as it is now. Oh, why should I persuade her? I think she is doing quite well here. Su Chang'e replied honestly. What a joke, asking me to persuade my junior sister to leave. How would I maintain my warm-hearted senior brother image? Warm you? Song Ling frowned slightly, somewhat embarrassed. The Taiching sect currently seems to have no peak master skilled in sword Dao. As for that mysterious fellow Daoist Wu Ya, he hasn't returned to the sect for a long time. Given his usual habits, I wouldn't feel at ease having him teach Fu Yao. He said this out of politeness. The truth was that none of them were worthy of consideration. If the sword immortal Luo, who dominated the Yuan Yang realm in sword Dao tens of thousands of years ago, were still around, he would have been more than happy for Ning Fu Yao to stay in the Taiching sect. But the current Taiching sect was just SOSO. Fu Yao's talent has already been wasted for several years, as she can't afford any more delays. What's the big deal? I'll just teach her myself. Su Chang'e said with certainty. But as he casually spoke, the system's voice arrived right after. Ding detected that the host has a heart for teaching, which aligns with the warm-hearted senior brother behavior. Please pass on the Dao and impart wisdom to the destined junior sister Ning Fu Yao. Reward 9 calamities, world-destroying sword, art, imperial grade. Emperor grade. Su Chang'e's pupils contracted slightly, and even he was startled by the reward echoing in his mind. The path to immortality across the myriad realms had long been severed, leaving the great emperor undisputedly supreme. Anything associated with the character emperor could drive cultivators across the worlds into frenzy. Even his own Su clan possessed only a single emperor-grade scripture, and that was accessible only to the main lineage descendants with monstrous talent. The 9 calamities, world-destroying sword art. This was the finest reward he had received during his month as the warm-hearted senior brother, second only to his heaven-defying comprehension. Pass it on. Pass it on. I'll teach her till she can't take it. You teach. Song Ling, standing beside Su Chang'e, paused, glanced at him with hesitation, then gave a faint smile, dismissing it as nothing more than a jest. Even the 9 peak masters seemed inadequate in his eyes, let alone Su Chang'e. Though the rumors he had heard were indeed astonishing. Even if true, they only proved Su Chang'e's extraordinary talent. Imparting the way was an entirely different matter. Setting aside whether Su Chang'e had any talent in the sword, what could he possibly use to teach? When Fu Yao triggered the sword Dao celestial phenomenon, the sword maniac, peak master of the 6th peak of Taiching sect, had rushed over, shouting his desire to take her as a disciple. Yet stumped by a few of Fu Yao's questions, he declared he could not teach her, that he was unworthy, and instead ended up consulting her on many matters. This had already made the other eager peak masters aware of their own limitations and deterred them. Thus Song Ling never took Su Chang'e's words seriously, assuming it was merely an impulsive remark born of his reluctance to let his junior sister leave. He had already begun pondering other ways to persuade Ning Fu Yao. While the two were lost in their own thoughts, they arrived at the Wuya courtyard. What a peculiar sensation. Clearly it's a formation at the Divine Flame realm, yet every time I come here it makes my heart tremble. I even feel it surpasses the Ning clan's protective array. Song Ling squinted at the invisible formation patterns around the Wuya courtyard, sighing inwardly in admiration. This fellow Daoist Wu Yazi is truly an extraordinary man. Su Chang'e, however, showed no reaction and simply walked calmly into the Wuya courtyard. There a figure of ethereal grace listlessly swept the fallen petals before the stone steps with a broom. It was Ning Fu Yao. She still wore the simple white robe of a Taiching sect disciple, which accentuated her slender figure. Her black hair was loosely pinned up with a single jade hairpin, a few strands falling beside her neck. Her exquisite ethereal profile was like pure white jade exuding a cool, otherworldly aura. Unlike usual, she carried a pitch-black ancient sword on her back, the very one Su Chang'e had given her at the Myriad Heavens Palace. At this moment Ning Fuyao's brows were tightly knit, her eyes filled with worry, and occasionally a soft sigh escaped her lips. Sigh. What should I do? Uncle Ling wants me to return to the northern domain to cultivate the sword, but if I go back, what if my second uncle still forces me into a marriage alliance? Should I flee again? My heart is so weary. If I had known my talent would be exposed, I would have kept a low profile. She drooped her head, leaning on the broom, staring at the fallen leaves underfoot with a look of utter despair. Half a month ago, guided by the sword spirit, she began awakening her physique through the so-called ancient sword energy. Within a few days, she genuinely felt herself becoming much sharper, everything before her eyes seemed to transform into a world of swords. Just yesterday, she suddenly entered enlightenment and triggered a celestial phenomenon. Then she saw many people, familiar peak masters, unfamiliar old men, and Uncle Ling. Later a disheveled old man appeared, red-eyed, begging her to become his disciple. Bewildered Ning Fuyao had no idea how to respond, especially since the sword spirit immediately warned her that she must never let anyone discover her sword physique and sword spirit, or great calamity would befall her. These ants who don't even understand what a sword is dare to teach my master. No need for them. I shall guide my master myself. In this lowly lower realm, no one is qualified to teach my master. Just ask him 3 questions, then unleash a sliver of sword intent, and make this ant back off. Later Ning Fuyao did as instructed. Who knew it would cause even greater repercussions? Even her Uncle Ling grew excited, saying he would take her back to find the best sword cultivator in the northern domain to teach her, and that he would find a way to resolve the marriage contract. But she was truly afraid. She dared not gamble that her second uncle would change his mind. Above all, the greatest reason was that she did not want to leave. She could not bear to part with her second senior sister, her junior sister, the 9th peak, and the senior brother she dared not admit, but knew in her heart. Just then the sword spirit's cool voice echoed in her mind. Master Su Chang'e is here. Hearing this voice, Ning Fuyao's delicate body trembled. She immediately pulled herself together and began sweeping earnestly. At the courtyard entrance, Su Chang'e strolled and muttering as he looked at Ning Fuyao, "What's the point of sweeping in broad daylight?" But as soon as he said it, he remembered that he had assigned this task to his junior sister himself. He was a lover of cleanliness, disliking dust and fallen leaves on the ground. Most of the sweeping was usually done by Lu Rian. Su Chang'e appreciated her steady work, so he entrusted the upkeep of the Wuya courtyard to her. But occasionally Ning Fuyao would take over for Lu Rian, mostly when Lu Rian was busy scrounging resources from the sect, or when Su Chang'e was away from the courtyard or resting. Of course he had long known about this, but simply turned a blind eye. Song Ling, who had followed, heard Su Chang'e's words and twitched the corner of his mouth, thinking, "Aren't you using my Ning clan's princess as a maid? I can't talk her out of it no matter what. Why not let the servants do it?" This girl stubbornly insists that her senior brother has a cleanliness obsession and would get angry if strangers touched his things. She also promised her second senior sister to take her place and cannot break her word. Such a predicament. Sigh. In the end, Song Ling had no choice but to let her be. She wouldn't be staying long anyway. Once she returned to the northern domain, he could slowly reshape her habits. "Senior brother, you're back." Ning Fuyao turned around with a belated surprise, putting on an exaggeratedly startled expression. To put it mildly, her acting was rather stiff. Then she looked at Song Ling and said respectfully, "Uncle Ling, you're here too." Song Ling nodded slightly, while stealing a glance at Su Chang'e, his heart filled with mixed emotions. "You saw senior brother before me. Put the broom aside for now, no need to sweep today. By the way, I heard you've stepped onto the sword path," Su Chang'e said, casually stepping past Ning Fuyao to sit naturally on a stone stool. Then he glanced at Song Ling and said, "Make yourself at ease, senior." Song Ling nodded and sat down beside Su Chang'e. "Yes, senior brother." Ning Fuyao nodded obediently, her eyes fixed on Su Chang'e, a hint of anticipation deep within her heart for his praise. The ancient sword spirit gave a surprised exclamation. "What is it, a chi?" Ning Fuyao asked inwardly. A chi was the name the sword spirit had told her to use. It had no name of its own. This Su Chang'e is somewhat off. A chi's tone carried a hint of disbelief. Inside the ancient sword space, a black-robed figure who had been sitting in meditation suddenly rose to her feet. A flicker of surprise crossed her cold eyes, as if countless runes spun within her pupils. Though she had lost all her power, she had once stood at the pinnacle, possessing insight and abilities far beyond anyone in the lower realm. Naturally, she could perceive the immense energy now contained within Su Chang'e's body. Divine power concealed within the body. The realm is obscured by some force. Is it the aura of a certain innate physique? Has he reached the divine flame realm? No, if he were at the divine flame realm, there would be the essence of laws, yet he bears none. Could it be the path of deification through the physical body from the ancient immortal era? Ning Fuyao quickly asked in her heart. What's wrong with senior brother? Although they had not known each other long, she had already learned that Achi seemed to be a remarkable sword spirit from the past with a cold and proud personality, so she was extremely curious. I take back what I said before. This Suchanga is not the mediocrity I imagined, but a prodigy. Achi answered truthfully. A prodigy. Ning Fuyao was slightly stunned. At that moment Song Ling's gentle voice sounded again. Girl, since your senior brother is here, why not just speak your mind? Why don't you want to return to the northern domain with Uncle Ling? If you're still worried about the marriage contract, Uncle Ling swears by his life that he will find a way to cancel it. You should trust Uncle Ling's words, right? Of course, if you ever miss Tai Ching's sect or your senior and junior sisters, you can come anytime. After saying this, Song Ling revealed a gentle smile as he looked at Ning Fuyao. Uncle Ling, Ning Fuyao showed a reluctant expression, her beautiful eyes filled with hesitation. She wanted to refuse, yet she could not bear to deny the uncle who had cherished her since childhood. Subconsciously, her gaze turned to Suchanga. This subtle movement made Song Ling's eyelids twitch. Suchanga nodded and said in a cold tone, Senior, my junior sister is not going so. There is no need to ask further. Song Ling's mouth twitched. Was he warning me? Truly a hero emerges from youth. Having roamed the northern domain for so long, this is the first time I've been warned by a young man in his 20s. However, Song Ling was not angry. He simply nodded helplessly and said, all right then. It was not because Suchanga's warning had worked, but because Song Ling could see that Ning Fuyao truly did not want to return. From the way she looked at Suchanga, he understood that he could not persuade her, and at that moment he had already given up. Regardless, in Song Ling's eyes, Ning Fuyao was the most important, otherwise he would not have helped her escape from the northern domain. However, since he could not bring her back to the northern domain, he had to find a reliable sword teacher for Ning Fuyao. The two at Tai Ching's sect, though far inferior, would barely suffice. The other two naturally did not know what Song Ling was thinking. Phew. Ning Fuyao felt relieved and smiled, saying, thank you, Uncle Ling. She also cast a grateful look at Suchanga. Uncle Ling will stay in the eastern profound domain for a while. Will you take me around to see the sights? Song Ling chuckled, a hint of doting in his eyes. He also wanted to take this opportunity to guide Ning Fuyao. Although he was not skilled in the sword, he could certainly teach cultivation. Great. Ning Fuyao cheered. Play. At your age, you're only at the 5th level of the cave heaven realm, and you have the nerve to play, eh? Since you have considerable talent in the sword, you should work even harder. From now on, I will personally guide you. You haven't learned any sword techniques yet, have you? Today I will teach you. This sudden voice not only startled Ning Fuyao, but also left Song Ling bewildered. He looked at Suchanga in disbelief. Senior brother. PP personally teach me. Ning Fuyao was stunned. Her stammer returned. At the same time, the sword spirit's cold voice sounded. His arrogance matches those prodigies of the immortal ancient times, speaking without thinking. His sword attainment is even inferior to that ant from yesterday. What does he have to teach you? Master, just find any excuse to refuse him. But he is right about one thing, Master's strength is too low now, and you need to cultivate more diligently. This kid. Song Ling stared blankly at Suchanga, then shifted his body closer and whispered, Taoist friend, are you serious? Ding Host helped the destined junior sister Ning Fuyao escape embarrassment, successfully warmed her, rewarded with cultivation fragments. 1 month accumulated cultivation experience. 1 month. Suchanga nodded slightly casually, dismissing the system reward in his mind, a thoughtful expression on his face. Since it was about imparting the Tao, he could not do it casually. What if it did not meet the system's requirements? However, he only had 2 sword techniques, the Tai Ching sword art and the heaven slashing sword draw. Suchanga would have liked to teach them to Ning Fuyao, but unfortunately the latter was a sword technique imprinted deep in his soul with restrictions, and only he could practice it. The Tai Ching sword art was too inferior. Moreover, any Tai Ching disciple could learn it. Honestly, he would lose face by teaching that to Ning Fuyao. Seeing that Suchanga was not joking, Song Ling's expression turned serious. Taoist friend Su, imparting the Tao is no trivial matter. I admit that you are exceptionally talented and have a unique advantage in the way of tea, but in the end they are 2 completely different paths. As for your wish to teach Fuyao a sword technique, do not trouble yourself. Since Fuyao has decided to stay in your sect, the promise made by Sage Xuanji will take effect. Once Fuyao reaches the inscription realm, she will be granted an exception to enter the Tai Ching sword tomb once. When he heard the words, Tai Ching sword tomb, Suchanga's eyes lit up. He immediately stood up and said, since we have nothing to do now, come with me. That's right. The Tai Ching sword tomb. Doesn't it contain the sword steel left by the founding ancestor of Tai Ching's sect, the sword immortal Luo? Isn't that perfect? As for the rules of the Tai Ching sword tomb, in Suchanga's eyes they were as easy as taking something out of a pocket. First, step into the top floor of the divine tower and become the current holy son. Second, obtain special permission from the sect leader or a joint decision by the 9 peak masters. The divine tower was nothing to him. Wherever he went now, it was like a game. Whether he became the holy son or not didn't matter as long as he could enter the sword tomb. Of course, besides this, his confidence also stemmed from the fact that news of the ruins had spread. Even Song Ling knew, so naturally Tai Ching's sect knew as well. As long as Sage Xuanji was not foolish, he would surely open a back door for Su Chang'e. Off. Ning Fuyao was still confused. She looked at Su Chang'e and asked blankly, "As senior brother, where are we going?" Master, just refuse him directly. Why waste time with him? Ah Chi transmitted coldly. I dare not. Ning Fuyao replied in her heart. Ah Chi. Song Ling, who was beside him, also stood up, looking at Su Chang'e with confusion. After hearing his answer, he was stunned. The Tai Ching sword tomb. At the same time in the Tai Ching hall, 8 figures were chattering non-stop. Except for the sect leader and Wuyazi, everyone had arrived. Heavens, boss, do you know? Ti Dao perfected, sweeping through everyone in the ruins, slapping lay scholar Shiyu, suppressing the divine race, single-handedly condensing talismans in the void to annihilate enemies, and suspected of igniting the divine fire in the deepest part of the ruins. Is this a human? Must be fake. Boss, do you know? Sage Xuanji was being pulled by the fat man beside him until his head ached. He couldn't help but curse. I'm not deaf, I can't hear you. But he quickly regained his composure, though his heart was still deeply shaken. Could it be that Wang Gang was right? This 9th peak is truly strange, each thing more absurd than the last. The most absurd is this kid. I am at least an elder, and I've sent you 97 friend requests on the communicator, yet you still haven't accepted. The fat man who had been yelled at seemed unaffected and said with a serious expression, even if there is some exaggeration, so many people are saying the same thing. At the very least, it shows that this kid truly has terrifying strength. At least his Ti Dao being perfected is a certainty, right, third brother? Li Qingfeng, who was sitting below with a face still full of shock, nodded and said, correct. Let me add, old A, I've already said it 9 times. There's no need for you to keep asking me. Yao Xingye on his left began to panic. Oh no, Master's talent is too monstrous. Ti Dao is also perfected. What should I do? Li Qingfeng is a tea fanatic, and he already formed a bond with Master at the Taiching tea gathering. If he also wants to study under Master, then there will be even less room for me. No, I must find a way to regain some presence. Ahem, let me say something. Su Chang'e should be directly elected as the saint son of Tai Qingzi. Who agrees? Who opposes? Yao Xingye cleared his throat a few times, then assumed a serious expression as he spoke. His words immediately drew the attention of the others. After all, among the 9 peaks aside from Master Xuanji, he possessed the highest seniority and status. I agree. Li Qingfeng was the first to speak, his tone resolute. Seated across from him, the 4th peak Master Ding Yangzi, who exuded a rich scent of alchemy, shrugged and said with a cautious tone, I have no objection, but the truth of those rumors still needs to be verified. In the ruins, being possessed by a remnant while causing a temporary surge in power is not unheard of. Finally, he shifted his tone and said, of course, regardless, this young man's extraordinary talent is an indisputable fact. I have no objection to appointing him as the saint's son. At this moment, the usually taciturn and relatively short 6th peak Master Jian Fengzi unexpectedly spoke, his voice hoarse. In my opinion, his junior sister Ning Fuyao has even more astonishing potential in the Tao of the sword. In the future, she might dominate the sword path alone. It's a pity. Her current cultivation level is indeed a bit low. He paused slightly, then said in a flat tone, if her senior brother becomes the saint's son, I have no objection either. Anyone could tell that his agreement was purely out of consideration for Ning Fuyao. Seeing that 3 peak masters had instantly shown their agreement with smiles, Yao Xingye then turned his gaze to the 7th peak master opposite him. Isn't this a bit too hasty? Our Taiching sect has not appointed a saint's son for 100 years. Everyone should know that once a saint's son is established in the absence of the sect master, he holds the highest authority and can command the 9 peaks. We have only heard rumors. Whether Su Chang'e is truly so monstrously talented and possesses the strength of a saint's son, shouldn't we all verify it personally? The 7th peak master wore a grave expression as he analyzed seriously. The centipede-like scar on his face gave him a naturally fierce and ominous aura, making him look like anything but a good person. As he spoke, he glanced at Master Xuanji above. 7th master, I heard that Su Chang'e's junior sister had some friction with your 7th peak disciples. Could it be that you disagreed because of that? The 8th peak master Pang Laoba said with a smile. The 7th peak master glanced at Pang Laoba and then said indifferently, it's just friction between disciples. My main concern is that the chief disciples of each peak might not be convinced. What would Yao Yu think? At these words, the peak masters fell silent and turned their gazes to Master Xuanji. At that moment, Master Xuanji was gazing into the distance, murmuring to himself, this kid didn't even accept my friend request. Does he look down on me? Everyone immediately understood. Master Xuanji was lost in thought again. Burp, is it that troublesome? Either let him challenge the divine tower, or just have them fight it out with real weapons. Whoever disagrees can fight. The 5th peak master Zhe Xinzi belched and suddenly spoke. Just as her words fell, dong, 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 3 long tolls of an ancient bell rang out. This is the Taiching bell. Is someone about to pass the 9th floor of the Divine Tower? Everyone was stunned. Even Master Xuanji, who had been lost in thought, immediately snapped back to reality and swept his divine sense outward. Outside the hall, an elder rushed in hurriedly, forgetting to bow, and shouted, "Peak Masters! Heaven blesses our Taiching sect. This is incredible. The 9th Peak Chief, Su Chang'e, has stepped into the 9th floor of the Divine Tower. In less than 3 breaths." Boom. 8 figures simultaneously shot to their feet. A moment before, in the center of the questioning Dao square of the Taiching sect, beneath the Divine Tower that resembled a gray giant sword piercing the sky, the previously bustling crowd suddenly fell silent for a moment. Then Su Chang'e, dressed in a green robe, walked slowly forward with the ethereally beautiful Ning Fuyao at his side. This immediately attracted the attention of Taiching disciples from all directions. Many disciples stepped forward to respectfully bow to Su Chang'e. Among them were many who had witnessed Su Chang'e's awe-inspiring display at the Wanxiang Tiangong that day, and they had now become his fervent fans. At the same time, discussions arose. "Greetings, Senior Brother Su. The 9th Peak has been quite active lately. Senior Sister Lu just passed the 2nd floor yesterday, and today Senior Brother Su is here. The one following Senior Brother Su is Senior Sister Ning, right? TSK. Are all the people from the 9th Peak this good-looking? Judging by this, is Senior Brother Su going to challenge the Divine Tower again to erase his shame?" "What, erase his shame? Haven't we all said that Senior Brother Su was just hiding his true strength? Understand. You don't know what happened at Wanxiang Tiangong. Forget it." A disciple refuted excitedly, but then remembered that the Peak Master had personally warned them not to spread rumors, so he held back. Yes. Senior Brother Su was hiding something." Another disciple chuckled in disbelief. "I'm Wang Gang. Senior Brother Su, I'm your #1 fan." Wang Gang waved his hand and shouted excitedly. At the same time, several young figures of extraordinary temperament emerged not far away. "Is 9th Brother going to challenge the tower?" "Looks like it. Senior Brother Yao is still on the 8th floor, right? Oh, he even brought his junior sister. 7th Brother, I heard that your junior brother had some friction with 9th Brother's junior sister. What do you have to say?" The 7th Peak Chief Jiang Yuan, with a cold and proud expression, said calmly, "They were outmatched, and even crossed realms. They've lost all face. It's good enough that I didn't discipline them. But if I have the chance, I would like to spar with 9th Brother." At the same time, Su Chang'e walked straight toward the trial entrance of the Divine Tower. Behind him, Ning Fuyao, who had been puzzled, suddenly understood upon seeing the tower. Senior Brother is trying to break into the 9th floor to obtain the Saint Sun position and then open the sword tomb. Song Ling, who was beside Ning Fuyao, frowned deeply, also discerning Su Chang'e's intention. However, after some thought, he did not stop him. After all, if Su Chang'e could indeed allow Ning Fuyao to enter the Taiching sword tomb early, it would be a good thing. "Uncle Ling, what is he up to?" Ning Hao, who appeared from nowhere, approached Song Ling and asked with a frown. "Speak less, observe more." Song Ling replied indifferently. Then, thinking to avoid unnecessary trouble from this reckless kid provoking Su Chang'e, he transmitted all the information he had received in the Taiching domain to Ning Hao through sound transmission. "How is that possible?" Ning Hao stood frozen, staring at Su Chang'e in disbelief. By this time, Su Chang'e had arrived at the pitch-black gate of the Divine Tower. He said softly to Ning Fuyao behind him, "Wait for me here for a moment." "SS Senior Brother, you're going to challenge the Divine Tower?" Ning Fuyao asked tentatively, wanting to verify her guess. "The word challenge isn't quite appropriate." Su Chang'e replied casually. Glancing at the tower gate, he added, "Step would be more suitable." Beside them, the shrewd elder in charge of guarding the Divine Tower, with his bald head gleaming, had been dozing with half-closed eyes. Upon hearing this, he nearly choked on his own saliva. He couldn't help but look up at Su Chang'e and chuckled. "Do I take it from Chief Su's words that you intend to flatten my Divine Tower?" His tone shifted, carrying the gentle warmth of a senior advising a junior. He continued, "Alas, Chief Su. It is commendable for the young to possess such vigor, yet there is no need to press so relentlessly. I understand that last time's defeat dealt you a heavy blow. However, the path of cultivation stretches endlessly before you, and you are still young. There is ample time to proceed gradually at your own pace." Yet Su Chang'e paid him no mind. Taking a single step forward, his figure clad in green robes dissolved like a drop of water, merging into the sea, slipping silently into the Tongshan Tower. In the blink of an eye. Rush, rush, rush. What in the world? The guarding elder nearly collapsed onto his backside, frozen in place as brilliant divine light erupted layer after layer from the tower, his cursing echoing through the air. That erupting divine light signified successful breakthroughs, their speed beyond the reach of mortal eyes. 1st floor, 2nd floor, 3rd, 5th, 8th floor. Within merely a single breath, Su Chang'e had already stepped onto the 8th floor of the Tongshan Tower. After lingering on the 8th floor for 2 breaths, the 9th floor then burst forth with unprecedented radiance, blazing like a rising sun. At that moment, the previously bustling disciples fell deathly silent. Each stood frozen as if ensnared by a binding spell, their gaze locked onto the shining ninth floor, their faces etched with disbelief and terror. What the? He just zoomed straight to the top. Those few young men and women of transcendent demeanor simply stood dumbfounded. No, this can't be possible. A murmuring almost in the nature of a groan rang out. It was the chief disciple of the eighth peak, also a portly man. His arms crossed posture vanished instantly, and now he spoke with trembling lips. 10 breaths. Or 5. No, it was less than 5 breaths. How did he ascend? Am I seeing things? Beside him, the fifth peak's chief disciple was a strikingly beautiful woman renowned for her composure, quite contrary to her master's temperament. Yet even she now stood with lips slightly parted and luminous eyes wide open. The 7th floor already requires peak spirit transformation cultivation, while the 8th floor. Senior brother Yao once said, don't even dream of it without reaching the inscription mark realm. As for the 9th floor, I've heard my master say it demands overwhelming power to crush all opponents of the same level. You faced the puppet incarnation of young Master Luo, the Sword Immortal. What is going on here? Most devastated of all was Jiang Yuan. He had just declared his desire to spar with Su Chang'e when he witnessed this sight, one that would haunt his memories for life. Just then, a burly figure like a human iron pagoda strode out of the Tongshan Tower. His features were simple and honest, his eyes brimming with profound shock and incredulity. Senior brother Yao, what's happening? Is that little ninth inside? The 8th peak chief hurried forward to ask. Yao Yu did not answer. Instead, he glanced back at the Tongshan Tower, recalling just now when he was combating that illusory beast on the 8th floor. A figure clad in green robes had suddenly appeared. Without even moving, a single glance had sent the phantom beast cowering to the ground. Yes, indeed. He had passed that trial so effortlessly. That illusion beast, possessing trace elements of the ancient Xuanwu bloodline, a terrifying creature at the early stage of the inscription mark realm, had been so frightened into complete immobility. Yao Yu, utterly bewildered, gazed at Su Chang'e and tentatively called out, Senior brother Su. Su Chang'e turned, looked at him, and gave a slight greeting in return. Had he not appeared, perhaps Su Chang'e could have stormed all the way to the top in a single breath. At this thought, although his posture remained upright, his fingers clasped behind his back, turned white from the force of his grip. 2 words slowly emerged from his lips, monster. At this very moment, before the Tongshan Tower, gasp, Senior brother is incredible. That was too fast. Ning Fuyao drew in her breath sharply. At the same instant, a voice echoed within her mind, that of a Qi. This Tongshan Tower of the Taiqing sect is by no means extraordinary in the lower realm. In truth, it is rather mundane. Your master truly is a genius, so achieving this is hardly surprising. However, master, he simply cannot teach you. Song Ling, standing beside her, narrowed his eyes slightly. As I expected. Even if he falls short of those outrageous rumors, he is undoubtedly a monster of talent. So fast, Ning Hao paused, astonishment flashing across his eyes. Though he had never challenged the Tongshan Tower, the aura emanating from it already gave him a sense of pressure. He was confident that exerting his full strength would allow him to pass, but absolutely not to achieve something so astonishingly heavenly. Could Uncle Ling's words have been true? Was he truly the one who single-handedly annihilated the divine clan? In the next instant, the dazzling divine light from the 9th floor of the Tongshan Tower began to recede, like the tide slowly fading until all returned to tranquility. Just then, dong! A profound ancient bell toll resonated from the pinnacle of the Tongshan Tower. Its sound waves condensed yet lingered instantly, spreading throughout every corner of the Taiqing sect, stirring those elders and disciples in secluded meditation who gazed in shock toward the tower. This ancient chime seemed to embody certain cosmic laws, spreading at an incomprehensible speed across vast distances, reaching the entire Taiqing domain. 3 bell tolls, and a saint is established within Taiqing. All within the Taiqing domain trembled in shock. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Before the Tongshan Tower, space rippled gently, and 8 figures radiating immense presence materialized almost simultaneously. We pay respects to the peak lords. Every disciple present, whether inner or outer sect, felt their hearts race. They all bowed deeply in unison, their voices brimming with reverence. Greetings, masters. Some direct disciples also bowed to their respective instructors. Song Ling likewise set aside his casual demeanor, wearing a smile as he addressed the 8 peak lords, honored friends. Xuanji, the foremost among them, first nodded slightly to Song Ling, then cast his gaze upon the tower's entrance and asked, how long? Thr 3 breaths. The old guardian elder replied hastily with deference, though uncertainty tinged his tone, primarily due to the sheer speed of it all. Gasp! A sharp intake of breath rang out. No one could tell which peak lord it came from. An uncanny silence fell over the entire square as deep contemplation took hold. Suddenly, at the tower entrance, space rippled like water, sending concentric waves swirling outward. Then from within that luminous halo a figure in green robes emerged, stepping forth slowly and gracefully. Su Chang's expression remained as serene as ever. Even seeing the 8 Peak Lords standing at a distance, he showed not the slightest surprise, as if he had anticipated this all along. Xuanji fell silent for a moment. The remaining Peak Lords exchanged glances, each reading the same sentiment in the other's eyes. Though they were ordinarily careless and unrestrained, no one dared take such matters lightly. Even Dang Yangzi, the drunken immortal of the 5th Peak, known for being perpetually intoxicated, now wore an expression of shock and solemnity. The 7th Peak Lord, who had harbored numerous reservations beforehand, now revealed a touch of conviction on his face. Then, under the gaze of countless awestruck eyes, all 8 Peak Lords took a synchronized step forward in perfect unison, bowing with clasped fists toward the young man in green robes who had just exited the tower. By Taiching sect rules, whoever reaches the pinnacle of the Tongshan Tower becomes a sacred son. Current acting sect master of Taiching sect, and 1st Peak Lord Xuanji. Immediately the remaining 7 Peak Lords chimed in as well. 2nd Peak Lord Yao Xingye. 3rd Peak Lord Li Qingfeng. 4th Peak Lord Dan Yangzi. 5th Peak Lord the Drunken Immortal. 6th Peak Lord the Sword Madman. 7th Peak Lord Yin Luo. 8th Peak Lord Shen Wan. 8 voices merged into one harmonious declaration that resounded across the heavens. We welcome the sacred son. Behind them, the elder guarding the Tongshan Tower quickly knelt and bowed deeply. We pay respects to your holiness, the sacred son. And then came a chorus of deep prostrations. You needn't trouble yourselves with such formalities, respected Peak Lords. Whether I am sacred son or not is of little consequence. I only ask that someone kindly lead the way to the sword tomb. Su Chang'e said this casually, then gestured for Ning Fuyao to come closer. Empty titles meant nothing to him, but the emperor-rank sword art was of utmost importance. Hearing this, all 8 Peak Lords were momentarily stunned. Yao Xingye hurried forward with an ingratiating laugh. Haha, honored sacred son, I shall escort you right away. The various Peak Masters showed a hint of confusion upon hearing that Su Chang'e intended to open the sword tomb, but they did not voice any objection. Instead, they communicated via telepathic speech. So urgent. How do I feel that this kid, Ahem, the Holy Son, seems to have challenged the Divine Tower precisely to open the sword tomb. It's normal, after all. It's the inheritance left by the ancestor, and it's within the rules. Why overthink it? It seems to me that the Holy Son's intention is more to help his junior sister. Wasn't he rumored to be cold and aloof? This move is quite unexpected. What a prodigy. He completed the Divine Tower in just 3 breaths. His strength far exceeds the assessment. Could the rumors be true? At that moment, Xuanji Master telepathically said, Stop messing around, let's go. Let's see what exactly our Holy Son intends to do. Then he turned his gaze to Song Ling, who had a slightly hesitant expression, and took the initiative to say, Taoist Song Ling, if you don't mind, would you like to accompany us and have a look? Hearing this, Song Ling's face immediately showed a smile, and he cupped his hand, saying, In that case, I shall trouble you, Taoist Xuanji. Indeed, it was not appropriate for him to go on his own. The Taiching Sword Tomb was the ancestral land of the sect, and an outsider ultimately needed to avoid suspicion. Xuanji Master said this because he considered that even they, the Peak Masters, could only wait at the entrance of the Sword Tomb and could not enter. As the figures of these several sect giants transformed into streaks of light and disappeared into the sky, the numerous Taiching disciples and the chief disciples of each peak left on the square were still immersed in great shock, unable to recover for a long time. Sword Tomb. Yao Yu murmured these 2 words, a flicker of complex and unfathomable light passing through his eyes. Then with a movement of his body, he also transformed into a streak of light and followed. Let's go. We'll go take a look too. Upon seeing this, the chief disciples of the other peaks mounted their escape lights and followed closely behind. At this moment, Su Chang'e had already followed Yao Xingye, who was beaming with a smile, to an ancient land deep within the Taiching sect. The forest was tranquil with towering ancient trees. On the way, Yao Xingye telepathically expressed his cordial greetings and a series of flatteries to Su Chang'e. To this, Su Chang'e only responded with a light chuckle, also casually telling him that after the matter of the sword tomb was settled, he would set aside a day to instruct Yao Xingye. Meanwhile, Ning Fuyao, who was obediently following behind Su Chang'e, curiously looked around this place she had never been to before. This place is so dense with sword intent. Ning Fuyao was astonished. Having just entered the path of swordsmanship, she was no stranger to sword intent. She could clearly feel the sword chi contained in the air, as if she were in a forest of swords. At that moment, A Chi's voice also sounded in her mind. Master, don't be surprised. They are all insignificant sword intents, truly inferior. But now that you are newly initiated into the sword path, you need these. Perhaps this so-called Taiching sword tomb still has something decent. A Chi, don't speak of Taiching sect like that. Ning Fuyao said with a hint of anger in her heart. A Chi replied with a cold expression, Yes, Qi remembers. That's right. What's all this talk about ants or not? Look, that sword path expert also became strong gradually. Qi, you must have had a weak time too, Ning Fuyao said in her heart. Upon hearing this, Qi was silent for a moment before saying, Qi has been taught. However, Qi was born as a spirit of a celestial sword, so I have never been weak. Ning Fuyao was momentarily speechless. Speaking of Qi's origin, she only knew that Qi was once the spirit of a celestial sword. Why she was inside Ning Fuyao's body, and why she recognized Ning Fuyao as her master, Qi only said that the time had not yet come, and when it did she would understand everything. Ning Fuyao suddenly shifted her thoughts back to the question she had been pondering for a long time. Why would senior brother think of bringing me to the Taiching sword tomb? Doesn't the Vientiane Heavenly Palace also have many sword techniques, and the Taiching sword art as well? Qi thought for a moment, and said, perhaps Su Chang'e feels that he owes you for many years, and seeing your extraordinary talent, he wants to use this to make you start feeling grateful to him, so that you will serve him in the future. Qi, why do you always think of people so badly? What if senior brother himself needs the techniques from the sword tomb, and just brought me along casually? Ning Fuyao said helplessly. That's absolutely impossible. He has no talent for the sword path. I'm telling you. Qi replied firmly. At the same time, the figures of Xuanji Master and the others also appeared one after another. Many disciples could not set foot here, only the chief disciples entered and stood by their respective masters. But now no one was in the mood to chat. Their gazes were all fixed on Su Chang'e with shock, envy, and a hint of confusion. Yao Xingye glanced at Xuanji Master and gave him a look. After a moment of silence, Xuanji Master looked at Su Chang'e and asked, Holy Son, are you planning to bring your junior sister into the sword tomb? Su Chang'e nodded. Upon hearing this, Xuanji Master's brow furrowed slightly, as if he was pondering something. Boss, didn't you agree before to keep this girl? Isn't this just right? Yao Xingye seemed to see Xuanji Master's concern and immediately transmitted telepathically. At this time, 8th Fatty joined the telepathic conversation saying, Second senior brother, it seems you haven't tasted the pie boss painted. Boss's meaning is simple, that girl's sword talent is so formidable. Once her cultivation level rises, she will inevitably become the saintess. Her entering the sword tomb is only natural, isn't it? At that time, senior brother Xuanji indeed meant that. Li Qingfeng also interjected. Xuanji Master's mouth twitched slightly. What about me? Am I not considering the sect? I, as senior brother Xuanji, don't be so rigid. Our holy son is so formidable, what's wrong with giving him a little privilege? Drunken Fairy transmitted telepathically, her tone very casual. Makes sense. Even if this girl doesn't stay in Taiching sect, first it leaves a good impression on the new holy son, and second it creates a great karmic bond with the Ning family of the northern domain. It's a win-win situation. Ding Yangzi also agreed. Besides, isn't it also within the rules if all 9 peak masters agree together? I agree as well. Sword Madman interjected telepathically. He was the one among them who most wanted Ning Fuyao to enter the sword tomb. Seeing such a prodigious junior, he genuinely wished her well, and wanted to see the sword path carried forward. As soon as he finished speaking, several gazes simultaneously fell on the 7th peak master Yin Luo. Perhaps the only ones who might oppose were he and Xuanji Master. However, to everyone's surprise, Yin Luo transmitted without hesitation, I agree. Yo's 7th master has changed his ways. 8th Fatty looked at Yin Luo in surprise. Yin Luo coldly swept a glance at him and transmitted in a detached tone. I'm not stupid. The Holy Son is such a prodigy, what else can I say? The strong are not bound by rules. Smart. 8th Fatty praised. The exchange among the crowd was only in an instant, but Song Ling seemed to have noticed something and transmitted to Xuanji Master. Taoist, no need to trouble yourself too much. I have already decided to leave Fuyao and Taiching sect. When he said this, Xuanji Master replied in a unified telepathic message, what are you all doing? Did I say I disagreed? I was just thinking about how to open the sword tomb. It's been over 100 years since it was last opened, and I've forgotten the restrictions. The method to open the Taiching sword tomb was known only to him and the sect master. Even the senior Taishang elders who had gone into secluded meditation were unaware. Everyone. The next moment, Elder Xuanji stepped forward and said to Su Chang'e, Then Saint Son, you must take good care of your junior sister. The sword tomb is filled with sword qi. Your strength is not a concern, but her cultivation level is still in great danger. All right. Su Chang'e nodded. Then Elder Xuanji pointed with his finger, ancient runes gleaming in his eyes, and his voice rang out. By the decree of Taiching, Saint Sun, Su Chang'e opened the sword tomb. The next moment, clack, crack, space rippled, and an ancient spatial gate gradually appeared before everyone. An ancient sword intent surged out, shaking the entire region. The inexplicable pressure caused many chief disciples to change expression, let alone Ning Fuyao. But just as she was extremely tense and ready to resist, an invisible force dispelled the sword's might. Let's go. Stay close to me, Su Chang'e said softly. Ning Fuyao nodded heavily, feeling warmth in her heart. As Su Chang'e and Ning Fuyao's figures disappeared into the sword tomb, Elder Xuanji waved his hands, and a huge runestone disc appeared in the sky. As he infused his divine power, the disc began to display everything within the sword tomb space. Can we spy on them? Fat Old 8 exclaimed in surprise. Nonsense. Elder Xuanji scolded, glaring at him, and slowly explained, this was left by our ancestor. If you want to watch, watch, if not, get lost. Hey, why are you so angry? Fat Old 8 said helplessly. Old 8, stop messing around. Just watch quietly. The Saint's son has already entered, said Sword Maniac with a frown. Song Ling beside him smiled slightly, feeling that the atmosphere of Tai Ching's sect was excellent and gained a sense of closeness to the sect. At the same time, inside the Tai Ching sword tomb, this was said to be a space, but in reality, it was a Sumeru small world that Tai Ching ancestor Luo Jianxian had discovered by chance in the past. It was precisely because of this small world that she established the Tai Ching sect here. Mist shrouded the area, and the sea of clouds drifted ethereally. Barren peaks stood like divine swords, piercing the sky with an aura that seemed to sever heaven and earth, dividing two realms. Ning Fuyao was stunned by the sight. In her eyes, these mountains were not mountains, these trees were not trees. They were all swords. Master, you are not mistaken. Everything here is derived from the sword path, said Achi softly. Su Chang'e narrowed his eyes as he looked at the world of the sword path. His divine eye of illusion appeared, and through the mountains and rivers, he saw the 9 ancient sword steels at the deepest part. Let's go. Su Chang'e embraced Ning Fuyao and turned into a streak of light. Countless sword intents pressed down on him, but he casually broke them. Ning Fuyao's cheeks flushed slightly. She lowered her head shyly. This was her first intimate contact with the opposite sex, and most importantly, the person was her most feared senior brother. Her heart felt an unusual sensation, very wonderful and light. This place is somewhat interesting. Tai Ching. This Tai Ching ancestor does have some skill. She actually attempted to comprehend the 50 great Daos in this way, and seems to have achieved something. Achi and the ancient sword showed slight surprise. 50 great Daos. What is the 50 great Daos? Ning Fuyao asked curiously in her mind. To answer, my master, the myriad paths of this world are divided into 3,000 great Daos and 50 original Daos of heaven and earth. It is summarized as heaven evolves 49, the great Dao has 50, and man escapes 1. Among them, the 50 great Daos represent the strongest paths under this universe, pointing directly to the origin. From these 50 paths, the 3,000 great Daos are derived. For example, your senior brothers T Dao and the Talisman Dao are each one of the 3,000 great Daos, which can be comprehended by those with extraordinary talent. But the 50 paths that contain the original essence of heaven and earth are different. Each one can only be comprehended and mastered by a single person, and the difficulty is extremely high. However, once one walks such a path, they are destined to be extraordinary, because it is a path that allows one to attain enlightenment and become immortal in the mundane world. Achi explained patiently, a hint of ancient memories flickering in her eyes. Those lofty eternal beings firmly hold the original Daos. Any ant that dares to touch them and catch their attention will be killed across endless time and space, even more ruthless than the heavenly Dao. Of course, this definitely does not include the Tai Ching sect's ancestor, for those who could be targeted by such beings are not so weak. Ning Fuyao listened half understanding and asked in her mind, so the sword Dao is also one of the 3,000 great Daos. Walking the 3,000 great Daos to their extreme will all touch upon these 50 original Daos. With my master's talent, it won't be long before you comprehend your own original sword path. Achi replied calmly. Fortunately, the few original Daos corresponding to the extreme of the sword Dao were not mastered by any existence. At this moment, Su Chang'e had already brought Ning Fuyao before the 9 ancient sword steels. The aura emanating from these 9 sword steels was extraordinarily transcendent, giving one the feeling that they were not facing steels, but 9 true sword path masters. Heaven Grade Supreme. Su Chang'e recognized the grade of these 9 swords at a glance. I didn't expect the Tai Ching sect to have such deep foundations. 9 Heaven Grade Supreme sword techniques left here to gather dust. I really don't know what they were thinking. If taken out, wouldn't the value they could unleash raise the Tai Ching sect's strength by another level? Ning Fuyao beside him was also slightly dazed, looking at the 9 swords, as if she could feel the vastness of these 9 sword intents. These are Heaven Grade Supreme sword techniques. With my master's talent, it is not difficult to imprint them in your sea of consciousness. Moreover, you don't need to wait until the engraving stage. You can cultivate them as long as you reach the spirit transformation stage, said Achi. Ning Fuyao was about to respond to Achi when she heard Su Chang'e say as he glanced at her, pick one to comprehend. Me. Ning Fuyao was stunned, then said with some embarrassment, My cultivation level is insufficient, I cannot comprehend such profound sword techniques. Who says you can't comprehend them just because your level is insufficient? Su Chang'e said solemnly, you are the destined heroine. Breaking conventions is your basic move, isn't it? If you don't learn and she doesn't learn, where will my rewards come from? Ning Fuyao, then gritting her teeth, said, then let me try. Master, you don't have to listen to him. He doesn't understand the sword path at all. Qi said coldly. Wait. Su Chang'e called out. He suddenly realized that he had to be the one to impart the Tao, or letting her comprehend on her own really wouldn't work. Ning Fuyao looked at Su Chang'e with confusion. This sword technique. It is indeed a bit difficult for you to learn now. Wait, your senior brother will improve it for you. Su Chang'e patted Ning Fuyao on the shoulder, and then calmly walked toward the sword steel. What? Improve? Did I hear that right? Ning Fuyao's face was blank. How what arrogance. Does he think this heaven-grade supreme sword technique is some kind of trash? He wants to improve it. Before even becoming a young sovereign, his tone is already beyond the sky. If he... Inside the ancient sword space, Qi suddenly stood up, revealing an unprecedented shock, and said, impossible. This is impossible. Su Chang'e calmly walked to the last sword monument, gave it a brief glance, then sat cross-legged, intending to begin comprehending the 9 swords left by the Taiqing patriarch. In truth, he was also curious why something that could strengthen the Taiqing sect was hidden in the sword tomb, accessible only to successive holy sons. But as soon as he sat down, he realized his action was somewhat superfluous. Ding, the host, has observed the 9th of the Taiqing 9 swords. Based on the host's attainment in the saint-level sword art, divine ability, heaven-slashing sword draw, and the peak-level comprehension of the Taiqing sword art, coupled with his unparalleled talent, the 9th sword, Zue Sha, has been initiated. From it you glimpsed a fragment of the incomplete Killing Tao origin. Activating your extraordinary talent, you successfully completed it, and you have comprehended the Killing Tao one. Outside the sword tomb, the runestone disc floated in the air, clearly reflecting the scene within the tomb. The conversation between Su Chang'e and his junior sister was naturally transmitted without missing a single word. Instantly a deathly silence fell, and everyone wore a stunned expression. Improve it. Master Xuanji's mouth twitched slightly, and the hand behind his back trembled. He had thought that Su Chang'e going straight to the heart of the Taiqing 9 swords monument in the depths of the sword tomb was already bold enough. These 9 swords contained the lifelong sword Tao of the ancient Luo sword immortal. Throughout the ages, the most talented among those who entered the sword tomb had only managed to bring out one sword art, and that was only because that person was a genius of extraordinary comprehension. After all, these were 9 heaven-grade supreme sword arts. What did the Holy Sun say? Improve. Ding Yangzi's smile froze, replaced by extreme astonishment. But those are the heaven-grade supreme sword arts left by the patriarch, already perfectly flawless. If one sword Tao talent is not strong, he might not even be able to comprehend them, let alone improve them. Isn't this boasting a bit too much? Yao Xingya simply coughed twice, trying to smooth things over. Ahem, perhaps the Holy Sun intends to use his own cultivation to forcibly simplify the sword intent imprint, making it easier for junior disciple Ning to comprehend. This could also be considered a kind of improvement in another sense. The ever-silent and cold-faced Yan Luo's eye twitched slightly, clearly shaken inside. Li Qingfeng, standing nearby, fixed his gaze on Su Chang'e, without speaking, simply wanting to see what he would do next. Intuition told him that today he would witness some miracles. Humph. The sword maniac let out a mocking laugh. Uncle Ling, he wants to improve a heaven-grade supreme sword art. Ning Hao couldn't help but smile as he lowered his voice. Song Ling frowned slightly, said nothing, his eyes filled with immense confusion. It shouldn't be. After a brief contact, he didn't seem like a fool. At this moment the drunken fairy also shed her languid demeanor, her delicate brows furrowed. Did we miss here? Could it be? Wait a moment. Brother Xuanji, has this thing of yours been placed here for too long and malfunctioned, causing the transmitted content to be distorted? Master Xuanji retorted angrily, nonsense. How could something left by the patriarch break? The chief disciples who followed also exchanged glances, wanting to say something, but knowing the occasion was inappropriate, so they communicated with their eyes. But the result was the same. They all thought Su Chang'e's claim of improvement was a bit outrageous. You haven't even learned it, how can you improve it? But just then, within the ruins, boom. A terrifying sword intent burst forth instantly. In everyone's sight, the 9th sword monument, which had lain silent for 10,000 years, suddenly erupted with an eerie blood-red light. Su Chang'e, who was sitting cross-legged before the monument, was instantly engulfed. Behind him, scenes of mountains of corpses and seas of blood unfolded. Su Chang'e, like a god of slaughter, stood with his back to all beings. Following that, a terrifying sword intent shook the heavens in all directions, a killing thought that chilled everyone to the bone, as if before the myriad living beings and the countless worlds it would slay them all under the sword. This is... Master Xuanji exclaimed, his eyes wide open. Before he could finish, he was drowned out by Yao Xingye's even louder voice. Zui Sha. Comprehended. But this is one of the Patriarch's strongest 9 swords, a heaven-grade supreme sword art. How could it be so fast? Li Qingfeng was stunned. The fat eighth in his excitement slapped Yin Luo on the back, but Yin Luo at this moment paid him no mind and stared blankly at the scene on the runestone disc. The chief disciples were even more dumbfounded, their leader, Yao Yu, staring blankly. The sword maniac who had been mocking just moments ago was now extremely agitated. His eyes seemed to hold only the terrifying sword intent. He exclaimed in shock, "No, this is wrong. This is different from the scenes recorded of those who comprehended the 9 swords. The Zui Sha sword is nowhere near this terrifying." As soon as he said this, the peak masters all narrowed their eyes. Then they heard the sword maniac mutter in a daze, "Sword intent. This is a supreme sword intent, perfectly aligned with the way of slaughter. No wonder. No wonder every disciple of the Taiching sect must learn the Taiching sword art. Even the Holy Sun is no exception. Without the Taiching intent to guard the heart, even if one comprehends this sword, they would fall into demonic madness." Not far away, Tsang Ling was dumbfounded, and Ning Hao beside him turned pale. At the same time, within the sword tomb world, the killing sword intent permeated. Such terrifying sword intent. Ning Fuyao opened her small cherry-like mouth in disbelief as she stared at Su Chang's back. A Qi senior brother has comprehended it. In just this short time sitting down, he has comprehended the sword art of the 9th monument rite. Inside the ancient sword world, a Qi for the first time did not answer her. Instead, he murmured, while looking at everything before him, speaking to himself in disbelief. "Impossible. This is impossible. The killing Tao within this sword art is incomplete. How could he possibly master a heaven-grade sword art and comprehend the killing Tao in such a short time?" If not for witnessing it with his own eyes, a Qi would not believe it even if anyone said it. At this moment, Su Chang'e was completely unaware that his feat had stunned everyone. He, however, fell into a brief contemplation. After suppressing the blood-colored sword light in his eyes, he was shocked inwardly. It's actually the killing Tao. He couldn't help but recall a faint memory, a conversation between his young self and his father. "Father, what does Tao mean?" The rules of heaven and earth themselves, the paths walked by predecessors, the insights of later generations. All 3 can be called Tao. The common saying 3,000 great Taoists does not mean there are only 3,000 paths to cultivate. 1 is singular, 2 is dual, 3 is multitude, so the 3,000 great Taoists can also be understood as the myriad Taoists. Then what about the 50 great Taoists? The supreme law that governs the operation of this universe is called the 50. Simply put, all things in the world are within these 50 great Taoists. But even matters determined by the heavenly Tao account for only 49. We cultivate the Tao merely to contend for that one, which is both existence and uniqueness. Though it is unique, it is not singular within the great Tao. I don't quite understand. Aha, then let me put it more simply, Father said. All Taoists are like a kind of rule, and under the rules there are many regulations. Taoists also have strengths and weaknesses. These 50 Taoists are the strongest. So powerful. What are they? I must remember them all, and later collect them all. Oh, did your mother give you celery this morning? Such big words. But Dad likes it. My son Su Qiong should have this kind of momentum. But you must remember, some shameless old geezers cannot walk this Tao themselves, yet they occupy the latrine without relieving themselves. It's disgusting. Enough, I'm getting off track. Listen carefully. Time is supreme, space is king, fate does not emerge. Slaughter. Gradually Su Chang'e came back to his senses from his memories. Even a being of his father's level had failed to grasp a single Tao, which fully demonstrated the power and preciousness of these 50 Taoists. In short, it seemed he had struck it rich. Then he thought again. It made sense. A sect that could gather so many daughters of fate could not be as simple as it appeared on the surface, and having this incomplete Tao was understandable. The next moment, his gaze shifted to the 8th sword steel beside him, and then he slowly stood up and walked over. Let me see what else this Taiching ancestor has hidden. Su Chang'e walked over eagerly. Not far away, a bewildered Ning Fuyao stared at the scene with her mouth agape. By the way, don't just stand there. Go comprehend the 9th sword. I've made some improvements and inscribed them on the sword steel. You should be able to do it right. Cough, even if you can't grasp it, it's fine. Senior brother will teach you slowly, ha. Su Chang'e turned his head and glanced at Ning Fuyao, speaking in a gentle tone. He was in an extremely good mood now. Ning Fuyao was clearly stunned, for a moment slow to react before she said yes. As senior brother. By the way, senior brother, what about you? Su Chang'e casually said, since I'm here, I might as well revise the rest of them too. What if there were more incomplete Taoists? This kind of thing is rare and precious. Though the possibility is low, it doesn't hurt to try. Ning Fuyao was instantly stunned. When she walked dazedly to the ninth sword steel and saw the very detailed cultivation method for the Zue Sha sword art divine ability that Su Chang'e had inscribed, she was momentarily stunned. She could actually understand it. Is this really a heaven-grade supreme sword art? How could this be? Ning Fuyao was astounded. At this moment, A Chi's voice sounded, returning to simplicity, making the difficult easy. Your senior brother's sword talent is ridiculously excessive. A Chi see. I told you earlier that senior brother was amazing, but you just wouldn't believe me. Ning Fuyao laughed gloatingly in her heart. Su Chang'e's actions at the 10,000 Phenomena Heavenly Palace had given her a tremendous shock and awe. Then she began to carefully read the very detailed annotations. Senior brother is so meticulous, his swordsmanship so formidable. I actually hesitated when he said he would teach me. Ning Fuyao felt warmth in her heart along with a tinge of guilt. She secretly clenched her jade-like fist and made a silent vow. I must comprehend this ninth sword. Strive to satisfy senior brother. Achi's lips moved slightly, but she said nothing. Then she looked through the ancient sword at Su Chang'e outside. In fact, her gaze had never left Su Chang'e. Could he be the one fated by heaven that the former master spoke of? But if he is the fated one, then what is my current master? Maybe I'm overthinking you. Perhaps he is just exceptionally skilled in the slaughter Dao. Tens of meters away, Su Chang'e, who had just arrived before the eighth sword steel and had not yet begun to comprehend it, heard. Ding Tianming shimmy. Ning Fuyao felt warmth in her heart. Reward 1 month of cultivation fragments. Moi. Su Chang'e glanced in surprise at Ning Fuyao, who was now intently looking at the ninth sword steel. This girl is too easily warmed. Then he began to seriously look at the eighth sword steel. Ding host has viewed the eighth sword of the Tai Ching Nine Swords. Based on the host's sword insights from having mastered the Saint grade sword art Zhan Tian Ba Jin Shu and cultivated the Tai Ching sword art to its peak, with heaven-defying comprehension, the eighth sword, Ming Sha, has reached minor completion. Boom. The eighth sword steel emitted a terrifying sword intent that shot straight into the clouds. However, Su Chang'e, though having obtained a heaven-grade supreme sword art, was clearly not satisfied. He quickly walked to the seventh sword steel. The next moment, boom, another terrifying sword intent instantly spread, and the world of surging blood oceans reappeared, filling the heaven and earth with a killing sword intent. Ding host has viewed the seventh sword of the Tai Ching Nine Swords. With heaven-defying comprehension, the seventh sword Jiesha has reached minor completion. Boom. Ding host has viewed the sixth sword of the Tai Ching Nine Swords. With heaven-defying comprehension, the seventh sword, Yun Sha, has reached minor completion. Fifth sword, fourth sword, third sword. In less than half an incense stick's time, Su Chang'e's figure successively flashed past 7 ancient sword steels. He paused for no more than 10 breaths before each steely, and the sword steel would roar in response, the corresponding terrifying sword intent easily triggered by him. After each comprehension, he would deliberately linger a moment longer, his deep gaze sweeping over the inscriptions, as if confirming something. All are incomplete, killing sword intents, just getting stronger gradually. It seems there is only one kind. I was overthinking. Even if the Tai Ching sect is extraordinary, it can't have more Daos. Su Chang'e muttered with a frown, a hint of dissatisfaction on his face. However, he did not know that everything he had done in such a short time had already numbed Ning Fuyao beside him. The sword spirit, A Chi, in the ancient sword space, whose eyes were like frozen for 10,000 years, also showed clear stupefaction and disbelief for the first time. Such heaven-defying comprehension. Outside the sword tomb, those who witnessed all this through the runestone disc had completely fallen into frenzy. Oh, it worked again. It worked again. Monstrous. This is a true swordsmanship monster. The sword maniac's eyes were bloodshot, his hair and beard bristling with excitement, waving his arms and stamping his feet. If not for others holding him back, he would have rushed into the sword tomb to worship Su Chang'e as his master. Senior brother Qingfeng hit me once. Am I still dreaming? In such a short time, he has comprehended 8 swords. The drunken fairy said with a bewildered expression. Pang Laoba swallowed hard, pointed at Su Chang'e's slightly furrowed brow on the stone disc, and said in a dry voice. Even so, the Holy Sun seems somewhat dissatisfied. Look at his expression. Far from the joy when he comprehended the 9th sword steel. Could it be that he's disdainful of it? At the moment when everyone was stirred with excitement, Venerable Xuanji, standing at the forefront, suddenly turned around. A vast divine fire realm pressure erupted instantly, enveloping the entire place. His face was as cold as 10,000-year-old ice, and his voice was icy. Seal this place. If anyone spreads the news of what the Holy Sun did today, regardless of identity or reason, they will become an enemy that the Tai Ching sect will never cease to fight until death. This master will exhaust all my strength, even if I have to pursue through all the myriad worlds to annihilate their body and soul. Su Chang'e is too monstrous. so monstrous that it defies belief and so monstrous that it stirs murderous intent in ill-intentioned people, especially in the current turbulent situation of the Eastern Xian domain. But what truly worried Venerable Xuanji was the pressure from the spirit realm. He dared not imagine what reaction the spirit realm would have if this news got out. Would the one who comes want to accept Su Chang'e or to seize his body? Who dares to gamble? At this moment, inside the Sword Tomb world, Su Chang'e also walked to the front of the second sword steel. After a terrifying aura that made his spine chill emanated, his eyes suddenly lit up. Here it is. This second sword steel was distinctly different from the previous ones. Its entire body was a pale gray-white, and upon approaching one could feel an aura of desolation. This feeling, it shouldn't disappoint me, right? The next moment Su Chang'e immersed his mind into this second sword steel. Ding, you have viewed the second sword of the Tai Ching 9 swords time with heaven-defying insight. The second sword time has entered the beginner stage. From this, you have glimpsed a sliver of truth in the contained Tao of Time, realizing it is a branch of the Great Tao of Time. The 3000 Taoist Time Beginner Great Tao of Time being supplemented. At that instant when the system notification sounded, boom, an indescribable aura burst forth from Su Chang'e's center, spreading in all directions. This aura lacked earth-shattering momentum, yet wherever it passed the space, visibly warped. Around Su Chang'e a series of horrifying scenes unfolded. The tenacious grass at his feet sprouted, stretched, yellowed, and withered in an instant. A scattered piece of rubble weathered and eroded on its surface at a visible speed from sharp edges to smoothness, finally turning into a handful of sand. Under the shroud of this time, everything was subject to the inescapable law, the most fundamental manifestation of causality. All abilities seemed pale and powerless under the erosion of time. Not far away. Such a strange feeling. Senior brother seems to be aging. But then again, not really. Ning Fuyao watched Su Chang'e's back and felt a sense of eeriness. Meanwhile, in the ancient sword space, a Qi almost cried out involuntarily. He is using the Tao of Time to comprehend the great Tao of Time. And it seems he has gained quite a few insights. This kid is truly a monster. Even if placed in that era, he could contend with those ancient prodigies of the immortal age. Especially his insight. It's simply even stronger than the innate great Tao saintly body. A Qi stared in shock at the scene before her. Even though she had experienced endless ages, she had to admit that she had underestimated Su Chang'e before. This young man's insight was already heaven-defying in her eyes. Even the second-ranked innate great Tao saintly body among the myriad world divine physiques acclaimed as the most insightful was not this monstrous. To be honest, she now suspected that Su Chang'e might be the reincarnation of some ancient sword Tao master, perhaps even someone she knew. A Qi isn't senior brother's sword talent extraordinary? Ning Fuyao couldn't help but ask in her mind. Purely in terms of sword Tao insight, even in the most glorious era of this universe, he could be ranked among the strongest tier. A Qi answered truthfully without any exaggeration. However, A Qi's eyes showed a rare hint of gravity. But your senior brother has incurred a great karmic entanglement this time. How far he can go in the future is uncertain. As she had said before, these 50 paths were all held by some unspeakable beings. At present Su Chang'e was still weak, and in this lower realm of the Dharma-ending age those beings had not noticed him. But the day he attains the Tao will be the day of his utter doom. She could almost see that day, Su Chang'e facing the sudden onslaught of all the gods and Buddhas. Of course there might not be such a day. Although Su Chang'e's current performance was indeed astonishing, the path of the great Tao becomes increasingly difficult. Those who have reached the ultimate transcendence are not all gifted with exceptional talent. Some accumulated slowly and took off later, or the slow bird flies first. Why is it a great karmic entanglement? Senior brother is so powerful, why can't he go far? A Qi, what do you mean by that? Ning Fuyao looked solemn. She generally trusted A Qi's words, so she felt an inexplicable worry. Because some old immortals will never allow your senior brother to continue growing. A Qi explained in the simplest way. Ning Fuyao frowned and asked, why don't they allow senior brother to grow? Did senior brother offend them before? No, your senior brother hasn't even seen them. It's just because his talent is too great. A Qi added. Hearing this, Ning Fuyao was somewhat indignant. Is there no justice? Justice? A Qi revealed a sneer as if finding this the most ridiculous thing. Then she said, Master, you must understand that there has never been any justice in this world. The strong are beyond rules, and the weak must bow. It has always been so. I see. Ning Fuyao's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness and resolve. Senior brother has treated me well, granting me a sword, standing up for me, and bringing me into the sword tomb. If one day comes, I, Ning Fuyao, will show them my version of justice. Meanwhile, outside the sword tomb, before the runestone disc, dead silence. A more absolute silence than ever before. Everyone was as if petrified, their pupils contracted to the extreme, staring fixedly at the bizarre scene in the stone disc. grass and trees aging hard, stone turning to sand. What is that? Drunken Immortal's voice was hoarse. But the next moment, crack. Amid the dumbfounded gazes, Xuanji Shangren waved his hand and directly cut off the image on the runestone disc. Suppressing the shock in his heart, he swept his eyes over the crowd and said in an indisputable tone, "No need to watch anymore, and we cannot watch anymore." At this point, it truly could not be allowed to continue even if no one present had ill intentions. This was absolutely improper. Initially, Xuanji Shangren had used the runestone disc to peek into the Sword Tomb world out of curiosity about what Su Chang'e was doing and why he was so eager to open the Sword Tomb. Of course, it would be best to see Su Chang'e's strength in action since he had never witnessed it firsthand. But now it was different. Su Chang'e's monstrous talent had exceeded his knowledge. At this moment, he began to believe everything Wang Gang had said that day. With Su Chang'e, the Taiqing sect would surely be invincible across the heavens. Therefore, the only thing he needed to do now was to spare no effort in helping Su Chang'e. "You all go to the Taiqing Hall first. I will wait here for the Saint Sun to come out. After that, I will personally convene the Taiqing meeting to adjust the strategic direction of the Taiqing sect for the next 10 years, even 100 years. Xuanji Shangren added. Everyone snapped back to reality and nodded in agreement, fully endorsing Xuanji Shangren's approach. Song Ling was also deeply shocked. He then pulled the dumbfounded Ning Hao and instinctively took half a step back. At this moment, only one thought occupied his mind. Fu Yao being able to become Su Chang'e's junior sister might be her greatest fortune. Inside the ancient sword space, before the second sword steel, Su Chang'e slowly opened his eyes, in which myriad runes seemed to cycle through birth and destruction, finally settling into calm. He gently exhaled a mouthful of turbid breath, which even carried a hint of the vicissitudes of time. It is actually the most rare of the 3,000 Taos, the Tao of Time. Even if it is not comparable to the true Great Tao of Time, having a direction to comprehend now means that understanding the Great Tao of Time is only a matter of time. A flicker of excitement stirred within Su Chang'e's eyes. He had merely intended to pass down the Tao to Ning Fuyao, yet the gain surpassed all expectations. Mastering the concepts of slaughter and time had elevated his combat prowess to a level even he could not fathom. His gaze then turned to the final first sword steel. With a movement as light as a breeze, he sat cross-legged before the steel. The moment his divine sense touched the steely, the 8 distinct sword intents he had previously comprehended surged autonomously, as if triggering a dormant mechanism. Ancient runes flashed across the steel surface, and an inexplicable pull drew him in. The scenery before him shifted abruptly. When he steadied himself, he found himself within the inner world of the first sword steel. This place was utterly unlike the desolate sword tomb outside, a veritable paradise. A pavilion of bamboo grove and verdant mountains surrounded him. The very air was infused with the 8 coexisting sword intents, precisely those Su Chang'e had comprehended earlier. Cultivating the first 8 swords here would be twice the result with half the effort. Moreover, time flows exceedingly slowly, a formation at work likely the handiwork of the Taiqing ancestor. Su Chang'e surveyed the realm, drawing conclusions. Having grasped the essence of time, he saw through the realm's extraordinary nature. The next moment, a melodious zither melody drifted over. Following the sound, Su Chang'e activated his truth discernment divine pattern, piercing through the misty aura to behold a peerless figure. Her form was somewhat ethereal, her demeanor gentle, and refined, her features exquisitely delicate. A simple wooden hairpin bound her black tresses, and 2 majestic peaks rose proudly. Simultaneously, Su Chang'e realized that the ground beneath him was shifting. In an instant, he stood before the woman in black, who sat playing the zither. She adjusted her attire, then rose and looked directly at Su Chang'e. Her pale blue eyes held a trace of worldly weariness mixed with a hint of allure. The Taiqing ancestor Luo. Su Chang'e cupped his hands and ventured tentatively. He was 90% certain it was her, yet the woman's gaze and gestures left him somewhat unsettled. Su Chang'e knew little about the Taiqing ancestors' legends, only that she had founded the Taiqing sect and was the strongest in the Yuanyang realm during her era. Beyond that, he was in the dark. What he hadn't expected was that the Taiqing sect's founding ancestor was a woman, and a strikingly attractive one with an impressive figure. Luo Lan smiled softly and said, "The prodigy of the Su family is too modest." Her words made Su Chang'e's brow furrow slightly. He was curious how she had recognized him. He was not surprised by her attitude. The might of the ancient Su family was revered across myriad realms, a consensus among the mighty. He simply hadn't done anything to reveal himself, unlike the Qingxiu ancestor who had witnessed the heaven-slashing sword art. A heaven-born sword heart can perceive the intent of all swords, Luo Lan explained with a smile. Hearing this, Su Chang'e finally understood. So it was you who possessed a heaven-born sword heart. The heaven-slashing sword art, the pinnacle sword technique of the Su family, has resounded across the realms for ages. Its concept of slashing the heavens is indeed legendary. The 9 swords I created from the opportunity one found in the Nanming sword ruins fall far short in comparison. Su Chang'e chuckled. Ancestor Luo is too modest. These 9 swords are quite formidable. Nanming sword ruins. Wasn't that one of the premier ancient holy lands of the spirit realm? The Taiching ancestor indeed hailed from the spirit realm. Haha, to receive such praise from young master Su truly gladdens my heart. Luo Lan laughed heartily, then cast a captivating glance at Su Chang'e. I've long wondered why the Su family stands eternally at the apex of the myriad realms. Today I finally understand. Each generation is like a dragon, how could they not flourish? And young master Su is even more remarkable. In my life I've seen countless sword prodigies, but none earned my admiration. Yet your talent truly astounds me. Though her expression remained calm, her heart was in turmoil, though she suppressed it, fearing he might think her unsophisticated. Even as a remnant, she could perceive what Su Chang'e had accomplished in such a short time, truly comprehending the Tao of slaughter and glimpsing the essence of time itself. Heavens, what kind of monstrosity was this? Something she had spent her entire life failing to grasp. He had achieved in less than half an incense stick's time, fulfilling her dream. This was utterly outrageous. No, she couldn't let him leave so easily. Ancestor Luo overpraises me, Su Chang'e said with a faint smile, seemingly numb to such compliments and unimpressed. No need for formality. Just call me Luo Lan, she said, immediately taking his arm with practiced familiarity and pulling him to sit. We're family. No need to stand on ceremony. Have a seat, young master Su. Su Chang'e sat down reluctantly, then extracted his arm from her embrace with the helplessness of a steer being forced to lower its head despite refusing the grass. Ahem, Ancestor Luo is too kind. Su Chang'e laughed awkwardly. Was she perhaps a bit too enthusiastic? Something felt off. What was she up to? Seeing his reaction, Luo Lan smiled bewitchingly and changed the subject. In the past, I founded the Taiching sect and left these 9 swords in the sword tomb. Do you know why, young master Su? To take disciples. To pass down the Tao? Su Chang'e answered casually, still puzzling over Luo Lan's intentions. You guessed wrong, young master Su, she said, clapping her hands. It was to find a son-in-law. Su Chang'e's eyelids twitched, and he forced a smile. Haha, so that's it. Quite unexpected indeed. What did she mean by that? Was she trying to seduce a younger man? But she was already dead. Then she continued. Alas, the timing is wrong. Though I still exist, I am no longer a living being. I used an ancient method from the sword ruins to dissolve my body into the sword, becoming a sword spirit. Even if I wished to marry you, I could not. Luo Lan observed Su Chang'e's expression as she spoke. Before he could respond, she added, how about this, young master Su? Let's each take a step back. Why not let me be your maidservant? Rest assured, I am not the type to act recklessly. My entire life has been devoted to the sword, and I have always been chaste. What the heck? A maidservant? Su Chang'e was taken aback. That doesn't seem quite right. What's wrong with it? You don't need to treat me as the Taiching ancestor. Just think of me as a sword spirit. Isn't it natural for a sword spirit to acknowledge its master? I'll even give you the sacred grade ancient sword I obtained back then. But wouldn't that mess up the generations? I have many elders in the Taiching sect. Who dares to gossip? Who in the Taiching sect is older than me? But what master? Well, I mean, take me to see my sword. Though the idea of taking Taiching ancestor as a maidservant sounded absurd, and indeed it was, Su Chang'e still agreed, since matters had come to this, declining would only seem pretentious. Upon hearing Su Chang'e's words, Luo Lan's delicate features bloomed into a graceful smile. Then with light steps, she circled behind him. Her jade-like hands, woven from soul force and slightly ethereal, yet slender, naturally rested upon his shoulders. Her fingertips touched him with a cool ripple of soul force, kneading with just the right pressure. Master. Luo Lan leaned close, her voice like a clear spring whispering in Su Chang'e's ear. She called him with utter familiarity, no trace of awkwardness, and a hint of relief flickered in her eyes. Thank goodness, he agreed. A maidservant then? I can wait no longer. If I delay another 10,000 years, even if I survive, the Taiching sect may not hold. I cannot gamble anymore. Moreover, he is such a prodigy, a member of the Su family destined to reach the pinnacle. He is worthy of serving me, Luo Li, as a maid. As I said back then, as long as I have a single breath left, I will give everything to see that beast die. Su Chang'e was initially unsettled by her overly intimate gesture, but as the kneading continued with perfect precision, a gentle surge of soul force seeped into his body, involuntarily relaxing his tense mind. His furrowed brow gradually smoothed. Could this be professional? Then Luo Lan slowly continued. That sacred ancient sword of the Saint Rank Master has actually seen it before. It is the 9 sword monuments in the sword grave that bear my lifelong sword Tao enlightenment. This sword is named Qingtsang, the greatest opportunity one obtained from the Nanming sword ruins in my youth. When I was still insignificant, it was my greatest reliance. This sword was forged from a fragment of the ancient Jinmu tree, possessing immense life force. That is why, after becoming its sword spirit, I could survive this long. The Qingtsang sword excels in defense, can shatter anything, and forms its own array. With me as its spirit, even a void Taoist cannot break it. It can serve as an extra life-saving card for Master. However, because I have slept for too long, Master must wait a few days before I can fully acknowledge my master. After hearing this, Su Chang'e nodded without surprise. He did not ask why Luo Li had become a sword spirit or why she had come to the lower realm. If Master has no urgent matters you can cultivate in this realm for a few days. The Qingtsang sword contains a trace of Jinmu's essence, and the spiritual energy here is extremely dense, offering great benefits to cultivators below the venerable realm. Luo Lan said with a soft smile. Perfect. During these days, she could draw closer to Su Chang'e and lay the groundwork for the future. Below the venerable realm, then it's useless. Su Chang'e declined indifferently. Speaking of realms, a thought crossed his mind, and he glanced at his status panel for the first time in a while. Now it was truly splendid. Name Su Chang'e. Age 23. Realm Early Venerable Realm Flesh Deification. Cultivation Techniques Tai Ching Xin Ju Earth Grade. Peking Yu Imperishable Sutra Imperial Grade. Not yet entered. Divine Abilities Tai Ching Sword Art Earth Grade. Peak Heaven Slaying Sword Drawing Technique Saint Grade. Entry Level Tai Ching 9 Sword Sin Slayer Nether Slayer Heaven Grade. Minor Success. 3000 Daos T Dao Perfection Talisman Dao Peak Sword Dao Entry Level Time Dao Minor Success. 50 Daos of Heaven and Earth Slaughter Dao 1 Time Dao 0. 3. Special Abilities Ancient Ancestral Dragon Avatar Bloodline contains a trace of Ancestral Dragon's might. Chaos Divine Fire. Its flame contains chaotic power, forging own path through myriad fires, suppressing all runes of this universe. Special Physiques Max Level Supreme Bone Truth Seeing Divine Eye. Treasures Moon Shattering Sword Earth Grade Upper Lunar Divine Tower Saint Grade Lower. Other Heaven Defy. In this lower realm the myriad Daos were incomplete and divine power was scarce. Relying only on oneself, it was difficult to cross from venerable to divine fire in a short time. Otherwise the entire Yuanyang realm would not have so few divine fire cultivators, and some even chose to go to the spirit realm. But for Su Chang'e that was not an issue. As long as he had cultivation experience it was fine. Hearing Su Chang'e say it was useless, Luo Lan couldn't help but pause, a hint of confusion in her eyes. She could not see through Su Chang'e's cultivation because it was concealed by a primordial divine pattern. She guessed it might be some divine physique. For the Su family, almost every generation had a few such physiques, so she was not surprised. But she could still sense Su Chang'e's age and bone structure. At this age in the lower realm with incomplete Daos and scarce divine power, even reaching array formation would be incredibly monstrous. Yet Su Chang'e's meaning was clear. He seemed already beyond the venerable realm. Could it be he had stepped into venerable? Thinking of this, Luo Lan's pupils constricted, slightly shock overwhelming her heart. Then, after chatting with Luo Lan about the recent situation of the Tai Ching sect, Su Chang'e felt the massage was enough and began to wander around under her guidance. But just as he turned, he suddenly realized something. Wait, I seem to have forgotten something. Su Chang'e frowned, feeling something was off. Didn't I come to the sword grave to pass on the teachings to my junior sister? This place is useless for me, but it's useful for Ning Fuyao. Damn, I almost strayed from the main quest. My imperial level sword technique. This is far more precious than the mere Tai Ching 9 swords. They are not even in the same league. After I simplified the 9th Tai Ching sword and let Ning Fuyao practice, I didn't hear the system's reward for completing the task. So just giving the technique is not enough. Su Chang'e's eyes narrowed, a determined look appearing. I won't wander around. You stay here for now. Oh, I'll come find you in a few days. Su Chang'e said to Luo Lan. Though somewhat puzzled, Luo Lan respectfully replied, yes, master. At that moment, only 10 seconds had passed in the outside world. Before the 9th sword monument, Ning Fuyao was completely focused on the improved text. Su Chang'e had left her delicate brows tightly knit, clearly stuck in some bottleneck of comprehension, her breathing even a bit strained. Suddenly, she keenly sensed a change in the aura beside her. Be big, senior brother. Ning Fuyao abruptly looked up, her eyes filled with astonishment, and a stutter crept into her voice. She stared blankly at Su Chang'e. In her mind, he had only been at the first sword monument for a moment. How had he suddenly appeared here? Su Chang'e nodded slightly, his tone placid as he inquired, how is your comprehension progressing? The sin-slaying sword is too high in rank. The profound sword principles it contains are rather intricate. Although senior brother has simplified much, I still haven't fully grasped the basics. Ning Fuyao's voice grew softer and softer, her head unconsciously lowering, her fingers nervously twisting the hem of her clothes, her face etched with shame. Having witnessed Su Chang'e's perception-defying enlightenment firsthand, her own meager progress seemed too insignificant to mention, and she could muster no trace of self-satisfaction. Yet she did not know that to touch the threshold of a heaven-grade supreme sword art in such a short time, even after Su Chang'e's improvements, was a speed that would surpass all her peers in the Yuanyang realm and astonish anyone else. Within the ancient sword space, Chi watched silently, words hovering on her lips before ultimately dissolving into a soundless sigh. Her complex gaze shifted to Su Chang'e. She truly could say nothing in comparison to this monster. At this moment, with her sword body, yet unawakened Ning Fuyao was indeed far, far behind. No matter. The corners of Su Chang'e's lips curved into a gentle arc. His voice softened as he said, "Come, this senior brother shall teach you personally." Before the words faded, he had already brushed his robes aside and sat cross-legged calmly, settling beside Ning Fuyao. "It's right that you haven't learned it. If you had, how would I pass on the teachings?" Ning Fuyao was slightly stunned, hardly daring to believe her ears. Big senior brother is suddenly so gentle. She had never heard Su Chang'e speak to her in such a tender tone, even though she already knew his recent transformation had been immense. In the ancient sword space, Chi did not speak to dissuade Ning Fuyao this time. Su Chang'e's talent had already shaken her, and she had no reason to let Ning Fuyao refuse. A prodigy in the sword path who could even astonish her was fully qualified to guide Ning Fuyao. The next moment, Su Chang'e pointed with a virtual finger, touching Ning Fuyao's chest. The tip of his finger contained a condensed strand of sin-slaying sword intent, and he then asked softly, "What do you sense?" Ning Fuyao's cheeks flushed crimson. This was the first time she had been touched near her forbidden zone by a member of the opposite sex. Her mind went momentarily blank, and she responded instinctively, her voice barely audible, I feel someone is poking my chest." Her voice trailed off by the end, no louder than a mosquito's hum. At these words, even a Chi in the ancient sword space could not help but twitch her lips. She could sense the pure and concentrated sin-slaying sword intent from Su Chang'e and understood his intention to let Ning Fuyao perceive the complete ninth sword in advance, which would indeed be immensely helpful for her comprehension. Su Chang'e's eyelid twitched. He was momentarily speechless, then chuckled lightly. "Who asked you about your body? I meant, can you sense the aura of this sword intent?" Ning Fuyao's face reddened even more. She dared not meet Su Chang'e's eyes, hanging her head and murmuring, "I'm sorry, senior brother, I misunderstood." Then she earnestly composed her mind and began to perceive that wisp of sin-slaying sword intent. In an instant, Ning Fuyao's divine sense seemed to be dragged into a blood-colored universe. She saw a colossal sword stretching across the heavens, and earth suddenly manifest. Its blade flowed with an eerie blood light, carrying a terrifying will to annihilate all things as it crashed down. Wherever it passed, the earth shattered, mountains and rivers collapsed, and countless living beings were ground to dust beneath the blade. Kill. The killing intent, condensed to the extreme, stirred up stormy waves in her sea of consciousness. Her whole body trembled violently, her slender back instantly taut as a bow. Yet a stubborn gleam appeared in her pupils as she stared fixedly at the scene. After an unknown time, a glimmer of understanding appeared in Ning Fuyao's eyes, as if she had captured a trace of the true essence. She murmured softly, "So this is the complete ninth sword." But at that very moment, an indescribable weightiness suddenly seized her. The sword tomb world inherently contained the ubiquitous ancient sword might. Ning Fuyao's cultivation base was insufficient, and coupled with the high-intensity comprehension of the ninth sword, even with her exceptional talent, she could ultimately no longer hold on. The next moment, Ning Fuyao felt her vision suddenly go black, her ears ringing. The spiritual energy around her seemed to be drained in an instant. Her delicate body went limp, and she fell straight backward. Before her consciousness sank into darkness, the last thing she vaguely perceived was a refreshing, pleasant scent approaching abruptly. "Is it Big Senior Brother's scent?" After this thought, she completely fainted. "Fuyao." Su Chang'e reacted swiftly. The moment Ning Fuyao's figure wavered, he sensed something amiss. Seeing her collapse, he reached out his arm and steadily gathered her light, graceful form into his embrace. What met his hand was a soft warmth. The young lady's brows were tightly furrowed, her eyes closed, her long eyelashes trembling like butterfly wings. Her cold, ethereally beautiful features showed a hint of pallor. It's just overdrawing her divine soul and physical body, reaching her limit. Su Chang'e immediately discerned the cause. There was no major problem. "That's not right. Didn't I leave a strand of energy to block the sword tomb's pressure? Did it disappear because I entered the sword tomb world? I overlooked. This girl endured on her own without calling for me. It seems no teaching can be done today." Inside the ancient sword space, Chi was very calm. She could sense Ning Fuyao's condition, but watching her master being held in Su Chang'e's arms, her feelings were complicated and hard to articulate. The next moment, Su Chang'e picked up Ning Fuyao and casually glanced at the black ancient sword she had always carried on her back. "So this is the immortal sword soul. This cheat isn't that impressive either." Chi's expression instantly became extremely grave. A feeling of scalp-tingling dread appeared for the first time. In that split second, she actually felt that he knew of her existence. The terror this brought her in that instant far surpassed the talent Su Chang'e had displayed. What does this look in his eyes mean? Was it my imagination? Outside the entrance of the sword tomb, Only Xuanji Shangren remained waiting in the same spot. Despite Yao Xingye's earnest entreaties, he had not agreed to let him stay. And Yao Xingye, thinking that Xuanji had always been the type to adhere strictly to rules, figured he simply didn't want Su Chang's secrets to be exposed too widely. After deliberating, Yao Xingye gave up as well. Xuanji stood still with a solemn expression, his aged eyes seemingly lost in thought. Maybe I should just make the Holy Sun the sect master anyway. That old scoundrel never does any proper work. With or without him, it's the same. How much resource allocation did the 9th peak get this year? Increasing it tenfold shouldn't be too much. Suddenly, a faint ripple spread in the space ahead. Xuanji Shangren immediately stepped forward. Then before his eyes, Su Chang's figure materialized out of thin air. Greetings, Holy Sun. Xuanji bowed respectfully, even more devoutly than when at the Divine Tower. When he saw Su Chang'e carrying Ning Fuyao, his pupils constricted, but he quickly sensed her life force was stable and let out a sigh of relief. Su Chang'e nodded and was about to take Ning Fuyao to the 9th peak to recuperate. But then he remembered that the Sword Tomb's rules seemed to allow only one opening, so he asked, Uncle Master Xuanji, would it be alright if I entered the Sword Tomb again later? No problem, absolutely no problem. Xuanji Shangren said heartily. Holy Sun, you can enter whenever you wish. I'll have a token made for you shortly, you can use it as a key. This Sword Tomb shall henceforth be the Holy Sun's private garden. Xuanji the Venerable's reply made Su Chang'e somewhat surprised, and he couldn't help but take a few more glances at this peak master of the first peak of the Taiching sect, who was majestic and imposing, yet whom he had only seen a few times in his memory. He was just speedrunning the Tongshan Tower, so why was he making such a fuss? Ahem, if the Holy Sun has time, you can add me as a communication friend. If you need anything in the sect, you can directly message me. Xuanji the Venerable chuckled softly after a few coughs. Su Chang'e nodded slightly and said, Alright then, I'll trouble you, Senior Uncle Xuanji. Immediately after, Su Chang'e transformed into a streak of light and vanished. Xuanji the Venerable glanced at the sky, his eyes filled with contemplation, and then his figure dissolved into specks of divine light and vanished on the spot. When he reappeared, he was already at the council hall of the Taiching sect. Before he even entered, he could already hear the heated discussions rising and falling. This is too absurd. Such sword path comprehension is unheard of. Wang Gang was not exaggerating at all. Our Taiching sect is about to rise. At this moment, Li Qingfeng couldn't help interjecting, not only his sword path talent, but also his tea ceremony. Yes. The Holy Sun's talent is not just exaggerated in sword comprehension. Senior brother Qingfeng has personally witnessed that his tea ceremony has reached perfection. Comprehension is only one aspect. The Holy Sun's strength is also heaven-defying. He cleared the Tongshan Tower in 3 breaths, which is clearly a dimensional crushing. I think the rumors from Liyan City are most likely true. But if the rumors from Liyan City are true, then doesn't that mean the Holy Sun also has high attainments in Talisman Path? This. At this point, I won't hide it from everyone. I am Yao Xingye, and I have already become a disciple of Mr. Su to study the Talisman Path. That day at the Wanxiang Heavenly Palace, I was fortunate to witness Mr. Su ascend to the peak of Talisman Path in a single step. Yao Xingye said with a slight smile. There was no need to hide anymore. I'll let Mr. Su's brilliance shine even brighter. Oh, what a... Senior brother Yao, what did you say? You old six. What do you want me for? Sword Maniac frowned and asked. At this moment, Xuanji the Venerable finally stepped into the hall, revealing an unprecedented solemn expression, and said, I have decided to let the Holy Sun assume the position of acting sect leader with authority to mobilize all resources in the Taiching domain. Does anyone have any objections? Agreed. Seconded. Let's adjourn directly. I'm busy and want to go ask the Holy Sun for guidance. Sword Maniac said in a hoarse voice with a hint of impatience in his brow. He didn't care about others saying Su Chang'e was good here or ridiculous there. He only cared about Su Chang'e's sword path. Yao Xingye was stunned for a moment, glared at Sword Maniac, and said, I haven't even gotten in line yet. Get to the back. At this moment, Li Qingfeng had already quietly slipped away. Xuanji the Venerable fell silent, and his heart was also somewhat stirred. I wonder if the Holy Sun has any knowledge of thunder methods. Pang Laoba was suddenly stunned and couldn't help saying, Senior brother Xuanji, shouldn't we inform the sect leader about this? Shouldn't we discuss it? I don't think that's necessary. Deng Yangzi waved his hand, his native accent coming out, and then muttered to himself. If Wang Gang's words are true, then the Holy Sun can also guide me in alchemy. After saying that, his figure also vanished from the spot. Pang Laoba was dumbfounded. What's going on? With just a few words, the Taiching sect has changed its name. The sect leader is my own brother. You. Su Chang'e headed straight for the 9th peak, and in the blink of an eye he arrived at Weya Garden. After placing Ning Fuyao in a room that had been uninhabited for many years, he unhurriedly walked to the courtyard. It's just exhaustion, Senior Tsang, need not worry. Su Chang'e said softly, slowly, sitting down on a stone block. Opposite him, Song Ling nodded, his eyes filled with calmness, as if he had already seen Fu Yao's condition when Su Chang'e first landed at Wuya Garden. Previously, I was like a frog at the bottom of a well, speaking too rashly. I hope you Taoist friend will forgive me. Song Ling cupped his hands towards Su Chang'e, then sighed with emotion. With such an extraordinary senior brother teaching Fu Yao, I am relieved. Hearing this, Su Chang'e seemed to understand something, and said with a calm smile, it's nothing. So everything that happened in the sword tomb was seen. No wonder senior Uncle Xuanji had that attitude. Seeing that Su Chang'e didn't take it to heart, Song Ling also breathed a sigh of relief, then smiled, and said, Taoist friend, your talent is unparalleled in the history of the Yuanyang realm. This trip to the Eastern Xian was truly worthwhile. After a barrage of praise, Su Chang'e immediately interrupted and asked, speaking of which, why did Fu Yao actually flee the Ning family? He was asking knowingly. Su Chang'e knew that Ning Fu Yao had fled because of an arranged marriage, but he didn't know the details. It was better to use this time to talk about something useful rather than just listen to him flatter. This matter. Song Ling frowned, slightly hesitated for a moment, and then truthfully said, Fu Yao fled because she didn't want to marry. This matter was not a secret in the northern domain. Moreover, now that Ning Fu Yao's identity in the Taiqing sect had been exposed, he had even less reason to hide it. The reason for his slight hesitation was that he was worried Su Chang'e would hold a grudge against the Ning family because of this. So he immediately continued, Fu Yao was a simple-minded child born beautiful. Her father was the patriarch appointed by the ancestor, so she naturally became the apple of everyone's eye in the Ning clan. But when she turned 10, her talent was tested to be mediocre, which made everyone in the Ning family feel incredible. Her parents were both such prodigies. As he spoke, Song Ling couldn't help but sigh deeply. Hearing this, Su Chang'e suddenly interjected. Is it that later his parents died in an accident, and Fu Yao, who was already not talented, naturally suffered all kinds of gossip, like waste and star of misfortune, who killed her parents? But fortunately, she had relatives like you and Ning Hao who truly cared for her, so overall she still lived a decent life. Song Ling was dumbfounded, but Su Chang'e was clearly not finished. Then the once dominant Ning family of the northern domain, I don't know why, began to decline, becoming outwardly strong, but inwardly weak. Just then some powerful force suddenly emerged and coincidentally took a fancy to Ning Fu Yao and wanted to be engaged to her. To sum it up, the Ning family's ancestor must be injured. The Ning family is on a downward spiral. Dangers are everywhere, and the family that wants to marry Ning Fu Yao has ulterior motives. Song Ling staggered back several steps, looking at Su Chang'e as if he had seen a ghost, and tremblingly said, You. How do you know all this? At this moment, the shock in his heart was no less than the impact he felt when he witnessed Su Chang'e's heaven-defying comprehension earlier. It was no wonder he was so shocked. Although the Ning family's current outward strength and inner weakness was a secret, if one really investigated, they could find some clues. The other matters could also be attributed to the possibility that Fu Yao had told him. But the biggest problem was that the Ning family's ancestor was severely injured, a fact that only he knew. This matter absolutely could not be known by a second person. Otherwise, those restless subordinates of the Ning family would have already made a move. Wasn't it all because they feared the lingering prestige of the ancestor? Are they not all following this routine? Su Chang'e murmured casually, even feeling that not giving Ning Fu Yao a cousin and cousin-in-law who would dig out her sword bone and snatch her great fortune was somewhat lacking. Then Su Chang'e looked at Song Ling, who was completely astonished, and said again, Tell me, with which faction has Fu Yao been betrothed? Within the northern domain, there should be no existence that can surpass the Ning family, right? Song Ling forcefully suppressed his turbulent emotions, took a deep breath, and said in a deep voice, It is not a faction from the northern domain. The betrothal comes from the Tianheng Mansion's branch established in the Yuanyang realm. With that, his expression grew even more solemn, and he lowered his voice almost imploringly. Taoist, Su, the matter concerning my clan's ancestor is the utmost secret of secrets. I earnestly ask Taoist Su to never reveal it. If it were not Su Chang'e before him, anyone else who had exposed the secret would have made Song Ling unable to resist the urge to kill, vowing to bury this secret forever. Rest assured, do I look like a big mouth? Su Chang'e waved his hand casually, then narrowed his eyes with a thoughtful expression and murmured, Tianheng Mansion. Ling Realm. In the next second, he finally remembered and said, Oh, so it's a gatekeeper. Tianheng Mansion is a 7th grade faction under the Renhuang Hall with 6 higher grades above it. 7th grade is the lowest, but it is still considered a human official institution. It is permanently responsible for guarding the junction between the Ling realm and the myriad realms. Because there is a barrier between the Ling realm and the myriad realms, ordinary cultivators must obtain approval from the Tianheng Mansion to reach the Ling realm, and only those with a cultivation of at least the divine fire realm are qualified to enter the Ling realm. One reason is to prevent the divine race from infiltrating the Ling realm, for among the divine race, there is one clan that excels in the nightmare technique. There have been incidents where this clan infiltrated cultivators' dreams, then quietly entered the Ling realm and began slaughtering living beings. The second reason is that those below the divine fire realm should not bother going to the Ling realm to join the excitement. Even for manual labor, no one would want them. Of course, ever since the Qiongyu Emperor decreed centuries ago that cultivators above the empty Dao are not allowed to descend to the lower realms, it also bears the responsibility of supervising the descent of Ling realm cultivators. This is undoubtedly a protection for the myriad realms. Once a cultivator reaches the empty Dao, they can overturn heaven and earth with a flip of the hand, bringing catastrophe to weak beings. After all, in the years of playing chess with the divine race, there have been not a few old monsters who secretly descended to the lower realms to absorb life essence to prolong their lives. The Ranhuang Hall above the Tianheng Mansion is not bad, but compared to the Su family the gap is huge, because who becomes the human emperor in the Ranhuang Hall is basically decided by the Su family. Back then, when Su Chang'e was punished to descend to the lower realm for training, he passed through the Tianheng Mansion. He still vaguely remembers that the mansion master's son's legs were trembling when he saw him. Hiss! Daoist Su, be careful with your words. Song Ling quickly gasped in a sharp breath and said solemnly, almost wanting to cover Su Chang'e's mouth. A gatekeeper. That is a force from the Ling realm. Even if it is truly just a gatekeeper responsible for guarding the realm gate, its strength is far beyond what the Yuan Yang realm can compare to. This he deeply understood. Seeing Song Ling's expression as if facing a great enemy, Su Chang'e asked calmly, since you are so afraid, why do you dare to help Fuyao escape the marriage? If the Tianheng Mansion holds you accountable, can you withstand it? Although in Su Chang'e's eyes the Tianheng Mansion was nothing but a minor nuisance for the Ning family, it was indeed a great pressure. Even the Ning family at its peak would not dare to provoke it. Hearing this, Song Ling pondered for a moment and said, although this betrothal was personally sought by Fuyao's second uncle, I had already thought it through before this. If the Tianheng Mansion really comes to question, I will naturally give them an explanation. Moreover, after seeing Ning Fuyao's sword Dao talent this time, he was even more determined to take Ning Fuyao back to the northern domain, first persuade her second uncle, and then go to the Tianheng Mansion alone. Even if the Tianheng Mansion holds him accountable, he would still cancel this betrothal for Ning Fuyao. The reason he was confident was that the Tianheng Mansion was not very keen on forming a marriage alliance with the Ning family. Canceling it would not be rejected by them. It was just a matter of face, and someone would naturally have to step up to bear the responsibility. Meanwhile, on the bed in the room, Ning Fuyao weakly opened her eyes, but she made no move. She had already clearly heard the conversation between the two outside, which they had not deliberately concealed. Uncle Ling, I am so stupid. Ning Fuyao's eyes reddened slightly. She had never expected that when she fled the northern domain back, then it was Uncle Ling who secretly helped her. No wonder the guards had not noticed her. She had not even thought that Uncle Ling had long been prepared to sacrifice himself. Master, do not be sad. It is just a mere Tianheng Mansion, but once Master grows up, one sword strike can cut it down. A Qi's comforting voice sounded in her mind. Grow up. Ning Fuyao showed a bitter smile. Even if she avenged Uncle Ling after she grew up, what meaning would it have? At this moment, the voices of the conversation outside the house sounded again. After hearing Song Ling's words, Su Chang'e immediately understood his meaning and said, all right, just cancel the betrothal. That gatekeeper Tianheng Mansion is not worthy of my junior sister. Senior Tsang, don't bother with the Tianheng Mansion matter. If they really hold someone accountable, let the people from Tianheng Mansion come to me. I will personally give them an explanation. With these words, Song Ling was slightly stunned. He stared blankly at Su Chang'e, listening to his calm and casual tone, and in a daze he felt a kind of illusion. To Su Chang'e was the Tianheng Mansion like an ant. Cough cough. What am I thinking? Song Ling immediately let out a scoff. Although Su Chang'e's talent was indeed extraordinary, he was still weak now. Even if he was as rumored, he could not withstand a transcendent force like the Tianheng Mansion. Then Song Ling looked at Su Chang'e with gratitude and said, then I thank you, Daoist. He took it as merely the passionate words of a youth, but his gratitude was genuine. With Su Chang'e's talent, he would eventually become invincible in the Yuan Yang realm. That Su Chang'e would do this for Ning Fuyao made him feel much more at ease. You'd better truly thank me. Su Chang'e glanced at him and said no more. Suddenly the system's voice sounded in his mind. Ding, the host's domineering words warmed junior sister Ning Fuyao's heart. Reward 1 month of cultivation experience. Oh, this girl is already awake. Having seen the third, I should also go see the second. As a warm-hearted senior brother, I need to warm them all. Su Chang'e decided in his heart. Thinking about it, it seemed that the second had not been properly warmed yet. How can this be? At this moment in the room, Ning Fuyao gritted her silver teeth, tears streaming down her face, her heart overwhelmed with emotion. What was senior brother is really too good to me. I used to add little surprises to his meals. I am such a terrible person. What your senior brother said is not wrong. that Tianhing mansion is indeed unworthy of master. Achi said with great approval, a hint of appreciation in her eyes, as she looked at Su Chang'e. Achi said with great approval, a hint of appreciation in her eyes, as she looked at Su Chang'e. Immediately after, Tsang Ling sensed that Su Chang'e intended to leave, so he cupped his hands and said, "Daoist friend, this old man will take his leave now." After he left, Su Chang'e turned around and said to Ning Fuyao, who had already risen and seated herself in the room, "From now on, this room is yours. Rest well, and tomorrow morning continue practicing the Tai Ching 9 swords." The matter of teaching the Tao could not be delayed, but he was not in a hurry for just one day, taking it step by step was fine. As for this room, he had actually long considered having all 3 junior sisters move to Wuya Garden. There was absolutely no ulterior motive, purely for the sake of warmth, and besides, living alone in such a large courtyard was rather lonely. He had just been too busy to arrange it. Inside the room, Ning Fuyao, who had just sat up and was about to clean the room before returning to her own quarters to rest, was stunned by this. She muttered in disbelief, "Son, senior brother is letting me stay in Wuya Garden. Good heavens, this is simply unbelievable. Master, this room is quite ordinary. There's no need for such surprise. And besides, a man and a woman living alone together, don't you think it's inappropriate?" Achi, feeling Ning Fuyao's shock, said somewhat speechlessly. Ning Fuyao shook her head and said, "Achi, you don't understand. All along, second senior sister, little junior sister, and I, though we never said it, we all knew in our hearts that in the past senior brother never truly treated us as junior sisters." Achi showed a strange expression. Was there even a need to say it? What decent person would treat their own junior sister like a maid and not even pay her? I remember when I first arrived at the 9th peak, I couldn't even enter Wuya Garden. Every time I delivered meals, I could only leave them at the gate. It was only when second senior sister fell ill and couldn't work that I had a chance to come here. Although senior brother has changed a lot recently and treats me very well, I never felt that he truly acknowledged me as his junior sister in his heart. But now it's different. Senior brother letting me stay here. This is really treating me as family. As she spoke, Ning Fuyao's heart felt warm, as if she was touched by Su Chang'e acknowledging her identity and treating her as one of his own. But upon hearing this, Achi frowned deeply, feeling a headache, unable to understand the matter. What is all this about? It's like being abused for a long time, and then suddenly given a piece of candy, and you start feeling grateful. Isn't that just pure insanity? Well, this is fine too. Let me take a good look at whether this Su Chang'e is truly a reincarnation of some great figure, or if he is simply born against the heavens. Thinking this, Achi said no more. Besides, she also wanted to see what astonishing next moment Su Chang'e would have. Alas, it's just that my talent seems not very good. Today I couldn't even comprehend the 9th sword. Senior brother will still have to take time to teach me tomorrow. I wonder if, after a long time, senior brother will become resentful. Ning Fuyao sighed suddenly. The more one gains, the more one fears losing. Now that she felt senior brother's concern, it was even more so, but she dared not refuse his guidance. Most importantly, she always felt immense pressure when facing Su Chang'e alone. Her fear of him had long been etched into her bones. Master doubts your own talent. Achi sneered as if she had heard something ridiculous. Compared to senior brother, isn't it true? Ning Fuyao couldn't help but retort. Achi was momentarily speechless, then transmitted telepathically. Achi admits that in terms of comprehension, your senior brother is indeed monstrous. Even among the sword cultivators I have seen, none can match him. But extraordinary comprehension does not represent everything. Achi once saw a spear cultivator who began cultivation at 3, achieved the Tao at 5, and reached the peak of the spear path at 12. He could understand any spear divine ability or technique with just a glance. It defied logic. Yet in the end, this spear cultivator who had high hopes placed upon him stopped at the self-severing realm. No matter how good one's comprehension is, if their cultivation speed cannot keep up, it's all in vain. Especially in the case of your senior brother, he cultivates too many paths, and too many miscellaneous ones, making it several times harder than focusing on a single path. Whether he can even sever the self and illuminate the Tao in the later stages of his cultiv. Then Achi added, Master is different. You are born with a sword body, a natural sovereign among swords. Once your sword body awakens, you can cultivate Achi's techniques to awaken your sword heart, and then you will soar to the heavens. But Achi, what you said is all about the future. Tomorrow senior brother will be teaching me. Ah, if only I weren't the only one going to learn. Ning Fuyao furrowed her beautiful brows, a hint of worry in her eyes. The next moment, third senior sister. A delicate cry tinged with tears came from afar, accompanied by hurried and light footsteps. Tu Yu rushed into Wuya Garden in a flurry, her face fully expressing the deep bond between the sisters. Senior brother. Tu Yu immediately spotted Su Chang'e standing quietly in the courtyard and promptly threw herself into his arms. Her impressive figure instantly made Su Chang'e, as if facing a formidable enemy, tighten his legs together, perfectly catching Tu Yu's alluring form. Yet Tu Yu paid no attention to this intimate posture. Her blue-gray eyes shimmered with tears on the verge of crying as she looked at Su Chang'e and sobbed woo-woo. Third senior sister. Is she? Croak. Don't say that. I haven't even tasted the steamed spirit fish that third senior sister made herself. Su Chang'e helplessly raised his hand and gently tapped her little head, which was always full of random thoughts. He said calmly, don't be silly. She's resting inside. Go in and see for yourself. Upon hearing this, Tu Yu's heart, which had been in her throat, immediately dropped halfway. She stood up and was about to rush into the room. However, Su Chang'e's voice came again from behind, calm and indifferent. By the way, after you see your third senior sister, go help her pack her luggage. Pack yours as well. From now on you will all live in Wuya Garden. Tu Yu's hand, which had just touched the door, suddenly froze. She suddenly turned around, her blue-gray eyes narrowing slightly, a hint of cunning and all-knowing seductiveness flickering within them. At the same time, a crooked smile curled at the corner of her mouth, her two small fangs faintly visible, adding a wild playfulness to her already enchanting and innate beauty. Tu Yu let out an ambiguous chuckle, her voice carrying a sweet, bone-tingling tenderness. Senior brother, you're so bad. She cast a flirtatious glance, her eyes sweeping ambiguously between Su Chang'e and the direction of the room. Biting her lower lip with her fangs, she said, finally can't resist making a move on us. Can't you take it one by one slowly? So impatient do you want me and third senior sister to keep you company together? In an instant, an ambiguous ripple spread through Wuya Garden. Inside the room, Ning Fuyao, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed inside the room, was pleasantly surprised to hear Tu Yu's voice. After all, they hadn't seen each other for half a month. This was the longest separation since she came to the ninth peak. But unexpectedly, Tu Yu seemed to be growing increasingly unrestrained in front of Su Chang'e, never stopping until she said something shocking. Heavens, what is Yu babbling about? What? One by one. What? Together. This. Where did Yu learn such nonsense? If she says that, what will the senior brother think of me? He'll surely think I'm a shameless junior sister. In an instant, Ning Fuyao's cheeks burned hot. Her jade-like hand clutched the corner of the quilt tightly, and her cold, clear eyes were filled with panic and shame. Her small earlobes were already red enough to bleed. At that moment, she felt all the blood rush to her head, her heart pounding like a drum, and she wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. But Su Chang'e in the courtyard merely raised his sword-like eyebrows upon hearing this. His expression remained calm, without the slightest embarrassment. After understanding the girl's personality, he would no longer be intimidated by such bold words. Su Chang'e knew that she was just sharp-tongued. Then he leisurely turned around and glanced at Tu Yu with amusement. Oh, is that so? Su Chang'e smiled slightly. Young as you are, you know quite a lot. You must have read plenty of miscellaneous books, right? It seems you have plenty of time on your hands. Since you're so idle, perfect. Tomorrow morning you'll train with your third senior sister. His tone remained calm, yet carried a sense of pressure. Training? Tu Yu was momentarily stunned, a mischievous glint dancing in her clear eyes. Is it what I think? But Su Chang'e withdrew his playful expression and turned calm. By the way, weren't you going to find your second senior sister? Where is she? He had originally planned to go see Lu Ruyan, the second disciple. After half a month apart, he wondered how far the reborn empress had progressed. It was convenient to ask this girl. Alas, don't even mention it. I looked all over, but second senior sister has already left. Tu Yu sighed disappointedly. She had wanted to share everything she had experienced with Ning Fuyao and Lu Ruyan, but after searching everywhere, she couldn't find a single person. It was only after hearing disciples gossip that Su Chang'e had carried the unconscious Ning Fuyao flying through the sky that she rushed over. Gone. Su Chang'e raised an eyebrow. Yeah. Tu Yu nodded, then took out a jade stone with her small hand and tossed it to him. Senior brother, see for yourself. Just as Tu Yu finished speaking. Whoosh. A slender jade hand suddenly shot out from inside the door, grabbing Tu Yu's wrist and pulling her into the room without explanation. The door slammed shut with a bang. Ouch. Third senior sister, what are you doing? Tu Yu was startled by this sudden attack and instinctively assumed a cute defensive posture, her blue-gray eyes full of confusion. Then after seeing Ning Fuyao's appearance, she chuckled mischievously. Huh. Third senior sister, your face. Why is it as red as a monkey's butt? Ning Fuyao stiffened at this description. Her cheeks were still burning, and even her earlobes and neck were flushed. Hastily she pressed her index finger to her lips, making an urgent and pleading shushing gesture, and whispered, "Should keep your voice down. Can't you speak more quietly?" As she spoke, she nervously glanced toward the door, afraid that the senior brother outside might hear. Tu Yu merely shrugged, walked over to the table, with familiarity, sat down, poured herself a cup of still warm spirit tea, and drank it in one gulp. Then she tilted her head, and said with a grin, "Third senior sister, what are you afraid of? I was just joking, kidding around. You don't actually want to warm the senior brother's bed, do you? Don't talk nonsense." Ning Fuyao's face turned even redder, her eyes filled with panic. She was so anxious she was about to cry. All right. I won't say any more." Seeing Ning Fuyao like this, Tu Yu couldn't bear to tease her further. She put down the teacup, carefully examined Ning Fuyao, and confirmed she was fine. Then she nodded. As long as you're okay. When I heard you fainted I was so scared. Ning Fuyao felt a warmth in her heart seeing her concern, but recalling her earlier bluntness, she forced a stern face, and put on her senior sister airs to scold. You? Who did you learn those words from? So shameless. What if you anger the senior brother? Never say such nonsense again. Though it was a scolding, her tone softened due to a lack of conviction. She ultimately couldn't bear to speak harshly to this junior sister, who genuinely cared for her. Don't worry, third senior sister. You can rest assured. Tu Yu waved her hand dismissively, a sly glint flashing in her blue-gray eyes. Senior brother isn't as scary as you all say. I think he's easy to get along with, and also. She deliberately dragged out her tone, leaning close to Ning Fuyao again with a knowing smirk, and whispered, I'll tell you secretly, senior brother's physique is really super good. Hearing this, Ning Fuyao's beautiful eyes instantly widened. Almost instinctively, she lunged forward and clamped her trembling hand over Tu Yu's troublemaking mouth. With a voice choked with tears she begged, I beg you, little ancestor. Stop talking nonsense. This girl was simply lawless. Physique. The senior brother's physique. This is something you can casually discuss. But thinking, Ning Fuyao suddenly recalled the chest she had leaned against when she fainted. It really was quite nice. Wait, what am I thinking? MMPH. It's true. Tu Yu forcefully pried open Ning Fuyao's hand, looking serious. How do you know? Ning Fuyao blurted out almost subconsciously. But the moment the words left her mouth, she regretted it, wishing she could bite off her tongue. Her cheeks were almost steaming red. How could I ask such a question? Tu Yu, however, said with an air of maturity, of course I know. This time senior brother and I went to explore a secret realm, and we even bathed together. Ning Fuyao was struck as if by lightning, her mind completely short-circuited. Her beautiful eyes lost focus, leaving only boundless shock. Her pink lips parted slightly, and in a voice almost like a dream she repeated, incredulously trembling together. Bathed. At the same time in the courtyard, Su Chang'e received the jade stone. With a slight movement of his divine power, a woman's indifferent voice sounded from it. Emergency matters require me to leave the sect for a few days. All affairs of Weia Garden should be postponed. If the senior master questions upon return, just tell him the truth. Lu Rian. The scene shifts. One late night, 3 days ago. This thing has a built-in memory effect. Su Chang'e was stunned for a moment. This is a system function. Key events regarding the destined junior sisters can be visualized. This system really is quite versatile. Su Chang'e thought to himself, then turned his gaze to the image formed by the system. The 9th peak. Boom. As an aura of the cave heaven realm middle stage emanated, Su Chang'e saw Lu Rian step out. A hint of surprise flashed in her cold and proud eyes, as if she was very satisfied with this breakthrough. But soon an extremely grave expression appeared on her face. This feeling. Have they already discovered me? Lu Rian looked up at the stars in the night sky with a solemn expression. Why have they come so quickly? How did they find out? An unprecedented pressure suddenly surged in her heart. The look in her eyes gradually shifted from helplessness to determination and stubbornness, with a sense of unwillingness. Why? There was already hope. Just give me this emperor some time, and I could rise again and fight back. But why must they make me despair in an instant? Lu Rian knew clearly that not only was she now just an ant in the cave heaven realm, but even if she had 10 times the cultivation, it would be useless. Her enemies were giants, even in the spirit realm. Gradually her emotions calmed down. Come if you must. I am someone who has already died once. What is there to fear? Lu Rian showed a cold expression, a hint of contempt radiating from her brows. Then her gaze shifted to the wooden cabin opposite with a faint but intense reluctance. I must quickly cut ties with the Taiching sect. Otherwise, given their style of action, the Taiching sect will surely be destroyed. It seems my fate with them is almost over. It's a bit hard to leave these 2 girls behind. Lu Rian murmured with a bitter smile, then shifted her gaze to the Weia Garden atop the 9th peak, her expression complex. Forget it. If you can treat them as well as you have been, I'll let bygones be bygones. If I still live, I will repay the favor. The next second, a golden light surged in Lu Rian's eyes. Her brows no longer held sorrow or defeat, only fierce battle intent and an air of dominance. No matter what, I cannot give up now. I must accelerate my growth. Even if there's only a glimmer of hope, I will fight for it. Time is short now. The resources I can obtain within the sect are far from enough for a rapid breakthrough. I have to try outside. With this thought, a look of determination flashed in her eyes. After leaving a voice transmission on a spirit stone, she cleaned the Weia Garden thoroughly from top to bottom. During the process, she couldn't help but smile bitterly more than once. Then in the dead of night, she left the 9th peak. The scene ended there. Looking at her like that, it seems her past life enemy has discovered her. Su Chang'e murmured as he exited the system provided, seeing a flash of contemplation in his eyes. That doesn't make sense. According to the normal plot development, it shouldn't come this fast. Otherwise, isn't the difficulty a bit too high, eh? Could it be because of me, eh? After a bout of fruitless speculation, Su Chang'e sat placidly on a stone stool, tapping his knee with his index finger, his aura unconsciously turning cold. Anger. Su Chang'e was slightly surprised. He could feel a surge of rage rising from the depths of his heart, as if it came from his very bones. But on second thought, it was only natural. Lu Rian had been with Su Chang'e the longest. Although he had never shown her any kindness before, that didn't mean he could stand by and watch her be bullied. When she was allowed to freely enter and leave the Wuya Garden, Su Chang'e had already acknowledged her in his heart. If the second one had come 2 days later, it wouldn't have been this troublesome. Su Chang'e thought to himself. Now he would have to make a trip to warm her up. Maybe he should put off the teaching matter. Just then, ding, the destined junior sister Lu Rian has gone alone to Tianwang City. Half a stick of incense later, she will obtain a heaven-grade pill, the Phoenix Yang pill, in a secret realm. Due to her stunning beauty and exceptionally outstanding personality, she catches the eye of the second heavenly court chief of Wanqi Longfu, who intends to capture her alive and bring her back. However, during the process, the destined protagonist Yixian steps in to help, buying Lu Rian a chance to escape. Through this event, Lu Rian awakens her memories as the Empress and becomes friends with Yixian. Warm-hearted mission released, rescue junior sister Lu Rian before Yixian does. Warm-hearted senior brother, no. One my junior sister, I shall warm her. Reward 1 year of cultivation experience. Su Chang'e was taken aback, feeling a bit awkward after reading the last line of the system mission. But time was what he needed most right now. The divine flame had been ignited, his physical body was divine, and all he lacked was divine power. This reward, though not as good as the teaching one, was the most practical. However, half a stick of incense, Tianwang City. Isn't that almost out of the Taiching domain? Is there even time? Su Chang'e felt a headache coming on. Even if he pushed the fastest flying boat of the Taiching sect to its limits with his full strength, it might not be enough. As for the second heavenly court chief of Wanqi Longfu, he didn't take him seriously at all. Speaking of which, he still had some personal grudges with this Zhuo Wanshan. In a past secret realm, he had played a trick on him. Zhuo Wanshan's targeting of Lu Rian might even have something to do with Su Chang'e himself. Moreover, Wanqi Longfu was already hostile to the Taiching sect. Although they hadn't dared to completely break the peace, yet their covert conflicts were far from few. Thinking of this, Su Chang'e couldn't help but curse. Damn it, system, are you sure this mission isn't meant to mess with me? Ding, host, don't be too limited. The mission only requires you to rescue the junior sister before Yixian does. It doesn't necessarily mean you have to do it yourself. Su Chang'e suddenly understood after hearing the system's reply. Right, why must I do everything myself? Back in the day, I orchestrated grand schemes. Though I'm not as powerful as I was at home, I'm no loner now. If that's the case. The next second, Su Chang'e took out a communication device. As soon as he opened it, a dense list of friend requests popped up on the screen with the add friend notification already piled up to 99. He ignored these messages, swiped his finger, and directly opened the dialogue with Feng Wuxing. President Feng, are you there? The reply was almost instant, as if the other person had been holding their breath waiting. Yes. Yes. Do you need anything, Lord Su? Just tell me. Is this old guy guarding the communication device? Su Chang'e was a bit surprised, but didn't think much of it, and replied, my junior sister Lu Rian might have a conflict with the second heavenly court chief of Wanqi Longfu in a secret realm at Tianwang City. Send someone there immediately. If a fight breaks out, just stall for a moment. Whatever cost you incur, just tell me. The reason he sought Feng Wuxing instead of mobilizing the Taiching sect's forces was simple. Tianwang City was a weak area for the Taiching sect. The Yuanyang Chamber of Commerce, on the other hand, had operations across the entire realm, so naturally, they had more resources and could act faster. Whether or not they could save her didn't matter, he just needed them to buy some time. Wanqi Longfu. Okay, Lord Su, I'll send people immediately. Just stall. Su Chang'e replied yes. Good. After receiving Feng Wuxing's answer, Su Chang'e decided to ensure everything was foolproof and opened the dialogue with Li Wanshan. Here. Lord Su, you finally contacted me. After you left, the group that came out of the ruins refused to leave the Taiching domain. I hit it off with them, and we formed an organization dedicated to solving problems for Lord Su. Su Chang'e was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected these people to be so determined to cling to his leg. Truly seasoned cultivators. But now they might come in handy. All of them were influential figures in the Taiching domain, with considerable cultivation realms and extensive connections. After repeating the instructions, this Zhuo Wanshan has grown a dragon's gall. How dare he provoke Lord Su's junior sister? We're right in Tianwang City. Lord Su, wait for our good news. Good. Su Chang'e replied with a single word and put away the communication device. Hearing that Li Pujuan and the others were also in Tianwang City, he felt even more reassured. After all, Zhuo Wanshan was only at the peak of the spiritual transformation realm. How much trouble could he cause? Even if he had Wanqi Longfu's experts with him, they couldn't withstand a siege from so many. At the same time, a figure staggered over. Upon closer inspection, it was Yao Xingye. Did someone break into the Tai Ching sect? Su Chang'e raised an eyebrow and asked in confusion. No, it's nothing. I just had a bit too much to drink. Yao Xingye waved his hand, his face flushed. At this moment, Yao Xingye was battered and bruised with a black eye and a swollen face. A gentle spiritual light occasionally flickered at his wounds, attempting to repair the damage, but it was always instantly dispersed by an extremely stubborn and sharp sword aura, leaving his distinguished appearance temporarily unrecoverable. Ha ha ha, you worry too much, master. Yao Xingye forced a smile, but it pulled at his wounds, causing the corner of his mouth to twitch in pain. I merely had a little sparring session with a few junior brothers when my hands itched. Nothing serious, nothing serious. Sword old six, I fucking curse your mother. Bore. Brute. Look at Li Qingfeng. He can understand reason. I told you to line up. I was clearly the first to contact Su Chang'e, and you still want to snatch. Do you really think my talismans are only for support? Go back and lie down for a few days. Indeed, after the meeting ended, Sword Lunatic immediately headed straight for the 9th peak. He was stopped by Yao Xingye, and the two started arguing, which soon escalated into a fight. The drunken immortalist beside them couldn't pull them apart. Immediately after, Yao Xingye put on a fawning expression and said, Master, after my efforts, the sect has decided that from today onward Tai Ching sect will fully follow the Holy Sun's orders. All resources of the 9th peak will be increased tenfold, and the myriad elephant celestial palace will be open to you indefinitely, without any sect contribution. You may take whatever you want. Upon hearing this, Su Chang'e was not particularly surprised. This was how a sect should treat a prodigy when discovered, not scheming to drive him away. But Yao Xingye alone didn't have such authority. Su Chang'e knew exactly what his purpose was in saying this. Then I must thank Uncle Master Yao for mediating. Su Chang'e gave a slight nod, then shifted the topic. I have something to ask. Does the sect have any powerful cultivators stationed at Tianhuang City? Oh, Master, please don't call me Uncle Master anymore. It overwhelms me. Just call me by my name. Yao Xingye waved his hands, repeatedly lowering his posture extremely. Then he pondered and replied, Tianhuang City. That's a barren land on the edge of Taiching domain, sparsely populated. The sect hasn't paid much attention to it for years. Now there's only one elder at the 5th level of spirit transformation stationed there symbolically. After speaking, he immediately asked sharply, Master, do you have any orders? The people from Wanqi Longfu are there, and so is my junior sister. Su Chang'e said calmly. The moment these words were spoken, Yao Xingye's expression turned murderous. How dare they? Those curs from Wanqi Longfu only dare to run wild in Tianhuang City. Beyond Tianhuang City lies Wanqi domain, which belongs to the territory of Wanqi Longfu. I will issue the order immediately. Let the Taiching sect experts near Tianhuang City drop everything and rush over. Holy Sun, what should we do if we encounter people from Wanqi Longfu? Yao Xingye asked, respectfully changing his address. Su Chang'e said softly, leave none alive. Yes. Yao Xingye immediately cupped his hands without any hesitation, not asking why. He simply withdrew with a solemn expression and left. Even if Su Chang'e ordered war against Wanqi Longfu right now, the 9 peak masters wouldn't even furrow their brows, let alone kill a chief disciple. A moment later, a message filled with murderous intent transmitted through the sect's secret technique instantly spread to the communication artifacts of all elders above the spirit transformation realm. Holy Sun's decree: all Taiching sect elders above the spirit transformation realm on external missions upon receiving this order immediately rush to Tianhuang City at full speed. As for the people of Wanqi Longfu encountered, slaughter them all, leave none alive. As soon as this decree was issued, all the elders who received the message were shaken. What's going on? Are we going to war with Wanqi Longfu? Holy Sun. Which Holy Sun? You don't know? The one on the 9th peak. He cleared the divine pagoda in 3 breaths today. Hiss. 3 breaths. Is that true? Stop blabbering. This is the Holy Sun's first decree. Move out now. Meanwhile, at the boundless courtyard. After doing all this, Su Chang'e began cultivating the Saint-grade movement technique, Infinite Horizon. This system mission had made him realize the problem of his insufficient speed. Then he glanced at the room where Ning Fuyao and Tu Yu were, and with a flicker of his figure, he returned to his own room. He took out the Infinite Horizon, while keeping an eye on the developments in Tianhuang City. At the same time, far away in Tianhuang City, inside the core palace of the Eastern Xian domain headquarters of the Yuanyang Chamber of Commerce. Feng Wuxing, looking at the name Su Chang'e on the communicator, trembled with excitement. He dared not show any negligence and immediately bowed respectfully, presenting the communicator to the woman who was lazily leaning back in the main seat before him. Miss, what do you think? Is this arrangement acceptable? The woman slightly turned her head, revealing a face of enchanting beauty that could topple nations. She wore a form-fitting flame-red dress, its hem like a blooming rose outlining a breathtaking and alluring figure. Her snow-white, smooth jade legs were faintly visible through the slit of the skirt, her toes lightly tapping, exuding a casual seduction. Looking upward there was her impossibly slender waist, and above that a full and high bust line that could make any man's breath catch. Her skin was as delicate as the finest mutton fat jade, glowing with a warm luster under the light of the palace pearls. The most captivating feature was her face. Her features were exquisitely carved as if by celestial craftsmanship. A pair of slender phoenix eyes with their flowing gaze seemed to contain a soul-snatching charm, blending the shrewd insight of a seasoned businesswoman with a certain lazy detachment born of seeing through the world. And she was none other than the ruler of the Yuanyang Chamber of Commerce in the Eastern Xian domain, also the daughter of its president, Yu Yi. Feng Wuxing had once worked by Yu Yi's side for a time before following her to the Eastern Xian domain, where he was later assigned to Luyan City. Wanqi Longfu. Yu Yi glanced at the information on the communication stone and nodded slightly. Uncle Feng, I trust you. If he is truly as monstrously talented as you say, I suggest that merely stalling for him is not enough to show sincerity. Such a prodigy deserves our Yuanyang Chamber of Commerce's investment. How about this? I'll go with you personally. If Wanqi Longfu has any backup plans, we can handle it. Her voice carried a natural huskiness and allure like aged wine, mellow and intoxicating. Feng Wuxing immediately said with admiration, Miss is truly Miss. You think far ahead than this old man. Yu Yi only smiled faintly, but deep inside she was immensely looking forward to it. She truly hoped Su Chang'e was as formidable as Feng Wuxing claimed. If so, the guardian she had been desperately seeking would finally be within reach. Tianhuang City 100 breaks secret realm. Crack. With a crisp sound the void shattered like glass and cobweb-like fissures spread outward. Dozens of figures emerged one after another from the spatial rift, their auras powerful, stirring the wind and clouds. Among them a group of white-robed figures was the most eye-catching. Their robes fluttered embroidered with silver thread, forming mysterious patterns of the sun, moon, and stars, which shimmered faintly in the dim sky. The leading figure had a handsome face holding a fan wreathed in fine electric light. He slowly and unhurriedly waved it, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. His gaze was fixed on the distance, carrying a hint of playful mockery, like a cat toying with a mouse. Interesting. Zhuo Wanshan chuckled softly, the lightning on the fan reflecting in his deep eyes. I never expected Su Chang'e to have such a spirited and lovely junior sister hidden away. Even more unexpected. She had the courage and skill to snatch that opportunity right from under my nose with her mere cave heaven realm strength. Truly one can't help but admire her. As he spoke, a hint of appreciation flickered in Zhuo Wanshan's eyes. His gaze fell upon the woman in black standing not far away, and he offered a faint smile. He felt no anger whatsoever at the theft of the Huangyang pill, rather he was somewhat delighted. The more astonished Lu Ruyan appeared, the happier he became. In his eyes, a woman of such extraordinary quality was far more precious than any Huangyang pill. Moreover, she was already trapped like a bird in a cage. He wanted both the treasure and her, so what reason did he have to be angry? At that moment, facing the assembled members of the Wanqilang Manor, a solitary figure stood poised, her cascade of dark hair swept high with a simple black ribbon. Her features were delicate and striking as if carved by the heaven's most masterful hand. A regal haughtiness radiated from her brow that belied her youth, and her golden-flecked eyes ran deep as mountain pools, still and unyielding. Though her cultivation rested merely at the cave heaven stage, she met the oppressive pressure of so many spirit transformation experts without a trace of fear. This woman was none other than Lu Ruyan. Yet she bore little resemblance to her time at Taiping's sect. She had exchanged the sect's moon-white robes for a form-fitting black outfit of midnight silk. The ink-black fabric clung to her slender, yet resilient frame, tracing elegant lines of supple grace. That profound darkness only heightened the pallor of her exposed neck and cheeks, skin as white as fresh snow on cold jade, catching the sunset light with an almost translucent luminescence. A flock of mediocre dogs dares to set their sights on this sovereign. Lu Ruyan's phoenix eyes swept coldly across the assembled forces of Wanqilang Manor as killing intent danced in her gaze. Her lips pressed into a resolute frost-laden curve, the faintest trace of mockery lingering at their corners. Ah, yes, that is precisely the look. Zhuo Wanshan, far from displeased, clapped his palms together with thunderous enthusiasm, a sinister grin spreading across his face as he narrowed his eyes. I treasure this arrogant defiance of yours more than you could know. Taking another step forward, he regarded Lu Ruyan with an air of condescending benevolence. The ninth peak of Taiping sect, Lu Ruyan, is it? I offer you a chance to leap straight to the heavens. I'm short a sensible junior sister to tend to my needs. Submit gracefully and come back to Wanqilang Manor with me. The Huangyang pill shall be yours as a reward, and your past killings of my manor's disciples will be forgotten. Beyond that, I'll provide you with the finest cultivation resources. What say you? As Zhuo Wanshan spoke, his eyes burned with fervor, his face alight with eager anticipation. His words brimmed with confidence, and he reveled in the slow, deliberate process of crushing such pride and claiming absolute conquest. The words sent ripples through the surrounding disciples of Wanqi Lang Manor, who stared at Zhuo Wanshan in disbelief, some shocked, others discontented, yet none dared speak against him. Lu Rian merely lifted her lashes languidly, her eyes radiating nothing but disdain and unmasked revulsion. You think yourself worthy? Zhuo Wanshan smiled faintly, then sneered. In what way am I not superior to Su Chang'e? My cultivation has reached the peak of spirit transformation. He cowers before me like a rat facing a cat. Aside from his scheming tricks, what does he possess? And as for my background, my father is the second master of Wanqi Lang Manor. 3 years ago he ignited the divine fire and secured his place among the supreme powerhouses of the Yuanjiang realm. What could he possibly compare to me? Not to mention you. Even if Su Chang'e himself stood here today, he'd flee like a rat with his tail between its legs. Therefore, if you can serve him, why can't you serve me? He's far more likable than you. At least he isn't so despicable. Lu Rian let out a cold laugh, dismissing the thought, and choosing silence over further words with Zhuo Wanshan. In an instant something ancient stirred deep within her pupils, as if a divine phoenix slumbering for eons had suddenly opened its luminous eyes, and terrifying heat materialized from nowhere, warping the surrounding space itself. Behind her the faint silhouette of an immortal phoenix slowly took form, a presence too ethereal for mortal eyes to perceive, radiating an aura as ancient and majestic as the primordial world. Over this period her unique physique had aligned perfectly with the ancestral phoenix immortality, art allowing her to cultivate it to considerable proficiency. Though still far from mastering it, the power she wielded remained formidable. The very next moment her aura surged exponentially, breaking past the confines of the cave heaven stage and reaching the threshold of early spirit transformation. This was a secret art she had mastered in her past life, one that could amplify her strength in an instant, though it would leave her vulnerable afterward. She had employed it during her confrontation with the 7th peak disciples at Taiping sect, but never with such reckless abandon as she did now. A ringing resonated through the air as Lu Rian's sword drew forth its cry. She transformed into a blazing comet that consumed all in its path, striking directly at the warriors of Wanqi Lang Manor ahead. Her blade surged forward with devastating ferocity, a reckless exchange that would devastate both sides. The assembled members of Wanqi Lang Manor staggered, stunned by this sudden explosion of power. The foremost disciple, a spirit transformation expert at the 3rd level, hastily activated his divine ability, conjuring a starlit chessboard to block the assault. Boom. The thunderous impact shook the entire secret realm, sending shockwaves rippling outward and uprooting ancient trees in their path. The disciple stumbled backward multiple steps, his phantom chessboard cracking under the assault. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Lu Rian. This power shouldn't be possible from someone at the cave heaven stage. Zhuo Wanshan's pupils contracted sharply, his gaze flickering between shock and intensifying greed. This technique cannot belong to Taiping sect, he realized with mounting dread. Such divine might. Who exactly is this woman, and what world-shaking opportunity has she stumbled upon? We must capture her. At that very moment. Rather than pressing her advantage after unleashing that sword strike, Lu Rian transformed into a streak of flowing light and fled behind them. Her desperate-looking assault had been a deliberate feint to distract her opponents before activating an escape technique from her past life. Trying to escape. Zhuo Wanshan smiled confidently, suppressing his greed as he continued lazily swinging his thunder fan, his expression entirely composed. At the same moment, boom. Figures clad in Wanqi Lang Manor garments surged from all directions, numbering some 70 or 80 completely, surrounding Lu Rian in an inescapable ring. At their forefront, a red-haired elder radiated the imposing aura of a formation master. Lu Rian's spirits plummeted upon witnessing this scene, her brows drawing together. How could this be? Why has the Wanqi Lang Manor brought so many people? Could this sovereign truly fall here? No, never. This old man has arrived late and begs the young master's forgiveness. The red-haired elder bowed respectfully to Zhuo Wanshan, while the figures behind him prostrated themselves in unison. We greet left chief. Zhuo Wanshan gave a slight nod and walked toward Lu Rian at a leisurely pace, a faint smile playing on his lips. Surprised? I'm quite methodical. Whenever I venture out to hone my skills, I always have someone guarding my path. Don't be startled. Though Tianhuang City technically remains within the Taiping domain, it has long been infiltrated by my Wanqi Lang Manor. In truth, were I to will it, I could assemble no fewer than 300 spirit transformation experts within half an hour. Do you truly believe you can escape? Cease your struggles. It makes no difference whether it's you or Su Chang'e who falls here today. The Taiping sect would simply have to accept their fate. Zhuo Wanshan chuckled confidently. He did not believe the dormant Taiping sect would sever all ties with the Wanqi Lang Manor over a single disciple. And even if they did, it certainly wouldn't be because of Su Chang'e. The red-haired elder remained silent, falling quietly into position behind Zhuo Wanshan. His aged eyes swept over Lu Ruyan with a flicker of something unreadable, yet he said nothing more. Moi. Zhuo Wanshan's expression shifted to mild surprise as he clicked his tongue. Tsk tisk, even at this precipice you refuse to yield. That defiance earns my respect. If I didn't already know the circumstances, I'd swear you had reinforcements waiting. Lu Ruyan surveyed her surroundings with composure. Though cornered in a desperate situation, her emotions remained largely undisturbed. Every second, she contemplated a way to break free, even if it meant destroying her divine body. She was determined to survive at any cost. Reinforcements. Lu Ruyan gave a nonchalant smile at the mere mention of the word. In her world, she had always fought countless enemies alone. She had never placed expectations on anyone, for she understood that the only one she could ever truly rely on was herself. There's no other choice. I have to gamble with my life. A look of absolute resolve flashed in Lu Ruyan's eyes. At the same moment, over 100 meters away, behind a pile of shadow-shrouded rubble, a young man in a simple green robe held his breath, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, locked intently on the battlefield. The spiritual energy within his body had quietly surged to its peak. He had been lying in ambush here for an extraordinarily long time, and with his master's assistance, he had remained undetected by anyone. Master, is the formation ready? Yi Xian anxiously urged in his heart, clenching his fists so tightly his knuckles had turned white. He could barely contain himself any longer. What's the rush? You never show up until the critical moment, kid. Calm down. Can't you see that the chief disciple from the Wanqi Longfu Manor doesn't actually want to kill her? She won't be in danger for now. As long as my formation is complete, I can briefly trap them and that elder at the formation arrangement stage. But I must warn you, you'll still need to face that second heaven chief disciple from Wanqi Longfu Manor alone. If you lose, you'll end up here too. Hearing this, Yi Xian gazed at the battlefield with unwavering determination. I won't lose. Almost there. Ruyan, hold on a little longer. But the next instant, wait, something's wrong, run. This sudden cry of alarm sent Yi Xian's expression into sudden change. He hastily asked within his heart, Master, what's wrong? Run? If you're even a moment late, it will be too late. There are so many auras moving so fast. How could so many people have arrived? It's over. No need to run anymore. We've already been surrounded. Yi Xian was stunned. He looked up at the empty horizon, about to ask questions, when his pupils suddenly contracted. Shadows were materializing everywhere, hurtling toward the 100 Breaks mountain range at a terrifying speed. At the same time, the red-haired elder behind Zhuo Wanshan also sensed something. He turned and looked up, his eyes sharpening considerably. The next instant, boom, violent power descended in an instant. A ferocious might mixed with blood and killing intent swept across the entire battlefield like a physical tsunami. Nearly 100 figures materialized like phantoms. Though they wore fine clothing, they clearly did not belong to the same faction. Each and every one had murderous eyes, terrifying spiritual pressure swirling around them. The weakest possessed transformation spirit cultivation, while the strongest included several dozen at the formation arrangement stage. Leading them was none other than the broad-shouldered, coldly expressionless Li Pujuan. Who are these people? Zhuo Wanshan looked around in utter bewilderment. In an instant, they had completely encircled all the people from Wanqi Longfu Manor. The red-haired elder stepped forward, protectively positioning himself before Zhuo Wanshan with a furrowed brow as he clasped his hands in formal greeting. I am Elder Chu from the second heaven of Wanqi Longfu Manor. May I inquire who you honorable Taoists might be? However, Li Pujuan didn't even spare him a glance. After confirming that Lu Ruyan was unharmed, relief washed over him. He swooped forward and knelt on one knee before Lu Ruyan with a respectful bow. Your subordinate has arrived late, fulfilling Lord Su's orders. Please forgive me. Among the cultivators behind him, those elders who had visited the Qingqiu secret realm exchanged significant glances. Well, so Li Pujuan certainly knows how to claim a good identity for himself. To think one sentence would make them Su Chang's people. Not to be outdone, they all knelt on one knee, just as Li Pujuan had done, and spoke in unison with the same reverent tone. Your subordinates have arrived late, fulfilling Lord Su's orders. Please forgive us. What? Lu Ruyan was completely stunned. She had intended to slip away in the chaos, since she couldn't discern these people's intentions. But Li Pujuan's bold declaration and kneeling had left her completely at a loss. Lord Su? What Lord Su? The people of Wanqi Longfu Manor were equally bewildered. Yet each face showed solemnity, for they had all realized these newcomers were enemies, not friends. Lord Su? What Lord Su? Zhuo Wanshan immediately asked. He racked his brain but couldn't recall ever offending any powerful figure with the surname Su. Beside him, Elder Chu's expression grew grave as he transmitted his voice. Young master, call for reinforcements immediately. That Lord Su. Li Pujuan shouted loudly, then turned his cold gaze upon Zhuo Wanshan. Who else could it be? Naturally Lord Su Chang'e of the Taiqing sect. And you dare mistreat Lord Su's junior sister, you worthless trash. Surround them all for me. The next instant, Hundreds of people encircled the Wanqi Longfu forces completely. The situation had reversed in an instant. Su Chang'e, Zhuo Wanshan murmured in disbelief. He couldn't fathom how Su Chang'e could possess such influence capable of commanding so many people. No less stunned was Lu Ruyan. When she heard Su Chang'e's name, her face went completely blank. It's him. He actually sent people to rescue me. How did he know I was here? Why would he be willing to send people to save me? Could it be that he always knew? That he's been watching over me all along? Countless questions surged through her heart. She couldn't believe that the senior brother who had always treated her with cold indifference would suddenly care so deeply for her. Fellow Taoists, I may not know what means Lord Su employed to summon you all so readily, but I must remind you. We are from Wanqi Longfu Manor. And this person beside me is the sole son of the Second Heaven's Palace Master. Moreover, if a real battle erupts, people will die. Elder Chu spoke in a heavy tone, his expression utterly unruffled, his words carrying a hint of threat. Though he didn't know what method Su Chang'e had used to command such an overwhelming response, this motley crew was still insufficient to make him beg for mercy. Yet just at this moment a light laugh rang out once more in the void. Death, you say? What bold words! Has Wanqi Longfu Manor already unified the entire East Xian? A crack suddenly tore through the void, and Wind, soundless, emerged with a cold smile. Behind him countless figures materialized like locusts, swarming, quickly forming an even larger encirclement, over 3,000 in total. They all wore black masks concealing their faces, and even the weakest radiated transformation spirit energy. Time was running short, so he had no choice but to use the space transference talisman. Yet he didn't feel the slightest twinge of regret. In that moment, complete silence fell over the entire scene. Both Elder Chu and Zhuo Wanshan wore expressions of utter horror, whereas Li Pujuan narrowed his eyes, sizing up Wine Soundless, who happened to be looking at him at the same time. What's the old ghost game here? Since when did the Yuanyang Chamber of Commerce start doing this kind of work? Li Pujuan transmitted his voice. Nothing special. You think you're the only one with good taste. Lord Su's affairs are my own family business. Wind Soundless immediately transmitted his reply in retaliation. Then Wind Soundless stepped forward, moving before Lu Ruyan as he slightly raised his hand. My apologies for startling you, Miss Lu. You as well? Lu Ruyan stared at Wind Soundless in disbelief, utterly dumbfounded. Yes, fulfilling Lord Su's orders, I came to protect the young lady. Wind Soundless nodded, then his expression turned serious. Rest assured, miss. With this old one present today, even if Wanqi Longfu Manor itself arrived, they couldn't touch you in the slightest. Hearing this, Lu Ruyan was completely frozen. This truly was his doing. Why? Why would he suddenly value me so much? Such powerful cultivators. Is this really someone he can command? Lu Ruyan murmured as she gazed at the densely packed figures that had suddenly appeared, among whom there were even those at the middle and late stages of array formation. Together they were enough to annihilate any first-rate power in the Eastern mystic domain. She couldn't fathom what method Su Chang'e had used to make these people obey him, and in such great numbers, all willing to offend Wanqi Longfu. The next moment, then she noticed the burly man in front of her who claimed to be Su Chang'e's subordinate looking at her with a wry smile. Sorry, all you seniors please rise quickly. Lu Ruyan immediately said, a rare hint of embarrassment appearing on her face. What's wrong with me to be so distracted? Thank you. Li Pujuan cupped his fists and abruptly rose, and the figures behind him identical to his also rose one after another. At the same time, surrounded in the center by the people brought by Feng Wuxing and Li Pujuan, Elder Chu's face instantly became extremely solemn. As he swept his gaze over the figures all around, he felt his scalp tingle, and his heart was filled with shock. Are these the death warriors of the Yuanyang Chamber of Commerce? Why are there so many? Are they here for a war? What exactly did Su Chang'e do to make the Yuanyang Chamber invest such a huge cost? At this scale, even the master of the second palace of Wanqi Longfu would find it hard to gather such a force in a short time. However, as he had seen much of the world, he suppressed his shock, stepped forward, and cupped his hands to Feng Wuxing, saying, President Feng, long time no see. Hasn't the Yuanyang Chamber always had a rule of never meddling in the conflicts of the six major powers? Stop. Feng Wuxing raised a hand to halt him, then turned his head, squinting with a light laugh. First, you and I are not acquainted. Second, does the Yuanyang Chamber of Commerce need your instruction on how to conduct its affairs? These words immediately made Elder Chu's face flush red, but constrained by the background and strength of the Yuanyang Chamber, he could only swallow his anger. He forced a dry smile and stepped back, then transmitted his voice. Young master, the situation is unfavorable. The Yuanyang Chamber is determined to help Su Chang'e, and they don't even care about Wanqi Longfu's face. We must find a way to leave. As for that woman, you'd better give up for now. In fact, he was also somewhat annoyed. If he had known, he would have come later. Now the pressure was immense, and it was uncertain whether they could retreat unscathed. If Zhuo Wanshan stubbornly insisted on capturing that woman, he could only say that their master-servant bond had come to an end. At this moment Zhuo Wanshan's shock was greater than anyone else's. He looked blankly at the sudden appearance of the army. How could this be? When did that brat gain such great influence? He is merely the chief of one peak of Taiqing's sect. He knew Su Chang'e very well, having suffered a loss at his hands before. With his vengeful nature, he had long investigated Su Chang'e's background and was planning to find an opportunity for revenge. This time when he learned of Lu Rian's identity in the secret realm, that was why he initially made a move. Young master, now is not the time to be dazed, Elder Chu urged anxiously. Upon hearing this, Zhuo Wanshan instantly snapped back to reality and nodded in reply, I understand. Elder Chu nodded, then gave a signal, and nearly 100 members of Wanqi Longfu immediately began to retreat. Zhuo Wanshan had no choice but to follow with a darkened face. Oh, interesting. Do you think we're invisible? Who said you could leave? Seeing that the people of Wanqi Longfu were about to retreat, like this, Li Pujuan couldn't help but laugh. Then his expression turned grim, and with a hint of killing intent in his eyes, he said, You bullied Senior Su's junior sister, and now you're just going to walk away with a shrug. As soon as these words were spoken, a chilling, murderous aura instantly filled the battlefield. The people brought by Li Pujuan had already begun to circulate their spiritual energy, their eyes fixed on the Wanqi Longfu members ready to strike at any moment. Feng Wuxing, however, was stunned. Wasn't the plan just to hold them back? Why are our orders different? He couldn't help but transmit his voice, Pujuan, what's going on? Does Senior Su have other instructions? Old fox people like us are different from you. You were born with family support, joined the Yu family at a young age, and have the towering tree of the Yuanyang chamber at your back. Your future is promising. But most of us are rogue cultivators, or from some second or third-rate forces. Our lives have long been foreseeable. In this life, forget about divine fire, even becoming a venerable is difficult. Look at my injury from years ago, it hasn't healed yet. If I just follow the routine, I'll only be waiting for death. Besides, the situation in the Yuanyang realm is now turbulent and unstable. With such chaos, we could die at any moment. I finally encountered such a heaven-defying prodigy as Senior Su, so we must cling to this opportunity. Just following orders is far from enough. Isn't understanding the master's mind your specialty? Li Pujuan transmitted his voice, a tone of weariness in his words. After hearing Li Pujuan's reply, Feng Wuxing fell silent, actually quite agreeing with his words. Then he asked, so what do you intend to do? Leave no one alive. Li Pujuan's expression darkened, a murderous look appearing on his face, as if the renowned Benjiu Venerable from the Eastern Mystic Domain had returned. His tone was so resolute that it left no room for doubt. Even Feng Wuxing couldn't help but glance at Li Pujuan. Was this still the sly old fox he knew? But don't say I didn't warn you. This place is very close to Wanqi Longfu, and our commotion here has surely alerted them. They are not fools, they have probably already sent a message back. Once we make a move, whether we succeed or not, all of you will be on Wanqi Longfu's kill list. Feng Wuxing transmitted again. It's fine. All investments come with risks. Seeing that Li Pujuan was determined, Feng Wuxing said no more. Instead, he secretly ordered his men to expand the encirclement, and if any Wanqi Longfu member tried to escape, kill them. In fact, he had his own thoughts. He also hoped that Li Pujuan would make a move and provoke the Wanqi Longfu people, so that his young lady could then step in to settle the matter, thus making Su Chang'e owe them a favor. Their conversation took place in an instant. At the same time, the members of Wanqi Longfu all stiffened, abruptly looking at Li Pujuan, as if facing a great enemy. Zhuo Wanshan also stopped and turned to look at Li Pujuan, saying, Senior, do you intend to kill me? I don't know what promises Su Chang'e made to you, but I advise you not to throw away your life for some petty gain. At this moment, Elder Chu beside him took out a token and said, the message has been sent back. Within the time it takes an incense stick to burn, the number of Wanqi Longfu people here will only be greater than yours, not less. The person you are protecting has not been harmed either. How about each side gives way? My Wanqi Longfu will not pursue this matter. His words contained both threat and compromise, and it was up to the other party to decide. However, Li Pujuan just sneered coldly. But at this moment, Lu Ruyan, who had been silent all along, finally spoke. Let them go. Miss Lu. Li Pujuan looked at her with some confusion. Lu Ruyan, however, said, although I don't know what my senior brother told you, I imagine he didn't order you to fight to the death. Your task is done, and I am fine. Just let them go. In her view, Su Chang'e's willingness to go to such lengths and summon so many experts to protect her was already more than enough. She was genuinely touched. At least at that moment, she felt as though she was no longer alone in this reborn life. Although they held an absolute numerical advantage at present, she could also see that the elder from Wanqi Longfu was not speaking idly. Not only these people, but even Su Chang'e would incur the hatred of Wanqi Longfu. If a fight truly broke out, it would be a battle to the death. She did not want her own affairs to drag down these people and Su Chang'e, or even the Taiqing sect. She was someone who was about to leave, and she did not wish to implicate them too deeply, which would only bring greater peril to the Taiqing sect. Su Chang'e had already done enough for her, and she would remember this debt of gratitude. As for Zhuo Wanshan, she would personally kill him before long. Miss Li, you need not worry so much. With just one word from you, Li Pujuan will kill this man today. Li Pujuan said solemnly. Lu Rian, however, had made up her mind. This matter. But just as she began to speak, boom, the sky seemed to be abruptly torn apart, like a piece of cloth. A colossal spatial rift spanning the heavens violently appeared. The vast and profound Taiching Dao rhythm cascaded down, like the nine heavens galaxy, instantly dispelling all the baleful qi and solemnity in the area, replaced by a majestic righteous, yet bone-piercingly cold anger. Dozens of figures dressed in Taiching sect elder robes stepped out of the rift, treading on clear radiance as they formed ranks. Their numbers might not match those of the previous two groups, but the pressure they exuded was far more terrifying. 17 figures like 17 unsheathed sharp swords. 10 of them were at the peak of the array formation stage, their auras deep as abysses and vast as mountains. 6 were at the early venerable stage with faint law runes flickering around them, and the elderly man leading them radiated the oppressive might of a mid-stage venerable. His gaze, when it opened and closed, was like cold lightning, instantly locking onto the pale-faced Zhuo Wanshan. There was not a single superfluous word. The leading elder at the mid-venerable stage spoke in a voice that was not loud, yet it crashed like a thunderbolt from the nine heavens into everyone's ears. By order of the Holy Sun, within the territory of Tianhuang City, kill every last person from Wanqi Longfu, spare none. At these words, kill. The 16 Taiching sect experts behind him responded in unison, their voices surging like a tide, causing the void itself to tremble. In an instant, heaven and earth changed color. Dazzling Taiching sword lights, like rivers of stars reversing their flow, soared into the sky, intertwining and spiraling rapidly at the pinnacle of the firmament, transforming in an instant into a colossal sword array light wheel that blotted out the sun. The light wheel rotated slowly, countless runes as fine as swimming fish flickering and fading within it, emitting a destructive aura that made the soul tremble. As it descended, slaughter followed. Countless sword qi poured down like a torrential rain, ferociously falling upon the Wanqi Longfu crowd. Where the sword light passed, blood mist spattered. The people of Wanqi Longfu, before this terrifyingly formidable sword light, were like fragile straw, either cut in half at the waist or directly shredded into a rain of blood. In but a moment, the Wanqi Longfu camp was instantly transformed into a Shura hell of corpses strewn across the field and severed limbs piled high. Piercing screams and desperate wails immediately replaced the earlier battle cries, echoing and reverberating through heaven and earth. No, help! Spare me, my lord, spare me. This sudden and merciless devastating strike plunged everyone present into dead silence. No, Taiching sect, you cannot. Do you want a full-scale war with Wanqi Longfu? When did we offend your holy son? I apologize. Elder Chu's schemes were instantly replaced by boundless fear. He let out a desperate roar, frantically activated his runes, and summoned star patterns to shield himself and the Zhuo Wanshan beside him. At the same time, he transmitted urgently, "Young master, apologize quickly, by some time. The sect master will arrive soon." But Zhuo Wanshan, bewildered, said, I don't even know when Taiching sect established a holy son. How could I have offended him? Hearing this, Elder Chu was also stunned. Indeed, when did Taiching sect suddenly have a holy son? Could they have just made up a reason? But this didn't fit with Taiching sect's usual style of conduct. Holy son. Lu Rian was stunned on the spot. At that moment, the leading elder looked at Lu Rian with a kind expression and transmitted softly, "Your senior brother, the chief of the ninth peak, passed through the divine tower in 3 breaths today and became the holy son of our Taiching sect." At this moment, the elder finally understood why he had received this order. So it turned out that the people of Wanqi Longfu had bullied the holy son's junior sister. A man's rage for a beauty, that was only natural. The battle situation changed rapidly. As the life and death crisis intensified, Zhuo Wanshan finally broke down and shouted, "Does the Taiching sect only know how to bully the weak? I only have a grudge against that Su Chang'e. When did I ever offend your holy son?" But the leading elder at the mid-venerable stage merely coldly pointed his fingers like a sword towards Zhuo Wanshan's direction and made a faint cutting motion. Uttering the holy son's name, "Execute." As he uttered the word, the sword array responded. A pale torrent condensed to the extreme and composed purely of countless tiny sword qi surged like an inverted river of heaven, ignoring the distance of space, and instantly devoured the spot where Zhuo Wanshan stood. The lightning shield he had raised shattered like paper. The protective artifacts on his body exploded one after another, and Elder Chu beside him, his pupils contracting, was cut in two. Zhuo Wanshan's terrified, twisted face flashed and vanished in the pale sword stream. Just before his death, he widened his eyes in utter disbelief. From the other party's words, he already knew who the holy son they spoke of was. Su Chang'e. How could he have become the holy son of Taiching sect? Father, avenge me. The next moment, the sword light slowly dissipated. On the spot, only faint spiritual light extinguished, and along with Zhuo Wanshan's soul, this chief of the second heaven of Wanqi Longfu was utterly annihilated, body and spirit. Not even a trace remaining. Silence. Deathly silence. A peak spirit transformation genius with a vast background had been casually erased like an ant. Is this the Tai Ching sect's experts? The Holy Sun? Is it Su Chang'e? Feng Wuxing stared at the scene in shock, speculating in his heart. If he had been in Luyin City, he would have received the news long ago. But he didn't need confirmation. The only one who could make the long-dormant Tai Ching sect act in such a manner was probably Su Chang'e. It seemed that his enlightenment had already been discovered by the Tai Ching sect. He immediately ordered decisively, spread out everyone. Kill any survivors who slipped through the net. Yes. The thousands of black-clad experts saluted in unison. Meanwhile, Li Pajuan, who had come to his senses, slapped his thigh and gritted his teeth as he shouted, "Kill them." Damn. If we don't kill them now, there will be no one left to kill. And these people from Tai Ching's sect, couldn't they have given a signal before joining the fight? As his words fell, the cultivators who came with him immediately understood and charged into the battlefield like madmen. In just a few blinks, the people of Wanqi Longfu were almost completely wiped out. Lu Rian stood there in a daze, her black clothes making her pale complexion even more striking. She stared at the place where Zhuo Wanshan had disappeared, and in her phoenix eyes that had once looked down upon the world, an unprecedented shock was clearly reflected for the first time. Su Chang'e has become a holy son. He reached the summit of the divine tower in just 3 breaths. Lu Rian was utterly stunned by the message relayed by the elder. She had been to the first and second floors of the divine tower herself, fully aware that its difficulty multiplied exponentially. Though in her eyes this trial ground was nothing extraordinary for the sects of the lower realm, it was no small feat. If he had reached the summit in 3 breaths, there could only be one explanation. Su Chang'e's power far surpassed the divine tower. Yet what shocked her even more was that merely a month ago he had failed the 7th floor. In just a single month, how could his strength have skyrocketed so dramatically? No, it seemed even less than a month. Besides that, there was another thing Lu Rian found incredible. Su Chang'e had just become a holy son, so how could he wield such immense authority? With a single command, he could compel a venerable of the Tai Ching sect to go to such lengths for him. Was he willing to risk an all-out war with the Wanqi Lang manor resolute enough to have them kill for him? She had originally thought that Su Chang'e had already paid an enormous price and called in great favors to enlist Li Pajuan and the Yuanyang Merchant Guild, but she never expected that following that the Tai Ching sect would offer such fierce, unquestionable, and overwhelming support. To be honest, if she hadn't witnessed it herself, she would not have believed Su Chang'e was capable of this. Am I truly that important to him? The thought involuntarily surfaced in Lu Rian's mind. Her gaze swept over the surrounding chaos, the thunderous clash of shouts, and the roar of spiritual energy colliding. This massacre ignited for her sake stirred a warm current deep within her heart. Coupled with the damnable psychology cultivated over the years, she actually found herself willing to die for Su Chang'e. This realization made Lu Rian bite her silver teeth in frustration. Damn it, I barely suppressed it, and now it's back. Meanwhile, kill. With the fall of Zhuo Wanshan and Elder Chu, the cold command of the Tai Ching sect's venerable elder rang out again, shattering the deathly silence. Leave no one alive. Li Pajuan immediately swung his great axe, urgently transmitting his voice. Brothers, kill faster. Whether we can follow Lord Su this time is crucial. As his words echoed, the group that came with him, especially those who had been to the Qingqiu ruins, immediately had bloodshot eyes and did not hesitate to use their trump cards. My, what's going on with these people? The 3 venerables of the Tai Ching sect oversaw the battle from midair, their divine senses covering the entire battlefield. Anyone who tried to escape would be ruthlessly eliminated by them. They happened to notice Zhuo Wanshan's group slaughtering like madmen, and some even finding no more Wanqi Lang Manor people around madly hacked at corpses. This left the venerables somewhat puzzled. Did the Wanqi Lang Manor massacre their entire family? At the edge of the battlefield, Feng Wuxing watched the figures that fled, only to be cut down shortly after, knowing he could no longer be of any help. His brow furrowed slightly, and he gazed toward the sky with a hint of confusion. Strange. Why haven't the people from Wanqi Lang Manor arrived yet? With his son dead, Zhuo Xinjun couldn't have remained silent. But a voice echoed in Feng Wuxing's mind. Let's go. The people from Wanqi Lang Manor won't be coming. Feng Shu, it seems this favor isn't easy to deliver. Arrange a meeting for me. I want to see him. Upon hearing this, Feng Wuxing respectfully replied in his heart, yes, miss. Meanwhile, 30,000 li away at the border between the Taiching domain and the Wanqi domain, hundreds of figures hung motionless like falling stars suspended in midair. They were all clad in uniform starry white robes, and the immense spiritual might radiating from them stirred the winds and clouds, freezing the air for miles around. At the front of the formation, a middle-aged man with a face somewhat resembling Zhou Wanshan's, bearing a dignified and sinister gaze, stood with his hands behind his back. Lightning flickered faintly around him, his robes billowing without wind, and the fury and murderous intent in his eyes seemed ready to erupt like a volcano. This was none other than Zhou Xuanjuan, the second palace master of the Wanqilang Manor. "My son, why couldn't you wait just one more moment for your father?" Pain and rage intermingled in Zhou Xuanjuan's eyes. Just as he was about to raise his hand and lead the hundreds of experts behind him to tear through space and descend upon Tianhuang City. The void ahead rippled like water, and a figure silently materialized, blocking his path exactly. This newcomer's aura was as deep as the sea, and though he did not deliberately release his pressure, the restless troops behind Zhou Xianjun instantly fell silent, bowing deeply. "Greetings, first palace master." Behold, an old man with white hair and an immortal-like bearing clad in purple robes stepped out of the void. Zhou Xianjun furrowed his brows, tightly suppressing the pain of losing his son and the towering rage, and said in a deep voice, "Brother, why do you block me? My son's blood feud is irreconcilable. Today I will raze Tianhuang City to the ground and tear that murderer into 1,000 pieces." The first palace master's face was calm, revealing neither joy nor anger. He slowly raised his hand, his fingers holding a seemingly ordinary sheet of spiritual paper that flowed with faint Tao rhythms. Without a word, he simply handed the spiritual paper to Zhou Xianjun. Zhou Xuanjuan's gaze sharpened, and with a mix of impatience and doubt, he took the paper. As his eyes fell upon the few lines of writing that seemed to contain boundless killing intent, his pupils abruptly contracted, and his entire violent aura came to a halt. The 16 characters on the spiritual paper struck his mind like a heavy weight. "If you dare cross the border, there will be no end to the fight. The war of annihilation shall begin tonight. Taiching Sect Xuanji." The signature of the two characters, Xuanji, bore a vast divine will, as if the second most powerful figure of the Taiching sect was staring at him across the void, his icy gaze piercing through 10,000 li of space. Zhou Xuanjuan's fingers gripping the spiritual paper turned white from extreme tension, the veins on his hands bulging. The muscles on his face twitched slightly. The fury that had burned his entire being was forcibly suppressed by this brief, yet weighty warning, transforming into a low, unwilling roar squeezed through clenched teeth. Zhang Xuanji, the opponent, who had suppressed him for 100 years, never spoke empty words. Zhou Xianjun knew that if he crossed the border today, Xuanji would surely follow through. And he was indeed intimidated. If war truly broke out facing the Taiching sect, which now rivaled the Yuanshan sect in the eastern profound domain and had once ruled over it for nearly 1,000 years, the Wanqilang Manor would be doomed to defeat. The first palace master, seeing his state, finally spoke slowly, his voice low and grave. "Xuanjuan, calm down. This matter needs to be considered carefully. Rest assured, the sect master of the Yuanshan sect contacted me last night. The day of revenge will come soon. A small impatience ruins great plans." Then the first palace master looked toward Tianhuang City and murmured to himself, "I didn't expect the Taiching sect to go this far for a holy son. They've really regressed. Don't they know that an ungrown genius is worthless?" Outside Tianhuang City, the ground was strewn with corpses. In less than half an incense stick's time, all 100 members of the Wanqilang mansion had been annihilated. In truth, against absolute, overwhelming power, the battle should have ended even sooner, but when people are pushed to the brink knowing they face certain death, they become frenzied. Cultivators, even more so. At that moment, the figure of the lead venerable level midstage elder moved in midair, landing as the setting sun bled like crimson, painting the newly slaughtered land in an even more desolate and bewitching hue. In midair, the lead venerable level midstage elder Linghua, venerable of Taiching sect, shifted his form like a fallen leaf, landing lightly before Lu Rian. The sharp sword intent around him had already receded, and the awe-inspiring authority in his eyes vanished instantly. He then looked at Lu Rian with a kind gaze, forcing a stiff smile, and said, "Disciple Lu, this matter is settled. Why not return with us to the sect? That way, even if Wanqilang Mansion makes any moves, we need not fear." His tone carried a hint of inquiry with none of the authority of an elder. To be honest, the reason Linghua acted this way was that all 8 peak masters had personally told him to be polite, or else he would suffer the consequences. Even his superior Xuanji Shangren had spoken up. What else could he say? But is it really necessary? Is my temper truly that bad? Lu Rian lifted her eyes to look at Linghua, and the rare kindness on his face made her pause for a moment. She knew far more about Taiching sect than Su Chang'e, who rarely descended the mountain, and had long heard of Linghua Venerable, who was always away on the sect's execution missions. He was never a warm or easygoing person. She quickly composed herself and solemnly performed a bow. "Thank you, Elder Ling, for saving me this time." "Ha!" Linghua Venerable laughed heartily, his voice deep and resonant. "Disciple Lu, why stand on ceremony? We are family. There is no need for thanks." Yet he couldn't help but take another glance at Lu Rian. He had been too busy slaughtering Wanqi Lang Mansion's people to observe her closely earlier. Now he saw that this girl who looked no more than 16 or 17 actually possessed the strength of the Cave Heaven Peak, and it was incredibly solid. He couldn't help but think before they had arrived she had faced so many enemies alone without a trace of fear and had held her ground. Both her talent and her courage were exceptional, and she was so polite. For a moment, he actually felt a genuine sense of comfort. Then his gaze shifted to Li Pujuan beside him. His expression returned to its usual coldness, but his tone remained polite. He raised his hand in a slight salute. I thank you fellow Taoists for your assistance this time. Cough, I dare not, I dare not. Li Pujuan hurried forward, waving his hands repeatedly, a warm smile plastered on his face. We are also family. The eccentrically dressed cultivators behind him also nodded in agreement. Yes. We are all comrades. Who the hell are you people? Ling Yue's brow furrowed slightly, but he said nothing more. He then turned his questioning gaze to Lu Ruyan, clearly waiting for her decision. All right, I will go with the elder. Lu Ruyan nodded. She had already obtained what she needed and had planned to return to Taiching's sect for the final sprint and then bid farewell to her two junior sisters. Ling Yue nodded. He was always decisive. He merely glanced at Feng Wuxing in the distance and gave a slight nod, then prepared to leave with Lu Ruyan. He had never had much goodwill toward the Yuanyang Chamber of Commerce. Feng Wuxing in the distance merely smiled faintly and said nothing. Thank you all for your help this time. Regardless, Lu Ruyan will remember this, she said, cupping her hands toward the crowd, then turned and boarded the Taiching sect's flying boat. Take care, Miss Lu. Li Pujuan cupped his hands, then called his brothers, and they transformed into streaks of light, vanishing swiftly into the deepening twilight. Feng Wuxing looked at the now empty battlefield, shook his head helplessly, and murmured to himself, mobilizing so many people, and it seems I came for nothing. He waved his hand casually, and the dense, silent black-robed contingent behind him dissipated like phantoms. He then clasped his hands behind his back and strolled off, slowly muttering under his breath, the young miss wants to see Su Chang'e. Has she chosen him? Very likely. Choosing Su Chang'e is good. Much better than that divine son of the Abyss divine sect. But I wonder if Su Chang'e will agree. He has no reason to refuse, does he? A peerless beauty delivered to his door. The jewel of the Yu family, the top of the Yuanyang realm's beauty rankings. Who could say no to that? As his voice grew softer, his figure gradually faded into the twilight. After everyone had left, the shadow of an ancient tree in the distance twisted, and a figure slowly emerged. It was Yi Xian. His expression was somewhat grim, with a hint of indescribable frustration lingering between his brows. Although Lu Ruyan's safe outcome was what he had wished for some reason, there was no joy in his heart. Only a heavy weight. How could this be? When did Su Chang'e become the holy son of Taiching? And how did he possess such astonishing influence? Just then a slightly mocking female voice echoed in his mind. Tisk tisk, ye boy, it seems Su Chang'e is indeed extraordinary, as Shu Yu said. The Taiching sect has not established a holy son in 100 years. The difficulty is immense. Yet he managed to gain the full support of the entire sect in such a short time, even willing to start a war with Wanqi Lang Mansion for him. That alone shows his exceptional nature. And with the Yuanyang Chamber of Commerce, and those rogue cultivators also backing him. It seems your opponent is far more formidable than we anticipated. Yi Xian's reply was cold, betraying no emotion. What? Feeling bitter, the female voice teased. Yi Xian shook his head, a faint curve at the corner of his mouth. Teacher is joking. I am glad to see her safe. Hell, lying through your teeth. The woman chuckled, mercilessly exposing him. Your carefully planned rescue of the beauty fell through. Must be eating at you, right? At this, Yi Xian pursed his lips. Teacher, if you keep talking like this, I'll cut off the spiritual connection. I hit a nerve, didn't I? But speaking of which, didn't you once say that she and Su Chang'e were enemies, that she had long been oppressed by him, and that in his eyes his junior sister was worthless? That's why you decided to go to Taiching's sect to rescue her. So how could he go to such lengths to have someone save Lu Ruyan? This is clearly strange. Yi Xian nodded thoughtfully. I haven't figured this out yet either, but there must be something wrong. I'll understand once I see Miss Lu. Yi Xian truly hadn't expected that it would be Su Chang'e's reinforcements who saved Lu Ruyan, but he felt that this might not mean Su Chang'e was kind-hearted. It could be due to other interests. In short, although he had never met Su Chang'e, he sensed that the man was not a good person, and he believed his judgment was correct, because his intuition had always been accurate. Prejudice in people's hearts is like a mountain. TCH, still thinking about Miss Lu. Have you considered that the enemy's strength now exceeds expectations? Can you defeat him now? I remind you, being the Taiching Holy Son means his strength is at least at the array formation stage. The woman's voice echoed in Yi Xian's mind again. However, Yi Xian revealed a profound gaze, looked up at the starry sky, and said with a firm tone, Master, rest assured, the brave win when the road is narrow. I will never lose. That night the bright moon hung high. At this moment the Taiching sect was thrilled after establishing the Holy Sun, with disciples everywhere eagerly discussing the Holy Sun's astonishing performance in the Divine Tower today, seemingly all feeling proud of this event. At the same time the morale of those who were originally Su Chang'e's fans reached its peak. The cultivators led by Wang Gang were at the 9th peak Huia Garden. Moonlight like water streamed quietly through the intricately carved window lattice into the ancient and elegant room. Su Chang'e, dressed in a green robe, sat cross-legged on a cushion, his gaze fixed on a communication stone suspended before him, manipulated by divine power, with one hand propping up his cheek, looking very relaxed. A month of cultivation experience didn't yield the desired results, so he had to wait patiently here. The next second, ding, under the host's command, Li Pajuan, the Yuanyang Chamber of Commerce, and the Taiching sect joined forces to forcefully exterminate Zhuo Wanshan, and others resolved the crisis of the chosen daughter Lu Ri and interrupted the destined hero's rescue of the beauty mission completed successfully. Reward 1 year's cultivation experience. It's already over. Su Chang'e muttered upon hearing the system's reward. Then a series of messages came through on the communication stone, and he unhurriedly opened and replied to each one. Su Chang'e, I arrived with my men in time. Miss Lu is unharmed, but we didn't kill many of the Wanshi Lang Mansion's bastards. The Taiching sect people were too fast. Li Pajuan, no matter, my intention was only to have the Taiching sect act. After all, most of you are independent cultivators. If the Wanshi Lang Mansion targets you later, it'll be troublesome. Su Chang'e, I, Li Pajuan, and my brothers are not afraid of trouble. We only want to share your worries. Li Pajuan, seeing this fawning message, Su Chang'e pondered for a moment and replied, take them and develop in Tianhuang City first. If there's any arrangement, I'll notify you. After a second, understood. The subordinates await master's orders in Tianhuang City. Li Pajuan, seeing Li Pajuan's reply changed from calling himself a subordinate to calling him master, Su Chang'e only smiled faintly and closed the chat interface with him. Initially, he hadn't planned to establish his own faction because he thought it was too troublesome, and he actually didn't think highly of Li Pajuan and his group. After all, in the spirit realm, there were many stronger cultivators willing to follow him. But after experiencing this mission today, he felt that some things didn't require his personal involvement. The situation in the lower realm was indeed different, and Li Pajuan had been flattering him for so long with considerable sincerity. So he thought of taking them, and maybe they could be useful later. Meanwhile, in the only tavern in Tianhuang City that had lively performances, amidst the decadent sounds of strings and pipes and the clinking of cups, Li Pajuan was embracing two beautiful women, laughing and drinking with them, while his divine sense remained immersed in the chat with Su Chang'e. When he saw Su Chang'e's reply, he actually burst into tears, tightly embracing the warm softness in his arms, and choked in his heart, shouting, heaven has eyes. Finally, I've latched onto this big shot. His sudden outburst of tears left the two beauties beside him frozen, exchanging bewildered glances. The younger one leaned close to the older sister's ear and whispered in confusion, sister, what's wrong with this gentleman? How did he start crying while fondling? I've never seen such a spectacle. The older woman experienced and worldly glanced at the emotional Li Pajuan, put on a knowing expression, and laughed softly behind her hand. Sure, probably he's been too deprived in the past, hasn't tasted a woman for a long time, and today he's had a good feel and is happy. However, before she finished speaking, Li Pajuan suddenly pushed the two women away and stood up abruptly. With a loud crash, the chair was knocked over by his violent movement, making a deafening sound. The originally noisy and dancing hall was instantly stunned by his sudden move. All sounds ceased abruptly, and everyone's eyes turned to focus on him. Li Pajuan's chest heaved, but his eyes had become sharp as knives. The previous indulgent and drunken demeanor was completely gone, replaced by a kind of awe-inspiring authority. Brothers, after this round of drinks, we will take root in Tianhuang City. Until the master's next order arrives, the only thing we need to do is to improve our strength at all costs. Do you all understand? As soon as he said this, the accompanying beauties were all bewildered, not understanding what was happening. But the other guests in the tavern, after a brief moment of stunned silence, their eyes burst with fervent light, as if they understood something. They stood up in unison, and their deafening roar almost lifted the roof. We obey Master Li's orders. Good. Li Pajuan grabbed the wine bowl from the table, looked around at everyone, and laughed heartily. No more nonsense, everything is in the wine. Brothers, cheers. With that, he raised his head and drank all the strong wine in one gulp, his posture heroic and spirit soaring. The scene returned to Huia Garden. Su Chang'e opened Feng Wuxing's message interface again. Su Chang'e, matters in Tianhuang City are settled. Miss Lu has returned to the sect with Ling Yu, venerable of Taiching sect. You can rest assured. Feng Wuxing, thank you for this. Just tell me how much you need. Su Chang'e, haha, Su Chang'e, you flatter me. I never intended to charge you anything. Besides, I didn't do much this time. Li Pajuan stopped Zhuo Wanshan first, and the Taiching sect people arrived shortly after. The Yuanyang Chamber of Commerce at most just added a bit of presence. Feng Wuxing, seeing this reply, Su Chang'e thought for a moment and decided to still let Feng Wuxing name a price. He didn't want to owe favors, and besides, he didn't lack spirit stones now. After leaving the Qingxiu ruins, he had become extremely wealthy. But then Feng Wuxing's message arrived first. Suchong, I have a matter. My young lady, who is also the person in charge of the Yuanyang Chamber of Commerce in the Eastern Xian domain, wishes to meet you. Time and place are up to you. Rest assured it is definitely good for you, Feng Wuxing's Suchong showed a hint of confusion, especially sensing a trace of oddity from Feng Wuxing's last sly laugh. But after thinking it over and not understanding why the other party wanted to see him, he became a bit curious. Besides, since the time and place were up to him, it didn't matter. Moi, Miss C. Suchong was a little speechless. Why had this person suddenly become so strange? Could it be that he wanted to use a seduction scheme to control me? That's a bit far-fetched. You haven't seen the quality of my 3 junior sisters, and I've held myself back. How could I fall for that? Thinking this, Suchong casually replied. Then let her come to Taiching's sect. I'll be free in the next few days. Suchong, alright Suchong, Feng Wuxing. Finally, Suchong was about to close the chat interface when he noticed that the friend request section was lit up again. It had already been 99, and he had briefly glanced at them earlier, seeing only irrelevant people complimenting him, so he didn't bother to accept. But since he had the interface open now, he casually checked it. This time he saw it. Xianji Shangren has requested to add you as a friend for the 199th time. Attached message. Holy Son, if you see this, please accept, so we can communicate in the future so many times. What does he want? Suchong was momentarily taken aback, then casually tapped to accept the request. Seeing that the other party was offline, he closed the communication stone and turned his thoughts to redeeming a year's worth of cultivation experience. A month spent, and I've only barely grasped the threshold of shrinking the earth. My realm hasn't improved much. A year should suffice. With this thought, Suchong silently addressed the system exchange for 1 year of cultivation experience. In the next instant, his form appeared increasingly ethereal within the clear moonlight, as if he might dissolve into the lunar radiance at any moment. Ding! You have utilized the year's worth of time deduction to cultivate and absorb the various divine energy-laden treasures obtained from the Qingxiu ruins, advancing to the late stage of the Venerable Realm. Your extraordinary comprehension has finally enabled you to master the Saint-grade movement technique, shrinking the earth, to a minor accomplishment. However, as you have long grasped the essence of the Tao of Time, understanding a fragment of the true meaning of the great Tao of Time, all paths eventually converge. Thus, at the last moment, you cultivated shrinking the earth to great accomplishment. You also discovered that this technique contains a hint of the essence of the space Tao. The system's notification chimed in Suchong's heart. In the next instant, time seemed to lose all meaning. In that fleeting moment, the space within 3 feet of Suchong transformed into a pool of spring water rippling with visible, transparent waves. Where the ripples passed, the images of tables, chairs, candle stands, and window lattices all showed subtle distortions, as if separated from him by a flowing curtain of water. Suchong slowly opened his eyes. Deep within his gaze, instead of reflecting the scenery before him, countless intricate silver runes seemed to be born, reorganized and interpreting the stretching and compressing of space. With a slight thought, without rising, his entire form rippled like a reflection in water or a flower in a mirror. The next moment, he had silently appeared in another corner of the room. The process was too swift for visual capture. No wind, no afterimage, as if he had always been sitting there. It was not achieved through extreme speed, but by directly interfering with space itself. He took another step forward. This time his movement was clear and leisurely, like a casual stroll in the courtyard. But the moment his foot landed, the space several yards ahead of him seemed subtly folded by an invisible force. With a single step, he traversed the entire room. Within a foot's distance, one can face a legion of enemies. Across the horizon, a single step suffices. The system's creations are indeed extraordinary. This Saint-grade movement technique, it actually has some connection to the space Tao. Suchong murmured to himself, savoring the new perception brought by this technique. In his eyes at this moment, the world was no longer completely fixed. The distance of space became a scale that could be measured and even shaken. His speed could no longer be explained by mere rapidity, it touched upon the laws of space. So what level can I reach now? Can I toy with a divine fire like a dog on a leash? Suchong couldn't help but ponder, but he knew that mere speculation was useless, only a real battle could confirm it. I need to find some opponents to practice with. In Taiching's sect, if we talk about the fastest in speed, it should be Venerable Xuanji of Thunder. His realm also meets my expectations. He's the one. Having made his decision, Suchong withdrew his focus and turned his attention to the changes in his divine power. He murmured, after spending a year's worth of cultivation experience and numerous heavenly treasures, I've only reached the late stage of the Venerable Realm. This self-created path of mine is truly a bottomless pit. Although he said this, even advancing from early Venerable to late Venerable in a single year was a speed that would terrify anyone else. Cultivation grows harder the further one goes. This is an eternal law. Which of the 9 peak masters of Tai Ching sect hasn't been stuck at the venerable realm for years? The reasons are twofold: the scarcity of divine power in the Yuan-Yang realm and the limitations of their cultivation techniques and talents. Even if they were given enough divine power, they couldn't reach the late stage within a year, even though their venerable realms are far weaker than Su Chang's. However, the advantage is that my divine power reserves within the same realm far exceed those of ordinary venerables. In the long run, the benefits outweigh the drawbacks. Moreover, once I reach the divine fire realm, I can practice the imperial grade technique of the Su family. Then my cultivation speed will increase, completely compensating for this minor shortcoming. After this analysis, a hint of satisfaction appeared on Su Chang's face. He began to think about finding someone to test his current movement. That was the venerable Xuanji, who had just accepted his friend's request. Specializing in the Thunder Dao, his speed reigned supreme among the peak experts of the Eastern Xian domain. However, he was in no hurry. Since he was already in Tai Ching sect, he could always seek out venerable Xuanji for a spar. It was already deep into the night, and after a busy day, Su Chang'e prepared to rest for a while. Meanwhile, in the room to the right of Wuya courtyard. Earlier, Ning Fuyao and Tu Yu had talked for a long time. Mostly, Tu Yu chattered on about everything that happened in the ruins while Ning Fuyao listened quietly. When she heard about the dragon transformation pool, she finally understood what Tu Yu meant by bathing together. For some reason, a secret relief washed over her heart. At this moment, Ning Fuyao sat on the bed, feeling the surging spiritual power from her breakthrough. Excitement and tension flickered in her eyes. Master is truly a born sword seed. This time, comprehending the 9th sword of Tai Ching, you actually awakened the 10th grotto heaven and naturally achieved the sign of spiritual transformation. Your cultivation speed is no weaker than the 3rd-class prodigies of the Xianggu era. Achi praised. I'm only 3rd class. Ning Fuyao pouted upon hearing this. Achi quickly said, Master, do not be disappointed. This is because the myriad Daos of this realm are incomplete, and spiritual energy is scarce, and your sword body has not yet awakened. Once you reach the spirit world, things will be different. Your cultivation speed will only increase, and if your sword body awakens, you will ascend to rival the most exceptional prodigies of the Xianggu era. Moreover, in the realm of the sword, even in the Xianggu era, few could match you. She paused, then added, except for your senior brother. Ning Fuyao seemed indifferent to these words, as if Achi had said such things too many times. Instead, she asked curiously, what about senior brother? What level of prodigy does he count as in the Xianggu era? This question stumped Achi. After a moment of thought, she replied slowly, in terms of comprehension alone, he is the strongest. Even a primordial great Dao Saint body before its completion is not as formidable as your senior brother. But as for cultivation talent, it is hard to say. His current strength, at least what he has shown, is at the late or peak array formation stage. At his age, he could be considered a 1st-class genius in the Xianggu era, but not yet a monstrous prodigy. Most importantly, I am still unsure whether he had concealed his cultivation before or has risen recently. The difference between these two is enormous. Ning Fuyao said out of nowhere with a hint of firmness in her beautiful eyes, I think senior brother is even more formidable than the Xianggu prodigies. From some point, she had come to feel that Su Chang'e was the most terrifying. This was an innate intuition of hers. Achi smiled faintly and shook her head. Master does not know the terror of the Xianggu prodigies. In the past, that one. But before she could finish, a sudden aura of breakthrough swept over. Early venerable, mid-venerable, late venerable, moi. In just a single breath. Did he take pills? Achi, the sword spirit, was somewhat bewildered, a flicker of disbelief in his eyes. He could think of no other possibility besides consuming a top-tier pill. Although the cultivation of the venerable realm primarily relies on accumulating divine power, bottlenecks exist nonetheless. Even with abundant resources, time is needed for digestion, as the human body has its limits. Even a divine body cannot absorb endlessly. Only by consuming at least a saint-rank pill could one achieve such consecutive breakthroughs, or perhaps he originally did not belong to this realm. Yet she soon regained her composure and fell into deep thought. Could it be that he is truly the reincarnation of some great figure? Achi, why have you stopped? Ning Fuyao asked in confusion. Within the ancient sword, Achi cast a deep glance in the direction where Su Chang'e was, then mused for a moment and said, It's nothing, master. Oh, Ning Fuyao responded, also feeling drowsy. Today's overexertion in comprehending the Tai Ching 9th sword had already tired her, and she inadvertently fell asleep. Meanwhile, Achi in the ancient sword remained silent for a long time before slowly murmuring, Su Chang'e, just who exactly are you? On the other side, in a quiet room. So annoying. So annoying. Tu Yu tossed and turned on the soft bed. Finally, she opened her watery, seductive eyes and stared blankly at the intricate patterns on the canopy. Her delicate brows slightly furrowed, forming a small crease between them, and a rare hint of confusion and entanglement flickered in her green eyes. Her mind kept replaying the private telepathic conversation with the Qingqiu ancestor when Su Chang'e was being burned by myriad paths in the dragon transformation pool. Do you want Qingqiu to be free from the sufferings of war and to stand at the peak of the demon race in the future? Of course. Why would Qingqiu suffer from war? That's not important. You just need to remember you must find a way to firmly hold your senior brother's heart. Ancestor what? What do you mean? To put it bluntly, win him over, be his first woman. As the saying goes, a waterfront is the first to get the moonlight. During your time as his junior sister, this is your best opportunity. Don't miss it. Once you reach the spirit realm, it will be difficult. Wow. Ancestor, you're so naughty. He's my senior brother. However, at that time, the carefree Tu hadn't paid much attention to those words. But now in the dead of night, every word and sentence fell like pebbles into the lake of her heart, stirring ripples, making her restless and unable to sleep. Could Qingqiu be in danger? But what does that have to do with being senior brother's woman? If I become his wife, can Qingqiu stand at the top? Why is it difficult in the spirit realm? Could senior brother have a lover there? Is senior brother not from the Yuanyang realm? No, but senior brother is really handsome. Being his wife seems pretty good, right? Would that make me the senior sister-in-law? What should I do? I can't just go warm his bed. I'm still so young, no. Her thoughts drifted further and further, and Tu Yu's voice grew as faint as a mosquito's buzz, almost inaudible. A rare blush crept onto her jade-white cheeks, spreading to the tips of her delicate ears. Bashfully, she buried her small face deep into the brocade quilt, leaving only a pair of watery, soul-stirring green eyes exposed. This shy, half-revealing posture, combined with her naturally enchanting spiritual body, exuded an intangible charm that could make any man in the world's heart flutter and willingly sink into indulgence. She spent the night in this inner conflict, and it was the first sleepless night of her life. Not just her, but many in the Taiching sect couldn't sleep that night. The peak master of the first peak, Xuanji Shangren, sat by the window, holding a communication stone, his brows tightly furrowed. He deleted and rewrote the message repeatedly, finally sending a "Are you there?" and then stared at the communication device all night. No one could have imagined that beneath that imposing exterior, Zhang Xuanji was an extremely sensitive person with a touch of social anxiety. The peak master of the second peak, Yao Xingye, was diligently practicing calligraphy. It wasn't just tonight. He hadn't slept for a long time. In fact, at their level, sleeping or not made no difference. It was merely to retain a trace of human habit. The peak master of the third peak, Li Qingfeng, sat alone outside the stone chamber, where Su Qi was confined, pondering whether to release him. After all, this disciple seemed to have a good relationship with Su Chang'e. But if he let him out, and the Ning family saw, it would they say the Taiching sect's rules were just for show. So he also struggled all night. As for the other peak masters, each had their own thoughts. For instance, Ding Yangzi of the fourth peak had found Wang Gang to confirm whether Su Chang'e could refine pills. In short, it was Su Chang'e's actions that day that kept the peak masters of the Taiching sect awake all night. The next day at dawn, Su Chang'e brushed his teeth as usual, then planned to have breakfast, finish the business of preaching, then go to the third peak to return Li Qingfeng's white chess piece, and on the way visit the first peak to spar with Xuanji Shangren. Such was his plan for the day. But the next second, he stopped in his tracks, looking toward the entrance of Huayuan. The moment Lu Ruyan entered the Taiching sect, he sensed her presence. His divine sense, as a venerable realm cultivator, already spanned 1,000 li, but he usually kept it confined to the sect's boundaries. Back already? That's not slow. Good, I can warm her up together and earn more rewards, Su Chang'e murmured to himself. But soon he noticed that she was lingering at the entrance, and he frowned slightly. The next moment, his figure stirred, and space power materialized under his feet. Why don't you come in? Su Chang'e asked softly, looking at Lu Ruyan, whose expression was complicated. Lu Ruyan's body trembled violently, and a barely concealed fluster flashed in her cold eyes. She instinctively stepped back half a pace, then forced herself to calm down, quickly resuming her cool demeanor. Senior brother, she called softly. Yet beneath her calm exterior a storm raged in her heart. When did he appear? Why did this emperor not detect any trace of his aura? Just now I was staring at the door, clearly there was no one. Even a divine fire realm cultivator couldn't be that fast. The reason she was lingering outside was that she hadn't seen Ning Fuyao or Tu Yuyu in their residence, and all their belongings had been cleared away, including hers. She was extremely puzzled. Could someone have known she was leaving and made arrangements for her in advance? So she planned to go to Huayuan to ask, but the thought of facing Su Chang'e stirred an awkwardness in her heart as the empress. On one hand, she was a proud person as she could accept being saved, but she absolutely did not want to be saved by Su Chang'e, whom she had once considered very ordinary. On the other hand, the excitement that surged within her at the thought of seeing him made her feel a bit overwhelmed, afraid that the hard-won composure she had regained would be broken again. Come in, Su Chang'e nodded, and then turned to walk away. Lu Ruyan stared at his back for a moment, then thought it over, and followed him inside. Just in time. Ning Fuyao, who had been busy since early morning, emerged from the kitchen carrying breakfast, while Tu Yu, yawning profusely, pushed open the door. Second senior sister, you came just in time. Come eat, Ning Fuyao called with a smile. Wow, second senior sister, you're back? I looked for you everywhere yesterday. Where did you go? Tu Yu stepped forward and asked with unbridled curiosity. Lu Rian, however, looked at the two with surprise and said, You. How are you here? We live in Wuya Garden now. Second senior sister, since you weren't here yesterday, I've already packed your things for you. Tu Yu said with a smug expression. Lu Rian was taken aback, then asked, What do you mean? Moved in? How could Su Chang'e? How could he allow? But the next moment Su Chang'e, who had just sat down, pointed to the room on the far left and said, This is your room. From now on you'll live there. After saying that, Su Chang'e thought for a moment and added, You came back just in time. Later you can join Fuyao and the others. Ah, so that's why you wouldn't let me choose this room yesterday. It was reserved for second senior sister. Tu Yu pouted. The innate competitive nature of the Fox clan surged within her, though it wasn't anger, just a hint of rivalry. She rolled up her sleeves, but just as she was about to say more, Ning Fuyao, well aware of the girl's blunt tongue, swiftly grabbed a bun and accurately stuffed it into Tu Yu's mouth, then said with a smile, Time to eat. Sit down quickly. Huh. Tu Yu resisted with some dissatisfaction, but as the delicious flavor spread across her taste buds, she took a bite and exclaimed, Delicious. Delicious. Meanwhile, Lu Rian followed Su Chang'e's gaze to that room. Her delicate body trembled slightly, and her mind was instantly overwhelmed by a powerful emotion. A sensation of excitement and warmth spread through her entire body, tingling and numbing as if she were about to ascend to heaven. Damn these feelings. It's just a room. Am I really this affected? Lu Rian bit her silver teeth, desperately suppressing the emotion. Memories of the past surfaced one by one. Back then the ninth peak only had her and Su Chang'e. When cleaning Wuya Garden, her favorite task was cleaning that room because she loved the spirit herbs and greenery inside. Countless times she had fantasized about living here herself. Now that her dream had become reality, it would be a lie to say she wasn't happy. Even though her memories hadn't awakened back, then it was still her. Su Chang'e noticed the intense emotional fluctuation on Lu Rian's face and couldn't help but show a strange expression. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Ding. The host unintentionally arranged a room, greatly warming the heart of Heaven's daughter Lu Rian. Double reward, 2 months of cultivation experience. Ding. Current total 2 months. Su Chang'e was stunned. This is considered greatly warm. Wait. Second senior sister, is she this contradictory? Isn't she a female emperor? How can she be so sensitive in this aspect? Even Su Chang'e was surprised. The arrangement of the room hadn't triggered any system reward for Ning Fuyao or Tu Yu, proving it didn't warm them. So in Su Chang'e's view, it was even less likely to warm Lu Rian. After all, she was a reborn person, a female emperor, unmistakably of the aloof type. Not so easily moved. Since she's so easy to warm, I'll have to step it up. I'm just short of cultivation experience to reach divine fire anyway. A hint of decisiveness flashed in Su Chang'e's eyes. Then he looked at Lu Rian and said softly, Sit down and eat. Coming back to her senses, Lu Rian nodded awkwardly and sat down opposite Su Chang'e, feeling uncomfortable. Tu Yu had already started eating. Beside her, Ning Fuyao ate slowly, occasionally glancing at Su Chang'e's chest, her cheeks flushing slightly. She averted her gaze to the dishes on the table, embarrassed by her own thoughts. Why aren't you eating? Su Chang'e asked, glancing at Lu Rian. Then with natural ease he picked up a piece of vegetable and placed it in her bowl, saying softly, You must have endured a lot on this trip. Here, eat more. At these words, Lu Rian was stunned, staring at the vegetable in her bowl as if her mind had gone blank. It seemed that Su Chang'e picking up food for her was something that defied the laws of heaven, something that should never have happened. At the same time, the emotion she had been suppressing finally broke free, flooding her entire being. A jumble of thoughts surged into her mind. Is he caring about me? It seems he really has been paying attention to me since I went to Tianhuang City. Ning Fuyao's hand paused mid-motion as she picked up food, staring at the scene in disbelief. Big senior brother is picking up food for second senior sister. However, Tu Yu's clear eyes sparkled, and she immediately extended her bowl towards Su Chang'e, whining, Big senior brother, I want some too. Ding. Heaven's daughter Lu Rian's heart warmed greatly again. Double reward, 2 months of cultivation experience. Ding. Current total 4 months. Alright. Su Chang'e smiled at the system's reward sound, then picked up a piece of meat for Tu Yu, thinking to himself, second senior sister really is sensitive enough. With that thought, he casually picked up some food for Ning Fuyao as well. This subtle gesture made Ning Fuyao's face flush red. She lowered her head and whispered, Thank you, big senior brother. After a moment, Lu Rian's expression eased. With a hint of complexity in her eyes, she spoke, Regarding the matter at Tianhuang City, thank you, big senior brother, for saving me. This junior sister will remember this kindness and repay it in the future. She had actually wanted to say this the moment she saw Su Chang'e, but was startled by his sudden appearance, and then hearing about the room he had reserved for her made her momentarily forget to thank him. However, now that she was saying it, she felt increasingly guilty compared to before. She had been wrong about Su Chang'e all along. In his heart, he had always regarded her as his junior sister. "We are family. There's no need to thank me," Su Chang'e said softly. These words made Lu Rian's pupils contract slightly. "Saved you?" Hearing this, Tu Yuyu's expression tightened with concern. "Second senior sister, why did you go to Tianwang City? Did something happen? Were you injured?" Beside her, Ning Fuyao also looked at Lu Rian with great concern. Lu Rian thought for a moment, and briefly described the situation, omitting the fact that she had faced life-threatening crises multiple times, as well as the identities of Wan Qilong's mansion and others. "Ah, it was that dangerous. Second senior sister, why did you go there? Why did you run so far? If you really wanted to go, why didn't you ask big senior brother to take you? With him around, there would be no danger." Tu Yu said very seriously, then turned to Su Chang'e with a cute expression and said, "Big senior brother, am I right?" At this, Lu Rian was at a loss for how to answer. How could she tell them that she needed the Phoenix Sun pill, a vast amount of heavenly treasures, and to raise her strength as quickly as possible to face her past life's enemies? At the thought, Lu Rian's emotions instantly sank once more. Su Chang'e finished his last bite, then looked at Lu Rian, who had set down her chopsticks, and said, "A mere heavenly grade pill. No need to risk yourself for such things in the future." "Understood, senior brother." Lu Rian replied calmly, yet a faint sigh of helplessness stirred within her heart. Easier said than done. A heavenly grade pill is of utmost importance to me now. It can save at least half a year of bitter cultivation. If I had enough resources, why would I risk myself? It's only because after all these years on the 9th peak, I haven't even seen a single spirit stone. Well, I won't dwell on it. The kindness you've shown me this past month already exceeds the stipends of all these years. In truth, even if I could obtain the resources of a 9th peak direct disciple, they would never be enough. Then, urged by Tu Yu, she picked up her chopsticks. The three women chatted idly while eating, though mostly it was Tu Yu who spoke. Lu Rian only chimed in occasionally, while Ning Fuyao remained silent, merely nodding when she agreed with the conversation. Soon everyone finished their meal. Ning Fuyao rose to clear the stone table's empty plates, and Tu Yu helped her carry them to the kitchen. As they left, Lu Rian was about to rise and attend to her tasks. "Wait!" Su Chang'e called out, stopping Lu Rian. "Does senior brother have any other instructions?" Lu Rian bowed her head slightly, assuming a posture of respectful obedience. Before her words faded, the table before her suddenly shimmered with dazzling light. Countless rare pills and crystalline spirit stones materialized out of thin air, among them heavenly grade spirit materials exuding vast auras, and several strange spirit fruits radiating blazing divine radiance. The rich fragrance of medicine and spiritual energy instantly filled the air. "Take these for your cultivation." Su Chang'e's expression was indifferent, as if he had casually tossed out a few pebbles, then added, "If that's not enough, go directly to the Vientiane Heavenly Palace and take what you need. No contribution points required. Just say I said so." His tone was calm, without a ripple, and when he looked at the treasures that would drive ordinary cultivators to madness, not a trace of reluctance showed in his eyes. These pills were of no great use to him at his current realm. They were merely the entire collection offered by one of those cultivators who had sought to curry favor back in the Qingxiu secret realm. As for those spirit fruits, though he had obtained them from ruins, and they were top-tier materials for alchemy, they were only effective for cultivators below the venerable realm. He had advanced too quickly and never had time to refine them, and now they lay piled mountain high in his storage ring. At these words, Lu Rian was stunned speechless. She stared at Su Chang'e in disbelief, pointing at herself. "These. All for me." She glanced at the precious pills on the table, their value no less than that of the Phoenix Yang pill, especially the several spirit fruits. In her past life, she had been supreme in the Tao of alchemy, and she recognized at a glance that these were alchemical ingredients. In her hands, they could yield even more valuable top-tier pills. All these precious things for her. And he even promised I could take freely from the Vientiane Heavenly Palace. Heavens! Was this still the same stingy miser as before? How could this be? Amen. Su Chang'e merely nodded calmly. Yet after the shock subsided, Lu Rian gradually came to her senses. Her beautiful eyes held countless questions. Why had Su Chang'e changed so much, suddenly caring for her, saving her, and now offering so many treasures? But the more he did, the less she could accept. She felt she already owed him too much kindness and could not continue like this. After all, she had come intending to refine the Phoenix Yang pill and then take her leave from everyone. With a great enemy looming, she was unwilling to entangle Su Chang'e further. It would only bring harm to him. Though these heavenly treasures were vital to her, now, she could not cross her own principles. "Senior brother, one cannot accept rewards without merit. I cannot take these treasures, junior sister." Lu Rian's voice was cool, her gaze firm in refusal, her slender fingers unconsciously tightening. "Refuse." Su Chang'e raised an eyebrow, a faint, ambiguous smile curling at the corner of his lips. He thought to himself, that's not for you to decide. He suddenly raised his hand, his long, slender finger pointing directly at Lu Ruyan. Open your mouth. His tone was commanding, brooking no argument. The next instant, an invisible force gently, yet irresistibly pried open her lips. A flicker of shame and anger crossed Lu Ruyan's brow. She, the divine Phoenix Empress, had never been treated like this. Even when facing formidable enemies, she had never been so manipulated. Instinctively, she struggled, her spiritual energy vibrating faintly. Senior brother, what are you doing? No, don't. Before she could finish, a heavenly grade pill shimmering with radiant light was gently placed between her lips by two slender fingers. MMPH. The pill dissolved on her tongue, and the rich spiritual energy surged like a warm current through her limbs and bones. Lu Ruyan felt her meridians filled with a gentle power. The injuries that had been aching from the secret technique she had used began to heal rapidly, and even the long stagnant boundary of her cultivation showed signs of loosening. Her resistance gradually subsided, and she involuntarily immersed herself in this sudden opportunity for breakthrough, allowing him to place another spirit fruit between her lips. What shamed her most was the deep, indescribable sense of enjoyment and satisfaction that arose within her, as if her body had already surrendered to this domineering yet tender nourishment. Her cheeks flushed crimson like sunset clouds, and she wished she could find a crack in the ground to hide. Your mouth says no, but your body is honest enough. Su Chang'e chuckled softly, withdrawing his fingers, his gaze falling on her trembling eyelashes. Seeing her surrounded by swirling spiritual energy on the verge of a breakthrough, he pondered for a moment, then suddenly reached out and wrapped an arm around her impossibly slender waist. Lu Ruyan's entire body stiffened. In the depths of her eyes, the phantom of a sleeping divine phoenix jolted awake, its feathers bristling. An unprecedented tremor shot through her entire being. In neither her past nor present life had any man ever dared to be so close to her, let alone hold her waist. Before she could break free, the scenery around her shifted. Su Chang'e took a step and space rippled like water. In an instant, they stood in a quiet chamber filled with abundant spiritual energy, surrounded by fragrant spirit plants, a tranquil and pleasant retreat. Break through here in peace, he murmured, gently placing her on a bed draped in soft silk, then turned and departed, his robes flowing behind him. Lu Ruyan heard those words and could no longer sense Su Chang'e's presence. In her peripheral vision, she could clearly see the dazzling array of pills and spirit fruits on the table in the room. Her heart trembled, and a flood of complex emotions surged within her. But with a breakthrough imminent, she clenched her silver teeth. Forget it. Let's break through first. Ding, the host has strongly warmed the heart of the destined maiden Lu Ruyan, making her heart flutter while feeling the host's forced warmth, fitting the actions of a warm-hearted senior brother. Double reward, 3 months of cultivation experience. Current total 7 months. What the? 7 months. This is coming much faster than usual. Not a bad deal. But what's with this restless heart? Could the Empress be losing her Tao heart? Su Chang'e muttered to himself as he stepped out of the room. When he looked up, he saw Ning Fuyao and Tu Yuyu already packed and emerging from the kitchen. Senior brother, where's second sister? Tu Yuyu bounced up to Su Chang'e, her cyan eyes curious as she peered toward the window of the room. Su Chang'e reached out and gently pressed down on her restless little head to stop her from craning her neck. Don't look. Your second sister is about to break through to the transformation spirit stage. You should be focusing on your cultivation. You're the weakest now. Tu Yuyu was taken aback, her face filled with surprise. Second sister is about to reach transformation spirit. Wasn't she still at the blood-moving stage not long ago? How is she improving so fast? Ning Fuyao also showed a hint of astonishment. Second sister is progressing that quickly too. Follow me, Su Chang'e said softly, then strode forward. Soon the three of them arrived at a hall on the 9th peak that had been in use for years. It was originally the Peak Master's Hall. Su Chang'e had chosen this place for his lecture after some consideration simply because the hall was made of extraordinary materials. He wouldn't have to worry about damaging anything when demonstrating divine abilities. After entering the hall, Su Chang'e thought of something. He pulled out his communication device, scrolled past the 99 unread messages, found Yao Xingye, and sent a message, Uncle Yao, come over today. Since he was going to teach anyway, he might as well arrange for Yao Xingye to join. Maximizing time efficiency. It was a promise he had made, and Su Chang'e always kept his word. As for how much Yao Xingye could learn, or whether it would be useful, Su Chang'e himself wasn't sure. To be honest, he had never taught anyone before. Tu Yu somehow found a small stool and sat down in the center of the hall. Ning Fuyao glanced at her, then said sternly, Little junior sister, how can you sit? The senior brother is still standing. Huh. In class, isn't it the students who sit and the teacher who stands? Tu Yu replied with a serious expression. Ning Fuyao was momentarily stunned. That did make sense. Third sister, come sit too. There are plenty more stools here. Tu Yu said, pulling out another small stool. But Ning Fuyao only glanced at Su Chang'e, who made no move. She didn't dare. At the same time, swish, a figure descended hurriedly from the sky. Yao Xingye, his face a mix of nervousness and excitement, walked into the hall and clasped his hands towards Su Chang'e. Master, why have you summoned me? Though he had guessed part of it, he wouldn't be certain until Su Chang'e said it himself. I promised to teach you the path of talismans. Since I'm teaching my junior sisters today, you may join, Su Chang'e said softly. Thank you, master. Yao Xingye, brimming with excitement, bowed deeply to Su Chang'e, then turned to Tu Yuyu and Ning Fuyao with a smile. Greetings, fellow disciples. From now on we'll be classmates. He showed no arrogance, which immediately endeared him to Tu Yuyu. Uncle Yao, would you like a seat? Tu Yuyu asked with a grin, pulling out another stool. Ning Fuyao, however, stared at Yao Xingye in astonishment, recalling the scene at the Myriad Heavens Palace that day. Uncle Yao, why is he here? He called senior brother master. At the same time, a Qi's puzzled voice echoed in her mind. What's this about talismans? Inside the ancient sword, a Qi frowned slightly and murmured, could he really know the talisman arts? A Qi, I heard from the sect that senior brother formed talismans with his fingers in Luyan City, a sign of peak talisman mastery. Ning Fuyao replied inwardly. Peak talisman mastery. That's impossible. A Qi clearly didn't believe it. Su Chang'e was already monstrously talented in the sword arts, extraordinary in cultivation, and gifted in the tea ceremony. If he were also blessed with the rare art of talismans, that would be too absurd. Was he even human? In the hall, when Yao Xingye heard Tu Yuyu invite him to sit, he glanced at Ning Fuyao, who was still standing, and hesitated. This? Everyone sit, Su Chang'e said. Only then did Yao Xingye sit down with a smile behind Tu Yuyu, and Ning Fuyao finally dared to follow suit. Thus the 9th Peak's small classroom began its first session. Su Chang'e moved to the seat at the head of the hall and fixed his gaze on Ning Fuyao. Fuyao continued to comprehend the Tai Ching 9 swords. If you have any doubts, feel free to ask. With that, he pointed his finger. A terrifying killing intent descended at once, condensing into a blood-colored bell that enveloped Ning Fuyao. Feeling the killing intent, purer and denser than that in the sword monument, Ning Fuyao understood immediately. Yes, senior brother. She cherished the opportunity Su Chang'e had given her, crossed her legs, and began to meditate deeply. The annotations he had left on the sword monument surfaced in her mind, and she soon immersed herself in the killing intent. Indeed, the efficiency was far greater than studying the sword monument's insufficiently concentrated aura. Master, I will aid your cultivation, a Qi said softly, as invisible runes emanated from the ancient sword, seeping into Ning Fuyao's body. Suddenly Ning Fuyao's beautiful eyes sharpened. She felt the killing intent becoming more intimate. Su Chang'e glanced at her and thought, the sword's spirit is putting in effort. It's somewhat useful. I wonder if I'll get a reward only when she comprehends the Tai Ching 9 swords. Yao Xingye, watching from the side, gasped in awe, his heart shaken. Master has already mastered the Tai Ching sword art to this degree, and it hasn't been long since he learned it. His sword talent is hardly inferior to his talisman talent. Then Su Chang'e's gaze fell on him. Uncle Yao, do you remember what I told you earlier? As he spoke, even the sword spirit, a Qi, quietly directed her spiritual sense toward them. Yao Xingye straightened his back immediately, his expression solemn, as he clasped his hands. Student remembers. I will learn as much as my fate allows, and I dare not slack even a bit. Su Chang'e nodded slightly, his thoughts swirling as he deliberated where to begin. After a brief pause, he said, then show me the talisman you are most proficient in. Draw it before me. Yao Xingye answered solemnly. Before him, points of spiritual light flickered. A page of ancient-looking paper floated silently, and a half-broken brush laden with Tao rhythm appeared in his palm. Though damaged, it was clearly extraordinary. He was clearly well prepared. Gathering his focus, he set the brush tip to the paper, and the Tao rhythm flowed with it. When the final stroke was completed, Yao Xingye's forehead was beaded with sweat. He held up the divine talisman, which embodied all his current concentration and a trace of the world's law. The moment the talisman was completed, the atmosphere in the hall cleared. It was the same mystic clarity talisman that Su Chang'e had once used in the Qingxiu ruins, though the difference between the two was like heaven and earth, even that had been casually formed by Su Chang'e. Please, master, take a look. Yao Xingye respectfully presented the talisman, then stood with his hands at his sides, his eyes filled with anticipation.